Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 301, Let's Spar. TL, Black Tower's Administrator Area. Hey. Eileen laughed as she connected the black glossy string to make a necklace with Kyra's heart shard. Click. It's finally time to give Sejun his gift. Eileen, holding the necklace, wore a solemn expression. It took quite a long time just to give one gift. Sejun, come out to the waypoint alone. I have something for you. Eileen called Sejun to an isolated place to avoid any collateral damage. Ah. Bring Theo along, Sejun. Just in case, Eileen told him to bring Theo along. You have something for me? He. A gift? Got it. Following Eileen's words, Sejun got excited and stood up to head towards the waypoint. Tororong, Pyrorong, Kurong, Pirorong. Fortunately, the other animals had eaten their fill in the morning and were now taking a nap. Then, SSSSRK, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, look at this, meow. My fur doesn't fall out anymore, meow. Theo bragged about how even with vigorous movement and running around, his fur didn't shed. Thanks to talent, strong fur. That's how Theo boasted about his strong fur. Now I should rest, meow. After finishing his bragging, Theo clung to Sejun's legs. Cuckoo. Eileen told me to come alone, but, once he clings like this, it at least takes an hour. As Sejun pondered how to detach Theo, the tower's administrator says to bring Theo along. Got it. Let's go, Vice Chairman Theo. Poohoo Hut. Good, meow. Let's go, meow. Theo, excited to go anywhere with Sejun without knowing where, shouted. And Sejun moved towards the waypoint with Theo. Black Tower 99th floor, south area. The habitat of the fire ants. Keek! The fire ant swarm rushed towards the invaders of their territory, but there were only two intruders. Moonlight slash. Veronica swung her dagger horizontally towards the incoming fire ants. Whoosh! A semicircular blade of energy sliced through the fire ants. Approximately 3,000 fire ants died in one strike. Then, Kayut. Veronica, not bad. Power of light, burn the enemies. Cannon beam. A high-heat beam emitted from Iona's cute front paws incinerated 5,000 fire ants. Not bad? I'm just getting warmed up. Full moon slash. Veronica, holding twin daggers, pulled her arms back then swung them forward dramatically. Huong. This time, two semicircular blades of energy formed a circle, slaughtering 10,000 fire ants. Kayut. I'm getting warmed up a bit too. Power of wind, crush the enemies. Air press. Bang! With Iona's magic, a violent windstorm from the sky struck the ground. The tremendous pressure created by the wind crushed 20,000 fire ants to death. Good. But I'm not done yet. Moonlight dance. Veronica then swung her twin daggers, spilling blood-colored energy blades in all directions. Kayut. Same here. Power of ice. The two slaughtering fire ants. The reason they were doing this from morning was to see who was stronger. Iona and Veronica were competing to see who could kill more fire ants, determining the second in command of the Black Tower. On the way to the waypoint. Chairman Park, where are we going, meow? Theo finally became curious about their destination. Eileen has something for us at the waypoint. Poohoo Hut. Eileen Nuna is giving a gift, meow? Probably. Poohoo Hut. He. Laughing like fools, the two arrived at the waypoint. Eileen, I'm here. As Sejun called for Eileen, the tower's administrator says to receive this first. Eileen replied and handed a necklace with a black stone shard to Sejun. Kyra's guardian necklace. Huh? Is this made from Kyra's heart shard? Sejun examined the necklace after reading its name. Kyra's guardian necklace. This necklace is made from the heart shard of one of the 10 dragons first created by the creator god, the strongest dragon, the great black dragon Kyra Pratani. The magic that was told by Kyra's residual thoughts contained in the heart shard was engraved by Eileen Pratani. To lower the usage restriction, the necklace's performance has been significantly reduced. Usage restriction, those granted permission by the Great Black Dragon Eileen Pratani, LV 50 or above, all stats over 500. Creator, Eileen Pratani. Grade, unmeasurable. Skill, absolute protection, master. The tower's administrator confirms it's true. The tower's administrator says to infuse the necklace with magic power. As Sejun examined Kyra's guardian necklace, Eileen answered, "Magic power?" When Sejun infused the necklace with magic power, whoom! The magic power of the necklace resonated and enveloped Sejun. And then, checking the magic power of Kyra's guardian necklace. Checking the magic power of Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun. Kyra's guardian necklace is now bound to Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun. Kyra's guardian necklace became entirely Sejun's. The tower's administrator says to now try using the engraved skill of absolute protection on the necklace. Okay. Absolute protection. When Sejun used the absolute protection skill, the Kyra's secret skill, absolute protection, is activated for 10 minutes on yourself and nearby allies. During the activation of Kyra's secret skill, absolute protection, physical resistance and resistance to other energies are increased tenfold. A skill activation message appeared. Kyra's secret skill? Resistance increased tenfold. It seemed like it could even block Quenge's punch. Of course, a full power punch would be too much. As Sejun was reading the message, "Grandma taught me this skill." "Nice to see you, Sejun." Eileen spoke to Sejun as she descended from the sky with her back to the sun. Sejun shielded his eyes while looking at Eileen with the sun behind her. It was dazzling. Both the sun and Eileen. Click! Eileen landed on the ground in the meantime. "Eileen?" Sejun, mesmerized by Eileen's beauty, snapped back to reality and asked. "Yeah. It's me. Happy 1-year survival anniversary, Sejun. Now, receive my gift." Finally, Eileen was able to directly give her congratulatory gift to Sejun. Chew. Eileen pressed her lips to Sejun's. Eileen's prepared gift for Sejun's 1 survival anniversary was a kiss. The Kyra's guardian necklace was just a means to achieve that. Eileen's lips touching his. Sejun's mind went blank, and his legs gave out at his first kiss. Hey. Success! When Eileen was happy about delivering her gift, Eileen Nuna? Chairman Park has fainted again, meow, Theo said. Coo! At Theo's words, Eileen hurriedly detached her lips and checked Sejun's face. Sejun had fainted with a pale face. Till face-to-face interaction, absolute protection and Theo's energy drain could cover, but physical contact was too much. At least he felt the touch on his lips before fainting, which might be slightly less unfair for Sejun. Thump, thump. Now accustomed to Sejun's fainting, Theo calmly massaged Sejun's body with his paws, especially focusing on the face. Compared to Eileen Nuna, Chairman Park's face has really ugly, meow. Sejun, wake up. Heal. Before the duration of absolute protection ended, Eileen, wanting to converse and see Sejun's face, helped Theo and used healing magic. However, Sejun did not wake up until absolute protection was over. Sejun, see you in 100 days. Eileen promised to see him again in 100 days when he could use absolute protection again and return to the administrator area. Hachijo Island, located about 300 kilometers south of Tokyo, Japan. Wriggle. Squirm. Giant leeches began to emerge from the sea. Some of the giant leeches, swept by the deep-sea currents, had arrived here. The giant leeches silently invaded the village, following the scent of blood. Caught off guard by the sudden invasion of the giant leeches, the people couldn't escape and, "Save me, suck. Suck," were engulfed by the leeches, drained of their blood, and died. The people of Hachijo Island were annihilated by the giant leeches before they could even request support from mainland Japan. Thus, Japan was almost attacked by the giant leeches without any awareness. What is that? Fortunately, a boat that had left the island for fishing was able to request support from mainland Japan, buying some time to prepare for the giant leeches. And, squish. Squelch. Around the same time, giant leeches also landed in Russia, the Philippines, and New Zealand. An hour had passed since Eileen left. Sejun finally regained consciousness. Press. Press. He felt Theo's front paws pressing down on his face. Then, the tower's administrator asks if you're okay. Eileen asked. Huh? Oh. I'm fine. Stuttering, Sejun recalled the moment he fainted. It was incredibly embarrassing to faint during a kiss. Because of that, Sejun felt utterly deflated. Chairman Park, are you okay now? Meow? Theo asked him. Yeah. I'm fine. Pooh-hoo hut. Vice Chairman Theo, I'm happy to see Chairman Park becoming stronger, meow. Theo said with a happy expression, looking at Sejun. I've become stronger? That's right. If it were the old Chairman Park, you would have fainted at the sight of Eileen Nooner, meow. He. Is that so? Right. I've grown. Encouraged by Theo's words, Sejun's confidence, which had nearly hit rock bottom, began to rise again. And, poo-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. This time, I also struggled, but Chairman Park gave me strength, meow. Chairman Park is amazing, meow. The continuous praise from Theo was like a pump to Sejun's confidence. Thanks to that, Sejun fully regained his confidence. Just don't faint next time. He. Vice Chairman Theo, let's go back. Click. As Sejun extended his leg. Poo-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Snap. Theo quickly clung to Sejun's leg in response. Let's go. Sejun returned to the farm with Theo hanging on. Eileen Nooner, did I do well, meow? Theo, hanging on Sejun's leg, secretly talked to Eileen. The tower's administrator says it was excellent praise. The tower's administrator says they will give you a special reward later. Poo-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Squeeze. Happy with Eileen's words, Theo hugged Sejun's leg tightly. Anticipating that Sejun would lose confidence upon waking up, Eileen had planned ahead. Theo, when Sejun wakes up later, praise him a lot for being amazing. Eileen had instructed Theo to praise Sejun. Though it was a bit risky to ask Theo to act, at the moment, Theo was the only one Eileen could rely on. But, Chairman Park knees are amazing, meow. Theo, originally a fanatic admirer of Sejun's knees. There was no need for Theo to pretend in praising Sejun. It was all genuine. However, it seems Theo's confidence boost was a bit too much. Minotaur 3008, let's spar. Sejun fearlessly challenged the youngest of the black minotaurs seen in the distance. Moo? Are you sure? Yep, Sejun shouted with bravado. He. I'm not the old me. Moo. Then here I come. Thump. 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 Minotaur 3008 charged in response to Sejun's answer. The tower's administrator urgently shouts to knock Sejun out quickly. Eileen hurriedly called out to Theo. Chairman Park, why are you trying to get yourself killed, meow? That's not allowed, meow. Thump. Shocked, Theo struck the back of Sejun's neck. Seeing Sejun pass out, Minotaur 3008 quickly stopped. Drag. Eventually, Sejun was dragged away by Theo. King. ZZZZZ. And lay down to sleep next to Fenrir, who had fainted after eating black royal jelly. Chapter 302, It's refreshing? TL, growling. Swoosh. Fenrir, who had stretched out his short legs, and got up at the sound of Sejun snoring. King? Is it morning? Fenrir thought it was morning looking at Sejun sleeping beside him, but it wasn't. It was just that Sejun had gone to bed early, and Fenrir had eaten black royal jelly, which made him stronger and shortened his fainting time. However, King, hey! I'm hungry. Give me food, tap. Unaware of this, Fenrir woke Sejun up by hitting his face with his front paws to get breakfast. What? Sejun opened his eyes, somewhat roughly compared to Theo's massage, due to Fenrir's front paws. As Sejun opened his eyes, King, you're up? Hurry up and give me food, chuck. Fenrir quickly sat in front of Sejun, vigorously wagging his tail, asking for food. Our Blackie is hungry? Got it. Sejun took out a dried sweet potato and gave it to Fenrir. Chomp. While Fenrir was enjoying the dried sweet potato, Chairman Park, are you awake, meow? Theo, who had been sleeping on Sejun's knees, woke up and asked. Yes. Vice Chairman Theo, but why am I here? Sejun, curious about why he was lying in bed, asked Theo. Meow. Big trouble, meow. Theo, unable to say that he had knocked him out, made a troubled expression. What do I do, Eileen Nooner? Theo sent an SOS to Eileen. The tower's administrator says not to worry. The tower's administrator says there's a way to divert Sejun's attention. Eileen confidently said. And, where is our Sejun? Kaiser called for Sejun from outside. Eileen had sent Kaiser straight to Sejun. Poo-hoo-hut. Eileen Nooner, you're amazing, meow. The tower's administrator says it's natural for a great black dragon to be excellent. Right, meow. Eileen Nooner is great and excellent, meow. While Eileen and Theo were having their conversation. Yes. I'm here. Sejun hurriedly got up and went outside. King? Where are you going? Thud. Thud. Fenrir also moved to follow Sejun, who was his protector. However, King. Let's go together. As the distance between them grew, Fenrir could not keep up with Sejun with his strides. King. King. Hey. Take me with you. Thud. Thud. Fenrir called out to Sejun, earnestly chasing after him. Is this the Creator God's tablet? Tyr, who followed Kaiser, discovered the Creator God's tablet placed in front of Sejun's house. And, first commandment, only the tower farmer can prevent destruction. A commandment was written there. This can't be. Tyr had thought that fighting destruction was the mission of the great 9 dragon tribes. Because they thought it was their mission. They were the strongest, after all. The great 9 dragon tribes, ruling over 9 attributes. The golden dragon, ruling over lightning. The red dragon and blue dragon, ruling over fire and water. The brown dragon and silver dragon, ruling over earth and wind. The green dragon and purple dragon, ruling over nature and poison. The black dragon and white dragon, ruling over darkness and light. Therefore, Tyr had only thought of becoming the greatest among the 9 dragon tribes, leading them, and defeating destruction. But, not us. While Tyr was in shock. Oh? Who is this? Sejun, who came outside, asked upon seeing a new statue of a purple dragon. Ha ha ha. This is T. Peton, the leader of the purple dragons. Kaiser introduced Tyr. Ah. Tyr tilde nim, hello. I'm Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. It's you? Where is Becca? Hiding his emotional turmoil, Tyr asked coldly about Veronica's whereabouts, ignoring Sejun's greeting. Becca? Yes. Veronica. Ah. Becca is Veronica. Just a moment, please. In response to Tyr's question, as Sejun hurriedly looked around for Veronica. It's a shame we couldn't decide a winner. Kayut kayut kayut. Exactly. Let's fight again next time. Yes. But using my strength made me hungry. Kayut kayut kayut. Let's go and have lunch quickly. I'm sure Sejun will make something delicious for us. Really? Hee hee. I'm looking forward to it. Veronica was walking over, talking amicably with Iona placed on her palm. Their contest ended in a draw, leaving just one fire ant alive. Because the last fire ant was the fire ant queen. They couldn't exterminate the fire ants. So, they decided to temporarily share the second rank in the hierarchy, awaiting their next contest. Naturally, Pink Fur and Quenji were pushed to 4th and 5th in the hierarchy. Becca! Tyr called out to the approaching Veronica. Ah. Tyr tilde nim. Veronica was startled to find the purple dragon statue, which was supposed to be on the 99th floor of the Purple Tower. Yes, it's me. Becca, why have you come to the Black Tower? Who has persecuted you and forced you into asylum? Is it this guy? Tyr asked, glaring at Iona on Veronica's hand. Iona was a possibility. The first suspicion should fall on Sejun, the tower farmer, but it's definitely not him. Tyr immediately recognized Sejun's insignificance upon seeing him. Tyr quickly eliminated Sejun from the list of suspects. DDLL Kayak. 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 Startled by Tyr's strong aura suddenly directed at her, Iona began to hiccup. Iona! Don't bully Iona, meow. Sejun and Theo quickly stepped in front of Iona and Veronica. And, Sejun, Tyr, withdraw your aura. Have you forgotten the content of the contract? 3 dragons were startled by Sejun's actions and surrounded Tyr. Then, Tyr tilde nim, I came to the Black Tower of my own accord, without any coercion. I'm sorry. Veronica stepped forward quickly, as the situation escalated because of her. What? Why? Why did you do that? Tyr asked in disbelief at Veronica's words. It was hard living in the Purple Tower. What? My Purple Tower couldn't possibly be. Tyr was shocked by Veronica's words, thinking the Purple Tower was the best. Veronica's words meant it was difficult to live there because of the poison, but Tyr interpreted it differently. My managed Purple Tower is inferior to the Black Tower. Well, to some extent, it was true, although that wasn't Veronica's intention. Tia, if the misunderstanding is cleared, leave now. Sejun, are the black beans ready? Leaving a disheartened Tia behind, Kaiser asked Sejun. Yes. But now there are 4 of you, Sejun said, glancing at Tia. There were 6 black beans. A fight here must be avoided. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Tia has decided not to buy anything from the Black Tower. Ooh ha ha ha. Right. He said he absolutely won't buy. Fa ha ha. Exactly. The dragons were delighted that Tia couldn't buy the black beans. Is that so? Then, Sejun was relieved by the dragon's words and was about to take out the black beans with his left hand when, King! Black fruit! Fenrir, who had eagerly followed Sejun, got excited upon seeing the black beans. And, Chuck! King! King! I'm sitting! Give me the black fruit quickly! Fenrir sat in front of Sejun, asking for the black beans. Got it! Here! Swoosh! Sejun stealthily took out a piece of black royal jelly from his pocket with his right hand, pop, and put it into Fenrir's mouth. And, King! I lasted a bit low. Fenrir fainted after enduring a little longer than before. Pio, please lay Blackie on the bed. Pio! Yes! Flap! Flap! Pio flew with Fenrir to the bed. With Fenrir gone, here are 6 black beans. Sejun sold the black beans to the dragons. Chuck! 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 The dragons took 2 black beans each from Sejun's hand and handed over their money bags. And Tia, who could only watch this happen. Right! I remember now, the black beans were grown by the tower farmer of the Black Tower. What have I done? Tia regretted his contract once again when, the tower's administrator says that if Veronica buys the black beans with money and gives them to Grandpa Tia, it won't be a breach of contract. Queen of Internal Affairs, Eileen, suggested a way for Tia to buy the black beans. Oh. Then that would work. Thank you, Eileen. Tia was grateful to Eileen for the good suggestion. The tower's administrator says that Grandpa Tia should then prepare plenty of tower coins to buy the black beans. Yes. Thanks to you, Eileen, I've already prepared plenty of tower coins. Tia answered in a warm voice. The tower's administrator says well done. The tower's administrator says there are about 1,000 bottles of Samyangju left at the brewery and suggests buying them through Veronica. Really? There are 1,000 bottles of Samyangju. Becca, come here for a moment. Hearing Eileen's words, Tia called Veronica over. Yes, Veronica approached Tia, nervous she might be scolded. After a moment, Sejun tilde nim, could I possibly buy some Samyangju? Samyangju? Why do you need Samyangju? Since Veronica disliked alcohol, Sejun asked. It's an errand for Tia tilde nim. Veronica quietly pointed towards Tia. Ah, understood. Sejun took Veronica to the brewery and traded for the Samyangju. And, Tia tilde nim, here you go. Veronica handed over the Samyangju she bought from Sejun to Tia. Yes. Well done, Tia answered in a very cheerful voice. The idea of taking Veronica back to the Purple Tower vanished from Tia's mind. In fact, even if Veronica decided to return to the Purple Tower, he planned to persuade her to stay in the Black Tower. As the trade with the dragons concluded, go. A sound came from Sejun's stomach. Ah. I need to eat. Sejun hurried to the kitchen to start cooking. The lunch menu was Kim Kai egg porridge. Today, he planned to make only Kim Kai dishes. SSSSSS. Sejun boiled rice flour in a pot filled with water. While the rice flour turned into porridge, chop. 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 He took out a whole Kim Kai, chopped it finely, sizzle, and stir-fried it in a frying pan. Once the Kim Kai was fried, he added it to the pot making porridge. Stir. Stir. He mixed the Kim Kai and porridge with a ladle. A moment later, Krueng. What's Dad making? Peep. It smells delicious. Payak. Is Uncle making something delicious again? The animals, who had been lazily sleeping in the cave after breakfast, started to peek into the kitchen, drawn by the smell of cooking. It's ready. Eat this while you wait, Sejun said, taking out grilled green onions from the fire. Breakfast was eaten in a space full of memories, so lunch would be accompanied by a nostalgic dish. It was the nostalgic dish of grilled green onions. Crunch. Crunch. The animals began to enjoy the grilled green onions that Sejun had piled up on a plate. Oh. This is really delicious. Tap. Tap. Meanwhile, Sejun was breaking open egg fruits and adding their contents to the porridge when, what's that? While drinking some yangju with the other dragons, Tyr, who had followed the refreshing scent that invigorated his heart, asked upon seeing the grilled green onions. The purple dragon statue was upgraded to be able to smell as well. This is grilled green onion. Tyr Tildenim, would you like to try some? Veronica carefully offered the grilled green onion to Tyr. HMPH. Tyr snorted, indicating he was not impressed. If you don't like it, I'll. Before Veronica could put grilled green onion in her mouth, not insisting further. When did I say I didn't like it? Swoosh! Tyr quickly snatched the grilled green onions from Veronica and put them in his mouth. Thus, Tyr, through spatial movement magic in his mouth, held the grilled green onions in his hand. Chew! Tyr, who was in the purple tower, put the grilled green onion in his mouth. And then, huh? It's refreshing? The detoxifying green onion made Tyr's previously stuffy chest feel a bit more comfortable. Chapter 303, So, have you been crawling until now? TL, Great Purple Dragons, rulers of poison. They had one concern. The poison would seep out with their breath every time they inhaled and with their energy every time they mustered their strength. Thus, nothing around them remained unharmed. Even other dragon tribes shunned the purple dragons for their poison-breathing nature. Hence, beings far weaker than the dragons couldn't possibly withstand the power of the purple dragon. All living and non-living things could not bear the poison of the purple dragon and either died or broke apart. As a result, the surroundings of the purple dragons became desolate, and the purple dragons, having lost any targets for their affection, were heartbroken. However, as time passed, the purple dragons got used to not giving their hearts to anyone, and it became natural for them. Eventually, the purple dragons lost the method to give their hearts. The poison that the purple dragons possessed became even more potent, and they began to accumulate an even stronger poison within their bodies. And the accumulated poison gradually condensed, turning into heart poison, and took its place in the hearts of the purple dragons. The heart poison was so potent that it could intoxicate even the purple dragons who ruled over poison. None of the purple dragons realized that they had been poisoned, so secretive was its nature. The hearts of the purple dragons poisoned by heart poison became selfish, narrow-minded, and eccentric. The purple dragons envied and were jealous of other dragons, and naturally, their relationships with other dragons worsened. Moreover, each time they fought with other dragons, the heart poison accumulated faster, continuing the vicious cycle. SSSSSSS. As the detoxifying ability of the detoxifying green onion disappeared, the detoxifying green onion has slightly detoxified the heart poison. A message appeared. And then, HNG. Something in the heart reacted violently. Heart poison. Tyr finally realized the heart poison that had been lurking in his heart. Tyr was shocked by the poisonous energy he felt in his heart. He was a purple dragon who ruled over poison and their leader. To think that I was poisoned, the heart poison had already eroded a significant part of Tyr's heart, and it wouldn't have been strange if it had gone berserk at any moment. If I had continued in this state, I would have become a mad dragon. The thought of him, a great purple dragon, becoming a mad dragon was terrifying. I need to eat more of this. Tyr hurriedly moved the purple dragon statue to pour a plate of grilled green onions into his mouth. You have earned the achievement of detoxifying heart poison with detoxifying green onions. As a reward for achieving the achievement, you can harvest a higher level of detoxifying green onions for 1 week. Heart poison? Sejun was puzzled by the message that suddenly appeared before him. Whoosh! The purple dragon statue poured a plate full of grilled green onions into his mouth. It's Tyrnim. Thanks to this, Sejun was quickly able to figure out who was afflicted with the heart poison. Krueng. Quenji needs to eat it too. Quenji, unable to do anything because the other party was a dragon, just stamped his feet in frustration. There was nothing he could do but look at the disappearing grilled green onions with a look of regret. There was one thing he could do. Krueng! Dad, the grilled green onions are gone. Reporting to Sejun. Swoosh! Swoosh! Quenji understand. Tyrnim is sick, so he needs to eat a lot of green onions. Sejun soothed Quenji as he patted his head. Krueng? Dragons get sick too. Yes. So, Quenji tried to understand. Krueng! Krueng! Quenji understands. Then, Quenji will give more green onions so that the dragon Nim recovers quickly. Right. Our Quenji is kind. Sejun praised Quenji. My baby boy is doing well. Ku hey hey hey. With Sejun's praise, the delighted Quenji hugged a bunch of raw green onions from the void storage and thump. Krueng. Tiernim, eat a lot of green onions and get well quickly. Quenji cheered for Tier, generously placing green onions on the plate. Tier's heart twitched at Quenji's pure intention of wishing for his speedy recovery with all sincerity. Thank you. Tier expressed his gratitude in a low voice that couldn't be heard, feeling awkward and ticklish for saying something he wasn't used to. However, Tier was misunderstanding something. Chairman Park, it's 105 pieces, meow. Theo, who had precisely checked how many green onions Tier had eaten, informed Sejun. He. Vice Chairman Theo, good job. Pooh hut. I know, meow. While Quenji's heart in delivering the green onions was pure, the background was not. He. Tier tildenim, this is all on credit. Thus, Sejun made sales on credit without Tier knowing, thanks to Quenji. Let's eat now. It's ready. Sejun served Kim Kai egg porridge in bowls and had lunch with the animals. And then, Tier tildenim, I hate you. Veronica, who did not know the reason, looked at Tier with resentful eyes for eating all the baked green onions and then, slurp. She fell in love with Kim Kai egg porridge after eating it. Phew. That's it. Tier, who had been diligently detoxifying the heart poison by eating detoxifying green onions, said in a regretful voice. Although eating green onions could reduce the size of the heart poison, it was impossible to completely eradicate it. Still, continuing to eat could prevent the heart poison from growing. Thus, Tier was somewhat freed from the crisis of heart poison. I wonder if other purple dragons are like this? Worried, Tier went to find his son, Poi, who was nearby. Why did you come? Poi asked Tier with an annoyed voice as he saw him. Because? The moment Tier saw Poi, he felt the wriggling, malicious energy of heart poison from Poi's heart. Poi, let's eat and talk. What? Thud. Tier forced a detoxifying green onion into Poi's mouth without explanation. Chew. Initially resisting, Poi started to chew the detoxifying green onion quietly, feeling a refreshing sensation in his chest. A little later, call all the purple dragons. Yes. Father. After hearing the explanation from Tier, Poi obediently began to summon the purple dragons. And then, we need to get more of these green onions. Tier moved the purple dragon statue to find Veronica. Veronica was needed for trading with Sejun. Slurp. While Sejun was having lunch and about to drink coffee. Kaiut. Chairman Sejun, congratulations on surviving for 1 year. This is my gift to you. Iona handed Sejun a glass bottle left with a blue liquid. Thanks. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Iona and examined the glass bottle. Essence of advanced magic power. It is an essence where pure magic power has condensed and formed a substance. Consumption increases magic power by 100. Consumption greatly enhances talents related to magic power. Expiration date, none. Grade S. Kaiut. Please drink it. Okay. Gulp. At Iona's urging, Sejun immediately drank the essence of advanced magic power. The essence had no taste. Whoosh. Instead, a cool and refreshing feeling was felt down his throat. And then, you have consumed the essence of advanced magic power. Magic power increases by 100. Talent, overflowing magic circuit is greatly enhanced. Talent, overflowing magic circuit evolves into an accumulating magic circuit. A message appeared. Talents related to magic power were enhanced and evolved. Accumulating magic circuit? Huh? What? Sejun was startled by the sensation of magic power entering his body with each breath he took. And he quickly checked the talent accumulating magic circuit. Talent, accumulating magic circuit. A talent that allows the magic circuit to draw in the surrounding magic power through breathing and accumulate it. Permanently increases magic power by 0.1 every 24 hours. Magic stat 50. Magic recovery speed 300%. Magic potential 1000. What? Just by breathing, my magic power increases. Sejun was surprised while reading the description of the talent. Kaiut. Congratulations, Chairman Sejun. You've finally taken your first steps in magic power. This is the first step? Kaiut. Yes, Iona answered as if it was obvious. So, have I been crawling until now? Kaiut. Later, when Chairman Sejun's talent grows and you can connect to the magic stream, your magic power will increase even faster. Iona, more excited than Sejun for his first steps in magic, spoke with an excited voice. Magic stream? Kaiut! 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 It refers to the 9 giant flows of magic power that run through the world. For reference, I'm connected to 3 streams of magic power. Oh. So, there's such a thing. Sejun gained new information from listening to Iona. And then, oh ho! So, if I connect to 3 magic streams, will I be as powerful as Iona? Sejun fantasized. Of course, it was utterly nonsensical. Just having a lot of magic power doesn't mean you're strong. Thus, Sejun, while talking with Iona, gained new knowledge. Now I have to work. Sejun moved to the green onion field. He intended to rest for the day, but suddenly found a reason to work. Because of the reward that allows harvesting detoxifying green onions of 1 higher grade for a week. He. I can't miss the S-grade green onions. Sejun moved with a smile. And then, land moving. Thud. After a long time, he used Mila's hoe for a massive harvest. Kugung. The ground rose, and the detoxifying green onions planted in the ground were pulled out. You have harvested 3,000 detoxifying green onions. Your job experience has significantly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 300,000 experience points. Experience points are not accumulating due to the incomplete job quest. Although it was regrettable that experience points were not accumulating due to the job quest, Sejun's heart wasn't heavy thanks to the S-grade green onions. Thus, Sejun, without resting, harvested about 100,000 S-grade detoxifying green onions. Quack! Quack! When Sejun finished harvesting the detoxifying green onions and the mushroom ants were busily moving them to the void storage. Flap! Flap! Wait! Veronica is going to buy all of that. Tia urgently flew over and shouted, Yes! I will buy them all. Veronica followed, shouting after him. Are you really going to buy this? It's expensive, you know. Sejun started to build up for a high price. But then, yes! Of course, it will be expensive. Veronica was unexpectedly soft, to the point where no build-up was necessary. So, how much? Tia as well. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, both are suckers, meow, he. Vice Chairman Theo, let's cook them well. Understood. Sejun and Theo exchanged sly smiles and communicated through their eyes. And then, Pooh hut. Veronica, these detoxifying green onions are 15,000 tower coins each, meow. Theo called out the price of the detoxifying green onions, which was 100 times what they sold for to hunters. He. Then, since there are 100,000 grade S detoxifying green onions here, that'll be 1.5 billion tower coins. Sejun smiled as he kindly calculated how much it would cost to buy all the detoxifying green onions. 1.5 billion tower coins? Tia Tildenim, what should we do? Veronica looked at Tia upon hearing Sejun's words. Of course, we have to buy them. Hurry up and purchase. Tia didn't hesitate and had Veronica purchase all the grade S detoxifying green onions. Reserve the next 2 million detoxifying green onions you harvest as well. Moreover, Tia gave all the money he had for buying black beans to Veronica to reserve the detoxifying green onions. Right now, detoxifying the heart poison of the purple dragons was more urgent than buying black beans. After finishing the trade of the green onions. He. I made money. Pooh hut. It's all thanks to me, meow. The two were happy about selling the detoxifying green onions at a high price. Right. So, go down and buy some food. Meow? We should enjoy the party a bit more. Sejun, who got tired of preparing food, sent Theo down the tower. Day 366 in the tower. The party wasn't over yet. Chapter 304, Quenge's Treat. TL, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am also running errands for Chairman Park again today, meow tilde, P.O. tilde. Vice Chairman Theo's next right front paw, Pirururu Yotra, will join you tilde. P.O. continued singing Theo's song. As usual, Theo brought his subordinate P.O. along. And, Kruang tilde. Quenji is going to buy some food too tilde. Quenji got allowance from Dad tilde. Quenji continued the song after P.O. Today, Quenji also joined them. Sejun thought that it was about time for Quenji to start exploring the world and gradually broaden his horizons. He gave Quenji some allowance to buy tasty food and follow Theo. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Big bro, if there's anything Pio and Big bro wants to eat, Quenji will buy it all. Quenji got allowance from Dad. Quenji proudly showed his snack pouch filled with his allowance. Poo-hoo hut. Good. Then I'll have the 5-colored grilled tuna, meow. Pio. Then, I want the premium bird feed too. Encouraged by Quenji's confident shout, Theo and Pio shared what they wanted to eat. Thus, on their way to the shopping district on the 75th floor of the tower. Meow. Pio. Vice Chairman Theo, there's another fork in the road. Krueng? Big bro, which way are we going? A fork in the road appeared before them. Poo-hoo hut. Just follow me, meow. Golden Cat Theo Park took the lead. Pio. Pio. Yes. I'll go wherever Vice Chairman Theo goes. Krueng. Dad said to follow Big Bro closely. Pio and Quenji diligently followed behind. And, Vice Chairman Theo, please save me. They encountered Uran, who had been chased out of the 99th floor of the tower at dawn and swallowed by a fragment of Jormungandr. Out of 1,000,000 people, it was peculiarly Uran alone who got swallowed. Indeed, he was unlucky. Poo-hoo hut. Uran, I'll save you, so pay up, meow. Yes, of course. Uran, Theo's personal ATM, hurriedly took out money. Poo-hoo hut. Watch closely, Quenji, meow. This is how you get money by saving a life, meow. Theo boasted to Quenji, putting the money pouch Uran handed over into his bag. And, Krueng. Krueng. Got it. You get money for saving someone. Quenji nodded earnestly at Theo's teaching. Snap. In the meantime, Theo pulled out his claw, meow, and swiftly swung his front paw to defeat Jormungandr. Clang. Quenji, Pio, pick up the coins, meow. As the three picked up the white coins that fell, they set off again for the 75th floor. Vice Chairman Theo, can I come with you? Poo-hoo hut. Follow us, meow. This time, Uran, who wanted to travel safely, joined their journey. Shortly after, we've arrived, meow. I know the best restaurant on the 75th floor. Follow me. Uran, who heard about Theo's reason for coming to buy food for the party, wanted to introduce him to the best restaurant. Poo-hoo hut. That's good, meow. Lead the way, meow. Yes. Uran confidently took the lead to the restaurant, with Theo's permission. Heh heh. Vice Chairman Theo, you'll be so surprised because it's delicious. Uran was full of pride in his taste. He hurried his steps, imagining how happy the group would be with the restaurant he brought them to. After some time. Poo-hoo hut. The 5-colored grilled tuna was really delicious, meow. Pio. Pio. Yes. The premium bird feed was delicious too. Krueng. Krueng. Right. It was really delicious. Quenji barely ate, but is full. Everyone was satisfied with the dishes at the restaurant Uran guided them to. Heh heh. What did I tell you? Uran boasted, proud that his restaurant recommendation was acknowledged. Shortly after, the meal ended. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji has allowance. Quenji will treat. Quenji confidently took out his money pouch from his snack pouch and handed it to the staff. And, jingle. Jingle. Here's your change. From the money pouch containing 100 tower coins, just 1 tower coin was taken out and handed to Quenji. Quenji's pupils shook violently as he received the tower coin in his front paw. Krueng. Krueng. Where did all my money go? Was it that expensive? The precious 100 coins received as allowance from Sejun. Quenji was shocked to see 99 of those coins disappear for the cost of the food. Quenji had things he wanted to buy with 100 tower coins. Powerful clothes to protect his weak dad. A sturdy club that wouldn't break even if his mom swung it around. A hammer for his brother that would split the ground when swung. A powerful magic wand to gift to Sister Iona. A large and sturdy saddle needed for riding on the back of Toryong. Snacks for Blackie. A very prudent spending plan. However, except for Blackie's snacks, there was nothing he could buy with 100 tower coins. It was a good thing that Sejun didn't give Quenji a large sum of money to help him learn financial sense. But, Krueng. Krueng. My money is gone. Quenji can't buy what he wanted now. The only one who could stop Quenji's crying was Sejun, who unfortunately couldn't accompany him. Pooh hut. Quenji, calm down, meow. I'll solve this, meow. Give a discount, meow. There was only one cat who could only do what he had learned. As Theo confidently stepped forward to negotiate a price reduction for the first time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yoren was gesturing towards himself with his front paw from behind everyone, looking at the staff. Put it on my tab. Fortunately, they were accompanied by Yoren, a regular customer of the restaurant, unlucky but rich pig. Here, I'll give this back to you. Thanks to him, the staff returned all of Quenji's money. Pooh hut. See, Quenji, meow, Krueng. Big bro is amazing. Quenji looked up to Theo with admiration for turning the cost of the food to zero with just one negotiation. After settling the bill for the food, pack 1,000 portions for takeout, meow. Theo ordered food to take to the 99th floor of the tower. Krueng. Quenji will pay. Quenji boldly stepped forward to pay again, looking towards Theo. Big bro will reduce the price. Pooh hut. Trust me, Quenji, meow. I'll get you a discount, meow. Receiving Quenji's expectant gaze, Theo boldly negotiated a discount. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yoren's debts piled up. Pio! I'm jealous! Pio, who couldn't join the excellent combo play of the three, looked at them enviously. Then, you can come to pick it up in about 3 hours. The staff provided the time to pick up the food. Considering the amount ordered was nearly 10,000 servings, it was an incredibly short time. But, is it going to take that long, meow? Theo, who disliked waiting, exclaimed. Then I'll be late to Chairman Park, meow, meow. But I still have to run Chairman Park's errands, meow. Theo reluctantly decided to wait. But Quenji, what did you say you wanted to buy earlier? Deciding to buy what Quenji wanted while waiting, Pooh hut. Indeed, I am a great big brother, meow. Krueng. First, Quenji want to buy clothes that will protect Dad. Pooh hut. Buying clothes for Chairman Park, meow. Good, meow. Let's go, meow, Theo exclaimed, looking at Yoren. Hurry and guide us. Thus, Theo, Pio, and Yoren moved for Quenji's shopping spree. Are they doing okay? Sejun was worried about Quenji, who had followed Theo down. No, they'll be fine. He's not the kind to get beaten up. If anything, he'll be the one doing the beating. With Theo there to keep him in check, he'll be fine. Though he might get into some trouble. And there's the golden bat. Sejun brushed off his worries, recalling the golden bat he had secretly sent to follow them, just in case. And, step. Step. Before he could worry again, he walked towards the cornfield. When thoughts become burdensome, moving the body is the best solution. So, to move his body, Sejun went to the cornfield. Times. In the corner of the cornfield, sticky corn sprouts greeted Sejun with a cheer. He. They're growing well. Sejun, looking at the nicely grown sticky corn sprouts, took out the enhancing elixir and, pop, opened the lid. While waiting for Theo, he planned to use the harvest elixir to harvest the fruits and then replant their seeds. Just a drop. Drip. Sejun carefully dropped a single drop of the harvest elixir on the sticky corn sprout. Then, crack. The sprout grew rapidly. Good. After checking the growth of the sticky corn, Sejun moved to another spot and, dig. Dug 2 holes in the ground, spacing them wide apart. Drop. He placed a seed in each hole, one of Daebong persimmon of accuracy seed and the other of sunflower seed. The Daebong persimmon of accuracy seed was saved while waiting for the tangerine to grow on the tangerine tree on the 85th floor of the tower, eating them as snacks with animals. Drip. Sejun first dropped a drop of harvest elixir on the Daebong persimmon seed and then, swoosh, covered it with soil. Drip. He planted the sunflower seed in the same manner. Now to harvest the seeds. Sejun waited for the crops to grow and, you have obtained a corn seed. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in the seed harvesting LV8 skill has increased slightly. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 791,217 more times to complete the job quest. He harvested the corn kernels. 1 hour later. Finally! After squatting down to harvest the corn kernels, Sejun stretched and stood up. Let's see how well they've grown. Sejun went to check on the crops that he used the elixirs on. Oh. They've all grown? Sejun found the corns on the sticky corn among the 3 crops. Drip. As Sejun picked the corn, you have harvested sticky corn. Your job experience slightly increases. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You have gained 70 experience points. Messages appeared. You have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. As a job trait, all stats increase by 10. You have achieved the achievement of creating 17 new varieties in the tower. The number of entrances at the Black Tower's entrance increased from 104 to 105, with the 105th entrance being created in the safest place. Messages about achievements and the addition of an entrance to the Black Tower appeared next. Let's see. As the messages poured in, Sejun checked the effects of the sticky corn. Sticky corn. Corn grown within the tower, which has absorbed enough nutrients, but for some reason, the nutrients were focused entirely on making the corn sticky. The stickiness intensifies when heat is applied. The taste is bland. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. How sticky could it be? Pop. Curious, Sejun peeled one side of the sticky corn, placed it on the ground, and poked and pulled out one kernel with his dagger. But, swoosh! The dagger came out cleanly. The stickiness was weaker than expected. In fact, it was almost non-existent. What? Ah. It said the stickiness intensifies with heat, right? Snap. Whoosh. Recalling the explanation, Sejun flicked his fingers to create fire and heated the dagger. Then, poke. When he poked the corn kernel with the warm dagger and pulled it out. Stretch. This time, the corn stretched long following the dagger. Snap. The corn stretched about 3 centimeters before it broke. Oh. It does stretch. Good. Let's heat it up more. Sejun, fascinated by the stretching corn, heated the dagger for a while longer. Poked and pulled the corn kernel again. Then, stretch. This time, the corn stretched even longer. As Sejun raised his arm above his head, the corn stretched over 10 centimeters. Then, snap. The corn could not stretch any further and broke. Slurp. And Sejun, almost instinctively, put the stretched corn into his mouth. It was a habit from eating pizza. And, this tastes similar to mozzarella cheese. Sejun felt a familiar taste from the unfamiliar crop. Chapter 305. Why is this arm all torn apart? TL. Between China and Mongolia, to the east of the Gobi Desert. Approximately 1,000 kilometers north of Beijing, the capital of China. Flap flap. Hundreds of thousands of green locusts flew over the vast sandy lands, forming a 3-dimensional pattern. It was a magic circle. Moments later. Buzz. In the center of the magic circle, a hole appeared in the air. Flutter flutter. And out of the hole came 2 moths, each the size of a palm. As soon as the moths emerged, the hole closed immediately. And then, flap flap, the green locusts began to attack the moths they had summoned. Locusts, even cannibalistic towards their kind, had no concept of allies. Just as the 2 moths appeared, about to be torn to shreds by the locusts, whoosh, flames burst forth from the moths' wings. Whoosh, burning the attacking locusts. However, flap flap, the locusts continued their attack on the fire moths without fear. Whoosh whoosh, the bodies of the locusts served as fuel, causing the flames of the fire moths to grow larger. Once the flames had grown sufficiently, whoosh, a part of the flame detached, flutter flutter, and transformed into a moth the size of a fist. Flap flap. Naturally, the locusts attacked the newly born moth. Whoosh. But the newly born moth also created flames on its wings, burning the locusts. This process repeated, reducing the number of locusts while increasing the number of fire moths. Eventually, only the fire moths remained. And then, flutter flutter, the fire moths dispersed in all directions, searching for prey to sacrifice to the flames. 99th floor kitchen. He, thump thump. Sejun was diligently working on rice dough, chuckling to himself. I can eat pizza now. Sejun thought of pizza the moment he felt the texture of mozzarella cheese in the sticky corn. He had rushed to the kitchen to make this rice dough. A little later, done. Sejun had finished the rice dough. He covered the bowl containing the rice dough with banana leaves for fermentation. Click! You have consumed a piece of Eileen's healthier meatball. You must eat all the pieces for it to take effect. 437 pieces remaining. Sejun quickly filled his stomach with Eileen's cooking. And then, all right, now to make tomato paste. He took out cherry tomatoes that had been soaking in hot water one by one, slice, and began peeling them. Then, Pike! I'll help you. Beep? Uncle, are you making something new again? As Sejun began cooking something new, the rabbits showed interest and came to help, eager to lend a hand. Yes, it's a dish called pizza. Thanks to the rabbits, Sejun was able to explain pizza to them and keep himself entertained while working. Pike! That sounds delicious. He. Right. As he peeled the tomatoes and had a decent amount accumulated. Splat! Sejun poured the cherry tomatoes into a black pot. Sprinkle. Added some salt, boiled it strongly once, and then started to simmer it over low heat. Kids, stir this for me. Sejun asked the rabbits to stir the tomato mixture to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. You have obtained sticky corn seeds. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 751,161 more times to complete the job quest. Sejun had harvested 20 pieces of sticky corn. While Sejun was preparing the pizza ingredients, crackle. The daebong persimmon of accuracy and the sunflower seed, enhanced by the harvest elixir, were growing vigorously. Theo Nim, this way. Yoren led Theo, Quenji, and Pio to the best clothing store he knew of. Located quite a distance from the bustling streets of the shopping district was the clothing store Arashan. Its flamboyant yet antique exterior exuded the store's class. Legendary merchant Yoren Nim, welcome. A soldier guarding the entrance of Arashan recognized Yoren and opened the door for him. Let's go in. As Yoren entered, Pooh hut. Good, meow. Let's go in quickly, meow. Theo happily followed Yoren into the store, and Krueng. Let's go in quickly. Pio. Yes. Quenji and Pio followed them in. Upon entering the store, welcome. Who is looking for clothes? A store attendant, waiting inside, politely greeted them and asked. Krueng. Quenji want to buy clothes for Dad. Quenji want to buy strong clothes. Quenji expressed his desires. Despite the abstract answer, do you want strong clothes? Please follow me. The attendant didn't ask further and led them away. And then, please have a look around. They were guided to a room filled with dazzling chain armors. Krueng? Are these strong? Quenji asked, looking at the armor. Of course. I assure you, these are the finest products from the Black Tower. Feel free to touch them, they won't get scratched. The attendant confidently answered Quenji's question. Certainly, the attendant wasn't boasting. The items were worth their merit. Krueng? Is that so? Grip. Taking the attendant's word, Quenji grabbed and pulled the arm part of a chain armor in front of him to test its sturdiness. However, crack! The chain armor tore off as easily as ripping paper. Both Quenji and the attendant were shocked. Why is it so weak? Quenji was shocked because the armor was too weak. What kind of armor is this? The attendant was shocked because of the armor's price. The chain armors here were Arashan secrets, made from mithril thread processed from mithril. Commissioned by Iskara, the best blacksmith of the Black Tower, and sent to the Wizard Tower to be engraved with various magic. Especially, the chain armor that Quenji just damaged had 3 layers of hardening magic engraved on it, making it an item that could be called a masterpiece. Therefore, its price was a staggering 5 billion tower coins. To damage such armor. Crack! Unaware, Quenji continued to tear other chain armor's arms, searching for sturdy armor for Sejun. See you, customer, please stop. Do you know how much those cost? The attendant, true to the store's reputation, tried to calm Quenji down as much as possible. Krueng? How much are they? Quenji asked innocently in response to the attendant's question. The first armor you broke costs 5 billion tower coins. The others are 1 billion tower coins each. You owe a total of 7 billion tower coins. Krueng? What are you talking about? Quenji isn't buying this. Quenji responded to the attendant asking for money. In Quenji's logic, since he wouldn't buy such weak armor, there was no need to pay. What? The attendant was shocked by Quenji's response, and when looking for Yoren to communicate, Pooh hut. I'll buy it, so give us a discount, meow. Theo said he would buy the armor. Krueng? Big brother will buy? Then Quenji will pay. Hearing Theo would buy the armor, Quenji took out his allowance pouch. Swoosh! Yoren quickly pointed at himself with his front hooves. Once again, a debt was incurred in Yoren's name. as Theo placed the 3 chain armors, with one arm missing each, into his bundle. "Give me that, meow." Theo pointed at the armor stand and said, "This one," as the attendant lifted the armor stand. "Pooh-hoo-hut." "No, meow." "This one, meow." Theo took a square wooden plank that was holding up the armor display stand. "Ah, that was it. If you need more, just let me know." "I'll give you more," a customer who had just brought in 7 billion tower coins in sales. Such wooden planks could easily be given away. "Foo-hoo-hut." "It's fine, meow." Theo naturally refused since what he wanted wasn't an ordinary wooden plank. Theo carefully placed the wooden plank that he felt drawn to into his bundle. "Foo-hoo-hut." "Another feat to be praised by Chairman Park, meow." "It's time, meow." "Let's go back, meow." Theo happily went to pick up the packed food. "Phew. It's done." Sejun tasted the thickened tomato paste and declared it finished. Then, thump, thump, thump. "Need. He took out the fermented dough to start making pizza dough. Just then, "Chairman Park, I'm back, meow." Slap. Theo, having completed his errand, clung to the back of Sejun's head. "Vice Chairman Theo, you're back? What, meow? Why are you making food, meow?" Theo, dissatisfied that Sejun was making food after sending him on a food errand, asked in an annoyed voice. He. "Suddenly, I wanted to eat this dish." Sejun, feeling very happy at the thought of eating pizza, replied with a cheerful voice. "Why are you so cheerful, meow?" "I don't like it, meow." Theo got upset seeing Sejun happy even in his absence. Squeeze. Theo hugged Sejun's head even tighter. "That's nice." Nevertheless, only Sejun's mood improved due to Theo's soft belly. "But where is Quenji?" "Krueng. Quenji is here." Quenji, who was smelling the unfamiliar scent of tomato paste, raised his hand and replied energetically at Sejun's call. "Did our Quenji come back well?" "Krueng. I came back fine." "Did you have any allowance left from what Daddy gave you?" "Krueng. Yes. It's here." Quenji took out his allowance pouch. "Shall we see how much you spent?" Sejun opened Quenji's allowance pouch to check how much money was spent. "But, huh? You didn't spend any?" Inside the pouch, the 100 tower coins he had given were still there. "Quenji, you didn't spend any money?" Sejun asked. "Krueng. No. I bought food and armor with the allowance Daddy gave." "Then why is the money still here?" "Krueng. Big brother got us a discount." Quenji looked at Theo with eyes full of admiration. "And, Foo-hoo-hut." "That's right, meow. I got us a discount, meow." In the meantime, Theo, who was now hanging on Sejun's knee, raised his head and boasted. "You got a discount. This was almost like robbery." When Sejun was puzzled, pip. "Your untold nim paid on credit from behind." The golden bat told Sejun the truth. Sejun finally understood why Quenji's allowance hadn't decreased. "Then, shall we see what our Quenji bought?" "Foo-hoo-hut." "You'll be surprised, meow." Theo took out the packed food, 3 sets of mithril chain armor with arms torn off, and a wooden plank from his bundle. "Why are all these arms torn off?" "Right arm torn enhanced mithril chain armor, triple layered. Left arm torn enhanced mithril chain armor. Right arm torn enhanced mithril chain armor." When Sejun asked, looking at the mithril chain armors with one arm each torn off. "Krueng. Quenji did it to check if they were sturdy," Quenji proudly said. "Quenji checked everything for Daddy." "I see." Knowing why the arms were torn off, Sejun examined the most expensive-looking mithril chain armor. Right arm torn enhanced mithril chain armor, triple layered. Refined mithril threads through the secret process of Arashan, the top clothing store of the Black Tower. Usage restriction, strength over 500, magic power over 1000. Creator, Arashan, Iskara, and the enchantment done by Wizard Tower. Grade, A. It should be worn inside. Although it was a chain armor, it felt as comfortable against the skin as wearing clothes made of fabric. "Quenji, tear this off for me." Wearing armor with only one arm was awkward, so Sejun asked Quenji to tear off the remaining left arm as well. "Krueng. Okay." Rip. Quenji tore off the left arm. Swoosh. And Sejun put on the chain armor, now sleeveless. And then, "Vice Chairman Theo, please drill a hole here." Sejun handed the left arm piece that Quenji had torn off to Theo. "Got it, meow." Pop. Theo drilled 4 holes at the desired spots with his dragon claw, completing the modified mithril armor for Sunfish Fenrir. And bloom. Meanwhile, outside, a sunflower seed flower that resembled a sunflower bloomed outside. Chapter 306, Eating Pizza. TL. Thump. What's this? Wooden plank. Sejun asked about the wooden plank that Theo brought. Pooh hut. I felt a pull from there, meow. Theo replied with a triumphant voice. Really? Eileen, can you appraise this? Following Theo's words, Sejun asked Eileen to appraise it with anticipation. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. Eileen took the wooden plank to appraise. And the tower's administrator says Theo has brought great equipment. The tower's administrator is happy that the fourth relic has appeared. Eileen happily conveyed this to Sejun after appraising the wooden plank. Guardian wooden shield, the relic that appeared in Sejun's hand. The shield still looked shabby. This is a relic. Sejun examined the shield. Guardian wooden shield, a relic used by the ancient god of battle, Battler, made from a part of the world tree. When magic power is infused, it can change into any shape to protect its owner. It can be restored to its original state if 50% of it remains. Usage restriction, strength above 700, stamina above 700. Creator, god of battle, Battler, grade S. Oh. It can change into any shape? Sejun imagined a thin disc with a long handle. Crack! The wooden shield moved and formed the shape Sejun wanted. Thanks to this, equipment needed to put pizza in the oven was completed. Sejun quickly found a use for the relic. A little later, he. Guys, let's eat, Sejun said, taking out the pizza from the oven using the shape-shifted guardian wooden shield. Krueng! Piyak! Payak! Smelling the pizza, the animals who had been eagerly waiting for the pizza to be ready hurriedly set the table. Meanwhile, Sejun took out 4 more pizzas of the same type from the oven. The pizzas were beautifully colored in red, white, and green on round dough. It was a margherita pizza topped with tomato paste, sticky corn, and green onions instead of basil. Shoosh! Shoosh! Sejun quickly cut the pizza into 16 slices. Although 8 slices are the norm for pizza, cutting it that way would only make 40 slices for 5 pizzas. However, there were far more mouths waiting to eat than that. Come on, don't wait and just eat. Sejun quickly served slices of pizza on plates. Because if it cools down, the sticky corn won't stretch and it wouldn't feel like eating pizza. Thus, Veronica and the animals had their first pizza in their lives. They were surprised by the taste as soon as they put it in their mouths. Stretch! And were surprised again by the sticky corn that kept stretching. Krueng! Piyak! Payak! The animals were puzzled by the sticky corn that kept stretching even as they pulled it. However, stretch! Snap! Unlike Veronica, who could snap the stretching sticky corn, the animals had much shorter legs. Krueng! It's getting away! So, Quenji used telekinesis to float the pizza away. Piyak! Honey, give me the pizza, I'll pull it for you. Pee! Great! Give me your pizza! The rabbits exchanged their pizzas and pulled for each other. Puh-up! Seeing the animals doing so, Sejun couldn't help but burst into laughter. He hurriedly took a piece of pizza for himself, and took a bite. The savoriness of the dough made from rice flour, the richness of the tomato paste, and the scent of green onions filled his mouth. The ingredients showcased their own flavors. But, munch! Munch! The least distinctive flavor, the sticky corn, gently enveloped all the ingredients, blending them into a single taste. Stretch! Gulp! He! Delicious! Sejun enjoyed eating the pizza, slurping up the stretching sticky corn. A little later, the pizza on the table had disappeared. It's gone! Krueng! It's already gone! Piyak! Payak! Veronica and the animals felt disappointed. Don't worry. I'll bake 2 more. Just wait a moment. Thump! Thump! Sejun made the dough again with rice flour and spread tomato paste on it. And, shoosh! Shoosh! This time, instead of sprinkling the sticky corn directly, he thickly laid down mashed boiled sweet potatoes. The second pizza he made was a sweet potato pizza. Sejun then sprinkled onions and corn on top and finally added sticky corn before, swoosh, putting it into the oven. While the pizza was baking, Sejun went outside. Swoosh! He harvested pineapples from the pineapple field. Zzz! The cut pineapple screamed as if it was about to open its mouth. Then, ice cube! Sejun wrapped the pineapple in ice. Zzrrrjk. Bang! The screaming pineapple shattered the ice with a loud noise. And, eek! The noise spread outside. The sound, having expended much of its energy breaking the ice, posed no threat to Sejun. Sejun had developed a knack for harvesting pineapples. By the time he had finished preparing the pineapples in the kitchen, "Here! Let's eat!" The sweet potato pizza was ready. Delicious! Crueng! Piyak! Payak! Veronica and the animals, showing their enthusiastic response again, enjoyed the pizza deliciously. Sejun Nim, you're amazing! Crueng! As expected, everything Dad makes is delicious. Piyak! Sejun Nim is the best chef in the Black Tower. Payak! Payak! I want to move the kingdom here. After finishing the pizza, they praised Sejun while waiting for the next pizza, ready to eat anything Sejun made. However, Sejun Nim, what did you put in this? Crueng! Putting pineapple in it, Dad is a genius. Piyak! Why would you eat that thing? Payak! Payak! Uncle, you're amazing. I never imagined it. When Sejun took out the last pizza, a pineapple pizza, from the oven, the animals' reactions were divided. If you try it, you'll change your mind. Even with Sejun's persuasion, the anti-pineapple pizza faction was adamantly against it. Thanks to that, only Sejun and the animals who liked pineapple pizza could eat a lot. Atop the 99th floor fountain of the Black Tower. Coo! The liquor tastes great. Exactly. Ahee. Would be nice to drink like this every day. Kaiser, Kellyan, and Ramter were enjoying the samyangju. And, me too. Tia, aren't you leaving? Kaiser frowned at Tia. I can't. I haven't taken Veronica yet. And Eileen said it's okay. Tia confidently answered with Eileen's permission. Okay. Kaiser, unable to say anything more upon hearing that Eileen had permitted it, just glared at Tia. Tia had purchased 1,000 bottles of samyangju through Veronica from Sejun. He had liquor so he could drink alone, but there was a reason he chose to drink here, enduring the gaze of the other dragons. It was because of the delicious side dishes Sejun made. Salty and chewy dried squid, tuna sashimi that gently melts in the mouth, and roasted peanuts that became more savory the more you chewed. And the sweet fruits, each with its own charming flavor. The side dishes were too delicious. As if I'd leave this place, Tyr decided never to leave the Black Tower. Swoosh! He picked up a green-colored fruit from the plate and put it in his mouth. Chew! Chew! Chewed it a bit to let the flavor and fragrance fill his mouth, then, gulp! Swallowed a glass of samyangju. Oh! Eating melon and then drinking samyangju gives it another mysterious flavor. Ah! Let's drink! Kaiser thought it would be a loss to get angry at Tyr, so he chewed on dried roasted sweet potato while holding his drink. I'll have one with peanuts. I'll have one with tuna sashimi. As the 4 dragon clan leaders were setting up a drinking session. Hey! What's this? Kellyan suddenly felt something. A warm and bright energy. Kellyan, what's wrong? Noticing Kellyan's serious reaction, Kaiser put down his drink and asked. Kaiser, it's the power of light. It's right below us. Kellyan responded and leaped towards where he felt the power of light coming from. What? How is that possible? Kaiser was greatly surprised and quickly followed Kellyan by jumping off the fountain. After the creator god disappeared, all harmony was broken and the world became chaotic. And darkness disappeared. Light has vanished. During that tumultuous time, the black dragon lost the power of darkness, and the white dragon lost the power of light. They didn't know where or how they lost it. It disappeared without any warning or trace, like breathing, which was once so natural. But now the power of light is suddenly felt around here. Does that mean the power of darkness too? Light and darkness cannot exist without the other. From a close view, light and darkness seem to repel each other, but from afar, they always coexist. Just as the darkest dawn is followed by morning, at the end of light, there is darkness. Kellyan, is the power of light coming from here? Kaiser asked, standing next to Kellyan with anticipation. Yeah. Ahee. Look at this. It's coming from this flower. Kellyan, with a smile on his face, said while looking at a sunflower that was absorbing light. The sunflower was standing tall, absorbing light, and storing the power of light in its seeds. If it's in the farm, Sejun must have planted it. Kellyan hurriedly flew towards Sejun. Sejun needed to harvest quickly so he could buy the seeds. Here, this is for dessert. Sejun, reviving memories, prepared juice in a carrot cup. He blended it with bananas and honey to share the longevity peach. Gulp! Thanks to that, everyone ate a similar amount of longevity peach and their lifespan increased by about 16 years each. Are you leaving first thing tomorrow morning? Sejun asked Father Rabbit in a regretful voice. P-yark, P-yark? Yes. I have to water the carrot field. Can you give me some sticky corn seeds when I leave? Sure. I'll give you 10. P-yark. Thank you. As Sejun was handing out the sticky corn seeds to Father Rabbit. Meow. Chairman Park, Blackie has woken up. Meow. Theo informed Sejun that Fenrir had woken up. Blackie has? As Sejun peeked outside the kitchen. King? King, where is the one who feeds me? I'm hungry. Fenrir, having woken up, was desperately calling for Sejun. Blackie, you awake? As Sejun called out to Fenrir. King? Where were you? Thud. Thud. Fenrir eagerly ran towards Sejun. And then, Kingcha. Kingcha. After struggling to get over the kitchen threshold, swoosh, he sat down in front of Sejun's feet. Feed me. Whoosh. Whoosh. Fenrir's tail was moving vigorously. He seemed very happy to see Sejun. My little Blackie is hungry, isn't he? When Sejun took out roasted dried sweet potato for Fenrir, chomp. 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 Fenrir, apparently very hungry, devoured it greedily. Now's the chance. Swoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Sejun took out the mithril armor he had made earlier and began to dress Fenrir in it. King? What is this? Fenrir seemed displeased. Chomp. 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 But couldn't resist much while eating the dried sweet potato. Swoosh. Swoosh. Thanks to that, Sejun easily put the armor on him. It was a bit loose, but not enough to easily come off. King? King, what's this? I'm going to take it off. Fenrir, having finished the dried sweet potato, tried to take off the armor, but, Blackie, sit. Swoosh. At Sejun's command, Fenrir immediately sat down. Are you going to give me more to eat? Then, I'll bear with it. While feeding Fenrir more dried sweet potato and getting him accustomed to the armor, Sejun. Come out for a moment, Kellyan called out to Sejun with an extremely excited voice. And then, chomp. 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 He. Delicious. I'm happy. Unaware that he had helped his rival, the white dragon, find the power of light, Fenrir blissfully smiled while eating the dried sweet potato. Chapter 307, Grandson, Go Study Abroad. TL. Just a moment. Sejun answered Kellyan's call and, click. King? He picked up Fenrir, who was happily munching on dried sweet potatoes, and held him in his arms. He did this because Fenrir might take off his armor while Sejun wasn't around. As Sejun took Fenrir outside, Hugh. Did our Sejun come out? Kellyan spoke to Sejun with a voice filled with adoration. Our Sejun, Kaiser, who was nearby, reacted sensitively to Kellyan's words. However, Hugh. Why get angry? Our Kaiser, Kellyan, excited about discovering the power of light, was happy no matter what Kaiser said. What? Our Kaiser? Are you crazy? As Kaiser became even angrier at Kellyan's words. Kellyan Tildenim, why did you call me? Sejun hurriedly stepped in. A fight here could put Fenrir in danger. Because as a sunfish, Sejun understood the difficulties of a sunfish more than anyone else. Ah. The reason I called you, Sejun, sell me that flower seed. Kellyan pointed to a spot and said, a flower? When Sejun looked where Kellyan was pointing, he saw a fully grown sunflower and a daebong persimmon tree. Ah. I had that. He had completely forgotten about the other crops he had sprinkled with the harvest elixir and went to make pizza. I should go check it out. As Sejun was about to move. Let's hurry. Grab. Ah. Kellyan, in a hurry, personally lifted Sejun and flew to where the sunflower was. Thud. And they arrived in front of the sunflower in an instant. Hurry and harvest it. Yes. Swoosh. Upon Kellyan's urging, Sejun plucked one of the densely packed sunflower seeds from within the flower. You have obtained a sunflower seed. Your job experience points have slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 746,159 more times to complete the job quest. Messages appeared. Although breaking the flower would allow harvesting all seeds at once, Sejun didn't do it to complete his job quest. Please check this first. You Hugh. Thank you. When Sejun handed the harvested seed to Kellyan, you have achieved the accomplishment of creating a new variety in the tower. Due to job trait all stats increase by 10. The message for the new variety achievement appeared next. This was a new variety? As expected, Vice Chairman Theo, good job. Sejun was delighted by the unexpected message and praised Theo, who had brought the sunflower seed. Then, Pooh Hut. I know, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. Theo, naturally feeling proud, puffed out his chest. However, King? What? I consumed all its energy and spat this out. Why is there a power of light coming from here? Fenrir, held in Sejun's arms, was startled to see the sunflower seed and flower Sejun was holding. What have I done? He had gone into the black tower to find the black fruit, but ended up helping to find the power of light. And it was the power of light, of all things. The power with the highest resistance to the power of destruction. In the past, it was troublesome to face the white dragons who possessed the power of light because they would take hits and other dragons would struggle to attack them. And they lost. If the other apostles of destruction learned of this, it would be an unparalleled disgrace. King, I'm Fenrir, the first seat of the apostles of destruction to think I helped the dragon bastards. Fenrir's ears and tail drooped in despair. At that moment, Chairman Park, Blackie also helped with finding the seed, meow. Blackie brought the seed, meow. Hearing Fenrir's sad cries, Theo started to speak. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow, Blackie. Thinking that Fenrir wanted to be recognized for his contribution in finding the sunflower seed. Thanks to that, everyone present learned about what Fenrir had done. Blackie did well too. Upon hearing Theo's words, Sejun took out dried sweet potatoes as a reward for Fenrir. King, it's food. Fenrir's mood instantly changed. Perk up. Fenrir's ears stood up straight and, swoosh! Swoosh! His tail wagged uncontrollably. Forgetting his previous worries, Fenrir focused solely on the food in front of him. Predators don't get distracted while hunting. Indeed, his noble wolf-like concentration was admirable. Here you go. Nibble. 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 Kihihihi. It's food. While Fenrir was focused on deliciously eating the dried sweet potatoes, you brought the sunflower seed. Then, I must give you two a great reward. Kellyan intended to reward the two. Pooh Hut. Kellyan Tildenim, what will you give, meow? I'll specially grant you both the surname Mameeb. Meow? No way, meow. I'm a Park, meow. My name is Theo Park. Theo, who had received Sejun's surname, refused Kellyan's offer. Ka. Kaiser, who had already been refused by Theo before, looked at Kellyan and laughed in good spirits. Crumb really? Kellyan felt awkward at Theo's words. Then I'll give you my skin. After some thought, Kellyan decided to give his skin. Good, meow, done. As soon as Theo consented, they exchanged for Kellyan's skin. And Fenrir as well. Thanks to that, Fenrir was gradually drifting away from being an apostle of destruction. Swoosh! Swoosh! While Theo and Fenrir received their rewards, Sejun began to harvest the sunflower seeds in earnest. White Tower Administrator Area. Grandfather, did you call me? Arjux appeared in response to Kellyan's call. Yes. Come here. Kellyan called Arjux over with a serious expression. I'm grandfather, what's wrong? Noticing Kellyan's unusual atmosphere, Arjux approached hesitantly. Look at this. Kellyan handed a sunflower seed to Arjux. What is this? I can feel the power of light from it. It's called a sunflower seed. But did you call me here just for this? Arjux, born after the white dragons lost the power of light, was puzzled as to why Kellyan was showing this to him. To Arjux, the sunflower seed was merely a fascinating seed that contained the power of light. Oh dear, Kellyan sighed while looking at Arjux. Can I entrust such an important matter of our race to him? Kellyan's expression became complicated as he looked at Arjux. There was a reason for Kellyan's behavior, related to the nature of the sunflower seed. Even with this much power, eating hundreds of thousands of them won't restore our former strength. Initially, Kellyan was disappointed by the very small amount of light power contained in the sunflower seed. However, upon examining the sunflower seed, he discovered another way to obtain more light power than by eating the seed. That was by planting the sunflower. The sunflower had a nature similar to how the dark flower attracts curses, it draws the power of light to its surroundings. Therefore, Kellyan planned to grow a large amount of sunflowers in the White Tower to gather the light power accumulated around them. If a lot of light power gathers, the white dragons can absorb the power of light just by breathing in its vicinity. And naturally, the task of planting the sunflowers fell to Arjux, the tower farmer. Why is he so serious today? Can't I just leave? While Arjux was inwardly grumbling at the sight of Kellyan's serious expression. Grandson, go study abroad. Kellyan made a decision and spoke with a firm voice. Me? Study abroad? Yes. Go to the Black Tower and learn proper farming from Sejun. What? Although Arjux had become Sejun's slave, he had been living comfortably without seeing Sejun's face. I will get Sejun's permission. What? Please refuse. Arjux prayed desperately for Sejun to refuse upon hearing Kellyan's words. Done. Sejun harvested about 3,000 seeds from the sunflower. Click. He picked up a seed and examined it closely. Sunflower seed, a seed from a sunflower grown within the tower, it's delicious having absorbed ample nutrients. Cultivated by the tower farmer familiar with farming, its taste and efficiency have improved. It absorbs and stores light, allowing it to grow even in places without light. As it grows, it attracts the power of light to its surroundings. The more sunflowers grow, the stronger their ability to attract the power of light becomes. Consuming it stores a very small amount of the power of light in the body. Having the power of light increases resistance against malevolent forces. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. The power of light? What's that? Sejun wondered when. That is a power once bestowed upon us white dragons by the creator god, but it was lost. Kellyan, who had been quiet while Sejun harvested the sunflower seeds, answered. Lost power? So that's why. Sejun finally understood why Kellyan had reacted so strongly earlier. Then, Sejun, would it be all right to grow sunflowers in the White Tower? Kellyan asked. In the White Tower? Yes, go ahead. But you know, right? You. Of course. I'll bring all the harvested seeds to you. Kellyan, knowing what Sejun wanted, readily agreed. And, about that the sunflowers in the White Tower should be grown by Arjux. Kellyan cautiously started the conversation. Yes, that's right. But as you know, Arjux's farming skills are lacking. Yes, that's right. Sejun felt something was off when. So, I was thinking of sending Arjux here, would that be okay? Kellyan mentioned sending Arjux to the Black Tower. What? Arjux? That won't do. Sejun refused Kellyan's suggestion. What if it kills our Blackie? Just Arjux's presence and the exposure to his aura could endanger Fenrir. Furthermore, exposure to Arjux's aura could also kill the crops. And, it would be hard for me too. It's not that he wouldn't pass out like before, but it wasn't easy either. In the past, he had to swallow his pride and confess his weakness, but now, he could just blame it on Fenrir. Curorong. Thus, Fenrir, treated as the weakest without knowing, fell asleep in Sejun's arms. He. Thank you, Blackie. Sejun looked at Fenrir with affection when. Don't worry about it. I will seal Arjux's power. Kellyan answered. He had already considered this when planning to send Arjux abroad. A seal? Yes. With the power of this statue, one might wonder if sending a statue would work, but Arjux was too weak to move the statue. Well, if it's that level of power, it's fine. Just wait a moment. Thus, the white dragon statue paused for a moment. Shortly after, now, call Arjux. Kellyan, having sealed Arjux's power, came back and said, yes. Summoning Arjux. Sejun summoned Arjux. Summoning Tower Farmer Arjux Mamib of the White Tower. After the message appeared, about 10 seconds passed. I don't want to go. A cute white dragon the size of Quenji appeared in front of Sejun, lying on the ground in a tantrum. But, Arjux, wake up. This wasn't the White Tower that indulged Arjux's whims. He. Finally, I can make proper use of Arjux. There was only Tower Farmer Park Sejun, who simply thought of exploiting Arjux. And, Poohoo Hut. Slave, get up quickly, meow. And there was Theo Park, Sejun's faithful right hand. Krueng. Who is this guy, Dad? And Quenji on his left arm too. Chapter 308, Call Me Hyung. TL. Thud. With a single word from Sejun, Arjux stopped his tantrum. And then, swoosh! Arjux stood up. Grandpa! Obeying Sejun's command, Arjux, who had stood up, asked Kellyan for help. Since he was Sejun's slave, he had to listen to everything Sejun said. However, cough. Sejun, please take care of it. Kahawaha. Sejun, go easy. Flap. Flap. Leaving those words to Sejun, Kellyan flew with Kaiser towards the fountain. Grandpa abandoned me. Arjux was shocked to be left alone as Kellyan abandoned him. And then, war! Without Kellyan to heed his whining. Drip, drip, drip. Arjux could only shed tears like chicken droppings, his face clearly showing his fear of Sejun. Hey! Why are you crying? I'm not a bad guy. Feeling like he had become the villain, Sejun started to soothe Arjux. Arjux, do you want to try eating this? Naturally, he tempted him with something he was confident Arjux would eat. Pluck! Sejun picked a daebong persimmon from a nearby tree and offered it to him. War! War! Shake! Shake! Arjux shook his head while crying. Really? If Arjux doesn't eat it, then who will? Sejun pretended to ponder, putting on a show. Krueng! Dad! Quenji wants to eat it. Excited, Quenji raised his right front paw and shouted. It looks delicious. All right. Then it should be given to Quenji, Sejun said, glancing at Arjux. Arjux had stopped crying and looked at the persimmon, conflicted. How delicious must it be for him to want to eat it like that? It was originally meant for me, should I just say I'll eat it? He was swayed by Quenji's enthusiastic reaction. But, no. I have the pride of a dragon. As a noble white dragon, he couldn't show himself going from crying to smiling. Thus, Arjux resisted Sejun's temptation. Arjux, can you really not eat this? Arjux had stopped crying, but now it was a matter of pride. The one trying to feed and the one refusing. And this is my victory. Beside Sejun was Quenji, who could eat anything deliciously. A budding mukbang MFNA mukbang or miikbang, also known as an eating show, is an online audio-visual broadcast in which a host consumes various quantities of food while interacting with the audience. MFN star. If Quenji did a mukbang on NeoTube, he'd easily gather 500,000 subscribers. If he even does his butt dance, 1 million might be possible, right? He. Sejun briefly daydreamed. All right. Then, Quenji, you eat this persimmon. Snapping out of his daydream, Sejun handed the persimmon to Quenji. Krueng! Quenji is so happy. Crack! Quenji first split the persimmon in half. Slurp! Chew! Chew! And started to deliciously eat the inside. Quenji indeed knows how to eat. Krueng! It's so delicious! Quenji roared with happiness as he ate the persimmon. Suddenly, I want to eat it too. Seeing Quenji eat so deliciously made Sejun salivate, imagining the taste. Just then, I can eat it too. Arjux, who had quietly approached, gently grabbed Sejun's pants and said. Eventually conceding to Quenji's mukbang, Arjux raised the white flag. Really? Just a moment. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Sejun picked a handful of persimmons. Here. Eat. One for Arjux, one for Quenji, and one for me. And then, Eileen, take these. He gave the rest to Eileen. Slurp. In the meantime, Arjux buried his face in the persimmon and ate it hurriedly. I've already eaten it all. He ate the persimmon quickly, looking regretful. Arjux, want more? Yeah. This time, I'll help. Flap. Flap. I have to make a good impression. Thinking to impress Sejun, Arjux flew towards the daebong persimmon tree. Wind cutter. He used magic to cut the stem connecting the persimmons with the wind. And naturally, due to the law of gravity, the persimmons fell to the ground. About half of the persimmons on the tree fell to the ground. Plop. No. Sejun despaired as he saw the persimmons hit the ground. On the outskirts of destruction. This is taking a long time. Halfaz, who took over the command in place of Fenrir, looked at the Black Tower and said. It was taking longer than expected for Fenrir's return. He couldn't have been caught, right? No. With Fenrir's personality, he would die before being captured. He must be lost somewhere. Halfaz thought so as he imagined Fenrir being lost. He started commanding again. At that moment, what's that? The first calamity locust, at the forefront of the dimensions being eroded by destruction, noticed a dimension where it was unusually scarce. It was Earth. I must take command myself. Halfaz's attention turned towards Earth. King. Inside Sejun's vest pocket, Fenrir, who had been curled up and sleeping, woke up. King? Where is this? Peek. Fenrir stood on tiptoes in the pocket, pushing his head against the edge of the pocket to look around. Then, Arjux, watch. You just need to twist the stem like this. Sejun was demonstrating how to pick persimmons in front of the Daebong persimmon tree to Arjux. However, I know. Arjux showed irritation towards Sejun, who was demonstrating. Because Sejun had banned the use of magic for farming in the future. What do you know? Knowing so much you turned the persimmons into mush. Nagging. Arjux, not wanting to listen, covered his ears with his front foot. Nagging? It's all for your own good. Of course, the price was Sejun's barrage of nagging. King. King. He's really amazing. He even stands up to a dragon despite being weak. Fenrir watched Sejun scolding Arjux. Then, Blackie, you're awake? Sejun noticed Fenrir poking his head out of the pocket. Just play around. Chuck. Sejun took Fenrir out of the pocket and placed him on the ground. Sniff. Sniff. King? But what's this smell? Fenrir, now on the ground, started sniffing himself intently. And then, King? What is this? Fenrir was shocked to discover the source of the smell. Why has my fur turned into dragon skin? As Fenrir was bewildered by the unbearable shame he had suffered. Pooh hut. Blackie, are you that moved? Meow? It's all thanks to me, meow. Theo laughed beside him, turning Fenrir's stomach upside down. King, don't laugh. Angry, Fenrir lunged at Theo and bit him. But Theo's skin was also that of a dragon. Crunch. King? Instead, Fenrir's tooth came out. Pooh hut. Blackie, did your tooth fall out? Meow? Pooh hut. Don't worry, meow. Gulp. Theo grabbed Fenrir and ran towards the dragons drinking at the fountain. To get dragon teeth. Pooh hut. I'll even replace your teeth, meow. While Theo and Fenrir went to find the dragons. All right. That's enough for today. Eat this and go to sleep. Having finished the scolding, Sejun stood up with a bowl filled with a thick red liquid. It was filled with the tops of the persimmons that Quenji had telekinetically removed from the ground after Arjux caused them to fall. HMPH. I won't eat. Arjux turned his head sharply, showing that he was sulking. And then, Krueng. Thank you. Quenji was grateful for Arjux's refusal, because it meant he could eat more since Arjux wasn't eating. Okay. Then don't eat it. Ice cube. Sejun didn't insist any further and created ice, placed the Daebong persimmons on top, and mixed it with the ice until it had a crunchy texture. It was a frozen persimmon slushy. He. This is so delicious. Okay. Let's eat. Krueng. Quenji'll enjoy the food. Puck. Sejun gave Quenji a spoon and placed another spoon next to him, enjoying the frozen persimmon slushy together. Though a message about an increase in accuracy appeared, neither Sejun nor Quenji paid any attention to it. And then, Puck. Arjux stealthily approached, took a spoon, and started eating the frozen persimmon slushy. Oh. It tastes even better cold, right? Eat a lot. Yeah. But, can I call you a hyung? Arjux, wanting to get closer to Sejun, asked. If you're giving delicious food, you're a hyung. Sure. Call me hyung. Sejun happily allowed it. Got it. Sejun hyung. Arjux was overjoyed at Sejun's permission and began to eagerly scoop up more of the frozen persimmon slushy. Thus, 500-year-old Arjux decided to treat 27-year-old Sejun as his hyung. Kruenji? Then are you Quenji's younger dad? Quenji got himself a younger dad. The three of them enjoyed the ice persimmon and fell asleep. The next morning. All right, during sleep, you have stored 10% of your life force. The life orb is 0.6% complete. Sejun saw the message about storing life force when he opened his eyes. It went up a bit. Thanks to his stats increasing a lot recently, the completion rate of the life orb had been rising by 0.15% daily since yesterday. Then, Gororong, Kirurong, Pirarong. Sejun heard the sounds of animals peacefully sleeping. And then, Arurong. One more sound added. It was Arjux, who had come to the Black Tower yesterday. Arjux boldly lay next to Sejun, wanting to sleep with his hyung. As a result, Kaiser had to entertain an angry Eileen. Grandpa! I also want to sleep next to Sejun. Seal my power. Fortunately, Eileen went back disappointed when she heard that sealing her power would prevent her from polymorphing. Time to get up. Meow. As Sejun picked up Theo to carry him on his lap and was about to go outside. Hyung, where are you going? Arjux, waking up from his sleep, called out to Sejun. Yeah. I have something to harvest, then I'll come too. All right. Follow me. Yeah. Flap, flap. Arjux flew up and followed closely behind Sejun. And then, oh. They've all grown. Sejun arrived at a walnut tree laden with walnuts. Compared to the other 9 walnut trees that had grown to the height of Sejun's chest, this one had grown significantly. It was because Sejun had given it a drop of harvest elixir before going to bed last night. It was intended as a gift for the returning rabbits. Okay. Let's harvest them. Crack. Sejun harvested the walnuts using his wooden shield like a net. Yeah. Arjux flew around, harvesting walnuts one by one with his front paws. You have harvested walnuts of training. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. While Sejun and Arjux were diligently harvesting walnuts, then, you have harvested a special walnut of training. Oh, he saw a walnut with a different name. From the outside, there was no big difference between this walnut and the walnuts of training. Sejun examined the special walnut of training. Special walnut of training. A walnut that rarely grows on walnut trees inside the tower. It is delicious due to being fully nourished. This walnut has a harder shell than the walnut of training. Every time you break its shell, your strength increases by 10. Eating the walnut inside makes you feel fuller for longer than usual. Grade A. Unfortunately, it was not a new variety. How does it taste? Sejun applied force to his right hand holding the special walnut of training. Though it was harder than the walnut of training, Sejun's strength was nearly 800. Crack! The special walnut of training easily broke apart. And then, you have broken a special walnut of training's shell. Your strength increases by 10. As he saw the message about his strength increase, he put the walnut in his mouth and chewed. Crunch, crunch. It's definitely richer. Indeed, it tasted better than the walnut of training, which increased strength by 1. As Sejun was eating the walnut, Hyung Nim. I want some too. Arjux hurriedly flew towards Sejun. Seeing Sejun with food, he suddenly gained a newfound respect for him, adding Nim to Hyung. Day 2 of Arjux's study abroad in the Black Tower. A delicious morning for Arjux had begun. Chapter 309, Enhancing Black Beans. TL. Arjux. Good job. Go in and rest. Okay. Following Sejun's words, Arjux went back to sleep. And so, Sejun was left alone. Clank. Sejun opened the void storage. Click. And opened the golden box of abundance, taking out all the black beans without leaving a single one behind. And then, will this work? Sejun held an enhancing elixir with a tense expression. Sejun planned to enhance the black beans with the enhancing elixir. Click. He placed the black beans on the ground. Pop. Opened the bottle of enhancing elixir. Drip. And carefully dropped a single drop. Swoosh. The black beans quickly absorbed the enhancing elixir. Did it work? Click. Sejun examined the black beans with a tense expression. What? No. Sejun's face stiffened as he checked the black beans. The enhancement that took place was on the expiration date. It went from 150 days to 200 days. Chairman Park, your face is all sour. Meow. Press, press. Theo, who had been watching Sejun, massaged his face. Thanks to that, Sejun's mood somewhat improved. All right. Let's try once more. Pooh-hoo hut. That's the spirit. Meow. Drip. With Theo's encouragement, Sejun dropped another enhancing elixir onto the black beans and checked again. Transcendence black beans, 2. When consumed, the Transcendence black bean transcends all levels, activating the effects of the strength yellow bean, stamina red bean, agility green bean, and magical blue bean, with 400% effectiveness. This bean will not sprout when planted. Enhance 2 times with the enhancing elixir. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 200 days. Grade A. Oh. It worked. Thanks to Theo's encouragement and massage, fortunately, the desired enhancement was achieved this time. The effectiveness went from 300% to 400%. Good. Click! Sejun put the enhanced 2 black beans back into the golden box of abundance and came outside. A little while later, here. Take this. Sejun handed a leather pouch to the departing black rabbit. Payak? Uncle, what's this? Rattle, rattle. The black rabbit asked while shaking the leather pouch. They're training walnuts. Payak. Payak. Really? Thank you. The black rabbit was moved by Sejun's unexpected gift. The training walnuts were absolutely necessary for strengthening the national power of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Then, take care. I'll send more when I harvest them next time. Payak. Payak. Yes. Thank you. Beep. I'll be going now. Pee-pee. Goodbye. I'll see you off. Tor-yong. When Sejun called for Tor-yong. Swoosh. Chairman Park, I'll stay here. Meow. I have things to take care of. Meow. Theo jumped off Sejun's lap. Is that so? All right. Sejun alone put the rabbits on Tor-yong's head and escorted them to the entrance of the 99th floor of the tower. As Sejun left his place, ZZZT. Theo and Arjux glared at each other. I'm Chairman Park's right hand. Meow. I rank higher. Meow. No. I'm Sejun Hyungnim's brother, so I'm higher. Theo and Arjux were in a hierarchy dispute. Then, Krueng? Where did Dad go? Quenji, who had stayed up late playing with Sejun and overslept, sluggishly approached looking for Sejun. And then, Quenji, good you're here. Meow. Between us, who's right below Chairman Park? Meow. Yeah. Quenji, you tell us. Which one of us is the second in command? The two asked Quenji who the second in command of the farm was. However, the two were under a misconception. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Krueng. He. You two don't need to fight. Because after Dad, it's Quenji. Quenji also considered himself the second in command. Due to this, what was a two-way fight over hierarchy turned into a three-way fight as Quenji joined in. No, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am next in the hierarchy after Chairman Park. Meow. No. I'm Sejun Hyungnim's little brother, so I'm the second in command. Krueng. Krueng. No. After Dad, it's Quenji. Thus, the argument among the three continued until Sejun returned. On the way back to the farm after seeing off the rabbits. Kugugum. Sejun was sitting absent-mindedly on Tor-yong's head. Then, Eileen, does the black dragon govern the attribute of darkness? Sejun, curious, asked Eileen. Sejun had learned while harvesting the sunflower seeds that each of the 9 races governed one attribute. The opposite of light is darkness. Sejun thought that if the white dragon has the power of light, then the black dragon must have the power of darkness. The tower's administrator says that is correct. Ah, right. But what kind of power is darkness? Sejun, unable to imagine what the power of darkness entailed, asked. However, the tower's administrator says that the power of darkness had already vanished by the time she was born, so she doesn't know much about it either. The tower's administrator apologizes for not being able to answer. Eileen had never experienced the power of darkness. No, I'm sorry. Sejun quickly apologized. And then, the atmosphere turned awkward. I shouldn't have asked. Sejun blamed himself for his recklessness. But isn't there a way to find the power of darkness for Eileen? He had found the power of light for the white dragon with the sunflower. Then, if he could find a crop that held the power of darkness, I might be able to find the power of darkness for Eileen, right? Ah, at that moment, an idea flashed through Sejun's mind. Could it be? Clank! Sejun hurriedly took out a book from the void storage. It was the Experienced Farmer's Plant Encyclopedia. And then, Sararak! He flipped through the book to find the page he wanted. Locations where sweet potatoes grow. Power sweet potato, 99th floor of the tower, 55th floor of the tower. Golden sweet potato, 99th floor of the tower, 55th floor of the tower. Night sweet potato, 70th floor of the tower. The page used to test the encyclopedia. Night sweet potato. He had a hunch that it might be related to the power of darkness. Okay. First, I need to get the land deed for the tower's 70th floor. Sejun decided to first visit the tower's 70th floor. And then, shuck. He wrote down the names of the crops he wanted in the encyclopedia. Locations where wheat grows, not in the Black Tower. Locations where barley grows, not in the Black Tower. Locations where cherries grow, not in the Black Tower. Though many were not found in the Black Tower. Locations where lemons grow. Magical lemon, 72nd floor of the tower. Locations where pears grow. Pear of strength and stamina, 81st floor of the tower. Fortunately, 2 were found. So, when Sejun used 50 pages of the plant encyclopedia on crops he wanted or thought of, "Master, we have arrived." Toryong announced their arrival at the farm. "Okay, thanks." Swoosh! Click! After sliding off Toryong's head and landing on the ground. "I'm hungry. Need to eat breakfast quickly." He hurried to the cooking area. And then, huh? "Guys, what are you doing?" Sejun found Theo, Quenji, and Arjux facing off in front of the cooking area. "Chairman Park, you're here, meow." "Which one of us is the second in command, meow?" "Pooh Hut." "Of course, it's me, Vice Chairman Theo, without a doubt, meow." "No, it's me, isn't it, Sejun Hyungnim?" "Krueng." "Krueng." "No. It's Quenji." Upon seeing Sejun, the 3 clung to his legs, whining that they were the second in command. "Calm down. Let's eat first." Click! As Sejun picked up Theo and placed him on his lap. "Pooh Hut. Give me some churu, meow." "Then shall we do that?" "Krueng. Good idea." The 3 quickly calmed down. "Stay quiet while I cook." "Got it, meow." "Yes." "Hyungnim, Krueng. Quenji will sit quietly." Upon Sejun's words, the 3 went into waiting mode, eagerly anticipating the end of Sejun's cooking. While the 3 waited, tap, tap, tap. Sejun quickly cracked 100 egg fruits into a bowl and rapidly stirred rapidly to remove the egg stickiness. Sizzle. He then poured the beaten eggs into a preheated black pot over low heat and stir to make scrambled eggs. It's done. The scrambled eggs were piled high on the plate due to their large quantity. Sejun then poured the remaining tomato paste from making pizza over it. The dish was completed. He. Volcano scrambled eggs are ready, Sejun said with a laugh. "Guys, try this." Thump. Sejun confidently placed the plate on the table. And then, as expected from Sejun Hyungnim, "I'll continue to follow you as my Hyungnim, Krueng. Dad is truly a genius in cooking." Arjux and Quenji, impressed by the taste of the volcano scrambled eggs, ate enthusiastically. "Here. Vice Chairman, you eat too, Pooh Hut." "I will enjoy it, meow." "Chop. Chop. Chop." After confirming that the 2 were enjoying their meal, Sejun gave Theo some churu and, yum, tasted his cooking. The combination of eggs and ketchup was bound to be delicious. He. Tasty. "Should we have French fries for lunch?" Thinking of ketchup naturally led him to think of French fries. "Then we'll need oil." Sejun pondered how to make oil. "But it feels like I'm forgetting something." Just as Sejun tried to remember what he had forgotten. King? Hey! Are you guys eating without me?" Fenrir, whom Sejun had forgotten, appeared. Feeling left out upon waking up to find himself alone in bed, Fenrir had come looking for Sejun. Kingcha. Struggling to hang on, Fenrir managed to climb over the threshold into the kitchen. Thud. Click. Fenrir sat in front of Sejun, staring intently at the food he was eating. "That looks delicious. Give me some too." Drip. Drooling. "Blackie, do you want some of this?" "Here." Sejun handed Fenrir a piece of scrambled egg without tomato paste. Chomp. Fenrir ate eagerly. Kihihi. Delicious. After finishing what was in Sejun's hand. King, give me more." "There's plenty over there." Fenrir alternated between looking at Sejun and the plate piled with scrambled eggs on the table, then attempted to jump towards the plate. Thump! Fenrir's hind legs lifted about 2 centimeters off the ground before falling back down. The jump was significantly short. "But, King, I want to eat." Thump, thump, thump. The persistent wolf, Fenrir, continued to jump, aiming for the food. PFF Blackie, let's eat this. After laughing enough at Fenrir, Sejun filled a bowl with scrambled eggs and gave it to him. Chomp. King, this is really soft. Delicious. This was the third thing Fenrir had eaten since entering the Black Tower, following the sweet potato jerky and black royal jelly. Blackie was utterly taken by the taste of the eggs. Gulp. After eating his fill, nod. Nod. Fenrir leaned against Sejun's foot and dozed off. Click. Sejun picked up Fenrir and put him in his pocket. And then, I'll have to use this as Blackie's food bowl from now on. Sejun engraved Blackie on the bowl Fenrir had used. Thus, Fenrir owned his first personal item in the Black Tower. After the meal, Vice Chairman Theo, go down to the lower floors for a bit. Meow? Do I have to go? Meow? No choice. I need the land deed for the 70th floor of the tower. Sejun explained that it was necessary to find the power of darkness for Eileen. He also asked Theo to look for the land deeds for the 72nd and 81st floors if he saw them. Pooh hut. Is that all? Meow? Just leave it to me, meow. Pio, let's go, meow. Pio. Yes. Theo set off on the road with Pio, following Sejun's request. Quenji, you're going to look for herbs, right? Krueng. Yes. Here's your lunchbox. Sejun packed the leftover food that Theo had bought from the restaurant into Quenji's lunchbox. Krueng. Dad, I'll be back. With that, Quenji also left for the western forest. Phew. All set off. Sejun sighed with relief after sending the three off. Arjux, help me harvest the green onions. Okay. Sejun Hyung Nim. Sejun and Arjux went to the green onion field to harvest S-grade detoxifying green onions. Just like this, you pull it out. Swoosh. Sejun demonstrated. Okay. Swoosh. Arjux also harvested the green onions as Sejun had taught him. An hour later. Arjux, drink this. Sejun handed Arjux some honey water with ice floating in it. Thank you, Hyung Nim. As soon as Arjux received the honey water from Sejun, gulp. Gulp. He quickly drank it down and, wow. Delicious, looked at Sejun with proud expression. As expected, you're worthy of being my Hyung. Now, let's go harvest the cherry tomatoes. Okay. Hyung Nim. Arjux's respect for Sejun increased by 5 thanks to the honey water. Chapter 310, Do You Really Not Know My Dad? TL. Meow meow meow. Pio. Pio. Theo and Pio, humming a tune while descending the tower in search of the land deed for the 70th floor of the Black Tower. As they carefreely hummed down to the 50th floor. Meow? But where do we find the land deed for the 70th floor? Theo, who hadn't been thinking about it until now, fell into contemplation. Pio. Well, Pio joining in the worry, as they were walking and pondering. Meow? Again, meow? Pio? Theo Nim, which way should we go? A fork in the road appeared before them. This time it's the left, meow. Theo confidently chose a path. Pio. Wherever Theo Nim goes is always right. As Theo and Pio passed. Thud. As if it was expected, the left path closed off, revealing a snake's face. And then, SSSHH. Hundreds of white snakes appeared in front of the two. Pio. Leave it to me, Theo Nim. Poke. Poke. Pio dealt with the snakes using its beak. Thanks to being well fed at the farm, Pio had become quite strong. My slave Garen, come out, meow. Master, did you call for me? Yes, meow. Pick up the coins, meow. Yes. As Pio dealt with the white snakes. Flutter. Flutter. Garen collected white coins above Theo's head as he moved. As they were walking along, please save me, a scream was heard. Pooh hut. It would be great if it's urine, meow. Pio. It's probably urine Nim. Both naturally assumed it was urine. But, what a pity, meow. It's not urine, meow. Pio. Pio, that's too bad. I really thought it would be urine Nim. What they found was not the easy target urine, but rather a fairly large panda bear. Disappointed at seeing the panda. Hey, don't just watch, save me. The panda, hanging from the wall avoiding the white snakes, called out to Theo and Pio for help. Pooh hut. All right, meow, snap. Theo drew his dragon claw, swoosh, and swiftly swung his paw. And then, zerzik. The fragments of Jormungandr split into 6 parts. Clink. Pio, pick them up, meow. Pio. Yes. Theo had Pio collect the falling white coins. Thus, Theo, Pio, and the panda escaped from within the fragments of Jormungandr. Thanks for saving me. My name is Panchen. While Panchen was thanking Theo, Pooh Hut. Nice to meet you, meow. Now, stamp the contract, meow, press. Theo received a stamp from Panchen. Huh? Oh. What are you doing? Panchen, who had unwittingly stamped the contract, hurriedly read through it. They say you're in big trouble if you stamp just anywhere, Pooh Hut. Since Vice Chairman Theo saved you, you have to stamp it, meow, P.O. P.O.? Right. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Did you think you'd be saved for free? Theo and Pio looked smugly at Panchen. Then, if you needed money, you should have just said so. After reading the contract, Panchen spoke as if it was no big deal. Meow? Then, can you give us 1 billion tower coins, meow? The amount written on the contract was 1 billion tower coins, a sum they had pre-written intending to use if they saved urine. Of course. Who do you think I am? Who else but you are Panchen, meow? Not that. Actually, my dad is Pan, sir. Panchen spoke proudly, thinking he'd surely surprise them. Meow? Who's Pan, sir, meow? Pio, have you heard of Pan, sir, meow? Pio? Pio? No, I don't know who that is. Neither of them knew who Panzer was. What? Do you really not know my dad? Seeing Theo and Pio not knowing Panzer, Panchen felt disappointed. My dad is famous though. Stop bragging about your dad and just give us the money, meow. Theo demanded money, extending his paw forward. I don't have any, my dad has the money. Panchen suddenly became sheepish. What? Meow. So, Panchen can't pay and is therefore a slave, meow. What? I said my dad has the money, Pio. Pio. Theo Nim, everything you said is correct. A slave shouldn't talk back. Poke. Poke. Pio pecked at Panchen's head as he protested to Theo. Ouch. It hurts, I said it hurts. Pio? A slave talking back like that. Ouch, it hurts, sir. Thus, Panchen learned the humility of being a slave from Pio. Pooh Hut. Slave, follow me, meow. Theo set off again with Panchen in tow. However, hesitate. He soon stopped walking. Meow? Where to, meow? They didn't know where to go to find the land deed for the 70th floor of the tower. Pio? Should we go ask Luinim? Pio came up with an idea. That's a good idea, meow. Let's go ask Louis to find it for us, meow. When Theo decided to head to the 79th floor of the tower, where the Kingdom of Cove is, fit. Are you looking for something? Panchen, who had been listening to their conversation, asked with a sly voice. This could be my chance to go to my dad. Yes, meow. We're looking for the land deed for the 70th floor, meow. Then follow me. I know a place where you can find anything. Really, meow? Of course. It's a place called the Black Market. Understood, meow. Lead the way, meow. Yes. Follow me. Panchen started walking ahead, leading them towards the 66th floor of the tower. Just wait and see, you two. I won't let you off once we get there. He smirked evilly. The 66th floor of the Black Tower. There was a special market there, the Black Market, selling all kinds of goods acquired illegally. And Panchen's father, Panzer, was the owner of the Black Market. Pooh Hut. Slave. Move faster, meow. Pio. Pio. Right. We need to hurry back. Theo Nim. Unaware, Theo and Pio hurried Panchen along. Dinner time. Quenji, are you ready? War. Sejun poured chopped potatoes into a black pot as he spoke. Krueng. Quenji's ready. Quenji, today's sous chef, confidently responded while holding the lid of the pot to Sejun's question. All right. Let's start. Sejun heated the pot by infusing it with magic into the handle. And then, Quenji, now. Krueng. Understood. At Sejun's signal, Quenji enlarged to about 5 meters and covered only part of the pot with the lid. And then, Krueng. It's getting delicious. Quenji gently used its Krueng fu to blow wind into the pot. Using the high heat of the black pot and Quenji's wind, It was an air fryer technique from the 99th floor of the tower. After Quenji used the Krueng Fu about 10 times. Quenji, that's enough now. Krueng. Is it already done? Yeah. Let's open it quickly. Krueng. Understood. Click. As Quenji opened the lid of the pot, sizzle sizzle. The remaining heat fried the potatoes. Whisk whisk. Sejun sprinkled salt on the fried potatoes and mixed them up and down to let the steam out. After a while, did it turn out well? Click. He picked up a piece of fried potato and put it in his mouth. Crunch. The taste was salty, the outside crispy, and the inside moist. Perfect. Gulp. Krueng. Is it delicious, Dad? Quenji drooled as it watched Sejun eat the fried potatoes. Yeah. Quenji, try some too. Scoop. Sejun put a fried potato in Quenji's mouth. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Delicious. Quenji hopped around, expressing his joy. Arjux, it's time for dinner. In the meantime, Sejun called out to Arjux, who was squatting outside digging up potatoes with a hoe. Yes. Hyungnim. Arjux hurriedly flew over in response to Sejun's call. Hee hee. I wonder what delicious thing Sejun Hyung has made this time? Filled with anticipation. Oh. As expected of Sejun Hyungnim, of course, Sejun's cooking exceeded expectations. The salty fried potatoes were delicious even on their own, and they were also delicious dipped in tomato sauce from the morning meal. While Sejun, Quenji, and Arjux were enjoying the fried potatoes. Master, I'm here. Huh? Sejun Nim, you're already having dinner. Veronica returned with Flamey on her shoulder. Flamey had taken Veronica to see the farm yesterday morning, and they had just arrived back. Though it was called a tour, in truth, Flamey had taken Veronica to the southwest to collect seeds from the Ents and prune them under Flamey's direction. Flamey, welcome back. Veronica Nim, please join us. Sejun offered fried potatoes to Veronica as he took Flamey from her. Then, what? Why is Sejun Hyung speaking formally to her? Sejun Hyung is my brother, so he shouldn't be speaking formally to just anyone. Arjux felt uncomfortable seeing Sejun speaking formally to Veronica. Veronica was stared down. Oh greetings, great white dragon. Veronica, feeling Arjux's gaze, discovered him belatedly and hurriedly bowed. If you receive formal speech from Sejun Hyung again, I won't let it slide. Arjux threatened Veronica with telepathic magic. Yes. Great white dragon. Thanks to that, Sejun ended up speaking informally to Veronica at her earnest request. As dinner came to an end, Flamey, can you stand here for a moment? Sejun said, placing Flamey on the ground from his shoulder. Yes. Should I stand here? Yes. Just stay like that for a moment. After Sejun had Flamey stand, pop. He opened a bottle containing harvest elixir. Sejun planned to use the harvest elixir on Flamey to help it grow. Drip. Sejun dropped a drop of harvest elixir on Flamey's leaf. Hee hee hee. It's refreshing. Flamey chuckled refreshingly after receiving the harvest elixir. However, Flamey showed no reaction. Is one drop not enough? Drip. With no reaction from the first drop, Sejun dropped another drop of harvest elixir. Yippee! Master, I feel strong. Flamey showed its strength by forming fists with its leaves, but there was no growth in its body. What's going on? Click. Thinking it dangerous to use more than 2 drops, Sejun picked Flamey up again. Swish! And the roots connected to Flamey quickly disappeared into the ground. Then, in the northwest region. Grow well, kids! Crack! Crack! Flamey distributed the energy of the harvest elixir to the Ents, helping them grow. This was why Veronica was taken along. To ensure the Ents could properly absorb the energy of the harvest elixir. Thus, Sejun failed to make Flamey grow. Drip. Sejun carefully dropped enhancing elixir onto the seed of the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power, planning to solve the rest quickly now that he used the elixir. Arjux, go to the White Tower for a bit. Sejun told Arjux to visit the White Tower to plant the enhanced seeds. Then, clang. Clang. Sejun Hyungnim, that's too much. Arjux had tears welling up in his eyes, showing an incredibly hurt expression. Sejun Hyungnim, do you dislike me? It's not like that. Just plant this and harvest it. I'll call you again first thing in the morning. Really? You must call me. Got it? Yeah. Don't worry. Okay. Then, I'm off. Arjux agreed to go to the White Tower only after receiving multiple confirmations from Sejun. Take this. After planting the seed, drop a droplet on it, and if there's no reaction, drop another one. Sejun gave Arjux the harvest elixir and instructed him. Got it? Hyung Nim, then do well and return. Go back, Arjux. Hyung Nim. You must call me tomorrow morning. Got it? Yes. Sending back Arjux Mamib, the tower farmer of the White Tower. With a promise from Sejun, Arjux returned to the White Tower. And around that time, we are here. Panchen arrived at the 66th floor of the tower with Theo and Pio. Chapter 3:11. But what about breakfast? Black Tower, 66th floor. To the left, a towering spire stretched skywards, while to the right, a massive red fortress wall was visible. Follow me, Poohoo Hut. All right, Meow, Pio. Hurry and lead the way. Panchen, with a sly smile, led Theo and Pio to the black market. The black market, dealing in illegally obtained goods, was operated very secretly across various floors of the Black Tower. Especially, no one knew where the headquarters of the black market was located. Even regular patrons didn't know its exact location. The place Panchen was heading to was a branch of the black market. However, Panchen had a way to get to the headquarters. The destination was to the right, towards the Red Fortress walls, in the city inhabited by the Red Orcs called Red Fortress. Pass! As Panchen approached, the Red Orcs allowed Panchen, Theo, and Pio to pass without checking them. It was expected. The Red Orcs were Theo's slaves. They let him through upon recognizing him. However, Fut. When did Dad bribe the guards? Panchen thought it was due to the influence of the black market. Are we still far away, Meow? We're almost there. Just a little bit further, Panchen replied with a kind voice to Theo, who was getting annoyed. Your path to the afterlife is not far now. Thinking of dealing with Theo and Pio, Panchen entered a narrow alleyway. Here we are. Panchen took out a key from his possession. Click! And opened a door to an ordinary house, entering inside. A moment later, thud. Thud. Armored Red Orc soldiers surrounded the house that Theo entered. And then, Giant Fang Nim, we're here. Theo Nim has entered this house. Understood. Wait here until Theo Nim comes out. The ruler of the Red Orcs, Giant Fang, waited in front of the house for Theo to emerge. As Theo and Pio followed Panchen inside, a space filled with thousands of items was revealed. Meow? What is this, Meow? From the outside, it looked like a small house, but inside, it was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people. It was a place enhanced with space expansion magic, a method often used when creating branches of the black market. Welcome to the black market. Please, come in. 100 black market employees greeted them. Is there anything you wish for? One of the employees approached Theo and asked. I want the land deed for the 70th floor, Meow. The land deed for the 70th floor? We have it. Please, follow me. I'll guide you. Poohoo Hut. Excellent, Meow. Pleased by the employee's words, Theo happily followed the employee. Pio too. As they followed the employee deeper into the space. Swoosh! Cuckoo cook. So, you're the bold ones who dared to mess with young Master Panchen? The black market employees drew out swords and axes, surrounding Theo and Pio. Meow? Where did Panchen go, Meow? Suddenly, Panchen was nowhere to be seen. What, Meow? Did Panchen trick us, Meow? No way. There's no land deed for the 70th floor, Meow. Theo, who cared more about the land deed for the 70th floor than Panchen, angrily questioned the employee. Cook. Of course, it doesn't exist. Worry about your lives before such things. The land deed for the 70th floor didn't exist from the start. The employees lied to separate the two from Panchen. Pio? How do you lie to Theonim? What should we do, Theonim? Pio moved its neck left and right, asking. Hack! Pio, don't interfere, Meow. I will fight alone, Meow. Angry about delaying his return to Sejun, Theo stepped forward, declaring he would fight alone. Since he was going to fight anyway, he planned to test the dragon skin he received from Kellyan. Shortly after, Meow, Theo, with his bare body, blocked swords and axes, subduing the black market employees. As expected of dragon skin. It was tough and resilient. Click! Pio, you bad people. How do you deceive Theonim? In the meantime, Theo collected the weapons and belongings of the unconscious employees and put them in Theo's bag. Press. While getting the employees' stamps on the contract. Pooh hut. This is fun. So this is why Theo Nim does this. Thus, Theo subdued the employees. Meow? But where did Panchen hide? Meow? Theo looked for the vanished Panchen, but couldn't find him even after searching every nook and cranny. Theo, let's collect the items here first. Meow. Theo. Yes. Unable to find Panchen, Theo and Theo started putting the black market's items into their bag. Unfortunately, there were no items that attracted to him. Then, Theo Nim, here is the land deed for the 81st floor that Sejun asked for. Flap. Theo flew over, holding a land deed. Pooh hut. Well done, Theo. Meow. As a reward, I'll give you a one-day pass to be the right hand of Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Theo, following Sejun's example, rewarded Theo for its commendable action. Theo? Really? It's an honor, being able to be Theo Nim's right hand for a day. Theo, moved by the opportunity, packed the items into the bag more diligently. After collecting all the items from the black market, when they tried to leave, clank. The door wouldn't open. Open up, meow. Theo tried to force it open with strength, but this place was separated by dimensions using magic. Strength couldn't destroy it. A special key was needed. Thus, Theo and Theo were trapped in the branch of the black market. All right. As morning came, Sejun woke up from his sleep. Gororong. Next to him, Fenrir was sleeping in a spread-eagled pose, like a human. Swoosh! Sejun got up from the bed. And then, summon Arjux. As promised, he summoned Arjux first. Summoning Arjux Mamib, the tower farmer of the White Tower. A message appeared, and 10 seconds later, Sejun Hyung Nim, Dadada. Thump. Just after being summoned, Arjux happily hugged Sejun's legs, calling out to him. Hyung Nim. Why did you call so late? I've been waiting. Rub. Arjux, rubbing his face against Sejun's legs, whined. Swoosh. Sejun waited for Arjux to calm down while stroking his head. A moment later, Arjux calmed down. Sejun Hyung Nim, but what about breakfast? Arjux, who had his face buried in Sejun's legs, peeked out and asked about the breakfast menu. Breakfast? I haven't decided yet. What do you want to eat? You'll make whatever I want. Yeah. You did me a favor. Arjux, moved by Sejun's words, began to ponder with his hand on his chin. What should he ask Sejun Hyung to make? I've decided. I want to eat garetiok for breakfast, Arjux shouted, remembering Quenji telling him how incredibly delicious garetiok were. Garetiok? All right. Got it. Wow. Arjux cheered at Sejun's agreement. And this, Arjux handed over 100 cherry tomatoes harvested from the White Tower and the remaining harvest elixir, saying, Thank you, Sejun, receiving the cherry tomatoes and harvest elixir. Click. He put down the harvest elixir for now and checked the cherry tomatoes. Elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. 1. Consumption permanently increases magic power by 30. It absorbs powerful magic power to grow and cannot grow in places without strong magic. Cultivator, Arjux Mamib, Tower Farmer of the White Tower, Slave of Sejun Park, Tower Farmer of the Black Tower. Expiration date, 10 years. Grade, A. Good. Fortunately, the desired effect was enhanced, increasing the magic power boost from 10 to 30. After checking the options of the cherry tomatoes, Sejun, slosh, shook the glass bottle to see how much harvest elixir was left. After using 2 drops on the cherry tomatoes, there was only 1 drop of the harvest elixir left in the bottle. I'll have to save this for when it's really needed. Clank! Sejun stored the cherry tomatoes and the harvest elixir in the void storage. Making garetiok takes time, so why don't you sleep for a bit? Okay. Hyung Nim, boing. Upon Sejun's suggestion, Arjux immediately jumped onto the bed. King, what's making all that noise? Because of the commotion, Fenrir woke up. Then, Krueng, wham! Arjux scooped up Fenrir in a hug. Blackie, let's sleep together. Aralong. Arjux, seemingly exhausted, fell asleep before he could finish his sentence. King? What is this? Are you trying to kill me? Hey! Save me! Trapped in Arjux's embrace, Fenrir looked to Sejun for help. But, sorry Blackie, Sejun, unable to extract Fenrir from Arjux's grip with his strength, turned away and headed to the kitchen. King! Traitor! Thus, Fenrir ended up sleeping together with Arjux until it was time to wake up for breakfast. Kira long. Several hours had passed since Theo and Pio were trapped in the black market branch. Krueng! Despite Theo's relentless attacks on the wall, the door remained unmovable. This is bad, meow. I want to go back to Chairman Park, meow. I want to return to Sejun's lap, meow. Theo fell into despair, wanting to go back. Pio! Pio! Right! This is serious. Pio agreed. I have to brag about being Theonim right arm today. Because the day was passing, Pio wouldn't be able to boast about being the right arm anymore. Just as they were drowning in despair. Clank! Creak! Iona appeared, opening the door. On the 66th floor of the Black Tower, there were originally two factions. One was the headquarters of the Wizards Association located to the east, and the other was the city of Red Fortress, home to the Red Orcs, to the west. Why aren't they coming out? Giant Fang started to grow anxious as hours passed without Theo coming out. If something happened to Theo, a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, here, it could direct the Black Dragon's wrath towards them. Thus, he attempted to enter the building directly. But, clank! Upon opening the door, there was just an ordinary household inside, and no one was there. Is it magic? Sensing something was off, Giant Fang sent a subordinate to ask for help from the headquarters of the Wizards Association. Iona, who was present as the chairman of the Wizards Association, came following the Red Orcs. Kayut kayut kayut. Theo Nim was here, and then, Ki unforgivable. How dare they imprison Theo Nim? Seeing the magic cast on the house, Iona began to analyze it with a sneer. About an hour later, Theo Nim, I'll get you out now. Iona, having finished analyzing the magic, Wung, sent a magical pattern that could open the space connected to the door through the handle. Clank! And opened the door. Iona, meow, Pio, Iona Nim. Theo and Pio cheered upon seeing Iona. Theo Nim, are you okay? Who dared to imprison you here? Iona asked Theo, visibly angered. It was a guy named Panchen, meow. But I can't see where he went, meow. I'll find him for you. Just wait a moment. Swoosh! After Theo's words, Iona wrapped Theo's tail around her and closed her eyes. A moment later, Panchen, that guy, I can't see him. But there's a trace of magic used for spatial movement. Iona, now calmer, opened her eyes and informed them. Did he escape, meow? Then we can't catch him, meow? Theo was disappointed by Iona's words. However, standing in front of Theo was Iona, the greatest wizard of the Black Tower. Kayut. Theo Nim, who do you think I am? Iona, meow, Kayut. Yes. I am none other than Iona, the chairman of the Wizards Association. Iona smiled, thinking this was her chance to show off her skills to Theo. Squinting her eyes more than before, she focused harder. Theo Nim, I found out where he went, Iona exclaimed confidently, having discovered the coordinates to which Panchen had teleported. Pooh hut. Then let's go catch Panchen right away, meow, Kayut. Yes. Oh powers of space. Iona recited a spell and used space teleportation magic to the coordinates where Panchen had moved. Theo, Iona, and Pio chased after Panchen, moving towards the headquarters of the black market. Chapter 312, Our Quenji is a genius. 4th floor of the tower, grape farm. God of abundance, Leah times I am working hard to earn money today as well. The king of farming knelt and prayed to the god of abundance, Leah, just like any other day. Thanks to the king of farming's prayers, the grape farm's sales have recently surged. This is because more hunters have been coming to buy the vitality-infused fragrant grapes. Hunters from other countries began searching for grapes as giant leeches appeared in regions outside of Hawaii. Thanks to this, the price of grapes has been rising day by day according to the principle of supply and demand. Then, my child, you are doing very well. Leah responded to the king of farming's prayers. However, you are still far from enough to help Park Sejun. Look for more ways to make money. Yes, god of abundance, Leah times. The king of farming fell into deep thought again after receiving the oracle from the god of abundance, Leah. Clatter. He went to the warehouse where the harvested grapes were stored and reached out to the grapes. Then, whoom, a green light enveloped the grapes. A moment later, as the light disappeared, hundreds of bottles filled with red liquid and one bottle filled with green liquid were created. It was the skill well known to any priest, holy water creation and holy oil creation, thus, grape wine and grapeseed oil created by the king of farming skills. When the king of farming started selling grape wine and grapeseed oil along with grapes, hunters only bought the grape wine instead of grapes. It was natural, vitality-infused fragrant grape wine. This is grape wine made from the highest quality grapes by Tower Farmer Park Sejun. The taste has deepened. The scent spreads twice as far as when it was just vitality-infused fragrant grapes. Monsters that like the smell of blood can't keep their senses in the presence of the fragrant grape wine scent. Manufacturer? Expiration date, 5 years. Grade, A. Since the bottled grape wine was easier to transport and its effects were doubled compared to grapes. On the other hand, not a single bottle of grapeseed oil was sold, and it started to accumulate in the warehouse. Thump. Thump. When Sejun was making rice cake dough, ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Daddy, are you making garetiok? Quenji, who had just woken up, entered the kitchen looking for Sejun. Yes. Arjux wanted to eat it. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Quenji's excited. Quenji thought about promoting honey potatoes to Arjux next time. Quenji laughed and picked up the black noodle press hanging on the wall. It was for making garetiok once Sejun finished the dough. The size of the holes in the noodle press could be adjusted, making it possible to make garetiok. A moment later, Quenji, let's make garetiok now. Krueng. Okay. Sejun put the finished dough into the noodle press. Krueng. Press. Quenji applied force and made the garetiok. Thus, 5 lines of 10 long garetiok were instantly made. Guys, let's eat. Sejun called out. Yes. Hyungnim. Krueng. Arjux flapped his wings, holding the still sleeping Fenrir in his arms, and escaped through the window. Master, let's go. Yes. Veronica, who had been receiving farming education from Flamey since dawn, ran from the field with Flamey on her shoulder. Thump. Once all the members gathered, Sejun had placed a giant plate filled with nicely cut garetiok in the center. Click. Click. This is just honey, and this is kudzu honey. Try both and dip your rice cake into the honey you like. Let's eat. Sejun placed 2 kinds of honey in front of everyone, one clear and the other slightly brown. Krueng. Quenji will eat well. Hyungnim. I'll eat well, I will eat well. With Sejun's words, Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica lifted their rice cakes. And then, stare. Arjux and Veronica looked at Quenji. They were curious about which honey Quenji would choose. Then, plop. Quenji dipped the rice cake into the kudzu honey. That's what you're supposed to eat. That's it. Plop. Plop. Following Quenji, the 2 also dipped their rice cakes into the kudzu honey. Why are you even following that? Sejun smiled as he watched the 2. Grind. Grind. He ground coffee beans while watching the 3 eat rice cakes, intending to enjoy them together with coffee, because eating something bitter with something sweet can maximize the taste of both. After the peaceful breakfast, Quenji, since you helped Daddy today, I'll give you some allowance. Here. Sejun gave Quenji 10 one-tower coin pieces for helping make rice cakes. Previously, Sejun had entrusted Thea with teaching Quenji how to spend money, which ended in complete failure. He decided to teach him directly. Krueng. Dad, thank you. Quenji immediately put the 10 tower coins into his allowance pouch. How commendable. Then, Quenji, how much do you have now? Krueng. Quenji now has. Clink. In response to Sejun's question, Quenji spilled his allowance pouch and began counting the coins. 1. 2. And then, Krueng. 5. Every time it reached 5, he left a paw print on the ground. After making 22 paw prints on the ground, Krueng. Quenji has this much money. Quenji showed Sejun the paw prints he made. An innovative counting method he had never seen before. Sejun, wondering where to start teaching. Quenji, let's start with learning how to count. He taught Quenji how to count and the basics of addition and subtraction. An hour later. Quenji, how much money is in your allowance pouch? Krueng. Quenji has 110 tower coins. Quenji accurately stated the amount of money in his allowance pouch in response to Sejun's question. Right. Then, if Daddy gives Quenji 10 tower coins, how much would be in Quenji's allowance pouch? Krueng. Then Quenji has 110 tower coins. Who? But Daddy gave you 10 tower coins. Thinking Quenji was confused, Sejun explained. However, Krueng. No. The money hasn't entered Quenji's allowance pouch yet. Quenji was making an accurate calculation. Who? Sejun was speechless at Quenji's response. Our Quenji is a genius. Now, how much is it? Sejun actually gave 10 tower coins and asked. Krueng. Then Quenji has 120 tower coins. Right. Well done. Sejun petted Quenji in praise. Ku hey hey hey. Quenji beamed happily at Sejun's compliment. While Sejun and Quenji were enjoying their happy time, the atmosphere between Arjux and Kellyan was quite bad. HMPH. Grandpa, go away. Arjux, calm down. It was all for you. Kellyan was struggling to appease Arjux, who was upset with him. I don't care. I'm going to live with Sejun Hyung from now on. Dad-ada. Arjux ran towards Sejun, yelling at Kellyan. Groan. Kellyan was heartbroken by Arjux's reaction. Then, ha 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 ha. Just ask Sejun to mediate. Ask him to reconcile with Arjux. Kaiser, who had reconciled with Sejun several times thanks to being blocked by Eileen, advised. Will that work? Our grandson is so stubborn, once he says something, it lasts at least a month. Don't worry. Sejun will solve it in a second. Really? Yes. Sejun is very competent in this area. Then shall I ask for his help? Upon Kaiser's strong recommendation, Kellyan asked Sejun through telepathy magic to help reconcile with Arjux. In return, he promised 100 Dragon Warrior helmets. Nod. Sejun nodded in response to Kellyan's request. Sejun spoke to Arjux and handed him something. Ting ting ting. Holding a rice cake in each hand, Arjux approached Kellyan hesitantly. Grandpa, I was too angry earlier and said harsh words. I'm sorry. Sejun Hyung said to eat this together and make up. Chak. Arjux handed the rice cake to Kellyan. Hugh. All right. Let's eat together. Yes. Grandpa, it's even tastier if you dip it in honey. Thus, the grandfather and grandson peacefully enjoyed their rice cakes together. Sejun, thank you. Kaiser sent a grateful look to Sejun while chewing on the rice cake. And, it gets resolved just like that. How is that even possible? Ramter and Tyr watched Arjux and Kellyan with disbelief. If only our Parion, if only our Poby, the two dragons began to consider sending their grandchildren to Sejun. Inside a mansion built in a huge cavern. Ah. This is nice. Chew. Chew. Panchen was lying comfortably on the bed, chewing on bamboo and resting. PFFFT. Those guys must be Ash by now. Panchen laughed, thinking about Theo and Pio, who he assumed were gone from this world by now. Then, knock. 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 Lord Panchen. Lord Panzer urgently seeks you. Panchen received a summons from Panzer. Father, did you call for me? Panchen went to see Panzer. You? What on earth have you been up to? Panzer yelled furiously upon seeing Panchen. Ah. Father, what's wrong? Panchen asked, gauging Panzer's mood. Why? Because of you, one of our branches is now in ruins. How can you even ask why? What? They didn't die? Panchen asked with an innocent expression. What? Those guys? Do you not even know who you brought to our branch? Ah? I'm not quite sure. Ha! Panzer sighed, looking at his son Panchen. Son, the person you brought to our branch is the great black dragon subordinate, the golden cat Theo Park. What? A subordinate of the great black dragon. Panchen was startled by Theo's true identity when, bang! A loud explosion was heard. And then, Ki found them. Theo Nim. Iona called out to Theo from outside the window, glaring at Panzer and Panchen. Iona, calm down, meow. Theo, who needed them to attack him to initiate a slave contract, hurriedly calmed Iona down. The kids won't attack if they're scared, meow. Ki, okay. Iona slightly calmed her anger at Theo's words. However, level 5 rage. Seeing Iona's 5 stages of rage, the enemies had already completely lost their will to fight. Thanks to this, Panzer and the black market organization members escaped the clutches of the slave contract. Pio, Poohoo Hut. I am Pirururu Yacht, the right hand of Theo Nim. Drop your weapons. Pio disarmed the black market organization members by introducing himself. TCH. What a pity, meow. Theo, feeling regretful, climbed the walls to the 3rd floor room where Panchen was. Poohoo Hut. Panchen, since you aimed for Vice Chairman Theo's life, you owe me 100 trillion tower coins, meow. Sign here, meow. Theo presented Panchen with a new contract. Father, Panchen, looking distressed, turned to Panzer for help. Son, sign it quickly. Panzer, however, urged Panchen to sign it. Becoming a slave to the great black dragon subordinate, Golden Cat Theo Park, wasn't as bad as it seemed. Though the contract meant repaying money, Theo usually preferred not to take the money but to have more slaves. Moreover, despite the title, he didn't treat them like slaves. And becoming Theo's slave meant that other forces couldn't recklessly mess with them, so there was no downside to becoming his slave. Of course, it would be very different if it were about himself. Yes, press. Under Panzer's urging, Panchen stamped the contract in despair. However, Panzer was mistaken about something. Up until now, Theo preferred not to take money and instead take slaves simply because he disliked traveling far. Pooh hut. Pio, collect everything, meow, Pio. Yes. There was no reason not to take the money when it was readily available. What? Panzer was flustered. But, Q, stay still. Yes, Panzer couldn't do anything under the watchful eye of Iona. Thus, without any interference, Theo began to loot the items from the black market headquarters. Pooh hut. There's so much attracting stuff, meow. Thinking of the praise he would receive from Sejun, Theo's steps were very light. Chapter 313, Chairman Pork, Wet Go, meow. Meow meow meow. Theo swayed his tail leisurely as he walked slowly through the black market headquarters where goods were displayed. And then, Pooh hut. I'm drawn to this, meow, chuck. He picked up a glass bottle filled with a juice-like liquid. This should be given to Chairman Park as a nutritional supplement, meow. This one too, meow, chuck. This time, he picked up 2 identical rings. Pooh hut. These are couple rings for Chairman Park and me, meow. Chuck. 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 Theo grabbed everything that his front paws were even slightly drawn to. Having 100 trillion tower coins, he had no need to hesitate. As Theo passed by, only picking up items he was drawn to. Flap. Flap. Pio. Pew hut. As Theo Nim's right-hand man, Pirururu Yotra, will take care of picking everything up for you. Pio followed behind Theo, stuffing all the remaining items into the bag. Trusting Pio and focusing on his attractions, Theo entered a small room at the end of a huge room where items were displayed. But, meow? There's no way through, meow. He felt an attraction beyond the wall of the small room, but there was no way to get there. Clang. Thus, Theo, being the Golden Cat Theo, he tried to create a path by pulling out his dragon claws. Just then, Kung. A trap to stop intruders seemed to be in place as an iron door started to close the entrance of the small room. Yuong. Meow? A magic circle engraved on the wall began to activate. And then, quagwagwang. A massive explosion occurred inside the room, aiming to annihilate its presence. Of course, Theo, with his talent, strong fur and dragon skin, was fine. His fur just became a bit curly. My fur's gotten messy, meow. It feels unpleasant, meow. Lick. Lick. While Theo grumbled and used his tongue's healing skill to groom his fur. Kung. Kung. Pio? Theo Nim, are you all right? Pio, who heard the explosion from beyond the iron door, pecked at the door and shouted. Pooh hut. I'm fine, meow. Continue with what you were doing, Pio, meow. Theo reassured the worried Pio and, bang! He broke down the wall he was originally trying to destroy. Beyond the wall, a new path appeared. Pooh hut. The attraction is getting stronger, meow. Following the attraction, Theo moved forward and found a small warehouse at the end of the path. And then, Pooh hut. Chairman Park would like this, meow. He discovered unexpected things in the warehouse. Things like flour and milk, which were not available in the Black Tower. Theo grinned broadly as he gathered items from the warehouse. Koom! A giant explosion vibrated the room where Panzer and Panchen were. Could it be? Was the trap activated? Panzer's expression turned serious. Those items must not be discovered, because those items were smuggled from another tower. Panzer, the owner of the black market, had another identity. That is, the king of smuggling. Using the land deed, Panzer traveled between towers, bringing items not available in the Black Tower and making a fortune. Therefore, it was imperative not to let the great black dragon subordinates discover the smuggled goods. Proud dragons hate the idea of items from other towers entering their own. If the great black dragon discovers the smuggling, I might be expelled from the Black Tower. A soul expelled from the tower has no world to return to and is absorbed by destruction, leading to annihilation. Shivering, as Panzer trembled with anxiety, meow meow meow, Theo returned humming a tune. Now, Chairman Park's lap will always be mine, meow. Pooh hut. I've charged you a special high price, meow. Theo, in a benevolent tone, handed the bill to Panzer, who had helped him make a significant contribution. 10 trillion tower coins. Even if you combine all the items in the black market headquarters, it would barely amount to 1 trillion tower coins, so he was given a very good price. Still, that left a debt of 90 trillion tower coins, so it's the same as being a slave. Then, I'll come again next time, so keep the warehouse stocked, meow. Iona, Pio, let's go, meow. And so, Theo left the black market headquarters with Iona and Pio. A short while later. Why did he just leave? Panzer fell into doubt as he looked at the cleanly cleared out smuggled goods warehouse. Inside the kitchen. SSZZT. SSZZT. Sejun crushed the white cherry tomatoes, collecting the juice in a bowl. And as he picked out the seeds from the juice, you have obtained a seed of the elixir, cherry tomato, 1, imbued with powerful magic power. Your job experience points increase slightly. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 72083 more times to complete the job quest. Messages appeared. Sejun was extracting seeds from the 100 elixir grade cherry tomatoes harvested by Ajax. Done. After obtaining 3,500 seeds, Sejun called out. Ajax! He called to Ajax, who was busily pulling out detoxifying green onions with Veronica in the green onion field. Did you call me, Sejun Hyungnim? Ajax, wagging his tail excitedly, flew quickly in response to Sejun's call. But, yep. Plant these in the White Tower. Sejun handed the seeds he had just harvested to Ajax. Yuhing. I came in the morning, and now I have to go again. Ajax immediately drooped his tail and looked gloomy. He didn't want to be away from his Hyung. If you plant all the seeds, I'll summon you right away. Really? Of course. Don't you trust me? No. I do. I might not trust Grandpa, but I trust Sejun Hyung. Ajax, who had full faith in Sejun, answered firmly. Good. In return, I'll make you something delicious for lunch when you come back. Really? What will you make? Soy sauce tteokbokki. Even Quenji hasn't tried this before. Really? Then send me quickly. So I can finish before lunch. Ajax's heart raced at the mention of food even Quenji hadn't tasted. All right. Ajax, return. Hyungnim, I'll be back. Sending back Ajax Mamuba, the tower farmer of the White Tower. Ajax waved his hand vigorously and disappeared. And then, suck. Suck. Instead of Ajax, who had left for the White Tower, he harvested the detoxifying green onions. While harvesting the detoxifying green onions like that, you have harvested detoxifying green onions. Due to the effects of harvesting LV8, a crop of 1 grade higher has been harvested. Your job experience points increase slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 200 experience points. Experience points do not accumulate as the job quest has not been completed. A message appeared that a crop of 1 grade higher had been harvested. Who? If the grade increases by 1 step from S grade. SS grade. Sejun hurriedly checked the detoxifying green onions. Detoxifying green onions grown inside the tower that have absorbed sufficient nutrients and are delicious. When consumed, it detoxifies poisons of SS grade or lower until its detoxification ability is exhausted. When consumed by a non-awakener, it grants a healthy liver until they die. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 210 days. Grade, SS. Wow, this was the best item for drinkers. Or maybe the worst, since they'll never get drunk. This is too precious to eat. Sejun pondered for a moment and then stored them in the void storage, thinking there might come a time when they are needed. Suck. Suck. After placing the SS grade detoxifying green onions into the void storage, Sejun started pulling out the green onions again. While Sejun was pulling out the green onions like that, what have you been up to lately? I haven't paid attention to you for a few days, and the nutritional state of your roots is so poor. Flamey was scolding Podori, examining its roots. What? I've been consistently eating the nutrients given by Flamey. Podori was startled by Flamey's words. How did she know? I only released a little. This won't do. Eat 5 nutrient supplements from today. What? Even 3 nutrient supplements were already too much, but 5. Why? You don't want to. Fleur. Flamey asked in a chilling voice, creating fire around the roots. No. I'd love to. Terrified, Podori hurriedly answered to survive. And then, but if I eat a lot, won't there be a shortage of nutrients for little Flamey? Podori awkwardly pretended to be concerned about little Flamey. Who? Are you worried there might not be enough nutrients? Flamey started pulling out nutrients, laughing at Padori's words. There are so many. Yes. So, don't worry about the nutrients. Flamey kept pulling out endless supplies of nutrients. 99th floor of the White Tower. Let's finish quickly. Arjux, needing to finish before lunch, was earnestly planting the seeds. Pock. He made a hole for the seed with his hand. Swoosh. Placed the seed in the ground. Thump. Thump. And covered it with soil. 3 hours later. Done. Arjux had planted all 3,500 seeds. I wonder when Sejun Huangnim will call me. Arjux crouched down and waited for Sejuan's summon. Veronica, please take the green onions to Tiernim. Yes. After harvesting the green onions, Sejun sent Veronica to Tier. Guys. He went to the cornfield where the mushroom ants were working, thinking of harvesting mushrooms for the soy sauce tteokbokki. Quack! Quack! At Sejuan's call, the mushroom ants ran over, rub, and affectionately rubbed their bodies against Sejuan's legs. Tuck! Tuck! Sejun harvested the necessary mushrooms from the backs of the mushroom ants. Then, Krueng! Daddy, Quenji is back! Quenji returned from the herb field. Ku-hey-hey-hey! Krueng! He. Is there anything Quenji can help with? Quenji asked Sejun, hoping to earn some pocket money. Then, do you want to help Dad make lunch? Krueng! Okay. Quenji happily agreed to Sejuan's request. With Quenji's assistance, Sejun began cooking. Quenji, please cut the rice cakes into bite-sized pieces. Krueng! Got it. Sejun took out uncut rice cakes from the void storage and handed them to Quenji. Sack. And started chopping carrots, onions, and mushrooms, adding them to the pot to stir-fry. Once the vegetables were cooked, Quenji, the rice cakes are. Sejun turned towards Quenji to add the rice cakes. He saw 15 cm-sized rice cakes neatly stacked. 15 centimeters is a nice size for Quenji to eat. Sejun blamed himself for not explaining properly. Did Quenji do well? Quenji looked proudly facing Sejun. Chuck. Of course you did well. Sejun gave Quenji a thumbs up, thinking he'll have cut them secretly later. Weiroo-roo-roo. Sejun poured the 15 cm-sized rice cakes into the pot. And then, SZZT. Added 2 cups of water, soy sauce, salt, honey, added the seasoning, letting the sauce thicken around the rice cakes and vegetables. Tack. While secretly dividing the rice cakes into thirds with a spatula without Quenji noticing. A short while later. You have achieved the achievement of making soy sauce tteokbokki for the first time in the tower. The recipe for soy sauce tteokbokki is registered in Cooking LV at 8. Your proficiency of Cooking LV 8 has slightly increased. With the completion of the achievement message, the soy sauce tteokbokki was finished. White Tower's tower farmer Arjux Mamib has completed planting 3,500 seeds of elixir, cherry tomato, 1, imbued with powerful magic power. At the same time, a message appeared indicating that Arjux had finished the task Sejun had given him. Arjux, just as Sejun was about to summon Arjux. Chairman Park, I have returned, meow. Theo, having returned to the farm, launched himself at Sejun's face, covering Sejun's mouth. Vice Chairman Theo, haven't I told you not to fly at my face? Sejun, enraged, grabbed Theo by the scruff of the neck, detaching him from his face as he shouted. However, Chairman Park's face looks rotten, meow. It's not rotten, poo-hoo-hut. Don't worry, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will make sure it doesn't rot, meow. Theo, failing to read the room. Come here, Chairman Pork, wet go, meow. Ultimately, Sejun began his retribution by stretching Theo's cheeks. Thanks to that, the summoning of Arjux was delayed, a lot. Chapter 314, How Can I Resist Flower? Summon Arjux. After disciplining Theo, Sejun summoned Arjux. Summoning Arjux Mamib, the tower farmer of the White Tower. After the message appeared and 10 seconds passed, Sejun Hyung Tilda Nim, the summoned Arjux dashed towards Sejun's legs. I missed you. However, squeeze. Hey! What's this? This time, there was an obstacle named Theo at Sejun's leg. You can't do that, meow. Theo stretched out his 2 front paws to block Arjux's approach. The chairman's lap is mine for 27 days, meow. Move! Arjux exerted force to push away Theo's front paws to get closer to Sejun's leg. Meow! Theo pushed back Arjux's face with all his might with his 2 front paws. Meow! The two struggled against each other using force. Wobble! Thanks to them, Sejun, who was just standing, was pushed back and nearly fell over. Krueng! Dad, you're going to fall. Luckily, Quenji caught Sejun. Thanks, Quenji. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Quenji and picked up Arjux with both hands. Arjux, did you have a good trip? Hug. He comforted him by embracing him in his arms. Sejun had given Theo exclusive rights to his lap for 30 days, so there was nothing he could do. I should not give out exclusive rights anymore. Sejun decided that no matter what commendable thing Theo did, he would not allow him to have exclusive rights to his lap again. Hyung what about the soy sauce tteokbokki? Arjux asked with a hopeful expression looking at Sejun. Yeah. It's ready. I'll bring it. Sejun placed the pot in the middle of the table and, let's eat. Following Sejun's words, Quenji and Arjux started eating the soy sauce tteokbokki. Krueng. It's delicious. Yummy. Quenji and Arjux cheered for the taste of soy sauce tteokbokki. The sweet and salty combination was irresistibly delicious. Vice Chairman Theo, want to try this? Sejun offered a piece of tteokbokki to Theo with his chopsticks to spread the taste of soy sauce tteokbokki. Meow. Get that tasteless thing away from me, meow. Theo turned his head sharply. As expected, Theo, with his firm taste preferences, did not eat it. Okay, let's eat churu. Poo-hoo hut. Sounds good, meow. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Sejun fed Theo churu and started eating the soy sauce tteokbokki. While they were all having lunch, King? Are you guys eating without me? Kingcha, Kingcha. Fenrir, who had been forgotten in bed, crossed the threshold of the kitchen, and, thump, thump, click, walked diligently and sat in front of Sejun. Bam! Sejun looked at the soy sauce tteokbokki he was eating. Give me some of that. Ah, I forgot about Blackie. Sorry, Blackie. Sejun apologized to Blackie and picked up a piece of teak, cutting it into small pieces, so that Blackie wouldn't choke on it. Here, Blackie, let's eat. Sejun gave the small pieces of teak to Blackie one by one. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Fenrir, being hungry, devoured the teak hastily. Blackie, eat slowly, Sejun told Fenrir while giving him the teak. However, nibble, nibble, nibble. King? King? What is this? Is it magic? For the first time, Fenrir experienced the sweet and salty combination and couldn't stop eating. Thanks to that, Fenrir ate a lot of teak and, King, I feel energized, grew by 5 centimeters. Around his belly, King, I can't move. As a result, Fenrir's belly became so bloated that he couldn't move. He had eaten 2 5 cm long rice cakes, so it was natural for his stomach to hurt. Did I give too much? Of course, it was also Sejun's fault for continuously giving him food. Then, don't worry, Chairman Park, meow, Theo said, getting down from Sejun's lap. Poo-hoo hut. Is it my turn to step in? However, Vice Chairman Theo, no. Stay still, click. Sejun grabbed Theo, who was about to massage the overeaten Fenrir's belly, and lifted him back onto his lap. Pressing on the overeaten belly might cause it to come back up. Blackie, come here. Instead, Sejun placed Blackie on the table and, pat, gently rubbed his belly to aid in digestion. After about 30 minutes of Sejun petting Fenrir's belly, burp. Fenrir let out a refreshing burp, and at the same time, his body grew 1.5 times larger. The growth was due to the digestion of the food he had eaten, aligning with the power he possessed. Krueng. After finishing his growth, Fenrir couldn't resist the fatigue and fell asleep. What? Does Blackie also get stronger by just eating? Sejun thought that he should prevent Fenrir from overeating in the future. He couldn't lose his comrade. While Sejun was thinking this, Gorarong, Krueng, Ararong, Pirarong. Theo was on Sejun's lap, Quenji and Arjux were on either side of Sejun's waist, and Pio on Sejun's crowded hat, all taking a nap. Talk. You have obtained stamina corn seed. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the harvesting skill 717,716 more times to complete the job quest. Sejun harvested the corn without getting up to not disturb the nap time. However, talk. When they didn't wake up even after an hour, guys, let's wake up. Sejun woke up Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Pio. Meow, Krueng, Wah, Pio, all for stretched and got up. Then, Poo-hoo hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, have something to give to Chairman Park, meow. Theo, who had just woken up, said with a proud voice. Ah, right. Did you bring the land deed for the 70th floor of the tower? Poo-hoo hut. Of course, meow, rummaging. Theo searched through his bag and pulled out the land deed for the 70th floor of the tower. Oh. Good job, Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun praised Theo as he took the deed for the 70th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh Hut. I know, meow. Since I did well, Chairman Park, give me another month of exclusive rights to your lap, meow. Theo, waiting for the praise, asked for an extension of the exclusive rights to the lap. However, no, Sejun refused Theo's request as he had decided not to give exclusive rights anymore. Meow? Then I'll give you this too, so please extend it for a month, meow. Rummaging. Theo searched his bundle again and proposed again by pulling out the land deed for the 81st floor of the tower. You did well, but still no. Sejun's resolve was not swayed. However, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park has no choice but to accept now, meow. Even after being rejected twice, Theo was still full of confidence. And, Chairman Park, can you still refuse after seeing this, meow? Warara. Theo flipped his bag, pouring out items he had looted from the black market. An enormous amount of items. There were so many items that a separate warehouse was needed to store them. Wow! This I admit. Another month of exclusive rights to the lap, Sejun said, holding back his desire to extend the period even longer. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, look at this first, meow. After concluding the deal, Theo started handing Sejun the items that attracted to his front paw. Power green juice. This is green juice made by grinding various herbs that increase strength. The well-mixed herbs greatly enhance the effect. Consumption increases strength by 30. Taste has also been considered, so it's delicious. Grade A. Ring of Obsession. This magic ring was created by an ancient archmage who had never been in a relationship for hundreds of years to propose. It is made in pairs. Once worn, it cannot be removed forever. It allows you to move close to your partner even if they are far away. Usage restriction, LV 10 or above, magic power 10 or above. Creator, Archmage Stoker. Grade S. McGee's Dagger. This is a dagger used by the treasure hunter McGee. Made of mithril, its edge hardly dulls. Usage restriction, LV 50 or above, agility 500 or above, magic power 100 or above. Creator, Blacksmith Blick, Black Hammer Dwarf Clan. Grade A. Skill, Detection LV 5. Each item was exceptional. There were so many that inspecting them one by one was a task. While Sejun was examining the items, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, drink this first, meow. Theo offered the green juice. All right, there was no reason not to drink it since it tasted good. Gulp, gulp. Oh. This is delicious, Sejun exclaimed after drinking the green juice. It tasted like plum syrup. And, you have consumed power green juice. Strength increases by 30. A message appeared. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, wear this too, meow. Theo sneakily attempted to put a ring on Sejun's finger. No. I won't wear it. Snap. Sejun folded his finger and clenched it into a fist. Meow? Why won't you wear it? I, Vice Chairman Theo, am already wearing it, meow. Theo showed the ring of obsession that he was wearing on his toe. That's exactly why I'm not wearing it, meow. Let's wear it together, meow. Absolutely not. Iona will see this later. I'll give this to Iona. Quenji, hold on to this. Krueng. Got it. Sejun put the ring of obsession in Quenji's snack pouch so that Theo couldn't take it out. The snack pouch was safe because Quenji wouldn't allow anyone other than Sejun to open it. With the ring safely stored away, Sejun said, land moving. He built a storage for the items with Myla's hoe. Guys, move these items into there. They all moved the items Theo had spilled into the warehouse. He decided to check the remaining items later. Krueng. Float. Levitation. Thanks to Quenji's telekinesis and Arjux's magic, moving the items was completed in a few trips. Then, Warara. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I have more to give, meow. So give me 5 more months of your lap, meow. Theo spilled Panzer's smuggled goods while shouting. Chairman Park has no choice but to accept my offer now, meow. And, deal. As Theo was confident, Sejun had no choice but to accept Theo's proposal. How can I resist flour? Moreover, dairy products like milk, cheese, and butter. It was an offer Sejun couldn't possibly refuse. Thus, a satisfactory trade was made. Sejun got the flour, and Theo got Sejun's lap. What should I make first? Thanks to that, Sejun was pondering over which dish to make first with the flour. There were too many dishes he wanted to eat, making it hard to decide. While Sejun was lost in thought, Sejun Nim, is there any food left? Veronica entered the kitchen with a weary voice, because she hadn't eaten anything after going to Tia, following Flamey's orders to take care of the Ents. Ah. There's nothing left. But wait a moment. Hearing Veronica's words, Sejun decided on the dish to make with the flour. Pancakes it is. Sejun mixed flour with milk, honey, a pinch of salt, and a chunk of melted butter to make a thick pancake batter, and sizzle. He poured the batter into a heated frying pan to start cooking the pancakes. And crueng, float, levitation. Meanwhile, Quenji and Arjuk stored the flour and other ingredients in the void storage. Then, a book? Arjux found a book placed in the void storage. This doesn't seem like it belongs to Sejun Hyung. Arjux, who had observed Sejun, knew that the book didn't quite match him. Snap! Whose book is this? Curious about the contents, Arjux picked up the book when, whoosh! The book emitted a white light, and, swish! Experienced Farmer's Plant Encyclopedia has made contact with the Tower Farmer of the White Tower. The crops of the White Tower will be added to the Experienced Farmer's Plant Encyclopedia. 50 pages will be added for use. The content of some pages will be modified. The book rapidly flipped through its pages as messages appeared. Who? What is this? Arjux was puzzled by the unexpected situation when, Crueng! That's Dad's book. Quenji suspiciously looked at Arjux holding the plant encyclopedia. Are you stealing Dad's book? No, Quenji. Arjux explained the situation to Quenji. Then, did I make Sejun Hyung's book better? He simultaneously realized that he had done something helpful for Sejun. Sejun Hyung. Arjux flew to Sejun with a big smile, holding the plant encyclopedia. Chapter 3:15. Indeed, Sejun Hyung and I get along well. Done. Eat up, Veronica. Sejun placed the first finished pancake in front of Veronica. Thank you. Veronica eagerly began to eat the pancake. Then, Sejun Hyung. Arjux flew in quickly. And, Hyung. I upgraded this book. Arjux boasted, showing Sejun the plant encyclopedia. Upgrade? Yeah. It worked when I touched it. Click. Sejun, not understanding what Arjux was talking about, took the book to examine it. Experienced Farmer's Plant Encyclopedia, an encyclopedia where an experienced farmer has recorded his knowledge. Information from the White Tower has been added. If you write the name of a crop on an empty page, and if that crop exists within the Black Tower or White Tower, it will tell you its location. A page cannot be reused once written on. Pages available, 51-250. Usage restriction, magic power above 500, must have a farming-related job. Creator, experienced farmer Figaro. Grade S. It really is. As Arjux said, the plant encyclopedia had been upgraded. In addition to the Black Tower, information about the White Tower had been added, and the number of usable pages had increased by 50. Hyung. The content of the pages has changed too. Arjux explained further as Sejun examined the plant encyclopedia. Really? Swoosh! As Sejun listened to Arjux and flipped through the pages of the plant encyclopedia. Locations where lettuce grows. Drowsy lettuce, White Tower 71st floor. Locations where cabbage grows. Power cabbage, White Tower 23rd floor. Locations where cherries grow. Deep darkness cherry, White Tower 83rd floor. As Arjux said, information about the White Tower had been added, and some page contents had changed. Then, who? Sejun paused upon seeing one of the crops. Deep darkness cherry, a name that seemed much more related to the power of darkness than the night sweet potato. He immediately felt, this is it, much stronger than he had with the night sweet potato. But how do I get it? Sejun wondered. Should I send Arjux to get it? He briefly considered this idea but, hey. Quenji, is this ours? Ku hey. Crueng. He. It seems so. Seeing Arjux, drooling next to Quenji in front of the cooking pancakes, Sejun couldn't bring himself to trust them. Whether they could find the cherries well, whether they could grow the cherries properly, etc. Many worries crossed Sejun's mind. Moreover, if Arjux made a mistake and caused the cherries to go extinct, it would be a disaster. I have to go myself. After some thought, Sejun decided to go to the White Tower himself. He didn't know what dangers awaited him. He didn't want to go, but Sejun decided to muster his courage, for Eileen, to find the power of darkness. Having made his decision, Sejun, so, Arjux, you're saying that because you touched it, the book got upgraded like this? Asked Arjux while closing the book. Yeah, Arjux answered with a didn't I do well expression. Yeah. You did well. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun patted Arjux on the head. Thump. He lightly touched Veronica's robust shoulder, who was enjoying the pancake, with the plant encyclopedia. Then, experienced farmer's plant encyclopedia has made contact with the tower farmer of the Purple Tower. The crops of the Purple Tower will be added to the experienced farmer's plant encyclopedia. 50 pages will be added for use. The content of some pages will be modified. Once again, the plant encyclopedia gets upgraded. Wow! Swoosh! Sejun opened the plant encyclopedia, now thicker than before. Locations where barley grows. Paralysis poison barley, Purple Tower 12th floor. Locations where oranges grow. Acidic poison orange, Purple Tower 93rd floor. Locations where almonds grow. Cyanide poison almond, Purple Tower 51st floor. Information about the Purple Tower was added, showing the locations of several crops. As Sejun was checking the content of the plant encyclopedia. Krueng! Dad, the pancakes are burning. Hyung! It's burning! Quenji and Arjux called out to Sejun in a panic. To them, there was nothing more serious than this. Ah! Got it! Sejun hurriedly grabbed the frying pan and flipped the pancakes with a wrist flick. Phew! Fortunately, only the edges were slightly burnt and not much damage was done. After a while, here! Let's eat! Sejun cut off the burnt parts of the pancake, placed it on a plate, and brought it over. Ku-hey hey hey! Krueng! Hee hee hee! It looks delicious! Quenji attempted to pour honey over the pancakes, holding a jar filled with honey. But, click! Wait! What are you doing? Arjux grabbed Quenji's front paw to stop him from pouring the honey. Why would you pour honey over it? Krueng! Krueng! Why? It tastes good this way. No. That's too sweet. Krueng! Honey is supposed to be sweet. No. Balance is important in everything. If one taste is too strong, it overshadows the others. Krueng! Krueng! No. Everything should be eaten with honey. Then let's ask Sejun and Hyung to see who's right. Krueng! All right. Unable to agree, they decided to ask Sejun what was correct. And, why worry about such things? Just eat it however you want to eat it. Here. Is this okay? Sejun cut the pancake in half and placed it on their plates to mediate the fight. Ku-hey hey hey! Krueng! Hee hee hee! It's delicious! Ee-hey! Delicious! Thanks to that, Quenji and Arjux enjoyed the pancakes their way. Meanwhile, Sejun kept making pancakes, and as the eating speed of Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica slowed down. Should I try eating now? Sejun also sat down with a cup of coffee and a pancake he had set aside earlier. And, dunk! Sejun dipped the pancake in honey and ate it. Ee-hey! I knew Sejun Hyung and I get along well. Arjux, who had been silently watching how Sejun ate, began eating his pancake again with a contented expression. After dinner, Arjux, please ask Kelly and Tildenim to get us the land deed for the White Tower's 83rd floor. Okay. Got it. Arjux nodded earnestly at Sejun's words. Sejun sent Arjux to Kellyan to acquire the land deed for the White Tower. There were several methods, but none as easy and fast as this. Go, Arjux! Grandpa! Swoosh! Arjux energetically flew towards the fountain, calling for Kellyan. A little later, Sejun Hyung. I told grandfather to get us the land deed by tomorrow morning. Arjux returned after unilaterally declaring this to Kellyan. Good job, Sejun said, looking at the fountain, where only the statue of the white dragon seemed to have stopped alone. He must be hurrying his subordinates to acquire the land deed for the tower's 83rd floor. It should be fine, right? Thus, Sejun gave Kellyan an urgent mission through Arjux. Tap! Tap! You have obtained stamina corn seeds. Your job experience slightly increase. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 671,178 more times to complete the job quest. Sejun spent time harvesting corn until bedtime. And, ku-hey hey hey! Krueng! Hee hee hee! Delicious! Ee-hey! Tasty! Quenji and Arjux were eating the corn kernels harvested by Sejun when, Krueng! Aralong! They fell asleep next to Sejun. Sejun, unaware of this, continued to harvest. Who? You guys are sleeping? He belatedly put the two to bed. Hee hee hee! Are we all sleeping together tonight? Sejun lay down in the middle of the bed and fell asleep. Day 368 in the tower. Another day passed safely. White Tower. The great white dragon Kellyan Mamib commands. Find the land deed for the tower's 83rd floor by tomorrow morning. Yes, the 5 strong beings of the White Tower, upon receiving Kellyan's orders, began the search for the land deed of the tower's 83rd floor, cutting through the darkness without sleep. And, according to information, a merchant named Keon purchased the land deed for the tower's 83rd floor a year ago, a clue to the elusive land deed of the tower's 83rd floor. Then let's go find Keon. Yes, however, what? Keon has been missing for half a year. Keon was already missing. What do we do? It's almost morning. With less than an hour left until morning, there wasn't enough time to track down Keon. The countdown was approaching. The strong beings of the White Tower trembled in fear, thinking of the great white dragon's impending rage. The next morning. All right. Sejun woke up. Swoosh. Meow. After stretching and putting Theo on his lap. Krueng. Kirarong. Aralong. Pirarong. He left the animals snoring peacefully and marked the date on the wall before heading outside. And, hum. The agility carrot are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. The potential of the agility stat increases from 857 to 858. Sejun, walking through the farm, increased his potential. Then, Keek! A fire ant approached Sejun with a bold stride. Who? You are? Sejun was startled to see the approaching fire ant. It was a fire ant that followed Sejun after Eurofield was used, changing its pheromones. Swoosh! The fire ant showed its back to Sejun, indicating it had something. I have an elixir. Whoosh! With overflowing confidence, the fire ant shot flames into the sky with its antennae. Are you that confident? Keek! Whoosh! The fire ant responded to Sejun's question by emitting stronger flames. Oh. Is that so? Sejun looked at the elixir growing on the fire ant's back. A different appearance from other mushrooms, with thin orange stems numbering in the hundreds. What's this? Tap! Sejun, curious, harvested the elixir. Supreme elixir, cordyceps harvested. You job experience points slightly increase. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 slightly increases. You have gained 1500 experience points. Experience points do not accumulate as the job quest has not been completed. Cordyceps? Sejun hurriedly checked the options. Supreme elixir, cordyceps, cultivated by the tower farmer's tenant fire ant. Boasts excellent taste and fragrance. Consumption increases all stats by 20. Cultivator, tower farmer Park Sejun's tenant fire ant. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, A. The fire ant had every reason to be confident. Oh. Well done, fire ant. Sejun praised the fire ant, thinking that he should tame more fire ants. As Sejun harvested the cordyceps and returned home. Arjux, I'm sorry. We haven't found the land deed for the tower's 83rd floor yet. Kellyan spoke, avoiding Arjux's gaze. And, HMPH. I'm disappointed. I'm not talking to Grandpa anymore. Arjux turned his head away, showing his sulking side. I'm mad at Grandpa. After all the fuss I made in front of Sejun Hyung. Thus, the grandchild-grandparent relationship became strained again. These children. Just as Kellyan was about to take his anger out on the 5 who disobeyed his command. Arjux, you shouldn't behave like that with Grandpa. Apologize to him right now. Sejun scolded Arjux in a stern voice. This was a situation caused by himself. It was right for him to step in and mend their relationship. But I wanted to get the land deed for Hyung. Feeling wronged that Sejun wasn't taking his side, tears welled up in Arjux's eyes. I did it for Sejun Hyung. I know how you feel, Arjux. But you shouldn't act that way towards Grandpa. Go on, give him a hug, okay? I'm sorry, Grandpa. Following Sejun's words, Arjux hugged Kellyan and apologized. Kellyan him, I'm sorry. It was presumptuous of me to ask. Sejun also apologized to Kellyan, acknowledging his own part in the situation. Hugh. No, it's fine. I'll keep looking for the land deed. Kellyan, energized by Arjux's hug, dismissed the matter nonchalantly. Thanks to that, the strong beings of the White Tower were able to avoid the wrath of the Great White Dragon. Thus, Sejun mediated a reconciliation between Kellyan and Arjux. All right, guys, we're about to leave, so hurry inside, Sejun said as he opened the void storage. It was to use the land deeds Theo had brought for the tower's 70th and 81st floors to harvest night sweet potatoes and the pair of strength and stamina. Pooh hut. Got it, meow, Krueng. Got it. Okay. Hyung, Pio. Yes. As Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Pio entered the void storage. Then I'll close the door. Sejun was about to close the door. When, King? King, where are you going? Take me with you. Thud, thud. Fenrir hurried over. Having grown overnight, his stride had quickened. Our Blackie wants to go too, King? If you go, who will protect me? Fenrir, biting Sejun's hem, showed his determination to go along. All right. Let's go together. Click. Sejun picked up Fenrir and placed him inside the void storage. And, swoosh! Sejun disappeared as he unfolded the land deed for the tower's 70th floor. Chapter 316, It's Not Me. TL, Hangak, you have arrived at the 70th floor farm of the Black Tower. You have moved from the top floor, the 99th floor, to the 70th floor. You have descended 29 floors. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 29. Sejun arrived at the 70th floor. He hurriedly covered his nose due to the foul smell surrounding him. Why does it smell like poop? And then, ooh? This is, Sejun's eyes caught sight of ginkgo trees dyed in bright yellow. This place was a ginkgo tree farm. So this smell is, when Sejun looked at the ground, he saw countless ginkgo fruits fallen. He. This is going to be delicious. Peeling the skin and roasting the seeds inside is another delicacy. I need to call the kids quickly. Sejun hurried to open the void storage. A quest has occurred. Quest, the farm management is too poor, and there is a severe stench. Collect all the fallen ginkgo fruits to remove the smell. Reward, recognized as the rightful owner of the Black Tower's 70th floor farm. Perfect. Sejun smiled upon seeing the quest. He was going to collect them anyway. And then, clank. Guys, come out. Sejun opened the void storage to call his companions. However, thud. The door slammed shut again. What? Clank. When Sejun opened the void storage door again. Use this to cover your nose, meow. It smells like Chairman Park has pooped, meow. Queuing. The poop smell coming from Dad is too terrible. No matter how much I like Sejun Hyung, I think we should stay away for a while. Theo tilde nim. Please give me one too. King? What did you eat? The companions were seen hastily covering their noses with green onions given by Theo. These little rascals. It's not me. Sejun was indignant towards his companions misunderstanding him. It's coming from here. Puck. Because ginkgo fruit flesh should not be touched with bare hands, Sejun used McGee's dagger that Theo had brought to stab a ginkgo fruit and showed it. Thanks to showing the real culprit, the ginkgo fruit emitting a foul smell, Sejun was cleared of the misunderstanding that he had pooped. But even though the misunderstanding was cleared, the companions who had covered their noses with green onions did not come out. They didn't want to step on the smelly ginkgo fruits. Moreover, there was another reason they didn't want to go out. Ku hey. Queuing. He. It's delicious. Hey. Tasty. King. There's a lot to eat. We're not going out from here. Sitting on the ground, Quenji, Arjux, and Blackie were eagerly eating the roasted dried sweet potato made by Sejun. Quenji, Arjux, put the ginkgo fruits in here, Sejun said, opening the mouth of a leather pouch to the two. Sejun also didn't want to touch the ginkgo fruits. Thus, he asked Quenji and Arjux, who could use telekinesis and magic, for help. Queuing. Understood. Float. Yes. Levitation. At Sejun's request, Quenji and Arjux, while chewing on the sweet potato jerky, levitated the ginkgo fruits into the leather pouch. Despite the enormous quantity, the leather pouch seemed to have no end, endlessly accepting more fruits. It was a leather pouch that dragons used to give money to Sejun, enchanted with spatial expansion and weight reduction magic, and Sejun was using it to store crops. 1 hour later, you have cleanly collected 102,231 ginkgo fruit that had fallen in the ginkgo tree farm. You have completed the quest. You are recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the 70th floor ginkgo tree farm. Land deed skill, farm information LVMAX is activated. With all the fallen ginkgo fruits packed into the leather pouch, the quest was completed. As the land deed quest concluded, now, let's go find the night sweet potatoes. Sejun decided to search for the night sweet potatoes, his original goal. First, you guys look around to see what's nearby. Sejun asked Quenji, Arjux, and Pio, who could fly, to scout the area. While the three were scouting around, thud, Sejun took out a pair of brown gloves and the leather pouch with ginkgo fruits from the void storage. Poison-resistant gloves. Gloves made of specially treated leather for handling poison. You will not be poisoned by touching poisons of grade B or lower. Usage restriction, LV 30 and above, magic power 100 and above. Creator, leather artisan Wilson. Grade, B. The gloves were one of the items looted from the black market brought by Theo. Click, click. Sejun wore the poison-resistant gloves and began to remove the seeds from the ginkgo fruits. He. They're going to be delicious when roasted. As Sejun extracted seeds from the ginkgo fruits, you have obtained ginkgo seeds. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 633,716 more times to complete the job quest. Messages appeared. This counts as seed harvesting too. He had completely forgotten about it, focused only on the thought of roasting and eating the ginkgo. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He. Thanks to that, Sejun hummed a little tune while eagerly cracking open the ginkgo. Then, aha! A golden bat, which had been holding its breath for over an hour to avoid the smell of ginkgo, appeared, gasping for air. It was because it ran out of breath that its invisibility was undone. Who? Golden bat, were you there? Sejun was surprised to discover the golden bat suddenly appearing at his side. He had thought it was hiding somewhere but didn't realize it was right by his side. Huff, huff. Yes. Pooh-hoo-hut. Golden bat, quickly put this on. Meow. Theo handed a green onion nose plug to the golden bat. Pip pip. Thank you. The golden bat covered its nose with the green onion nose plug made by Theo. After a little while, swoosh, the golden bat naturally went back into stealth. Being invisible was more comfortable for the golden bat. However, since the green onion wasn't part of the golden bat's body, it remained visible. It's on the leg, now it's on Theo's back. Sejun could tell where the golden bat was hiding. As Sejun was finding the golden bat's hiding spots while cracking open the ginkgo fruits, queuing. Dad, there's a forest and a waypoint over there. Sejun Hyung, there's a rocky mountain over there. Pio. Sejun Tildenim, there's a lake over there. The 3 scouts returned. A forest, a rocky mountain, a lake. Let's go to the forest. Sejun decided. The forest seemed to be the environment most similar to where night sweet potatoes would grow, plus there was a waypoint. Pooh-hoo-hut. It's adventure time, meow. Theo, excited to explore a new place, hung onto Sejun's leg, raising his front paws and shouted. Thus, Sejun and his companion set off towards the forest. Upon arriving at the entrance of the forest, gurgle. Quenji's belly clock, signaling lunchtime, rang. Let's take a break. Sejun hurriedly started a fire and began cooking. Today's dish was skewers. Now that they had ginkgo, Sejun planned to make ginkgo skewers and other skewers as well. Sock. Sejun prepared ginkgo skewers, rice cake skewers, fish skewers, and fruit skewers. He. I wonder what expressions Quenji and Arjux will have when they eat these. He took out a side dish container filled with sausage vegetable stir-fry from the void storage. And then, Sook. He took out sausages from the container and alternately skewered them with rice cakes. It was a sotik. As the skewers were ready, chak. Sejun placed the ginkgo skewers, rice cake skewers, fish skewers, and sotik skewers on the fire to grill. Once the skewers were somewhat cooked, guys, let's eat. Sejun called his companions. Here, fish skewers. Naturally, he gave fish skewers to Theo, a fish aficionado. Just wait a moment. Sejun gave sotik skewers to Quenji and Arjux, who had similar tastes to him. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, the grilled fish made with Chairman Park's dedication is delicious. Meow. Coo hey. Queuing? He. What's this? It's delicious. Everything made by Sejun Hyung is delicious. While the 3 were enjoying the skewer dishes, slurp. The golden bat was glued to a fruit skewer, frantically sucking the juice out of the fruit. Everyone enjoyed the skewer dishes. Peeing. I'm the only one without a skewer. Except for Pio. Pio had no skewer. It enviously watched the others as it took out peanuts from its own peanut pouch. Then, here. This is for Pio. Sejun made a peanut skewer for Pio by sticking 5 peanuts on a needle. It took longer than expected to make the skewer because the peanuts would split each time he tried to skewer them. Pio. Thank you, Sejun Tildenim. Theo Tildenim, I have a skewer too. Flap. Pio flew next to Theo with his peanut skewer and ate together. He. Delicious. Sejun also had a pleasant meal with his companions. At that time, Russell, how dare you enter Lord Idurus's territory? Who are you? With the sound of moving grass, two kangaroos appeared from within the forest, pointing their spears towards Sejun and his companions. But the timing was terrible. They appeared right when everyone was eating. Queuing. You don't disturb someone while they're eating. Don't mess around. Dash. Thud. The two unlucky ones were immediately knocked out by the energy from Quenji and Arjux. A little later. Slap, slap. Wake up, you slaves. Meow. After lunch, Theo woke the two up. Their front paws were already stained with black ink. Theo had stamped their paws while they were unconscious. Where is this? As the kangaroos woke up, lead us to where Idurus is. Sejun spoke. The place where the leader Idurus was likely to be their base. There was a high chance that night sweet potatoes would be there. Fine. We will guide you to Lord Idurus. Follow us. This turned out well. If it's the boss, maybe we can win. Thinking that Idurus could handle them, the two led Sejun to their base. However, queuing. Submit. Idurus's knees easily buckled under Quenji's telekinesis. PL, please spare us. Naturally, Idurus was unable to defeat Sejun and his companions. Pooh hut. Stamp it. Meow. Press. He stamped the seal on Theo's contract. As the situation was resolved, can you show us your food storage? Sejun asked to see the kangaroo's food storage in search of night sweet potatoes. However, food storage? We don't have such a thing. The kangaroos didn't have a food storage. It was obvious. The forest was abundant with fresh leaves to eat. There was no need to harvest them in advance only to let them wilt. Then have you ever seen something growing from the ground like this? Sejun showed the kangaroos a sweet potato. No. We don't dig the ground. It was a similar reason to before. There was plenty of foliage to eat in sight, so there was no need to dig for food from the ground. Alright, let's go, guys. Eventually, Sejun left Idurus's base without any harvest and walked towards a red light pillar. He planned to register the waypoint of the 70th floor of the tower and decide whether to return to the 99th floor or stay and continue searching for night sweet potatoes. As Sejun arrived in front of the red crystal, click! The 70th floor waypoint of the black tower has been saved. He placed his hand on the red crystal to register the waypoint. At that moment, sniff, sniff. King! It smells like something like the yellow and chewy thing. Fenrir, peeking out from Sejun's pocket, smelled the sweet potato. And, King! It's mine! Boing! Jumping out of Sejun's pocket to eat it alone. Thump thump. He ran following the smell. And then, plop! King? The ground collapsed, and Fenrir was swallowed into the darkness. Chapter 317, I might lack physical strength, but do I lack mental strength? TL, hangak, plop. Ooh, Sejun discovered Fenrir falling out of his pocket on its own. Our Blackie has grown and can move well now. Sejun did not try to catch Fenrir, just watched it. No matter how hard it tried to run with its plodding steps, he couldn't get far, so he let him be. Then, King? Fenrir suddenly disappeared into the ground not far ahead. Blackie! Sejun hurried to where Fenrir had vanished. Plop! Who? The ground gave way, and Sejun also sank into the darkness. And then, Chairman Park has fallen, meow, queuing. Dad disappeared. Sejun Hyung. I'll save you, Sejun Nim. Pio. Sejun tilde Nim, I'm on it. The group waiting in the void storage rushed towards where Sejun had disappeared. However, the ground that swallowed Sejun and Fenrir had already returned to normal. Dig the ground, meow. The group began to dig to find Sejun and Fenrir. Rolling. Thud. Fenrir, having rolled down the inclined cave for a while, landed on his back. A moment later, King. Fenrir regained consciousness. Where is this? Fenrir looked around. But, King, I can't see anything. He could barely see in front of him, beyond that was pitch-black darkness. As Fenrir was looking around, rolling. Thud. Sejun, like Fenrir, appeared next to him, having rolled down the cave. King? You came too. Fenrir was so glad to see Sejun, he felt relieved. And then, Kingja. Kingja. He climbed eagerly onto the unconscious Sejun's chest and, tap. Tap. King. Wake up. He hit Sejun's face with its cute front paws to wake him up. Then, creeping. The darkness began to approach Sejun and Fenrir little by little. King. King. Don't come. Don't touch him. Fenrir barked loudly at the darkness, threatening it. However, swoosh. The darkness kept approaching. King. I said don't come closer. Fenrir launched itself at the darkness. Swoosh. And then, Fenrir was swallowed by the darkness. Swoosh. So was Sejun. What's happening? Fenrir, swallowed by the darkness, looked around to understand the situation. But there was no difference from before. However, if there was one change. I'm in spirit form? Fenrir was now in a spirit form. The darkness had separated Fenrir's spirit from its body. Then, step. Step. I am the Night Walker, welcome to the world of the night. A darker being emerged from the black darkness. And then, become part of the night. As the Night Walker spoke, hundreds of thousands of hands emerged from the darkness to bind Fenrir. HMPH. Ridiculous. I might lack physical strength, but do I lack mental strength? If you consider only mental strength, Fenrir was at a level where he could stand toe-to-toe with gods even at 10 to 1. Of course, Fenrir being the one. Boom. With just a slight increase in mental strength, the hands of darkness couldn't even approach Fenrir. However, what is this? Let go dash. It was different for Sejun. He was caught by 10 hands of darkness and dragged into the darkness. Sejun truly lacked both mental strength and physical strength, a true sunfish. Before long, Sejun was swallowed by the darkness, his voice no longer audible. How dare you? A lowly being like you dares to touch the one who feeds me. Angered by the attack on Sejun, Fenrir grew in size and became gigantic. This is the world of the spirit. For Fenrir, enlarging its body was an easy task if it wished so. Thus, Fenrir returned to its original form. I am Fenrir, the wolf that hunts gods. I command you to perish. Who? Fenrir Nim? Wait a moment. The Night Walker, realizing Fenrir's identity too late, called out to it but, woo dash, was drowned out by Fenrir's roar. Fenrir tilde Nim? Why would you? We're on the same side. The Night Walker sent a look of injustice towards Fenrir as it vanished. HMPH. Dares to touch people when you are not even worth a bite. Fenrir, completely unaware it had committed team kill. Come out. Fenrir retrieved Sejun from the darkness that had swallowed him. As the Night Walker, tasked with sealing the night by destruction, disappeared. Swoosh! The night, sealed by the Night Walker, was released, and the darkness of the cave began to fade away. Kirarong. As their separated spirits returned to their bodies, Sejun and Fenrir fell into a deep sleep. A while later, boom! The ceiling broke, and Theo, Quenji, Arjux, the Golden Bat, and Pio, who had dug down into the earth, appeared. Chairman Park, wake up, meow, press. Discovering Sejun lying on the ground, Theo rubbed Sejun's face with healing energy. Then, Sejun regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow. Yeah, I'm fine. But why am I here? I was chasing Blackie when the ground gave way. Who? Where's Blackie? Sejun hurriedly looked for Fenrir. And then, Kirarong. He found Fenrir, lying on its back on top of him, peacefully sleeping in a relaxed position. Click! Sejun carefully picked up Fenrir and put it back in his pocket. What a good boy. Before regaining consciousness, Sejun had a terrifying nightmare. Countless hands emerged from the darkness, dragging him into the abyss. He struggled, but couldn't break free. As he was being pulled into the darkness, thinking of death, Blackie saved me. It was a dream, but it felt so real. Though, the sunfish Fenrir saving him was unlikely. Still, Sejun was proud of the dream figure that protected him. I'll give Blackie some dried sweet potato snacks when it wakes up. Just as Sejun thought he hadn't really been in danger but had a frightening dream. Queuing. Dad, there are sweet potatoes here. Quenji called out to Sejun. Sweet potatoes? Following Quenji's call, Sejun got up and looked around. Who? Real sweet potatoes. The cave was filled with sweet potato vines, covering the walls and ceiling. And then, crack! As Sejun pulled on the vines to harvest the sweet potatoes, you have harvested 30 night sweet potatoes. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You gain 2,100 experience points. Experience points do not accumulate as the job quest has not been completed. Messages appeared. He. Found them. Night sweet potatoes. Sejun laughed as he checked the options for the night sweet potatoes. Night sweet potato. A sweet potato grown inside the tower. It is tasty as it has absorbed enough nutrients. It has a characteristic of growing only at night. Consumption helps you sleep well, and during sleep, one of the stats among strength, stamina, agility, magic power randomly increases by 3. Grower. Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, day. Who? Although it had nothing to do with the power of darkness Sejun was looking for, the options were better than expected. Except for one thing. It has a characteristic of growing only at night. Are they called night sweet potatoes because they grow at night? But there's no night in the Black Tower. How did these grow, then? Sejun was puzzled. You have achieved the great feat of restoring the night to the Black Tower. As a reward for the great achievement, you have obtained the title, the one who restored the night. As a reward for the great achievement, all stats increase by 100. Rewards will be given to those who helped in the great achievement according to their contributions. Who? Me. When did I? Sejun was baffled by the message stating he had restored the night to the Black Tower. However, Kirarong, the only one who could answer, Fenrir, was asleep. What's going on here? Sejun thought for a moment and then said, Now's not the time for this. Guys, help me out. Creak. Creak. He and his companions focused on harvesting the night sweet potatoes. As Sejun emerged outside after harvesting all the night sweet potatoes, who? It's gotten dark? He was greeted by a slightly dark sky. Night was falling. What? Meow. Why is the sky dark? Meow. Queuing. It's scary. Pio? Why is the sky getting dark? Theo, Quenji, and Pio, who had never seen a dark sky in the Black Tower, clung to Sejun in fear. And then, Pip Pip. This is great. The golden bat, who liked the dark, was happy. It's getting dark. Lastly, Arjux disliked the arrival of the night. Because the White Tower, unlike the Black Tower, had only night and no day. Let's go back for now. Sejun took his companions back to the 99th floor of the tower. He wanted to enjoy the Black Tower's first night at home. Black Tower 99th floor. Nice. Come on, fill up the glasses. PHRHRHRHR Kellyan, you seem to be in a really good mood. Of course. Thanks to Sejun these days, Arjux and I are getting along. While the dragons were happily drinking some yangju at the fountain. Who? What's this? Why is it getting dark? Who dares? The dragons became displeased and looked up at the sky, thinking someone was looking down at them from above. However, there was no one in the sky. Instead, they could only see the darkened sky. Who? This is night. Kaiser was moved as he watched the sky grow darker. At that moment, Grandfather, our Sejun did this. Eileen informed Kaiser, who had brought the night to the Black Tower. Ha 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 ha. As expected of our Sejun. Right. Who else but Sejun could do such a thing? I'm jealous. Our tower should get some rain too. Ramtur, see if there's anything among Sejun's crops that could be helpful. I'm thinking of planting the detoxifying green onion in the purple tower with Sejun's permission. While the dragons were conversing, boom, Sejun appeared in the distance, riding on Toryong. A moment later, heh. Praised again, he. Sejun, having received immense affection from Kaiser, smiled smugly. His arms were full of scales and claws, gifts from Kaiser for bringing back the night. But, is this really okay? Sejun, who didn't know exactly what he had done, yet everyone said he had restored the night. Just enjoy it. He. Sejun laughed and went to the yard in front of his house. And then, crack. Crack. He continued to enlarge the protective tree shield by infusing it with mana. Vice Chairman Theo, cut it. Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. He had Theo cut it, though it was made from the world tree and was tough. Swoosh. Swoosh. It was easily cut by Theo's dragon claws. Quenji and Arjux stacked the wood. Queuing. Understood. Okay. Hyung. He had them stack the wood Theo had cut. Once the wood was piled high, snap. Sejun snapped his fingers, creating a flame and lighting the wood on fire. He. A campfire is perfect for a dark night. Crackle. Crackle. Listening to the sound of the wood burning, Sejun wrapped sweet potatoes and potatoes in foil and tossed them into the fire, making roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes. Sejun put in 2 types of sweet potatoes, golden sweet potatoes and the night sweet potatoes harvested today. While the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes were cooking, the fire blazed more fiercely, and conversely, the sky grew even darker, and the companions sat around the campfire. Coo-hey-hey-hey. Queuing. He. It really tastes amazing when eaten like this. Really? Hey. I'm looking forward to it. Me too. Arjux and Veronica swallowed their saliva as they listened to Quenji's explanation. Pio. Fut. This is how you make fire peanuts. Pio skewered raw peanuts and roasted them over the fire. Meow. Nice, meow. Theo, lounging lazily on Sejun's lap and basking in the warmth of the fire. Kirorong. Fenrir, still sleeping in Sejun's pocket. This is nice. Sejun watched his companions contentedly, enjoying a peaceful time when night has fallen. Title: The one who restored the night is activated. All stats increase by 20% during the night. Night had come to the Black Tower for the first time. Chapter 318, Sweet Revenge. TL, Hangak. Thud. As Sejun took a roasted sweet potato from the bonfire and pierced it with chopsticks. Swoosh! The chopstick smoothly pierced through to the other side without any resistance. It was fully cooked. Guys, you can eat now. Queuing. Got it. Quenji energetically responded to Sejun's words. Queuing. Arjux and Veronica, each take one roasted sweet potato and potato. Okay, yes. Quenji made Arjux and Veronica hurriedly take one roasted sweet potato and one roasted potato from the bonfire. And then, queuing. Now, Quenji will teach you the delicious way to eat roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes. Ahee. Got it. We were waiting for this. Arjux and Veronica intently watched the demonstration by Quenji, the eating master. Meanwhile, click. Sejun also peeled the sweet potato he had pierced earlier with chopsticks. The steamy, radiant yellow roasted sweet potato was revealed. Ha dash. Sejun cooled the sweet potato with his breath, chomp, and took a big bite. As the yellow chunk entered his mouth, a rich sweetness filled his mouth along with the heat. Hee. Delicious. Sejun quickly finished one roasted sweet potato. Rustle. He then searched inside the bonfire for a new target. Click. He took out a roasted sweet potato that somehow looked more tasty. It felt firmer than the earlier sweet potato. It was a night sweet potato. It's the night sweet potato. This is going to be... Right, he remembered something. Suddenly getting up, clang. He hurriedly opened the void storage and took out milk. Hee. Finally, I'm eating sweet potatoes with milk. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, it's all thanks to me, meow. Theo didn't miss the chance to claim his contribution to Sejun. Then, it's all thanks to Vice Chairman Theo. Hee. Sejun petted Theo's head, praising him for his good deed. Pooh hut. Pleased, Theo quietly hugged Sejun's leg. And then, guys, try eating this together. Splash. As Sejun poured milk into a cup, calling Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica, if Dad says to eat it together, we must try it. Quenji, who was demonstrating to Arjux and Veronica, rushed over first. What? You were going to teach us how to eat it deliciously? That's right. The teacher still has a lot to learn, though this tarnished the reputation of the eating master. Gulp. Coo hey. Queuing. Hee. Eating roasted sweet potatoes and then drinking this is heavenly. Quenji didn't care about such trivial matters. As long as there was something delicious to eat. Hee. As expected, our Quenji knows how to eat. After Sejun took a bite of the roasted sweet potato, gulp. He drank the milk. The milk seeped into the fluffy night sweet potato, cooling down its heat and making it moist. At the same time, the sweetness of the sweet potato and the creaminess of the milk mixed together, enriching and softening the flavor. As Sejun and Quenji enjoyed the night sweet potato and milk, gulp. Sejun Hyung, me too. Sejun tilde nim, me too. Arjux and Veronica, who had been watching, hurriedly came over to Sejun to get some milk. Then, King, that smells delicious. Yellow and chewy. Fenrir, awakened by the smell of the roasted sweet potato, pop, jumped out of Sejun's pocket and landed on the table. Click, and sat in front of Sejun. Give me some. And then, King, you saw how I, the great wolf Fenrir, saved you, right? I'll become even stronger once I recover my strength, so keep protecting me. Fenrir bragged to Sejun about having saved him. Serve me well from now on. However, Sejun thought of Fenrir's feat as just a dream. Right. Is our Blackie angry and hungry because we were the only ones eating? Sejun just thought Blackie was angry because he was hungry. Wait a moment. I'll make something delicious for you. As Sejun hurriedly took out Fenrir's bowl and mashed the roasted night sweet potato he was eating, then poured and mixed milk into it, you have achieved the feat of making the first night sweet potato latte in the tower. The recipe for night sweet potato latte has been registered in Cooking LV8. Your proficiency of Cooking LV8 has slightly increased. Messages appeared. Oh. Is this a night sweet potato latte? thinking that he should make a latte with a golden sweet potato which is sweeter than the night sweet potato. Here, try this. Sejun offered the night sweet potato latte to Fenrir. King? What's this? This strange thing? A liquid with the scent of that yellow and chewy thing. After examining the night sweet potato latte for a moment, right. This guy wouldn't give me something that tastes bad. Fenrir decided to trust Sejun and eat it. There was one thing that tasted bad, but that was only the black fruit that Fenrir had specifically asked for. Slurp. Fenrir cautiously licked the night sweet potato latte in the bowl. A massive shock to the taste buds. What is this? Lick. 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 As if Fenrir's tongue had a motor attached, it frantically licked the night sweet potato latte. Meanwhile, you have achieved the feat of making the first honey golden sweet potato latte in the tower. He. Finished. Sejun made a honey golden sweet potato latte by mixing golden sweet potato, milk, and honey. Feeling that the golden sweet potato alone was slightly lacking in sweetness, he added honey to enhance the sweetness. Slurp. Whom sweet? Sejun confirmed the taste of the honey pumpkin golden potato latte in his cup. Eileen, try this. Sejun sent the honey golden sweet potato latte to Eileen. The tower's administrator says she will gladly drink it. The tower's administrator is excited, saying it really tastes good. Okay. If you want more after drinking, just tell me. The tower's administrator says okay. Thus, Sejun was the first to give Eileen the honey golden sweet potato latte. Guys, try this. Sejun filled Quenji, Arjuk's, and Veronica's cups with the finished honey golden sweet potato latte. Then, queuing. As expected, Dad is a genius. He. As expected of Sejun Hyung, my choice was correct. The expected torrent of praise followed. He. Guys, I'll make more. While Sejun was pleased with their praises and making more honey golden sweet potato lattes, I want more. Fenrir, having cleaned his bowl, slinked over and found Sejun's cup. He. I should eat more of his. Kaka. Fenrir tiptoed, putting its front paws on Sejun's cup and slurp. Took a sip. And then, an overwhelming sense of betrayal. How could you? How can you eat something tastier than me? I will have my revenge. Fenrir was aflame with a desire for revenge. I will eat it all. Lick. 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 Fenrir voraciously consumed the honey golden sweet potato latte in Sejun's cup, fueled by a single-minded intent for revenge. So tasty. Sweet. Fenrir's revenge was indeed sweet. Literally a sweet revenge. While Fenrir was busy taking revenge, lick. 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 The weight of Fenrir, who had eaten the honey golden sweet potato latte, gradually increased, while conversely, the cup's weight decreased. As a result, the glass cup started to slide from Fenrir's force and, swoosh, the cup gradually moved towards the edge of the table. Lick. 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 Stumble. Stumble. Fenrir was busy chasing after the moving cup and plotting revenge. Swoosh. In the meantime, the cup and Fenrir moved closer to the edge of the table and, tilt. Eventually, the cup fell off the edge of the table to the ground. King? Naturally, Fenrir, who was leaning on the cup, also fell. Clatter. The cup fell, making a loud noise. Everyone's attention focused on the source of the sound. I will have my revenge. Lick. 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 There was Fenrir, licking the honey golden sweet potato latte spilled on the floor. Fenrir was fine even after falling from the height of a table because of the dragon's skin. No. Blackie, stop. Click. Sejun hurriedly picked up Fenrir. King. King. You're mean. Eating delicious things all by yourself. Fenrir earnestly complained to Sejun. Our Blackie, you must be sleepy now. Okay, let's sleep. Of course, Sejun couldn't understand Fenrir's words, thinking Fenrir was just being fussy about sleeping. Pet. He laid Fenrir down and began to stroke its prominently round belly. King. King. This isn't it. My revenge isn't over yet. Fenrir struggled hard but, blink. Blink. Fenrir's eyelids gradually fell despite his will, the effect of the sweet potato kicking in. I shouldn't be like this. I need to take my revenge. Burp. With a burp as the last sign, Fenrir grew a bit and fell into a deep sleep. And then, let's eat. The campfire went on late into the night. Sip. There's no moon or stars. Having put everyone to sleep and stepping outside again, Sejun moistened his mouth with some yangju and remarked. Even as the night deepened, the sky remained pitch black. The atmosphere was good as it was, but something was missing. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, don't worry, meow. I will bring you the moon and stars, meow. Theo, unaware of how big the moon and stars were, said he would bring them. That didn't alleviate the mood, though. Really? Then, if you can't bring the moon and stars within a month, you'll be demoted to intern Theo. Sejun felt like teasing Theo. Meow? I don't like that, meow. Theo strongly refused Sejun's words. I've come up here with so much effort, meow. I absolutely can't go down, meow. He. Just kidding, meow. Even as a joke, don't say such things, meow. Theo's voice became a bit prickly, perhaps feeling offended. Got it, pet. As Sejun spoke and stroked Theo's belly, flop. Theo lay down, exposing his belly. Poo-hoo-hut. There was nothing easier for Sejun than cheering up Theo. As the night deepened and he petted Theo's belly, snore. Gororong. Sejun and Theo fell asleep outside. The next morning, Sejun woke up feeling the dazzle of sunlight on his eyes. He. I slept well. Sleeping outside, it was usually hard to sleep deeply because of the light, but with the creation of the night, he was able to sleep deeply. Thus, Sejun had a good sleep and got up. He walked around the farm and let the crops hear his footsteps today as well. And on his way back home, Grandpa, did you find it today? Kellyan and Arjux appeared. Sorry. Today again, Kellyan was embarrassed for not being able to find the 83rd floor's land deed of the White Tower. These bastards! Kellyan gritted his teeth as he thought about the 5 strongest beings of the White Tower who had disobeyed his command. Why can't you find it? Hurry up and get it. It seems like Sejun Hyung is mad at me. He won't even sleep with me now. Urwah! Arjux was whining to Kellyan. It seemed he thought that Sejun not sleeping at home yesterday was because of him. Don't worry. This old man will definitely get it for you. Grandpa, please hurry up and find the 83rd floor land deed. I want to sleep with Sejun Hyung. Arjux, wanting so badly to sleep with Sejun, even resorted to using formal speech, which he normally found awkward. You-ha-ha-ha-ha. Leave it all to this old man. Arjux's effort touched Kellyan. And then, what should I do? Tyr, looking at Kellyan, had a troubled expression. He had looked through the land deeds he had collected in the past, just in case. And it turned out he had the 83rd floor land deed of the White Tower. However, he couldn't deliver it directly to Kellyan. If other dragons found out he was collecting land deeds from other towers, he could be banished from the Black Tower. Then, if it's that guy, Tyr smiled as he saw Theo hanging around Sejun's legs. If it's left in front of Theo, surely, Theo would pick up the 83rd floor land deed of the White Tower and bring it to Sejun. Since Theo often picks up unusual things, no one would suspect him if he brought back the 83rd floor land deed of the White Tower. Good, Tyr waited for Theo to wander off, planning to casually drop it in front of him. However, don't you ever go to the bathroom? Theo didn't leave Sejun's knee for even a moment. Chapter 319, Unlocking the Mental Strength Stat. TL, Hanguk, MMMM. After a simple breakfast, Sejun sat blankly. Poo-hoo-hut, ku-hey-hey-hey. He. Next to Sejun, Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Flamey took their places. Pat-pat. Receiving Sejun's strokes. It's my turn now. In turns. Arjux brought Sejun's left hand, which was petting Quenji's belly, to his own tail. Hop. And Flamey moved Sejun's right hand, which was stroking Theo's belly, to her head. Pat-pat. He. Arjux and Flamey smiled broadly as they were petted by Sejun. As time passed, Poo-hoo-hut. It's my turn now, meow. Queuing. It's Quenji's turn now. Theo and Quenji brought Sejun's hand back to them. Sejun's hand moved back and forth several times. Why am I doing this? Sejun came to his senses from his blank state. And then, swoosh! As Sejun's hand stopped momentarily, Sejun's consciousness became increasingly distant. He felt strangely empty and lacked motivation. Chairman Park, move your hand, meow. Queuing. Quenji still wants more. Pat-pat. Theo and Quenji forcibly moved Sejun's hand to pet their bellies. As his hand moved, Sejun regained his consciousness. Yesterday, Sejun almost had his mind destroyed by a Nightwalker. Although Fenrir had quickly saved him, Sejun's soul was wounded in the process. And through that injury, his soul was dispersing. Sejun's soul continued to scatter since yesterday. By morning, Sejun's soul condition worsened, but fortunately, petting the four with strong mental strength was healing his soul's wounds. The energy emitted from the souls of the four flowed towards Sejun's soul, replenishing it as they were petted. Pat pat. By the time Sejun had been patting the four well past lunchtime, the wounds in your soul have been healed. Talent, the soul that healed its wounds awakens. A message appeared in front of Sejun, indicating that a talent had awakened. Ooh, I had a wound in my soul. Sejun was surprised by the message. He realized that the lethargy that had suddenly dominated his whole body had greatly disappeared. Have I been weak lately? Judging from the nightmare last night, my body must have weakened. I need to eat something nutritious today. But what kind of talent is it? Sejun thought about eating something good for his body as he checked the talent. Talent, the soul that healed its wounds. A talent that can only be possessed by those who have been wounded in the soul and healed. The special stat mental strength is unlocked. Mental strength 10. Mental strength potential 500. Your mental strength will increase by 1 every time you do something that enriches the soul. Mental strength has been unlocked. When Sejun checked his stats. Stats, strength, 921 and 943, stamina, 1319 1396, agility, 929, 958, magic power, 1323 or 2279, mental strength, 10, 500. The mental strength stat was added as described. But what do I use mental strength for? Pat pat. As Sejun was curiously petting Arjux and Flamey, Sejun Hyung, you got the mental strength stat. Ahum. Let me tell you what mental strength stat is. It's, Arjux explained with pride. And then, so, adults said it's a good stat to have? Yes. They said it's good but hard to explain in words. It's not some kind of energy supplement, and it's good but indescribable in words. I'll have to ask Kaiser Tildenim later. He wanted to ask right away, but, sparkle sparkle. Eehee. I told Sejun Hyung about it. Arjux was proud to have shared something with Sejun, so he couldn't just ask. Then, rumble rumble dash. Quenge's belly clock, signaling dinner, loudly rang. Oh. It's already evening. Looking at the slightly darkened sky, Sejun realized why Quenge's belly clock sounded louder than usual. Because they hadn't eaten lunch. Are you hungry? Kids, could you catch some seafood from the pond for me? The dinner menu was seafood and mushroom shabu shabu. He asked the children to fetch the seafood. Queuing. Okay. Okay. Hyung, Quenji and Arjux hurriedly ran to the pond upon Sejun's request. Pooh hut. I don't want to. Meow. Theo, who disliked water and didn't want to leave Sejun's lap, continued to cling to Sejun's leg. And then, hee. Master, but what do you think Quenji and Arjux should catch? Flamey, from Sejun's shoulder, extracted information about what Sejun wanted to catch. Well, I wish we had octopus for today's nutritious meal, but I wonder if we'll find any. Octopus? What does that look like? Octopus? It has 8 legs and a somewhat round head, Sejun explained as best as he could in response to Flamey's question. Oh. I see. Thanks to Sejun, Flamey received the data about octopus. Let's find octopus. Flamey's roots in the dimensional sea diligently searched for octopus, herding them towards the pond. Shortly after, coo hey. Queuing. Hee. We caught a bunch of creatures with many legs. Eehee. Sejun Hyung will like this, right? Squirm. Quenji and Arjux emerged from the pond, arms full of the octopuses sent by Flamey. And then, boom. Attached to their waists by one of its legs, a giant octopus was dragged up. You bastards, how dare you treat me like this? Instead of an octopus, a fragment of the 6th seat of the Apostles of Destruction, the monstrous kraken, devourer of the sea, was dragged up. They brought it alive because it turns into coins when killed. Of course, they tied the remaining 6 legs tightly to prevent it from moving. Unfortunately, the kraken also had 8 legs. Queuing? But is this really a nutritious meal? If Sejun Hyung said so, it must be right. The two were doubtful if it was okay to eat an Apostle of Destruction, but if Sejun said it was nutritious, then it was. Of course, Sejun had never thought they would bring up a kraken. This stubborn guy really doesn't want to leave Sejun. Tia, who had been watching Theo all day to naturally pass on the deed to the 83rd floor of the White Tower. However, Theo never left Sejun's side, sticking to him like glue. Just when Tia's patience was nearly exhausted. Who? What's this energy? Tia felt the energy of destruction. The audacity of the power of destruction. Tia hurriedly flew towards the source of the destructive energy. You? How dare an Apostle of Destruction show itself here? Kids, I'll save you. Tia shouted upon seeing Quenji and Arjux, their waists tied with the kraken's legs. To Tyr, it looked as if Quenji and Arjux were being taken away by the Kraken. And then, melt! Swoosh! Tyr melted the Kraken. Come back. Of course, he absorbed the poison back into his body, making sure to clean up properly. He didn't want Sejun to get poisoned. Clang! The Kraken turned into 10 grey coins. Queeng dash! Dad, the nutritious meal disappeared dash. Eeing! Sejun Hyung, I was going to give it to you dash. Quenji and Arjux burst into tears over the disappearance of the Kraken they had worked hard to bring. Why is our Quenji crying? Who made my grandson cry? Sejun and Kellyan hurried over upon hearing their crying. That's... As a result, Tyr found himself having to explain the situation to the four, even though he had done nothing wrong. Ooh? A Kraken? Why an apostle of destruction? Upon Tyr's explanation, Sejun and Kellyan looked towards Quenji and Arjux. Then, queuing. Dad wanted to eat a nutritious meal with an octopus that has 8 legs and a round head, so we caught it. Yeah. Sejun Hyung wanted to eat octopus as a nutritious meal. The two earnestly explained why they had caught the Kraken. However, It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Who told you guys I wanted to eat octopus as a nutritious meal? In their heightened emotion, they ended up revealing more than they should have. At that moment, I happened to hear it on my way and informed the two of them. Veronica emerged from the pond and responded. Oh. Veronica, were you at the pond too? Yes. I suddenly wanted to swim. Veronica, who had been connecting the area where the Ents were to the pond under Flamey's orders. Veronica, hurry to the pond and relay what I said to Master Sejun. Yes. Glorious moonlight slash. Quang! Following Flamey's orders, she quickly connected the tunnel and came up to the pond. Thanks to her, Flamey's identity was protected. Let's go have dinner now. Sejun went to the kitchen with Quenji and Arjux to prepare for dinner, swiftly preparing the shabu-shabu broth he had prepared in advance and quickly handling the octopus. TL, if you are wondering where the octopus came from, they caught multiple creatures, not just a Kraken, as mentioned by them initially when they came out of the pond. Weiroo-roo-roo. He added the octopus and various mushrooms to the broth. A moment later, you have achieved the feat of making the first ever energizing octopus mushroom shabu-shabu in the tower. The recipe for energizing octopus mushroom shabu-shabu is registered at Cooking LV08. Your proficiency in Cooking LV8 has slightly increased. A message appeared indicating the completion of the dish. Let's eat. Dip it in here. As Sejun took out soy sauce. Queuing. Thank you for the food. Hyungnim, thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal. Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica began to eat the octopus and mushrooms, dipping them in soy sauce. And then, you guys eat too. Sejun took care of Theo, Pio, and Blackie's meals, providing churu, peanuts, and dried sweet potatoes. Sejun also enjoyed the shabu-shabu, picking out octopus and mushrooms. As expected, the octopus was chewy and delicious. While everyone was enjoying their dinner, King, I'm done eating. Fenrir quickly finished eating the dried sweet potatoes. Surely what he's eating must taste better? Fenrir eyed what Sejun was eating. Squirm squirm. Sejun had set aside some live octopus to add later. Plop. I'm going to eat it all. Fenrir launched himself towards the bowl containing the live octopus. However, King, hey! Save me! I can't move. Instead of eating, Fenrir ended up being tightly wrapped by the live octopus and sent an SOS to Sejun. Hey! If you wanted to eat, you should have called me. Why go in there? Fenrir ended up just being scolded by Sejun. King, you always eat the delicious stuff by yourself. Blackie, did you want this? Here, despite Fenrir's complaints, he managed to get a piece of boiled octopus. And then, chap, hurriedly eating the octopus Sejun gave him. King, I'm full. Pet me. He sent another SOS to Sejun. Ooh, pat. Sejun stroked Fenrir's plump belly, burp, and made him burp. After the dinner was over, you have obtained a ginkgo seed. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 603,716 more times to complete the job quest. Sejun spent his time harvesting ginkgo seeds until bedtime. Crackle. Under the night sky, in front of a campfire. Sejun was busy harvesting ginkgo for a while like that. I did quite a lot. Seeing the pile of peeled ginkgo that had accumulated before he knew it, he felt good. It was rewarding. Then, your soul feels fulfilled. Your mental strength increases by 1. His mental strength increased by 1 along with the message. Since they say it's good to have it high, Sejun felt proud of his growth today and fell asleep. The next morning, let's go find some pears today. Sejun, who had completely regained his motivation, decided to go look for pears. Queuing? Are we looking for a new Quenji vessel? TL, the Korean of pear also translates as boat or ship. No. Not a sailing ship, but the fruit pear. Get inside. After sending his companions into the void storage, swoosh, he unfolded the land deed for the 81st floor of the Black Tower and disappeared from his spot. Chapter 320, Harvesting Pears. TL, Hanguk, you have arrived at the 81st floor of the Black Tower. You have moved from the top floor, the 99th floor of the tower, to the 81st floor. You have descended 18 floors. Due to the effect of the title, Retrogressor, all stats have increased by 18. Sejun arrived at the 81st floor. Splash! The first thing to greet Sejun was an enormous amount of water. Who? Sejun was taken aback by the unexpected surrounding environment. Gulp! And unknowingly swallowed the water that flowed into his mouth. Then, a quest has occurred. The quest message appeared, but, he couldn't catch his breath. Breathing came first, there was no time to check the message. Sejun hurriedly surfaced for air, 15 meters to the surface. The water was quite deep, but, swish swish swish. With just 3 kicks, Sejun reached the surface. For advanced swimmer Park Sejun, this was nothing. Of course, it was more about the strength stat than his swimming skills. Considering his strength stat was nearly approaching 1000, it was questionable whether he really belonged in the advanced swimming class. Pooha! Having surfaced, Sejun took a deep breath. Clink! While catching his breath on the surface, he summoned the void storage and opened its door. And then, Chairman Park. I missed you, meow. The moment the door opened, Theo flew towards Sejun's face. Hey there, Poohoo Hut. That tickles, meow. Theo unintentionally received a belly fart from Sejun. Grab. You little. Sejun grabbed the scruff of Theo's neck, who was squirming from the tickling. Splash. Meow. Used him as a makeshift tube, dunking him in the water. Thanks to Theo's water affinity talent, used for waterproofing, he floated well on the surface. Swish. Chairman Park, why is it like this here, meow? Theo turned his body around on the water, showing his stomach to Sejun, and asked. He looked like an otter. I don't know. Let's find out now. Sejun answered and checked the message he hadn't been able to read due to breathlessness. Quest, for unknown reasons, the surrounding river has overflowed, flooding the farm and turning it into a lake. Restore the flooded farm to its original state within 1 week. Reward, recognized as the rightful owner of the 81st floor farm of the Black Tower. Failure, the pear tree farm will disappear. Unknown reasons? This is somewhat like that, there's probably a huge force behind this. But how do we drain the water in a week? For a moment, Sejun's mind wandered, trying to figure out how to drain the lake. Then, boom! Suddenly, a giant boat was thrown into the water from the void storage. Queuing. The Quenji's boat is deploying. Yay! Go, Pio! Let's go! King! I don't want to go. On the boat were Quenji, Arjux, Pio, and Blackie. Seeing the lake outside, Quenji had taken out the Quenji's boat from the void storage. Queuing. Dad, I'm boarding the Quenji's boat. Float, float. Quenji used telekinesis to lift Sejun out of the water and onto the Quenji's boat. Thanks. Sejun thanked Quenji and looked around. This is a volcano. Sejun saw the pear tree farm surrounded by mountains, with water levels risen up to the height of the mountains. But where is the river? Quenji, let's go up to the sky. Queuing. Got it. Float. At Sejun's command, Quenji raised the Quenji's boat high into the sky. Wow! Revealing a vast river that could almost be called a sea. The pear tree farm on the volcano was right in the middle of the gently flowing river. But how did the river flood up to here? Sejun spoke, bewildered. The difference in elevation between the surrounding volcano and the river's surface was over 30 meters. Even if the river overflowed, filling this basin with water wasn't easy. Even so, one thing was clear. Since there was a river nearby, breaking the mountain to drain the water was not an option. Then, Sejun fell into thought for a moment. Quenji, want to play in the water? Sejun let Quenji play in the water in an enlarged state. Since the basin inside the volcano was quite wide, it was fine as long as Quenji did not step on the pear trees. Queuing. Great! Quenji will grow as big as possible. As Quenji enlarged, gush, 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 an enormous amount of water began to overflow. Quenji continued to grow beyond 30 m, reaching up to 45 m. Wow, our Quenji has grown a lot, hasn't he? In the brief moment Sejun was taken aback by Quenji, who had grown 10 m taller than before. Gush, gush, gush. The water continued to overflow. Quite a lot of water spilled over into the river. Queuing. This is fun. Splash, splash. Quenji, having enlarged to full size for the first time in a while, started to play in the water in earnest. Gush, gush, gush. The water rapidly decreased whenever Quenji moved. Although it was possible to drain more water, Quenji played gently to avoid causing the mountain to collapse. A short while later, as Quenji played in the water level quickly dropped, and the tops of the submerged pear trees began to emerge from the water. The pears are huge. The size of the pears submerged in water were almost that of a soccer ball. Quenji, well done. Let's shrink back down now. Queuing. Queuing. Got it. Quenji wants to play on the Quenji's boat now. All right. Quenji, go play on the Quenji's boat. Sejun let Quenji, who had played the biggest role in draining the water, have his fun. Queuing. Quenji's boat is departing. Pio. Yes. Captain Quenji. King. King. I don't want to. Put me in your pocket. Pio and Blackie, who weren't much help in draining the water, became crew members of the Quenji's boat. Kids, let's get to work. Sejun, Theo, and Arjux began to drain the water. Ice Cube. As Sejun froze the water. Suck. Suck. Theo packed the chunks of ice into his bag. Dry. Arjux dried up the water with magic. While the three worked hard. Queuing. It's not fun without water. As the water disappeared due to their work, making it difficult to move the boat. Queuing. Float. Quenji raised Quenji's boat into the sky to play in the big water, aiming for the river. Quenji, while you're playing outside, please check why the river overflowed. Queuing. Got it. Splash. Quenji responded and floated Quenji's boat on the river. Queuing. A new adventure. Pio. Yes. King. I want to go home. Quenji's boat began to move slowly along the river. On the 99th floor of the Red Tower, Udon a cactus has been found on the 53rd floor. Already up to the 53rd floor. Upon the messenger's report, Udon, the tower farmer of the Red Tower, sighed deeply. Rain that used to fall once a month. At some point, it started raining once a year, then once every 10 years, and then it stopped altogether. As the rain ceased, the temperature of the Red Tower grew hotter and hotter. The consequence of the tower heating up was desertification, starting from the first floor and gradually moving upward. Currently, everything below the 10th floor had completely turned into a desert. And the cactus, a plant-like monster resembling a cactus, was the main culprit behind the desertification. Wherever cacti gathered, the area quickly desertified because they absorbed the surrounding moisture. However, no matter how thoroughly the cacti were eradicated, if there was a desert, cacti would soon form groups and rise to the upper floors. And they did so in greater numbers. On the bright side, cacti store the absorbed moisture in their bodies as pure water. Thanks to this, in the Red Tower, cacti became a useful means of securing water. Summon all the dwarf warriors. We will subjugate the cacti. Yes, Udon, who had been in deep thought, ordered his subordinate to summon the troops. Subjugating the cacti caused significant damage, and more cacti would emerge afterward. However, there was no other way to slow down the desertification. I wish to see rain. Udon gazed at the dry sky. Clank, clank. Wearing red armor, Udon moved down to the lower floors. We're almost finished, Sejun said, looking at the water that reached up to his ankles. Then, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I dumped it. Meow. Slap. Theo, who had returned after dumping a bag full of ice into the river, clung to Sejun's legs. And then, Poohoo Hut. Leave it to me now, Chairman Park. Meow. Guys, follow me, meow, as Theo boasted to Sejun. Gurgle, gurgle. The waters began to approach Theo. Finally, Theo was using his water affinity talent as intended. As Theo drained the water from the farm, land moving, Sejun used Mila's hoe to strike the ground. Boom, boom, raising the land around the farm to prevent water from entering. Once all the water from the farm was completely drained, the pear tree farm has been restored to its original state. The quest has been completed. You are recognized as the rightful owner of the pear tree land deed on the 81st floor of the Black Tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is activated. The quest was completed. Alright. Shall we harvest the pears now? Pluck. Sejun, now the owner of the farm, harvested a pear. And then, you have harvested a pear of mild strength and stamina. Your job experience points have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. You do not accumulate experience points because you have not completed a job quest. The message appeared. Ooh, mild? Sejun was taken aback and checked the options of the pear. After all the effort to drain the water, it would have been a complete waste if the taste was bland. Pear of mild strength and stamina. A pear produced by a pear tree grown inside the tower, which absorbed sufficient nutrients. The pear became bland and enlarged after absorbing a lot of water when submerged. If left in a dry place to evaporate 10 L of moisture, it will return to its original size and regain its taste. Consumption increases strength and stamina by 1 each. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 150 days. Grade, A. Few. That's a relief. Sejun sighed in relief after reading the description. Fortunately, there was a way to make the pear tasty again. Let's harvest them first. Arjux, help me. Sure. Hyung, while Sejun and Arjux were harvesting pears, thump. Quenji's boat, moving along the river, collided with a giant tree root. Queuing? Flamey Nuna, were you here too? It was Flamey. Yes. Sejun Nim was looking for pears here. Queuing? Yes. But, Flamey Nuna, do you know why the river overflowed? Quenji asked Flamey about the reason for the river's overflow. Overflow? Why would that? Queuing. Dad wants to know what caused the pear tree farm to be submerged. Master Sejun wants to know. What do I do? Flamey was panicked by Quenji's response. It was natural because Flamey was the one who caused the river to overflow. Moving her roots had caused the river to overflow. Flamey was the culprit behind submerging the pear tree farm. If Master Sejun finds out, he will hate me. What should I do? Flamey fell into worry. Then, Flamey hastily snatched up a giant monster that was passing by near her roots. And then, I know who did it. Queuing? Who is it? This guy. Flamey showed Quenji the creature she had just caught with her roots. You fiend. Do you know who I am? I am the apostle of Quenji, who had been thoroughly educated by Arjux and others yesterday that apostles of destruction must be eliminated on sight. Queuing. It's a bad guy. Bang. Quenji attacked the apostle of destruction immediately. Clang. And the apostle of destruction, Leviathan, the serpent that summons tsunamis, one of the 12 seats of destruction, disappeared, leaving behind 7 green coins. Ku hey hey hey. Queuing. He. Quenji has solved the case. Quenji, having removed the cause of the flood, beamed with the thought of boasting to Sejun. Right. Good job, Quenji. But you can't tell Master Sejun that you saw me, okay? Queuing. Got it. Then, I'll be going back. Quenji navigated Quenji's boat upstream with telekinesis. He. Thanks to this, Flamey managed not to reveal her size to Sejun today as well. Chapter 321, Indeed, that's our Sejun. Vladivostok, Russia. Core. So noisy. Why are those things acting like that? Such bad luck. People were annoyed as they watched hundreds of thousands of crows flying in the sky, forming 2 giant concentric circles. The crows had been crying out like that for already 3 hours. It was understandable that people were getting annoyed. As the people were getting annoyed, Core. Who? There they gather again. What? People saw tens of thousands more crows flying in, joining the giant flock as if they were originally part of it, and together they formed 2 concentric circles. The crows kept flocking in, and before long, their number had surpassed 1 million. And then, faint, blood-colored letters began to appear between the 2 concentric circles formed by the crows. As the crows' behavior became ominous, thump. Several helicopters filled with soldiers approached, shooting at the crows with machine guns. However, far from running away, Core. Some crows broke away from the flock and dove at the helicopters, attacking the soldiers. The crows, with their eyes turned blood red, attacked the soldiers. Ark! A moment later, boom! Bang! Helicopters crashed in the city center. Kayak! Run away! Seeing the abnormal behavior of the crows and the helicopters being taken down, people hurriedly fled the city. In the meantime, Core. The crows continued to draw the 2 concentric circles, and as the sky darkened, the blood-colored letters were completed. Then, whoosh! In the center of the middle circle, a chilling red eyeball appeared, peering out from the darkness. This dimension doesn't seem to be anything special. Blink! The red eyeball blinked in wonder, and then, drip! A single drop of red tear fell from the hole to earth, closing the hole. And then, swoosh! The red tear spread out, swallowing up all the surrounding crows. The crows turned into a giant black mass. Crack! Crackle! In an instant, this form changed into the second seat of the Apostles of Destruction, the Crow of Death, Halfas. Halfas had sent a fragment of himself to Earth to directly command the calamities. Sending a fragment to another dimension came with significant restrictions, so it was a very weak fragment. Of course, there was no one on Earth who could oppose a fragment of Halfas. Cook. Be honored to face the army led by me, the Crow of Death, Halfas. Come forth, calamities. With Halfa's words, dozens of small holes appeared around. Flap! Flap! Black locusts, their bodies entirely black, started pouring out. Done! Arjux, good job, yep! Hyung, Sejun, having harvested all the pears, praised Arjux for his help. Turning around, Sejun saw 10,000 pears neatly placed on the dry ground to evaporate the moisture. The remaining 490,000 were, due to laziness, temporarily stored in Sejun and Theo's bag. He. We picked a lot. Sejun wore a proud expression. At that moment, your soul feels fulfilled. Your mental strength increases by 1. A message appeared. So, this is when mental strength increases. Sejun roughly grasped when the soul becomes filled. It seemed that the soul gets filled after using tower farmer skills like harvesting or seed harvesting, feeling a sense of accomplishment or pride. But does mental strength also include in all stats? Suddenly curious if mental strength stat also increases due to the retrogressor effect, Sejun checked his stats. And then, mental strength, 12,500. That's a pity. He confirmed that the special stat, mental strength, is not included in all stats. Just then, Krueng! Daddy Quenji brought food. Thud! Quenji appeared, his boat laden with fish. Quenji discovered fish on his way upriver after meeting Flamey. Krueng! They look delicious. Bang! He caught them by creating a shockwave in the water. I was getting hungry anyway. Good job, Quenji. Tap! Tap! Sejun patted Quenji's bottom as a form of praise. Hey. Krueng! He. Let's eat them quickly. All right. Let's see what kind of fish Quenji caught. As Sejun was about to check the fish Quenji had caught. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, these are rainbow trouts, meow. Rainbow trout is delicious when grilled, meow. Theo recognized the fish and spoke up, being an enthusiast of grilled fish. Then, all right. Vice Chairman Theo, I'll grill them for you. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. He only noted the latter part. After all, this was someone who believed grilled was the best way to enjoy any fish. A while later, guys, time to eat. Sejun called his companions over after preparing 3 dishes, grilled rainbow trout, spicy rainbow trout stew, and raw rainbow trout sashimi. Pooh hut. Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow. Hey. Krueng! He. It melts in the mouth. Yum. Delicious. Pili. Pio. PFFFT. I like the peanuts fried by Sejun the best. King. Everything he gives us is delicious. The 5 enjoyed Sejun's cooking. Click. Sejun also picked up his chopsticks to dip a piece of rainbow trout sashimi in soy sauce and ate it. Millimeter, delicious. It was savory and tasty. However, it's getting a bit bland. After continuously eating the savory trout sashimi, he craved something spicy. So, slice. He hurriedly sliced some Pyongyang chili peppers, added them to the soy sauce, and ate them together with the trout sashimi. Crunch. This is it. Sejun smiled in satisfaction with the spicy taste when, thud. Fenrir, having eaten 10 pieces of trout sashimi, struggled to walk over to Sejun and lay down in front of him. King. My stomach hurts. Asking to be petted to help with digestion. Did our Blackie eat too much? Pat. Sejun petted Fenrir's belly as he ate the grilled fish and stew. After about 30 minutes of being petted by Sejun, burp. Fenrir belched, growing slightly bigger. Then, King. Great. Time for round 2. Thump. Fenrir headed back to eat more trout sashimi. However, empty. The plate that had held the trout sashimi was now clean. King? What else is there to eat? Fenrir hurriedly checked the grilled and stew dishes. But, King, gone. All the other dishes had disappeared too. Fenrir's digestive speed was too slow for a second round. As Fenrir looked sadly at the empty dishes, click, Sejun checked the pears he had laid out on the ground. But, they're still the same. Not a single drop of the pear's moisture had evaporated. It seemed a much drier climate was needed. Arjux, wanna try drying these? Yep. Hyung. Dry. At Sejun's words, Arjux used magic on the pear Sejun was holding. The moisture rapidly evaporated, causing the pears to shrivel. Shriveled pear, quickly drying them with magic changed their name and removed the option to increase strength and stamina. This isn't it either. It seemed he would need to find or create a drying place later to evaporate the moisture. Let's take the pears and head back. Sejun and his companions prepared to leave for the 99th floor of the tower. And then, Krueng, we're off. Quenge's boat flew towards the waypoint. A little later, guys, get in. Upon arriving at the waypoint, Sejun put his companions into the void storage and then, click, the 81st floor of the Black Tower waypoint has been saved. He placed his hand on a red crystal to register the waypoint and then, moving to the 99th floor of the Black Tower, returned to the 99th floor of the tower. Red Tower, 51st floor. There were 100,000 dwarf warriors gathered, armed with battle axes or battle hammers and wearing helmets and armor. At the forefront of these dwarf warriors stood Udon, the Red Tower's tower farmer, clad in red armor. Opposite the dwarfs, an extensive area as far as the eye could see was filled with cacti forming a colony. A short while later, Lord Udon, we are ready. Red Sand Tribe, Red Rock Tribe, Red Stone Tribe, Red Hammer Tribe, Red Axe Tribe. The dwarf chieftains leading the 5 tribes reported to Udon. Good. All troops, charge! Click. Udon was the first to run forward, raising his axe, following the dwarf warriors' report. Attack! Wah-wah! 100,000 dwarf warriors followed behind him. The idea of a tower farmer leading the charge was a quite different atmosphere from the Black Tower. As the dwarfs charged, crunch! Crunch! The cacti, which had rooted themselves in the ground to absorb moisture, uprooted and stood up. Urat-cha! Giant's lumberjack strike! Udon, who had reached the cacti, raised his battle axe above his head and swung it down powerfully. Then, boom! A gigantic red axe, 10 meters in size, extended from the battle axe and fell towards the cacti. Wah-wah! Die! Thud! Thud! The dwarfs following Udon attacked the cacti. Swoosh! Swoosh! The cacti shot their thorns at the dwarfs in retaliation but, ting! Ting! They couldn't penetrate the armor and shields. Giant's axe strike! Die! Udon and the 100,000 dwarfs rampaged against the cacti. Since the cacti were weak, the battle ended in a few hours. Collect the cacti corpses and return. Yes, after the dwarfs returned. Crunch! Crunch! Not long after, new cacti began to grow again. However, these cacti were different from before. Cacti that had evolved after fulfilling the conditions by desertifying more than half of the Red Tower. Whoosh! Instead of thorns, they spewed fire, and the surroundings began to heat up even faster. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Upon Sejun's arrival at the 99th floor, Moo! Did you have a good trip, Sejun Tildanim? The Minotaur King, guarding the waypoint, greeted him. Yep. It was a good trip. Guys, come out. Clank! Sejun replied and opened the void storage. Then, Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo dashed out, leaping towards Sejun's face. However, who? I knew it. Click! Sejun raised his leg toward Theo and showed him his knee. It's my knee, meow. Swoosh! Slap! Theo, changing direction in midair, clung to Sejun's knee. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng! He. It was delicious. Yippee! Sejun Hyung, the storage was so much fun. Pio! Right! Meanwhile, other members of the party emerged from the void storage after snacking on roasted sweet potatoes and rice cakes, except for Fenrir, who had eaten too much to move. King! Could someone move me? I can't move. Our Blackie, overate again? Sejun picked up Fenrir to soothe his belly and then, Toryong, rode on Toryong to head back to the farm. Burp! By the time Fenrir belched, Master, we have arrived. They had arrived home. Yeah. Thanks. Sejun thanked Toryong and got down to the ground. Let's try placing a few in the room. Click. The room had underfloor heating, which seemed ideal for evaporating the moisture from the pears. After Sejun placed 10 pears in the room and left, Grandpa Tia, these are called pears, and they say it tastes better when the moisture is evaporated. Arjux was seen explaining to Tia. Tia, who was keeping an eye on Theo, came over when Arjux took out a new crop from the void storage, curious to see. Really? Tia examined the pear. Oh. As expected of Sejun. I knew you'd bring something Ramtur needed. After checking the pear's option, Tia hurriedly flew to the fountain to call Ramtur. A little while later, Sejun. I'll dry these for you. Ramtur, having checked the pear's options, offered to dry them himself. I'll even pay you. Thanks to this, Sejun not only got his pears dried but also earned some tower coins. Moreover, indeed, that's our Sejun. He received plenty of love and trust from the 4 dragons. Chapter 322, Arjux, I will bring morning to the White Tower. 99th floor of the Red Tower. Phew. This is tough. Clank. When Udon, having finished the battle with Cactus, was about to take off his helmet and rest. Roar. Udon dash. A massive energy took over the surroundings as Ramtur appeared. Clank. Udon hurriedly put his helmet back on. And then, I greet the great red dragon, Lord Ramtur. What do you wish of me? He knelt down towards the direction of the voice and shouted. That's right. Udon, dry this in a dry place and then bring it back. Thud. Ramtur handed over a heavy leather pouch and said, Yes. Understood, then call me once you're done. After Ramtur gave his command and disappeared. Phew. I guess I have to go back down again. Udon went down the tower again without even having a chance to sit. You have acquired the seeds of the magical cherry tomato. Your job experience increased slightly. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 532,012 more times to complete the job quest. He. Nice. Sejun, who had been paid by Ramtur to dry his pears, harvested the cherry tomatoes with a satisfied smile. After Sejun harvested cherry tomatoes for about an hour, your soul feels fulfilled. Mental strength increases by 1. He felt a sense of accomplishment as his mental strength increased. And then, Eileen, what do we use mental strength for? He asked Eileen about the use of mental strength. He initially wanted to ask Kaiser, but Eileen said she would look into it for him. The tower's administrator says that as mental strength increases, it affects other stats as well, causing them to increase. Eileen, having asked Kaiser in detail about mental strength, answered, Really? He. I should work hard to increase my mental strength from now on. When he learned about the use of mental strength, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'll go work, meow. Theo said he would go to work. Oh. Really? What's the occasion, Vice Chairman Theo? Sejun was surprised at Theo's words. Pooh hut. Since I'm the vice chairman, I need to supervise whether the employees are slacking off, meow. Theo answered proudly, planning to secretly check if the employees were slacking off. However, who's supervising whom? Sejun Company was a company where everyone worked hard, except for the vice chairman. Still, it was commendable that he decided to work on his own. Be careful, Pooh hut. Understood, meow. I'll be back soon, meow. All right, let's go, Pio meow. Pio. Yes. As Theo and Pio went down to supervise the employees, should I look around the fields? Step. Sejun walked towards the farm. Today, he had crops to check. He planned to check the Japanese pumpkin, flame beans, watermelon, and blueberries he bought when the 8th seed shop opened. TL, previously I might have translated Japanese pumpkin as sweet pumpkin, but the exact variety is Japanese pumpkin aka kabocha or kabocha squash. As Sejun arrived at the field where the crops were planted, the water-absorbing watermelon is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend its strength. The potential of your magic stat increases from 2279 to 2280. The watermelon raised 1 potential in magic strength as a reward for hearing the footsteps. When will this one grow? Sejun said, looking at the watermelon the size of a fist. Its growth rate was excessively slow compared to other crops. Is it still lacking even though I gave it so much water? He had been watering the watermelon, known as the water-absorbing watermelon, 10 times a day, but the result was a watermelon that grew from the size of a bean to a fist. Well, it's growing, at least. Sejun shifted his gaze from the watermelon to the other crops. However, the flame beans had not even sprouted yet, perhaps requiring special conditions to germinate. The blueberries were still growing, now reaching about the height of Sejun's knees. The last remaining crop was the Japanese pumpkin. I'm glad at least you guys grew well. He. Sejun looked at the well-ripened Japanese pumpkin with a deep green color with satisfaction. And then, swoosh! He harvested the Japanese pumpkin by cutting its stem with a dagger. Then, you have harvested a poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. Your job experience increased slightly. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has increased slightly. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV1, the proficiency of harvesting LV8 increases by an additional 5%. You have gained 70 experience points. Experience points will not accumulate as you have not completed the job quest. Messages appeared. This one's definitely something Tyr would buy, a name that Tyr couldn't help but be interested in. But Tyr wasn't here right now. Hurry up and pick it up. On the way to deliver the 83rd floor land deed to Sejun, Tyr dropped the land deed to see if Theo would pick it up. Click! Sejun picked up the Japanese pumpkin and checked its options. Poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. A Japanese pumpkin grown inside the tower, it has absorbed ample nutrients and is delicious. When consumed, it expels a small amount of poison from the body. Its taste and effects improve if left to ripen for up to 2 weeks. With long-term consumption, it can completely expel any poison. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, A. As expected, the fact that it can completely expel any poison with long-term consumption meant this was a crop that Tyr would definitely drool over. He. Let's hurry and harvest. Sejun began to harvest the Japanese pumpkin in earnest after confirming its effects. A little later, done. When Sejun felt a sense of accomplishment after harvesting 300 Japanese pumpkins, your soul feels fulfilled. Mental strength increases by 1. His mental strength increased by 1. As the Japanese pumpkin harvest concluded, I'll have Japanese pumpkin for dinner tonight. Sejun took the Japanese pumpkin and headed to the kitchen. And then, thump. Thump. You have acquired 5 seeds of the poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 528,172 more times to complete the job quest. Sejun started cooking after cutting the top off the Japanese pumpkin and scooping out the seeds with a spoon. Tonight's dinner menu was spicy seafood stew with Japanese pumpkin. As Sejun was about to put octopus, squid, fish fillets, green onions, and onions inside the Japanese pumpkin, there are no Pyongyang chili peppers? He realized belatedly that he was out of Pyongyang chili peppers. Then, Sejun Hyung. I'll pick some for you. Arjux, who was watching Sejun cook, raised his hand and shouted. Then, could you please? Sure. Hyung. Just wait a bit. Swoosh. Arjux hurried off to the Pyongyang chili pepper field. A little later, your slave, Tower Farmer Arjux Mamib, has harvested a new variety called Sundred Red Pepper. A message appeared that Arjux had harvested a new variety called Sundred Red Pepper. So, is that Arjux's? As Sejun wondered, a slave's achievements are your achievements. You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats increase by 10. A message appeared clarifying Sejun's doubts, indicating that Sejun had obtained the exclusive cultivation rights to the Sundred Red Pepper harvested by Arjux. And then, Sejun Hyung. I harvested this. Arjux, happy to have been of help to Sejun, flew over with a red pepper in his cute hand. That's great. Well done. Sejun patted Arjux's head and examined the Sundred Red Pepper. Sundred Red Pepper, a pepper grown inside the tower, it has absorbed plenty of nutrients and the energy of the sun, making it deliciously spicy. When consumed, if exposed to sufficient light, one of the stats randomly increases by 5. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, A. Oh. It has good options. He. Sejun Hyung, I did well, right? Yes, you did well. Pop pop. When Sejun was patting Arjux on the back and praising him, you have obtained a clue that could lead to a great achievement. A quest has been initiated. Quest, cultivate 10,000 Sundred Red Peppers and bring them to the White Tower. Then, you will be able to find the sealed location of the sun within the White Tower. Reward, 5 drops of Harvest Elixir. A quest message appeared in front of Sejun. 5 drops of Harvest Elixir? The reward is too good? Arjux, I'll bring morning to the White Tower. Arjux, but what about the Pyongyang chili peppers? First, let's eat. Right. I'll bring it quickly. With that, Arjux brought the Pyongyang chili peppers, and Sejun stir-fried the pre-prepared dish one more time and seasoned it. Then, he placed the stir-fried seafood inside the Japanese pumpkin and put it in the oven he had made for pizza. While the Japanese pumpkin seafood stew was being completed, A hee hee. You're here? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It smells delicious. Is it already dinner time? Quenji and Veronica, attracted by the smell of the food, entered the kitchen and, click, click, sat down at the dining chairs. King. Delicious smell. Fenrir also entered the kitchen and settled down in front of his bowl marked Blackie. 30 minutes later, you have achieved the feat of making the first spicy seafood stew with Japanese pumpkin in the tower. The recipe for spicy seafood stew with Japanese pumpkin is registered in Cooking LV8. Your proficiency of Cooking LV8 has increased slightly. The cooking was completed. Click. Click. Sejun placed a Japanese pumpkin on each of their plates and said, "Let's eat." Click. As he opened the lid of the Japanese pumpkin. Click. 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 Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica also followed Sejun, opening the lids of their Japanese pumpkins and started eating the seafood stew. Then, King. Me too. Fenrir barked loudly, asking for his meal as well. All right. Here. When Sejun cut the Japanese pumpkin wrapping the seafood stew and gave it to Fenrir. Chomp. 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 King. Delicious. He started gobbling it down eagerly. Going to eat quickly and get ready for round 2. While everyone was enjoying their delicious dinner. Meow meow meow. Pio. Pio. Theo and Pio were humming a tune while heading towards the 99th floor entrance of the tower. And then, meow, Theo found the land deed that Tia had thrown in advance. Pooh-hoo hut. Found something good, meow, swoosh. Of course, Theo picked up the land deed. Meow meow meow. Pio. Pio. They moved again, humming a tune, and, that's it. Finally, Tia, having delivered the 83rd floor land deed to Theo, returned to the fountain with a smile. Thus, Sejun's 370th day in the tower came to an end. 53rd floor of the Red Tower. But how did Lord Ramter obtain crops from the Black Tower? Udon, having checked the option of the pair inside the leather pouch, spoke with curiosity. As far as he knew, all dragons don't usually give and take things from each other. They think that if another dragon gives them something, it means they are being looked down upon. Could such dragons exchange such insignificant crops? It was unthinkable by Udon's common sense. Well, it was different since it wasn't a dragon-to-dragon trade, but a trade between a dragon and Sejun. But this is really fascinating, Udon said, looking at the pair. It was his first time seeing such a crop. A crop that emits water in a dry place. Should this level of dryness be enough? Udon had just arrived in an area that was becoming a desert. Click! Click! He began to take pears out of the leather pouch and placed them on the ground. After Udon had laid out about 50,000 pears on the ground. Is it evaporating well? He checked the first pear he took out. Just by looking at it, it was much smaller than the pears inside the leather pouch. But why is it getting dark? Udon, noticing that it was getting dark around him, hurriedly looked up at the sky. And then, what is that? He spotted the dark clouds floating in the sky. The moisture evaporated from the pears had risen into the sky and formed clouds. Then, drip, drip, raindrops began to fall from the sky, one by one. It's raining. Udon was moved by the moisture wetting his face. Swoosh! In the meantime, the rain grew heavier and turned into a downpour. Ha ha ha! It's rain! Rain! Udon laughed heartily, embracing the falling rain with his whole body. For the first time in 1,000 years, rain fell on the Red Tower. Chapter 323, Won't you answer? On the way down the tower. Meow meow meow. Pio? Theo Tildenim, but who will you visit first? Pio asked Theo, who was humming a tune. Pooh-hoo hut. First, I'll be keeping an eye on Manager Bill, meow. Theo answered. The 8 cat interns working under Theo. They had made their achievements and were promoted. Bill became a manager, Jeff and Mark became assistant managers, and the other 5 became employees from intern. Pio? Pio. Ah. So you're checking the most senior first. As expected, Theo Tildenim, you are excellent. Pooh-hoo hut. Of course, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am excellent, meow. Theo smiled pleasantly at Pio's flattery. At that moment, Vice Chairman Theo, why did Pio come so late? Sejun appeared in front of them. Pio. Theo Tildenim, it's Sejun Nim. Pio, without any doubt, tried to approach Sejun. However, Pio. Stay away, meow. Theo was wary of the Sejun in front of him. No. He denied the Sejun in front of him. That's not Chairman Park, meow. His Sejun knee detector was still pointing unwaveringly to the 99th floor of the tower. Who are you, meow? Theo asked the Sejun in front of him. Vice Chairman Theo, what are you talking about? It's me, Sejun said, feeling wronged. Lie not, meow. You are not Chairman Park, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, look closely. It's me. With that, Sejun pointed to his face. Then, Sejun's face brightened a bit more, his features became clearer, and he looked more handsome. P.O. times. Sejun Nim times. P.O. tried to approach Sejun as if enchanted. However, ha! Chairman Park's face wasn't that handsome, meow. Don't change it at will, meow. That only provoked Theo's anger. Only I can fix Chairman Park's rotten face, meow. P.O.? Theo Nim made the shah sound 3 times in a row. P.O. shivered in fear as he watched Theo. I am angry, meow. With a snap, an enraged Theo pulled out one of his dragon claws. With a flick, he pointed it at the Sejun in front of him. Thump! The magic claw shot from Theo's claw pierced through a spot about 1 m above Sejun's head. At the same time, Sejun's figure disappeared. Kuhuk! How times. In place of the disappeared Sejun, a giant spider with 10 eyes and a fist-sized hole in its head was gaping its mouth open. After showing its prey illusions with its 10 eyes, hunting its off-guard prey was the hunting method of the 9th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, the deceptive spider, Alice. You bastard! Next time! Thud! Alice's fragment could not continue speaking and fell, turning into black ash and disappearing. And, clink! Only 5 silver coins, engraved with a spider with 10 eyes and 8 legs, remained in that spot. Pooh-hoo-hut! You can't fool me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. P.O., let's go, meow. P.O., yes. P.O. hurriedly picked up the coins and followed Theo. The Apostle of Destruction, the 9th seat, the deceptive spider, Alice. She met her invincible natural enemy. Meow meow meow. P.O. P.O. Humming a tune, Theo and P.O. continued on their way down. When they had gone down about 10 floors, meow, P.O. There's a fork in the road. A fork in the road appeared in front of them. Pooh-hoo-hut. This way, meow. Theo took the lead without hesitation. And, Vice Chairman Theo, please save me, Pooh-hoo-hut. All right, meow. Give me money, meow. Here it is. As if it was only natural, he met Yoren, who had been stranded inside a fragment of Jormungandr, and collected money from him. It seemed like Yoren, who was too eager to give money to Theo, had been waiting for him. Vice Chairman Theo, where are you going? Yoren, who had been rescued from the Jormungandr fragment, asked. Pooh-hoo-hut. I'm going to supervise the employees, meow. Oh. Can I come with you too? Yoren said he would follow because it seemed like it would be fun. Of course, he also didn't want to move alone and get stranded again. Good, meow. Theo naturally agreed when the sponsor who would give him money said he would come along. Meow meow meow. P.O. P.O. Oink. Oink. Thus, Theo, P.O. and Yoren hummed a tune as they moved to the 42nd floor of the tower where Manager Bill was. The next morning. All right. Sejun woke up from sleep and got out of bed. Then, Gorarong, keying, with Arjux's snoring and Fenrir's moaning were heard. What was that? When Sejun looked towards the source of the noise, he saw Fenrir trapped under Arjux's head. It seemed Arjux mistook Fenrir for a pillow while sleeping. Chuck! Sejun lifted Arjux's head and carefully removed Fenrir, swipe, and placed a pillow under Arjux's head. Krueng! Thanks to him, Fenrir could sleep comfortably. Gorarong! Krueng! Chuck! Leaving behind the snoring sounds of Arjux and Fenrir, Sejun went outside. First, I need to check on the black beans. Click! Sejun opened the void storage and went inside. Click! He opened the golden box of abundance, took out 2 of the 3 black beans, and then closed it again. Transcendence black bean, 2, that makes 6. Chuck! Sejun said as he put the 2 enhanced black beans into a leather pouch. After collecting the black beans, Sook! Sejun split the side of the sundred red pepper and carefully extracted the seeds with his fingers. You have obtained sundred red pepper seeds. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 494,829 more times to complete the job quest. Sejun obtained about 200 sundred red pepper seeds. He went to the empty land of the farm and, puck, dug the ground and carefully planted 1 sundred red pepper seed. And, pong! He opened the bottle containing the harvest elixir and dropped the last drop of the harvest elixir onto the sundred red pepper to quickly grow it and secure many seeds. Pujuk. The sundred red pepper sprout rapidly grew as it absorbed the harvest elixir. Good. I'll have breakfast and then harvest the sundred red peppers. Sejun smiled contentedly as he slowly looked over the farm. The stamina corner grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. The potential of the stamina stat has risen from 1397 to 1398. As he was raising his potential by letting the crops hear his footsteps. Ooh, Sejun was enveloped in a golden glow. Podori, are you ready? Yes. Flamey. Podori answered solemnly to Flamey's question. Podori was at an important moment of its life. That was the evolution into the world tree. Now, if I just eat this and become the world tree, I won't need to take nutrients anymore, Podori thought while looking at the thumb-sized golden apple held in Flamey's roots. For Podori, not having to take nutrients anymore was more important than becoming the world tree itself. Okay. Here I go. Yes. With Podori's response, Flamey's roots sent the golden apple to Podori. Then, the golden apple was absorbed into Podori's body like melting water. And starting from Podori's roots, it turned golden and moved upwards through its body. And as Podori's body was fully colored golden, the golden light began to explode. Black Tower Administrator Area. Kihihi. Our Sejun is managing the crops from the morning again. As expected, so diligent. Nom. Eileen watched Sejun through the crystal ball while eating an elixir-grade tomato Sejun gave her. Then, one of the growth conditions for the Black Tower has been achieved. An alarm appeared as Sejun's surroundings were dyed in dazzling golden light. Keying? What's this? Eileen, puzzled, checked the growth conditions for the Black Tower. Black Tower growth conditions, for 8ths. Tower Farmer, A achieved. Create more than 10 new varieties, exceeded, 19 tenths. Cultivate more than 330 million square meter of farmland, unachieved. Grow a world tree, 1, Podori, / Acquire more than 10,000 world's energy pieces, unachieved. Own more than 5 relics, unachieved. Achieve 3 great achievements, unachieved. Increase the number of Black Tower entrances to 120, unachieved. The name Podori appeared next to the number 1 under the condition of growing a world tree. Who? When did Podori become a world tree? As expected, that's our Sejun. Eileen praised Sejun, although it was Podori who had become the world tree. I have to tell Grandpa. Eileen reported Sejun's achievement to Kaiser. What was that? As the golden light disappeared, Sejun removed his hand covering his eyes. Thud, thud. Who? Sejun saw the Ents guarding around Podori bowing towards it. What's going on? As Sejun approached Podori, hop. Master. Podori Nim has become a world tree. Flamey, who was going to call Sejun, found him and jumped onto Sejun's shoulder to tell him. A world tree? Then, should I bow too? Sejun said in a slightly deflated voice. Isn't a world tree supposed to be really powerful? No way. Absolutely not. Don't be scared, Flamey firmly said in response to Sejun's words. How dare any tree receive a bow from my master? Master, let's go see Podori Nim. Okay, Sejun, accompanied by Flamey, approached Podori. What's this? Podori was incredibly bewildered seeing Flamey. Having become a world tree itself, Podori thought it was now on the same level as Flamey. It even planned to rebel a bit. But, what? This is Flamey Nim. Becoming a world tree made Flamey even more terrifying. Flamey's size and power were immense to the extent that Podori, now with the intelligence of a world tree, couldn't comprehend why it had ever bothered with someone like itself. I must tell Sejun Nim. Podori thought it had to tell Sejun about Flamey's terror. However, Master, will Podori Nim now produce even tastier grapes for you? Right, Podori Nim. Seeing Flamey speaking in honorifics to deceive him, Podori felt a chill down its branch and was paralyzed with immense fear. If I speak, it will surely kill me with nutrient overdose. Podori Nim, no response? Seems like becoming a world tree has made you a bit tired? Flamey's voice was gentle to Sejun's ears. Won't you answer? But the leaves of Flamey, unseen by Sejun, gestured a throat-slitting motion. No. Not at all. I am very full. I will produce even tastier grapes for Sejun Nim. Prompted by Flamey's action, Podori hurriedly responded and began producing grapes. Then, Podo-do. In front of Sejun, a large cluster of golden grapes with sizable grapes quickly grew. Oh, thud. Mesmerized, Sejun broke off the twig from the end of the grape cluster. Then, you have harvested one cluster of fragrant golden grapes imbued with a world tree's energy, 30 grapes. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. A message appeared. The name was as impressive as its color. I wonder if the effects are also tremendous? Click. Sejun picked up a golden grape to examine its options. Fragrant golden grapes imbued with the world tree's energy. Grapes created by the world tree infusing its own energy. The taste is excellent, and the fragrant aroma of the grape spreads far and wide. Upon consumption, all stats increase by 5. Consuming more than 10 grapes will make you emit a fragrant scent for 10 days that attracts the opposite sex. Both the skin and the seeds must be consumed for the effect to occur. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 180 days. Grade, A. Indeed, the options are excellent. Each grape eaten increases all stats by 5. Plus, although it's embarrassing to admit, eating more than 10 has the effect of attracting the opposite sex. Hair. For Sejun, who had never been popular in his life, it was an ability he wanted to experience at least once. Then, the tower's administrator says to absolutely prevent Sejun from eating more than 10 grapes. Krueng. Daddy will only eat 9. Sejun Hyung is only allowed to eat 9. Quenji and Arjux, tasked with a special mission by Eileen, quickly flew towards Sejun. Chapter 324. I have my ways. The tower's administrator is furious, asking who would put such an effect on grapes. Eileen Tildenim, I apologize. I will be careful next time. While Podori was being scolded by Eileen. He. Delicious. Ku-hey. Krueng. He. They're really sweet. He. This is really tasty. Sejun, Quenji, and Arjux were enjoying the golden grapes created by Podori, eating 6 each fairly. Why 6 each, you might ask? Ha. Podori, you've done well. Try eating one of these grapes with alcohol. It's killer. Oh. You're right. Wow. If we ferment alcohol with this. They had given 3 grapes each to the 4 dragons who came to see Podori, while they were happily eating the golden grapes. Tiernim, do you want to buy this? Sejun showed Tyr the poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. A poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. I'll buy it. Tyr said he would buy it without a second of hesitation, just by hearing its name. Anything sold by Sejun is a must-buy. Please try it first and then decide on the price. All right. Snap. Tyr swallowed the Japanese pumpkin offered by Sejun whole. Purple Tower Administrator Area. Well, since it's from Sejun, its effectiveness is guaranteed. Chomp. Tyr ate the whole Japanese pumpkin Sejun gave him. Although it didn't taste great raw, he was excited to see what effect it would have this time. Then, you have consumed a poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. It will expel heart poison. With the message, he felt a severe pain in his heart. Gag. And Tyr vomited a red orb. Then, the size of the heart poison has halved. Tyr was delighted to see the size of the heart poison residing in his heart had reduced. The red orb he just spat out was part of the nasty heart poison that had been attached to his heart. It was possible to reduce the size of heart poison to a certain extent with detoxifying green onions, but not to remove it completely. If I reduce the size of heart poison with detoxifying green onions and then eat this pumpkin, it was possible to completely cure the heart poison. I guess I'll have to pay more than 1 billion tower coins each for these pumpkins. If it could remove heart poison, money was no object. Then, I should start gathering money. Tyr hurriedly called the purple dragons to earn money. The purple dragons went out of the tower to extinguish the red mist far away, earning tower coins. In the past, there was a lot of red mist just a little way out of the tower, but these days, the competition was fierce. And naturally, the competition was only among the black, white, red, and purple dragons. Master Sejun likes these grapes. I'll give you more nutritional supplements, so make more grapes. Flamey, seeing Sejun enjoying the golden grapes, handed a ton of nutritional supplements to Podori. What? More nutritional supplements? Podori was shocked to see about 100 nutritional supplements. Podori thought she wouldn't need to eat these nutritional supplements anymore once she became the world tree, but the number had significantly increased instead. But Podori was too scared of Flamey to rebel. Yes. Since I'm making them, I should make delicious grapes for Sejun Nim. While Podori was absorbing the nutritional supplements, you have achieved the feat of removing heart poison with a poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin. As a reward for achieving the feat, the growth speed of poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin increases by 10 times for a week. An achievement message appeared in front of Sejun. The pumpkin had the desired effect, but to increase the growth speed by 10 times, this isn't the time to just sit around, bouncing up. Sejun hurriedly ran to the farm. And, slice! Slice! He quickly cut the top off the pumpkin to scrape out the seeds and, boom! Land moving. He planted all the pumpkin seeds at once with Mila's hoe. You have planted 25,000 seeds of poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin in the magic-infused soil. Your job experience points have slightly increased. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing LV8 has slightly increased. You have created a pumpkin field of 330,000 square meters. You have gained 200,000 experience points. You cannot accumulate experience points as the job quest is not completed. Messages appeared. He. Now I just have to wait a week, and nearly 1 million pumpkins could be harvested. Sejun looked at the field where the pumpkins were planted with a satisfied expression when the size of your own farm has exceeded 33 million square meters. Talent, myriad landlord grows into a large landlord. Suddenly, the size of the land managed by Sejun exceeded 33 million square meters, and his talent grew. Ooh? A large landlord? Sejun checked his talent in surprise. Talent, large landlord. This acquired talent is only available to farmers who own over 33 million square meters of farmland. You can designate up to 100 farm managers to manage the farm on behalf of the landlord. You can designate up to 1,000 guards to protect the farm. You receive 50% of the experience points from enemies defeated by the guards within 10 kilometers of the landlord. You can designate an unlimited number of tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can use the landholder's farming skills. The landholder receives a 10% skill proficiency reward when a tenant farmer uses their skill. The talent grows as the size of the farm increases. Wow! The talent increased, and all the numbers went up. The biggest change was the removal of the limit on the number of tenant farmers. Until now, the limit on tenant farmers had prevented Sejun's farm from growing rapidly. Basic tasks like making fields, watering, and pruning could be done by anyone. However, tasks that required skill, such as seed harvesting, sowing, and harvesting, had to be done by tenant farmers. But now that limit was gone. Guys, gather around! Sejun called over the mushroom ants to start designating them as his tenant farmers. Snap! Designate tenant farmer. As Sejun placed his hand on the head of a mushroom ant and spoke, you have designated it as the 1022nd tenant farmer. Quack! The mushroom ant, now a tenant farmer of Sejun, was incredibly happy. Soon after, all the mushroom ants on the 99th floor of the tower became tenant farmers. After designating the tenant farmers, Sejun said, "Time to harvest the sundred red peppers." After going to the place where he had planted the sundred red peppers and harvesting them, you have obtained sundred red pepper seeds. Your job experience points have slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You must use the seed harvesting skill 411,567 more times to complete the job quest. He started seed harvesting. You have created a carrot field of 33,000 square meters. You have gained 20,000 experience points. You cannot accumulate experience points as the job quest is not completed. Meanwhile, the mushroom ants, now Sejun's tenant farmers, were excitedly expanding the size of the field like crazy. At the same time, experience points were flying off into the air. I need to finish the quest quickly. Seeing the messages, Sejun's motivation soared, and as a result, lunch and dinner became simple. Thus, for lunch and dinner, they only had boiled egg fruits, dried sweet potatoes, and rice cakes. Crueng! Dipping it in honey makes everything delicious. Eehee! I could eat 100 of these rice cakes with honey. I could also do 100 boiled egg fruits with just a bit of salt. King! It's yellow and chewy. Fortunately, Quenji, Arjux, Veronica, and Fenrir ate very well without a single complaint. Pooh-hoo hut! We've arrived, meow. Theo arrived at the 42nd floor of the tower, where Sejun's company's branch was located. And then, meow meow meow, Pio! Pio! Theo and Pio confidently headed towards the branch. Theo Nim, didn't you say you were going to secretly monitor them? Uran asked Theo, puzzled. To properly monitor, one needed to approach secretly so that the subordinates couldn't hide anything. Meow? Ah. That's right, meow. Theo, naturally craving attention, had unconsciously acted in the most eye-catching manner possible. Uran, thank you, meow, poo-hoo-hey. Oh, it's nothing. Theo Nim, secrecy is vital for such tasks. Is that so, meow? Of course. Leave this task to me this time. Uran confidently stepped forward. Being naturally a gullible type, Uran had been deceived by the employees many times before. In the process of uncovering those deceptions, he had accumulated a lot of know-how in surveilling employees. Pooh hut. That's great, meow. First, let's wear this together. When Uran took out a large cloak and wrapped it around himself, swish, Uran's body disappeared. Meow? Is that a cloak of invisibility, meow? Theo was surprised to see the invisibility cloak. Pooh hey. It was hard to get, Uran replied, proud of himself. Pooh hut. That's great, meow. Give it to me later, meow. Ooh? But this was hard to get, although Uran expressed his reluctance. Pooh hut. I'll use it to surprise Chairman Park, meow. Theo was already thinking about how to use the invisibility cloak he would receive. Thus, the invisibility cloak became Theo's. Then, let's go, meow, as Theo spoke, standing on Uran's shoulder. Yes, Uran moved. Pooh hut. This is fascinating, meow, Pio. Pio, pee-hee-hee. Theo Nim, this is fun. Theo and Pio were amazed that the beings outside couldn't see them while inside the cloak of invisibility. Uran, what do we do now, meow? We just wait, meow? We have to stake out until decisive evidence appears and then raid in on the scene. Remembering past events seemed to raise Uran's voice. So have you raided any scene, meow? No, there was another passage. Uran, who had diligently accumulated know-how but had never actually caught any evidence. Pooh hut. That's not how you monitor, meow. Hop. Theo jumped down from Uran's shoulder and, Bill, I'm here, meow, shouted loudly in front of the building. Then Bill and other cats came rushing out from inside the building. Vice Chairman Theo, welcome. They greeted Theo respectfully. The other cats were newly hired interns. Pooh hut. Bill, are you doing well, meow? Yes. Thanks to Chairman Park and Vice Chairman Theo, Bill sincerely expressed his gratitude in response to Theo's question. The eyes of the intern cats were no different. They knew that thanks to Sejun and Theo, they had overcome their food shortage. Furthermore, as the number of cats working at Sejun's company increased, the village became wealthier, naturally leading to its growth. Recently, Granier Village had been promoted to a city. For those cats, working at Sejun's company was an honor, and they naturally worked hard. Pooh hut. Their loyalty to Chairman Park is high, meow. Theo noticed the cat's earnest gazes. Pooh hut. Bill, we're having a company dinner today, meow. He decided to treat the employees to a company dinner. Yes. Then I'll look for a place for the dinner, as Bill hurried off to find a venue for the dinner. Theo Nim, aren't you going to monitor? Uran asked, puzzled. Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, can tell just by looking, meow. What? Uran, just hurry up and provide the money for the dinner, meow. Me? Yes. At Theo's command, Uran quickly pulled out some money. A few hours later. Pooh hut. I'm heading back, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, please be careful on your way back. Thank you for the meal. Goodbye. After finishing the company dinner, Theo, with Bill and the intern cat's farewells, returned to the 99th floor of the tower. And then, Pooh hut, pee-hee, Theo and Pio, wearing the cloak of invisibility. Sneak. Sneak. They quietly approached Sejun, who was harvesting cherry tomatoes. But, woof, meow, Pio. Sejun, one beat faster, startled them. Meow. I was really surprised, meow. Chairman Park, how did you know, meow, slap. Theo quickly clung to Sejun's leg and asked. Heh, I have my ways. Sejun replied with a meaningful smile. Just as Theo has a Sejun knee detector, Sejun has a Theo detector. Chairman Park, tell me, meow, go to sleep. Knowing that telling him would only make him overly proud, Sejun chose not to tell and pat, stroked Theo's belly to put him to sleep. Tell me, Gororong. Theo quickly fell asleep. Thus, day 371 in the tower ended without any incidents, peacefully. Chapter 325. Theo, are you forgetting something? Red Tower, 52nd floor. Hurry up and lay the pears on the ground. Yes. Upon Udon's command, the dwarfs began laying pears at the border of the desert. On the 53rd floor of the tower, the rain fell as the water evaporated from the mild pears of strength and stamina. Udon confirmed that the area, which had been desertified, had returned to its original state and was now actively drying the pears with the help of the dwarfs. As 100,000 pears were laid out, the sky gradually began to darken. In areas where desertification had progressed significantly, more moisture was absorbed into the ground, requiring more pears to induce rain. Shortly after, swoosh, rain began to fall over the dwarfs' heads. Wow, it's raining! The dwarfs were deeply moved by the rain. Udon allowed them a brief moment to enjoy the rain, and then said, "Quickly collect the dried pears." They collected the pears, now renamed pears of strength and stamina after all 10 L of moisture had evaporated from them. Although getting wet from the rain did not refill the pears with moisture, these were crops entrusted directly by the great red dragon Ramtur, and damaging even one could provoke Ramtur's wrath. Thus, the dwarfs carefully packed the deliciously dried pears back into leather pouches. Morning at the Black Tower, 99th floor. All right, Sejun, who had overslept, stretched as he left his house. Me, Ajajaja, Theo and Arjux, who were beside Sejun, also stretched lazily, and Cooing. Quenji, who had come to find Sejun, heard the sound and stretched as well. Thus, Sejun and the 3 seconds in command gathered. Okay. Let's talk about what each of us will do today, Sejun said in a serious tone. Pooh-hoo-hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will be with Chairman Park's knee, meow. Krueng. Quenji will go look at herbs, and then eat something delicious. Eehee. I'm going to plant 100 red pepper seeds and eat something yummy. The 3 shared their plans for the day. Nothing special, but that was to be expected. However, today, I'm going to do something incredibly important. Sejun suddenly made a bombshell declaration. Meow? What is it, meow? Krueng. What? Sejun Hyung. Tell me. The 3 looked at Sejun with curious eyes. That is, germinating flame beans. Sejun planned to take the flame beans, which wouldn't sprout no matter what he tried, to Ramtur and ask him to scorch them strongly. Pooh-hoo-hut. I don't know what that is, but do your best, meow. Krueng. Daddy, I'm hungry. Hyung. I'm going to see Grandpa. Of course, the 3 weren't very interested. Naturally. Sprouting flame beans sounded boring just by hearing about it. So, after eating breakfast and attaching Theo on his leg, Sejun went to find Ramtur. Ramtur tilde nim. Hello. As Sejun was about to start talking to Ramtur, Sejun, you came at the right time. Take this. Ramtur opened a leather pouch to show the pears inside. Udon had brought 50,000 pears that were first dried. Pears of strength and stamina. They seemed to be properly dried from their name. Here. This is the payment for having 500,000 pears dried as promised. Ramtur also handed over a money pouch along with the pouch containing the pears. Inside the money pouch were 50 billion tower coins. 100,000 tower coins per pair. Since the pears didn't disappear and became tastier, and he even received money for them, it was a complete win for Sejun. Ramtur tilde nim. Thank you. Fa ha ha. Bring me more pears next time. Yes. Hee hee hee. Of course. Sejun answered with a smile. And then, Ramtur tilde nim, could you please look at this? Sejun presented the flame bean, which was his original purpose, to Ramtur. Flame bean? Why are you showing this to me? Ramtur looked at the flame bean, puzzled. Was this meant for him to eat? No, it's not sprouting because it might need specific conditions. Could you please try burning it with your fire? Well, it's not impossible. But you know, it might turn into ash. It's okay. I've tried burning it with my fire, but it didn't burn. Really? If you, Sejun, say so. Whoosh! Ramtur began to burn the flame bean with his fire, using only a tiny fraction of his power. Although Sejun said he had tried burning it, the fire Sejun used and the fire Ramtur used were of a different caliber. It was almost like the difference between a firefly and the sun. Ho! It's withstanding it? Whoosh! Surprisingly, the flame bean, living up to its name, withstood Ramtur's fire. Shall we see if it can withstand this much? Whoosh! Ramtur gradually increased the firepower. Whoosh! The fire grew stronger. And then, crack! The flame bean slightly cracked open. It wasn't the surface burning and hardening, it was different. Peak! Because a red root had emerged from inside. Pop! The flame bean actively absorbed Ramtur's fire and began to open up widely. I've also tried burning it, Sejun spoke in a disappointed tone, looking at the sprouted flame bean. Now, even a bin seemed to be ignoring Sejun. A moment later, I guess this is enough. Ramtur, with a proud voice, handed the fully sprouted flame bean to Sejun. Ha ha ha. This is how great I am. Yes. Thank you. And so, when Sejun planted the flame bean that had germinated with Ramter's fire in the ground, Ramter silently watched Sejun, precisely the leather pouch filled with pears. Is there no gratitude? Ramter tilde nim, would you like some pear? A whom? If you're offering, Sejun, I'll have one. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun began peeling the pear under Ramter's intense gaze. Then, wait. What's this sound? Yeah, what's being peeled? Seems like there's some smell too. Dragons, who had been watching nearby pretending they hadn't noticed anything, awkwardly approached with their scripted lines. Come and have some together. Ha ha ha. Shall we? At Sejun's invitation, 3 dragons quickly flew over, chomp, chomp, and began eating the pieces of pear Sejun had cut. Delicious. As expected of Sejun. Ha ha ha. No, that it's thanks to me. What do you mean thanks to you? It's thanks to Sejun. Despite their bickering, the dragons enjoyed the pears amicably. After a while, craving alcohol after eating the pears, the dragons went off to drink again, taking 10 peeled pears with them. And as the dragons left, gulp, Sejun also peeled a pear and took a big bite. Crunch, the crisp sound and the chewy texture of the pear's flesh, and the sweet juice. It was delicious, but something was lacking. It's not cold. Sejun preferred his pears cold. So, ice cube. He froze the pear with ice to make it cold. Crunch, and took another bite. Ah. Cold. As expected, cold pears indeed taste better. Sejun quickly finished off a pear. You have consumed a pear of strength and stamina. Strength and stamina increase by 1 each. And then, time to finish the quest. Sejun sat in the front yard of his house and began seed harvesting. Thanks to his diligent seed harvesting until the night before, he only needed to do it 100,000 more times to complete his job quest. I'll finish the quest today. Sejun began harvesting corn seeds with determination. Black Tower, 79th floor. Chirp, caw, tweet. As the flowers of the giant tree bloomed, baby birds hatched, and, take care of the children. Adult birds gathered the chicks and took them to Ebro, the capital of Cove. And then, little Flamey, you've worked hard. Here, take this nutritional supplement. Flamey handed a nutritional supplement to the tired little Flamey after hatching the birds. Thank you, Flamey tilde nim. Little Flamey gulped down the nutritional supplement after receiving it. Little Flamey was currently working hard to incubate more birds to restore the reduced bird population. Thanks to this, the kingdom of Cove was quickly regaining its former glory. Without Flamey's nutritional supplements, this would have been impossible. Flamey tilde nim, the supplements are so delicious. Slurp. Slurp. So, little Flamey diligently sucked on the nutritional supplement. I'm hungry. Before long, little Flamey had finished the supplement and was looking pitifully at Flamey. Right. Our little Flamey eats well. Eat more. Flamey happily handed another supplements to little Flamey, amused by the reaction, unlike the grumbling Podori. Our little Flamey eats so well. While Flamey was fondly watching little Flamey enjoy the supplements. You dare ignore our Sejun's fire. You? You dare to ignore the fire of our Sejun tilde nim. Hey! The world tree, I, Lady Podori, am speaking to you, and you ignore me. Podori was trying to scold the newcomer Flamebean who couldn't even speak yet. Late afternoon. Pluck. Pluck. You have obtained a stamina corn seed. Your job experience points increase slightly. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You need to use the seed harvesting skill 892 more times to complete the job quest. It's almost done now. Seeing the few numbers left, Sejun pressed on. And then, you have completed the job quest. As a quest completion reward, level 71 is unlocked. As a quest completion reward, you have acquired 10 million tower coins. As a quest completion reward, all stats increase by 100. Finally completing the job quest after 1,000,000 times of seed harvesting. Great! Quest complete, Sejun celebrated joyously. Now he doesn't have to waste experience points anymore. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, congratulations, meow. Theo, who had been playing on Sejun's lap all day, congratulated him. Yeah. Thanks, Sejun answered in a dispirited voice when, you have created a 33,000 square meters sweet potato field. You have gained 20,000 experience points. You have created a 3,000 square meters radish of strong lower body field. You have gained 2,000 experience points. Messages appearing as if celebrating Sejun's quest completion. The farms cultivated by the tenant farmer mushroom ants were completed. I should go down to the 55th floor of the tower tomorrow. He. If even the rabbits are designated as tenant farmers, the speed of gaining experience points would increase, right? While Sejun was smiling to himself, Krueng, Daddy, Quenji has brought herbs. Quenji, who had harvested herbs from the western forest, ran to Sejun. Hyung, I've planted them all. Arjux, too, who had planted all the sundred red peppers. Good job, guys. Sejun greeted Quenji and Arjux and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Then, Ahum. Tyr approached, clearing his throat. Tyr thought Theo must have properly delivered the deed to the 83rd floor of the White Tower to Sejun. But no matter how long he waited, there was no sign of Sejun trying to leave for the White Tower. And when Sejun just mentioned going down to the 55th floor, Theo, that idiot, must have forgotten. Tyr was convinced that Theo had forgotten about picking up the land deed. Ahum. Theo, are you forgetting something? So he subtly asked so Theo could remember, but Tyr tilted him. I, Vice Chairman Theo, haven't forgotten anything, meow. Theo responded confidently with an innocent look that said, I don't know anything. You stupid cat, you picked up the land deed. Tyr wanted to say that so badly it was at the tip of his tongue, but he managed to hold back. And then, no, as I was passing by, I saw you picking something up, didn't I? Pio saw it too, right? He calmed his anger and gave very specific details, asking Pio who was there with them. However, Pio, no. I don't remember. Pio was a genius at forgetting things. Meow. I remembered, meow. Chairman Park, I picked this up, meow. Fortunately, Theo remembered and took out the land deed. Who? This is the land deed for the 83rd floor of the White Tower, Poohoo Hut. I picked it up, meow. Phew. That was hard. Finally, seeing that the land deed for the 83rd floor of the White Tower had been passed to Sejun, Tyr relaxed and went to drink. Chapter 326, This was made by my grandson. Vice Chairman Theo, well done. When Sejun praised Theo for bringing the land deed of the 83rd floor of the White Tower, Poohoo Hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. Theo responded with a proud voice. Then, Ahing, Arjux, looking at Sejun and Theo, started to sob. Ooh? Arjux, what's wrong? When Sejun asked him, whoa. I wanted to find the land deed for Sejun Hyung and get praised. Ooh-wah. Arjux burst into tears, overwhelmed with sorrow. And then, Arjux, what's the matter? Kellyan hurriedly flew over upon hearing Arjux's cries. But, I don't know. It's all because of Grandpa. Arjux threw a tantrum at Kellyan. It was all because Grandpa couldn't find the land deed. While Arjux was whining to Kellyan, isn't there a good dragon here who wants to help me prepare dinner and get praised? Sejun looked around exaggeratedly. Then, War, Hyung. Me. I'll help. Arjux stopped crying and raised his hand. I want to be praised by Sejun Hyung. However, this is something only a good dragon can make, so Arjux can't. You were angry at Kellyan tilde nim. Krueng. Then Quenji will help. Quenji is good. Good. A good bear can do it too. Quenji, you pass. Ku-hey-hey-he. Krueng. He. Good. Ooh-wah. Arjux's face fell again as only Quenji passed. Well, if Arjux apologizes to Kellyan tilde nim and Kellyan tilde nim forgives him, he might become a good dragon again. Grandpa, I'm sorry. With that, Arjux quickly hugged Kellyan, apologizing. While hugging, he looked at Kellyan with pleading eyes. Grandpa, you'll forgive me, right? You-ha-ha-ha-ha. Of course, I'll forgive you. Kellyan immediately forgave Arjux. Then, he looked at Sejun curiously. Our Arjux is not usually this submissive, how does he become so docile in front of Sejun? Kaiser said that even Eileen used to have a quite difficult personality. It was really a mystery, as Kellyan was marveling at Sejun. Hyung. Now I'm a good dragon. Yes. Now you're a good dragon. Then help me out. Okay. Hyung. Sejun took Quenji and Arjux to the kitchen. And then, clang. He opened the void storage and took out the locust meat. He thought it was all eaten, but there was some hidden under other crops. Theo, please mince this. Poohoo Hut. Understood. Meow. Clack. Da-da-da-da. As Theo diligently minced the locust meat. Krueng. What should Quenji do? Hyung, what can I help with? Quenji and Arjux, eager to help and get praised, asked Sejun anxiously. There's nothing for now, so just sit here and wait a bit, Sejun said, placing a plate and flour on the table. After a while, Poohoo Hut. All done, meow, good job. After Theo finished mincing the locust meat, Sejun added salt and pepper to season it. Kids, now you just need to make it like this. He showed Quenji and Arjux how to make the mince meat into dinosaur shapes. It was Yongari chicken. TL, Yongari here is a combination of Korean for dragon, which is Yong, and Gari is the part derived from a legendary creature from Korean mythology known as Pulgasari. Krueng. Krueng. Understood. Quenji will work hard to help. Okay. Hyung, trust me. Squish squish squish. They started eagerly shaping the meat. However, Kuhei. Krueng. He. This is Quenji. He. This is the great white dragon, Lord Arjux. Soon, the two were no longer focused on helping Sejun, but were happily playing instead. These rascals are having a good time. Sejun didn't expect much from the two. Honestly, he just wanted them to have fun. Then, Ta Da. How is it? Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun showed Theo what he made with the minced meat. Meow? Who is this ugly cat? Meow, it's you. Vice Chairman Theo chicken. Meow? My face isn't ugly like that, meow. Why? 2 is, round face, it's somewhat similar. No, it's not, meow. You don't have artistic sense at all. Sejun, who would claim 2 dots on a circle as a person with his art skills, talked about artistic sense. Then, Sejun started making Piyo, Golden Bat, and Flamey as well. Of course, none of them resembled the originals. Finally, when it came to making Iona chicken, oh. We're out of meat. The large amount of meat was gone. Krueng. Quenji is bigger. No. I'm bigger, because Quenji and Arjux had used up all the mince meat trying to make themselves bigger. Hey! If you make it too big, it won't taste good. Krueng. Making it big makes it taste bad. That's not good. Hearing Sejun's words, the two quickly removed some of the meat, and in no time, fist-sized Quenji chicken and Arjux chicken were completed. You two should also make Kellyan chicken and pink fur chicken and give them as gifts. Krueng. Understood. Yes. Hyung, while the two were making pink fur chicken and Kellyan chicken. He. It's done. Sejun also completed the Iona chicken, and the rest he made into Yongari chicken. Then, he coated them with flour, egg wash, and breadcrumbs in 3 layers, applied oil on the surface, and baked them in the hearth oven. By the way, the breadcrumbs were made by grinding up the bread Theo had brought from the black market. It seemed like he accidentally took someone's meal in the process, but it turned out to be handy. While the chicken was baking, guys, thanks for helping. Pang pang. Sejun patted Quenji and Arjux's butts, praising them. Kuhei. He. The two were satisfied with Sejun's praise. A little later, guys, let's eat. Chak. As the chicken baked well in the oven, Sejun took it out. It's delicious if you dip it here. Sejun took out the tomato sauce and placed it on the table. Puck. Following Sejun's words, Quenji and Arjux enjoyed the chicken they made, dipping it in the sauce. Kuhei. Krueng. He. Delicious. He. Delicious. It's really good. Veronica, who had finished her errand for Flamey, also returned and marveled at the taste of the Yongari chicken. Then, poo-hoo-hut. Swoosh. Theo sneakily put the Vice Chairman Theo chicken and Iona chicken into his bag with his front paws. Since Chairman Park made Iona chicken and Vice Chairman Theo chicken, these are now collectible. Meow. Crunch. Unaware, Sejun enjoyed the well-baked Yongari chicken. After the meal was over, now, go give it to them. Krueng. Understood. Yes. Hyung, Quenji and Arjux took the chicken they made to Pink Fur and Kellyan. Krueng. Mom, Quenji made this. Kwong. Looks delicious. Let me try it. As Pink Fur was about to put the chicken in her mouth, she felt Quenji's gaze. Drool. Quenji was looking at her, drooling. Mom, Quenji wants to eat it together. Kwong. Shall we share? Krueng. Great. Pink Fur and Quenji shared the chicken happily and fell asleep. Grandpa, I made this for you. Arjux approached Kellyan and handed him the chicken he made. Is this supposed to be me? Kellyan was perplexed by the chicken that barely resembled a dragon if you squinted hard enough. Yes. It's Grandpa. Look, there's even your name here. Arjux pointed to the name written on the chicken with tomato sauce, confidently responding. It seemed even he knew it didn't resemble Kellyan, so he had scribbled Kellyan's name on it with tomato sauce. You-ha-ha-ha-ha. Thank you. Try it quickly. It's delicious. Grandpa isn't hungry right now, so I'll eat it later. Okay. Then eat it later. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Grandpa, as Arjux bowed 90 degrees and greeted him as Sejun had taught. Oh, okay. Sleep well, Kellyan barely managed to respond, clutching his heart. After Arjux left, permanent preservation, Kellyan cast a top-tier preservation spell on the Kellyan chicken. And then, ha. Look at this. My grandson made this for me. He began to brag to the other dragons about the chicken Arjux made. As the night deepened in the Black Tower, clang. We're going to the White Tower tomorrow. Sejun checked the items in the void storage, prepared what was needed, and went to sleep. The next morning. All right, during sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 1.5% complete. Over 24 hours, 0.1 magic power has been accumulated. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. Right upon waking, the effects of the talent's extra life and accumulating magic power circuit appeared as messages. He. Nice. Though not large, the feeling of something accumulating every day wasn't bad. While checking the messages, you have created a 3,300 square meter field of magical cherry tomatoes. You have gained 2,000 experience points. Experience points increased as the field was created. It was thanks to the mushroom ants who had been working since dawn. I should get up too. Seeing the diligent mushroom ants, Sejun couldn't stay still. Meow. So, he picked up Theo, placed him on his lap, and hurried outside. Tap. Tap. Walking through the farm, letting the crops hear his footsteps. Since he might not be able to let them hear his footsteps for a few days once at the White Tower, he walked as slowly as possible. Then, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The breakfast menu was boiled egg fruits and roasted sweet potatoes. He prepared food that could be eaten anytime, not knowing what would happen at the White Tower. After eating breakfast and preparing to go to the White Tower, Sejun asked, "Are you guys ready? Pooh hut." Chairman Park, don't worry, meow. Just trust me, meow. Krueng. Quenji will protect Daddy, eehee. Sejun Hyung, don't worry. The White Tower is my territory, the three assured Sejun to trust them in response to his question. King. My body is stiff and uncomfortable. Take me with you too, Fenrir squirmed in Veronica's arms, asking to be taken along. However, no, Quark. As Veronica exerted strength in her arms holding Fenrir, Fenrir passed out. Well, you go ahead Arjux, it'll take some time to come down. Okay. Hyung, Arjux, return, Hyung. I'll go down quickly. If it's urgent, just call me. Arjux Mamib of the White Tower's tower farmer is being reverse summoned. Arjux waved his hand and disappeared. Theo and Quenji, go in too. Understood, meow. Krueng. Understood. Clang. Then we'll be going. Eileen, I'll be back. Sejun closed the void storage, greeted the dragons and Eileen, and, swoosh, disappeared after unfolding the land deed of the 83rd floor of the White Tower. And then, pip, the golden bat, who had been hiding on Sejun's back and left alone, was flustered. Usually, when using a land deed, if golden bat was attached to Sejun's body, they moved together. At that moment, clang, meow, Krueng. The void storage opened, and Theo and Quenji were also ejected into thin air. Something was off. What? Wasn't Sejun's void storage multidimensional? How can he go there unprepared? The dragons immediately understood the problem. The void storage Sejun used was limited to the Black Tower. While everyone was worried about Sejun, you have arrived at the White Tower's 83rd floor. Sejun arrived at the White Tower. It's really dark here. It was so dark that nothing could be seen. Night has fallen. Title, The One Who Restored the Night has been activated. All stats increase by 20% during the night. Messages appeared. There were some benefits to the darkness. Snap. Having already heard about the situation in the White Tower from Arjux, Sejun wasn't startled and snapped his fingers to create light. Whoosh. After securing his visibility with fire, void storage, Sejun tried to summon the void storage to call out Theo and Quenji. However, the void storage did not appear. What? Sejun was perplexed. Then, Krurung. The growling of beasts, trying to drive away an intruder in their territory, was heard. A quest has been generated. Quest, defeat the water deer occupying the 83rd floor's cherry farm or reclaim the rights to the land through peaceful agreement. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the 83rd floor farm in the White Tower. Water deer. What? Whoosh. As Sejun increased the fire, water deer hiding behind the trees, making growling noises, became visible. He. Hey, guys, hello. Sejun approached the frightened water deer with a smile. Chapter 327, Sejun's Sweet Day. Water deer were living off the blossoms and leaves of cherry trees in the 83rd floor farm of the White Tower. Pu. Intruder. An emergency was declared due to the sudden appearance of intruder in the farm. And then, growling. Go. Hastily, they tried to chase away the intruder by imitating the howling of Crazy Dog, one of the top predators of the White Tower. However, he. Hey, guys, hello. Far from fleeing, the opponent approached them instead. Sejun thought he could handle the water deer himself. He's become 20% stronger now. Of course, Sejun wasn't just relying on his stats. What should we do? The water deer were flustered by Sejun's actions. Then, Pu? Who? The leader of the water deer, Gun, noticed something odd. This guy is too weak? Pu. It's okay. He's a weak one. Pu? What? He dares to challenge us even though he's weak. Pu. Leader, he scared us, so let's teach him a lesson. Realizing that Sejun wasn't strong, the water deer no longer imitated the howl of Crazy Dog and returned to their original cries. There was no need for it. He was an easy opponent. When the water deer decided to teach Sejun a lesson, who? Approaching the water deer, Sejun noticed a change in the emotions in their eyes. From fear to contempt. These creatures, determined to teach them a lesson, Sejun decided to give the water deer a taste of their own medicine. Click, just in case, he took out a leather pouch he had strapped to his waist, rustle, and spilled its contents. Pu. The water deer, mocking Sejun as if daring him to try something, watched him. However, Pu. This is. They were soon flustered to see white dragon warrior helmets with black dragon tattoos spilling out and piling up from the leather pouch. Sejun had personally engraved the dragon tattoos using Kaiser's scales to enhance the defense of 1,000 dragon warrior helmets before going to bed last night. Boys, get up. At Sejun's command, the dragon warrior helmets transformed into dragon warriors. Clatter. Clatter. And the transformed dragon warrior surrounded Sejun as if to protect him, waiting for his next command. Goo. As many dragon warriors gathered, a rather clear aura of dragons flowed around them. Thanks to this, Sejun didn't need to issue any further commands. Thud. Pu. We greet the great white dragon. Suddenly, Gun and the water deer came running and knelt before Sejun. And then, the water deer have all surrendered to you. The quest has been completed. You are recognized as the rightful owner of the 83rd floor cherry tree farmland deed in the White Tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is activated. The quest was also completed. You have become the owner of the farm in the White Tower. You must pay 30% of the harvest as a fee to Arjux Mamib, the tower farmer of the White Tower. Arjux Mamib is your slave. You do not need to pay the fee. The following message appeared. So I'm supposed to pay a fee originally, Sejun said, seeing the message for the first time after obtaining a farm in another tower. And then, okay. Stamp this here, you guys. Without Theo, the stamp manager, Sejun personally took out the contract and received the water deer's stamps on it. Pu. Yes. At Sejun's words, the water deer eagerly stamped the contract. Being made a slave meant being spared. While the water deer were stamping the contract, whoosh, Sejun lit a fire and examined the cherry trees. There aren't many fruits. Did they eat them all? Pluck. Suspecting the water deer, Sejun harvested a cherry. You have harvested a thick darkness cherry. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your harvesting LV8 proficiency has slightly increased. You have gained 30 experience points. Let's see. Sejun examined the thick darkness cherry. Thick darkness cherry? A cherry that has absorbed ample nutrition and darkness within the White Tower. It can only grow in places with darkness. When consumed, a very tiny amount of the power of darkness is stored in the body. The stronger the power of darkness, the greater the destructive power. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade, C. It works. Sejun cheered after confirming the content that consuming it grants the power of darkness. However, but why is the fruit grade C? Sejun felt something was off about the low grade of the cherry. Normally, he would harvest A-grade crops corresponding to his own grade. Is there a problem with the tree? Farm information. So, he checked the status of the farm. Farm information LV max. Size 9,900 square meters. Crops, 100 cherry trees. Worker, 1 person, landowner. Special notes. The cherry trees have become significantly weakened because the water deer ate all the flowers and leaves. The number of cherries produced by the cherry trees has decreased, and the grade has dropped to C. There are 500 water deer available as workers. It was because of the water deer. Those creatures. Pu. Seeing Sejun's fierce look, the water deer started crying pitifully with their heads on the ground. Sigh, they were just trying to survive too. Sejun sighed and began planting detoxifying green onions on the ground. This was to feed the water deer onion leaves instead of the cherry trees in the future. Hey! What are you doing? Help me plant. When Sejun spoke to the water deer who were just staring at him blankly. Pu. Yes. Pu. Yes. The water deer hurriedly dug the ground with their front feet and planted the onions with their mouths. Crunch. Crunch. Hey! Don't eat it. In the middle, some of the water deer, captivated by the taste of the green onions, ate them and got scolded by Sejun. While Sejun and the water deer were busy planting onions. Akik! Akik! Strange howls began to be heard from afar. What's this sound now? Pu. Pu. Those are the cries of white-haired monkeys trying to steal the cherry fruits. We'll drive them away by making the sound of crazy dog. Grr. The water deer attempted to drive away the white-haired monkeys by imitating the howling of crazy dog. However, wait. You shouldn't do that. Sejun hurriedly stopped them. Why drive away the workers who want to come to work? Especially monkey workers who are good with their hands and excellent at climbing trees. Sejun, who was frustrated watching the water deer work without hands, would have been thankful for the monkeys. He. Guys, welcome the guests. Clatter. Clatter. At Sejun's command, the dragon warriors went out to meet the white-haired monkeys. Let's go. Pu. Yes. Sejun rode on Gun and slowly followed behind. After a while, Akik. 300 white-haired monkeys fought over who would stamp the contract first, just like the water deer did. Because if the dragon changes its mind, it would be over. Like that, Sejun made the white-haired monkeys his slaves. Do you guys know about this? It's called a banana and it's really delicious. Sejun showed the bananas to the monkeys. Just as he had provided the water deer with green onions to keep them from touching the cherry trees, he planned to supply the monkeys with bananas. However, Akik, the white-haired monkeys were puzzled by the banana held in their hands, having seen it for the first time. Here. This is how you eat it. Nom. So, Sejun demonstrated peeling and eating the banana. Then, Nom. Following Sejun, the monkeys peeled the bananas and put the flesh in their mouths. Akik. For the first time in their lives, they tasted bananas and wore collectively dumbfounded expressions. As expected of the great white dragon. Then, clap. Sejun clapped his hands to snap the monkeys back to reality. Delicious, right? If you work hard from now on, I'll give you 3 bananas a day. Akik. We'll work hard. Akik. Long live the great white dragon. Sejun thus gave the monkeys a solid motivation. All right. Now, let's plant the onions. Pu. Akik. He had the water deer and the white-haired monkeys start planting onions. Swish. Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 is activated. The cherry trees regain some vitality as long as the touch lasts. Sejun placed his hands on the cherry trees, beginning to restore their vitality. While Sejun was normalizing the farm. Where's Sejun Hyung? Arjux, having arrived at the 83rd floor, looked around for Sejun. Ah. Over there. Thanks to the aura of dragons emanating from the dragon warriors, he easily found Sejun. Sejun Hyung. Oh. Arjux, you're here? Who? Where are Theo and Quenji? Arjux asked about the absence of Theo and Quenji, who should have been beside Sejun. That's, the void storage won't open. Really? Then, should I call Grandpa to open it? No. I'll be back soon. Sejun hastily stopped Arjux from calling Kellyan, thinking, if Kellyan comes, I'm dead. The moment he is exposed to Kellyan's formidable aura, it would be his demise. Got it. Then, what should I do? For now, make a light and then plant green onions with them. Yep. Hyung. Light. Following Sejun's instructions, Arjux created a strong ball of light bright enough to see the surroundings and then planted green onions with the water deer and monkeys. As they were planting onions around the farm, Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 is activated. The cherry tree's vitality is sufficient and no longer requires recovery. Sejun completely healed the cherry trees. And then, tick. You have harvested a thick darkness cherry. Your job experience points slightly increase. Your harvesting LV8 proficiency slightly increases. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun harvested an A-grade thick darkness cherry. Then, GRRRR. The sound Sejun heard upon his arrival at the White Tower was heard again. Why is there a sound again? Sejun asked the water deer. Pu. It's not us. The water deer shook their heads. It's not you? That meant. Grrrr. Go. It was the crazy dog. White dogs the size of bulls, foaming at the mouth, were running towards the farm. Drawn by the light. Da 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 da. The sight of 50,000 crazy dogs charging was like an avalanche from a massive white mountain, seemingly about to engulf everything. Clatter. Clatter. Facing the approach of the crazy dogs, the surrounding dragon warriors prepared for battle. The previous two battles ended quickly as the opponents felt the aura of dragons and concluded the battle. However, another name for crazy dogs was mad dogs, meaning, literally, a mad dog. Crazy dogs, even feeling the aura of dragons, charged fearlessly and even more swiftly towards the farm. Clatter. Clatter. And the dragon warriors advanced to stop them. Thump. Thus began the battle as both forces collided. Your dragon warrior has defeated a crazy dog. You have gained 100,000 experience points. Initially, the dragon warriors slaughtered the crazy dogs, but, due to the overwhelming number of crazy dogs, the dragon warriors were quickly buried under a white wave. Grrrr. As the remaining crazy dogs bypassed the dragon warriors and charged at full speed, I, Park Sejun, as the master of Arjux Mamib, command you. Unseal. Go. Arjux. Sejun unsealed Arjux. He hadn't been able to level up recently, so let's get a burst of leveling. Yep. Hyung. I'll sweep them away. Arjux, growing to 30 meters upon being unsealed. Woo! Spewed a white breath towards the crazy dogs. Thanks to that, the crazy dogs were annihilated. Guard Arjux Mamib has defeated the crazy dogs. You have gained 50,000 experience points, which is 50% of what Guard Arjux Mamib earned. Arjux Mamib is your slave. You gain an additional 25,000 experience points, which is 25% of what Arjux Mamib earned. Guard Arjux Mamib has defeated the crazy dogs. You have leveled up. You have gained one bonus stat. Your strength has increased by 10. Sejun leveled up 5 times in a moment. He. Sweet. With workers and experience points coming to him just by being there, it was another sweet day for Sejun. Chapter 328. Chairman Park is such high maintenance. Meow. He. Now I'm level 76. Sejun smiled contentedly. But, it's becoming more burdensome. So much power. Sejun commented while watching Arjux, who was flying around the sky with his gigantic body. Being constantly exposed to the unleashed power of Arjux, Sejun found it increasingly difficult to cope. Hyung. Do I look cool? Arjux, oblivious to this, asked Sejun with a proud voice. Arjux, Hyung is having a hard time. I, Park Sejun, as the master of Arjux Mamib, command you. Seal. Unable to withstand the energy of Arjux any longer, Sejun quickly resealed Arjux's power instead of answering. And then, pat. Arjux, well done. Sejun praised Arjux, petting the now smaller Arjux on the head. Ahihi. Arjux laughed while receiving Sejun's praise. Then, clank. I miss Chairman Park. Meow. Krueng. Dad. King. Don't leave me alone. The void storage opened, and Theo, Quenji, and Fenrir ran out. The dragons had upgraded Sejun's void storage into a multidimensional void storage that could be opened from other towers, adding a function that allowed authorized beings to open it from inside without external help. Kids! And so, the group reunited. That's what happened. Meow. So that's why it wouldn't open. After hearing from Theo why the void storage hadn't opened. Take a break. I'll just harvest these cherries, register the waypoint, and then we'll go back. Sejun said, getting up to pick cherries. He thought it best to register the waypoint while he was at the White Tower, as he didn't know what might happen later. However, no, meow. There's somewhere we need to go before that, meow. Theo strongly opposed Sejun's plan. Ooh? Where to? Click. I, Vice Chairman Theo, felt a pull, meow. Theo declared proudly, raising his front paw. A pull? Pooh hut. That's right, meow. All right. Then, go. I don't want to, meow. We'll go together later, meow. Squish. At Sejun's words, Theo clung tightly to Sejun's knee. I'm never going to be apart from Chairman Park again, meow. This was the first time Theo had been so far from Sejun, and it was a huge shock to him. And it was the same for Quenji and Fenrir. Krueng. We are one, so we'll go anywhere together. Quenji clung to Sejun's left arm like a koala. King. Hey! Don't forget about me. Fenrir bit on Sejun's shoes to make his presence known. All right. All right, Sejun said, picking up Fenrir and putting him in his pocket. Hey! Hyung! I want to cling too. Arjux clung to Sejun's left shoulder. Because of this, Sejun had to harvest cherries with Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Fenrir attached to him. Pip pip. By the way, a golden bat had already claimed its place on Sejun's back. A while later. You have harvested thick darkness cherries. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Done. Sejun harvested the last cherry. I expected as much, but there really aren't many, Sejun said in a disappointed voice, looking at the basket filled with cherries. There were roughly 2,000 cherries in the basket, which seemed too few for a harvest from 100 cherry trees. Next harvest will be more, right? Sejun looked forward to the next harvest. And then, take good care of the farm. He entrusted the farm to the deer and monkeys. Now that the cherry harvest was over, it was time to leave. Pu. Yes. Akik. Yes. The deer and monkeys energetically responded to Sejun's words. Instead of Sejun, it was decided that Arjux would collect a week's worth of cherries once a week and give the bananas to the monies. Although Arjux had wiped out the crazy dogs on the 83rd floor of the White Tower, just in case, they left behind 100 dragon warriors. Once all the work at the cherry farm was finished, Vice Chairman Theo, lead the way. Pooh hut. Understood, meow. Just follow my direction, meow. Sejun and his companions followed Theo's lead to the north. On the way, there were a few unlucky ones who blocked the path of Sejun and his party. Krueng. Quenji will teach them a lesson. Quenji dealt with them. Stamp it, meow. Theo collected signatures on the contract and sent them to the farm. By doing so, they added about 100 more farm workers. Pooh hut. It's here, meow. A dilapidated temple with an ominous aura appeared before Sejun. It felt somewhat ominous. Despair is not yet over. The end of hope is despair. In the end, everyone will fall into despair. While Sejun was reading the writing on the temple floor. Pooh hut. Let's go inside quickly, meow. I feel a strong pull, meow. Theo, with an excited expression, pulled Sejun's leg towards the temple. All right. If it's Theo's pull, there shouldn't be any danger. Sejun put his worries aside and followed Theo into the temple. Kellyan, is our Sejun doing well? Ah. He's safe. How many times do you have to ask? Kellyan replied with annoyance to Kaiser's question. It was understandable for Kellyan to be annoyed since Kaiser had been asking every 5 minutes since Sejun disappeared. But, Kellyan, aren't you being too much? Kaiser is just worried about Sejun. That's right. You're being like that. Ramter and Tyr defended Kaiser. Kellyan had no one on his side. I miss my grandson. Thus, Kellyan broadcasted Sejun's situation every 5 minutes. Who? There was such a place in our tower. Kellyan closely watched Sejun and his companions entering the temple. In the center of the temple, there was a circular altar, and on top of the altar lay a giant grey rock shaped like an egg. Around the rock, there were 4 giant statues standing guard. Statues shaped like figures holding a sword, spear, bow, and staff, all clad in armor. Other than that, there was nothing else in the temple. Vice Chairman Theo, do you feel a pull from that rock? Sejun asked, looking at the grey rock. No, meow. It's below it, meow. Theo shook his head and pointed to the floor with his front paw. Really? Then, do we need to move that rock first? Step. As Sejun stepped forward to speak, boom. Suddenly, a giant iron door descended, blocking the entrance to the temple. And then, welcome, brave heroes who will scream in despair. Bloody letters of a strange shape appeared on the grey rock, and a voice was heard. Ooh, why a hero all of a sudden? Sejun was puzzled when, I am the antithesis of hope and the ruler of despair, the demon king Morda. If you wish to leave here alive, accept my trial. Kugugum. As Morda spoke, the 4 giant statues surrounding the grey rock moved, thump, and aimed their weapons at Sejun and his companions. Oh. They move. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, do you want them? Meow? Krueng. Quenji is bigger. Hyung. I'll make one for you later. Sejun and his companions were busy talking among themselves while looking at the statues. Then, I'll give the first trial. Defeat these statues in combat. In the meantime, Morda issued the first trial, and thud. Thud. the statue holding a spear stepped forward towards Sejun and his companions. Cook. There's also an easy way. Kill one of your companions, and you'll be considered to have passed the trial. Morda laughed, imagining the situation of the heroes falling into despair and killing each other. However, what are you saying? Vice Chairman Theo, slash it. Sejun was incredulous at Morda's absurd suggestion. Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow, SSSHT. At Sejun's command, Theo unsheathed his dragon claw, swoosh, swiped through the air with his front paw, and crack. The magical blade that cut through the 4 statues and the grey rock left 5 lines on the temple wall. Crackle. Boom. The 4 statues split in half and fell, shaking the ground. To be extinguished so easily. Guard Theo has defeated the sealed demon king of despair, Morda. You have gained 3 billion XP, which is 50% of the XP obtained by Guard Theo. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Your strength has increased by 10. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Your strength has increased by 10. The demon king of despair, Morda, sealed within the grey rock, bestowed Sejun 2 levels up as he was extinguished. Thanks to this, Sejun leveled up 7 times in a day. He. Now I'm level 78. While Sejun was laughing, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, this is it, meow. Theo dug around where the grey rock had been and brought Sejun a yellow orb. Ooh? What's this? Sejun examined the yellow orb. Heart of the Demon King Morda? The heart of the Demon King of Despair, Morda. It contains pure magic power as Morda was extinguished. Consuming it will increase your magic power by 300. Upon consumption, you can awaken the talent, Bringer of Despair. If you consume the hearts of all 5 ancient demon kings, you will receive additional effects and the title, Devourer of Demons. Usage restriction, all stats above 1000. Expiration date, none. Grade, SSS. Oh. As expected of Vice Chairman Theo. You're the best. Sejun gave a thumbs up and praised Theo after checking the item's options. A 300 increase in magic power and talent awakening. Moreover, consuming the hearts of all 5 demon kings grants additional effects and a title. It was the best item Sejun had ever consumed. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the best, meow. Chairman Park, since I did well, extend my exclusive rights to your knee for 1 more month, meow. Sure. No problem. Feeling good, Sejun readily agreed to Theo's request and checked his stats. Stats, strength, 1036 1193, stamina, 1364 1398, agility, 974 1008, magic power, 1369 2279, mental strength, 17 500. Ooh? I'm short on agility? To consume the heart of the Demon King of Despair, Morda, all stats had to be over 1000. He was 26 points short in agility. I'll have to eat it when I get back. With today's 7 bonus stats and the elixirs and other crops at the farm, he could easily raise the 26 points. I should take this too, just in case. Having organized his thoughts, Sejun picked up the grey rock that Morda was sealed in and stored it in the void storage. And then, kids, let's go. Sejun, with his companions clinging to him, headed towards the waypoint. On the way to the waypoint, Kiao. Once again, unlucky beings blocked the path of Sejun and his party. Krueng. Quenji will teach them a lesson. Quenji and Theo's punch and stamp combo sent them off to the farm. And so, Sejun arrived at the waypoint. Tap. As he placed his hand on the red crystal, White Tower 83rd floor waypoint has been saved. Loading other saved waypoints. No other waypoint saved besides the White Tower 83rd floor, cannot move to other floors of the White Tower. The messages appeared. Since it was expected, Sejun wasn't surprised. Let's go home now. Finally, I get to use this. Tap. Sejun raised his left arm and infused magic into the black bracelet. It was the bracelet of the dragon's return given by Kaiser. Then, whoom, the golden characters engraved on the bracelet began to shine. And then, the return magic engraved on the bracelet of the dragon's return is activated, calculating the distance between the current coordinates and the return coordinates, identifying the personnel nearby, returning 6 to the designated location. Sejun disappeared from the 83rd floor of the White Tower. A moment later, you have arrived at the 99th floor of the White Tower. Sejun arrived at an unexpected place. At that moment, you are exposed to a powerful magic power. The magic power is overwhelming. Messages appeared in front of Sejun. The 99th floor of the White Tower was a place where the magic power released by Arjux was densely accumulated. It was too much for Sejun to withstand. Along with the message, Sejun fainted. Chairman Park. Theo, who had been distracted by looking around, hurriedly used energy drain to absorb the magic power directed at Sejun and squish, began to knead Sejun's face with healing magic. Chairman Park is such high maintenance. Meow. Today, too, Theo was working hard. Chapter 329, he. Vice Chairman Theo, did you see that? 99th floor of the Black Tower. Kaiser, it seems Sejun will return using the bracelet you gave him. He'll be here soon. What? Kaiser was startled by Kellyan's words, broadcasting live Sejun's situation in the White Tower. This is bad. When Kaiser gave Sejun the dragon's return bracelet, there was still a speck of resentment left in him. He didn't like that Sejun only listened to Eileen. Thus, he engraved a return magic on the bracelet that activated at relative coordinates, not absolute ones. Of course, he hadn't thought at the time that Sejun would go to another tower. While Kaiser was realizing his mistake, who? Why did Sejun appear on the 99th floor of the White Tower, not the Black Tower? That's where Arjux's magic power is. Kellyan was surprised to see Sejun appear in an unexpected place. Fortunately, Theo was seen treating Sejun. And then, Kaiser, did you actually engrave the return magic to activate at relative coordinates on Sejun's bracelet? Kaiser started to be questioned. What? The return magic should be based on absolute coordinates. How could you give Sejun a bracelet engraved with relative coordinates? Why would you use relative coordinates? Thanks to that, Kaiser was busy being scolded by the dragons. No. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. At that time, we didn't know Sejun would go to another tower. Kaiser earnestly tried to make excuses to the dragons. Then, Grand F.A. Eileen's cold voice sent shivers down Kaiser's spine. Eileen? This is... Kaiser hurried to explain the situation, but, I'm not talking to grandfather anymore. An angry Eileen cut off her conversation with Kaiser. Granddaughter. Kaiser was disheartened by Eileen's declaration to cut off conversation. Sejun needs to come back quickly? Kaiser prayed for Sejun's quick return. Sejun was the only one who could resolve this issue. Sejun regained consciousness, feeling the pressure on his body. Pat! He found Theo and Quenji kneading his face and stomach. Theo was healing with his healing magic, while Quenji was helping Sejun recover with physical magic massage. Chairman Park, you're awake. Meow. Krueng. Dad, are you okay? Theo and Quenji asked with bright voices when they saw Sejun wake up. Yeah, I think I'm okay now. Ah. What about Blackie? Sejun urgently looked for Fenrir. If he was a normal sunfish, then Fenrir was a super sunfish. In the worst case, he might have already. I'm sorry, Blackie, for not being able to protect you. When Sejun was about to let go of Fenrir in his heart. Blackie is over there. Meow. Who? Theo pointed towards where Arjux was. Blackie, you can't die. Recovery. There, Arjux was seen using magic on Fenrir. However, keying. Fenrir's condition quickly worsened due to the surrounding magic. Recovery. Arjux used magic on Fenrir again. Arjux's recovery magic was like an oxygen respirator to Fenrir. However, Arjux's situation wasn't good. He was in a sealed state and lacking in magical power. Unsealing Arjux would mean he wouldn't lack magical power, but it would put Sejun and Fenrir in more danger. Sejun quickly grasped the situation. Let's go back down to the 83rd floor of the tower. After registering the waypoint on the 99th floor of the White Tower, Sejun decided to go back down to the 83rd floor. Currently, without the Black Tower's land deed, this was the best course of action. Click! Sejun held Arjux and Fenrir in his arms. Arjux, continue treating Blackie inside the warehouse. Okay. Hyung. Recovery. Clang. He put the two into the void storage and closed it. The inside of the void storage is an independent dimension, unaffected by the surrounding magic. Thus, after asking Arjux to continue treating Fenrir, let's go. 2. Sejun, along with Theo and Quenji, moved to the 99th floor waypoint of the tower. Pat. Because Sejun continued to receive massages from Theo and Quenji, he couldn't move quickly. Step. on the way walking slowly towards the waypoint. Wow! It's vast, Sejun marveled upon finally noticing the field of elixir, cherry tomatoes imbued with powerful magic power that caught his eye. The field was laden with white cherry tomatoes hanging in bunches. He wanted to settle down and harvest the cherry tomatoes, but, meow! Theo, who was overabsorbing magic power with energy drained to protect Sejun, was becoming increasingly exhausted. I need to hurry. As Sejun hastened his steps, the elixir, cherry tomatoes imbued with powerful magic power are grateful for the footsteps of the farmer and lend their strength. Your agility stat potential has increased from 1008 to 1009. The cherry tomatoes reciprocated to the sound of Sejun's footsteps. Shortly after, phew! We've arrived. Sejun reached the waypoint on the 99th floor of the White Tower. However, I haven't seen you guys before. Who are you? There, the boss of the 99th floor of the White Tower was guarding the waypoint. Ogre King Les, a giant white ogre. An entity almost as strong as the Minotaur King. An enemy that neither Theo nor Quenji could handle. Boom! Only those who have permission from Lord Arjux. When Les threatened Sejun by pounding the ground with his fist. Clang! Sejun quickly opened the void storage. Arjux, please say something. He requested mediation. Les, Sejun Hyung is someone I decided to serve as my elder brother, so keep that in mind. With a single statement from Arjux, the situation was resolved. Yes. Lord Sejun, please come this way. Les courteously guided Sejun towards the red crystal. Tap. Sejun placed his hand on the red crystal. Then, the White Tower's 99th floor waypoint has been saved. Loading other saved White Tower waypoints. Saved White Tower waypoints. Tower 83rd floor. Messages appeared. Good. Just as Sejun was about to select the 83rd floor, the Black Tower's 99th floor waypoint has been detected from the saved waypoints. Congratulations! You have achieved the feat of clearing both the Black Tower and the White Tower. As a reward for the achievement, you have acquired the title, the one who reached the summit of 2 towers. With the title, the one who reached the summit of 2 towers, the 99th floor waypoints of both towers are linked. With the title, the one who reached the summit of 2 towers, the effects of the title, retrogressor, are also activated in the White Tower. New messages appeared. Who? What? Sejun was confused by the unexpected messages. Sejun was unaware, but marking the waypoint of the 99th floor, where there was nowhere else to ascend, meant that he had cleared the original tower. Of course, the dragons, who had no interest in such things, didn't know this. And so were the beings who became residents of the tower as the worlds fell. Normally, the world would fall before anyone could climb the entire tower. Sejun was a truly unique case. Probably the first since the towers were created. Then, loading saved Black Tower waypoints. Saved Black Tower waypoints. 10. Tower 99th floor. Tower 98th floor. The list of the Black Tower's waypoints appeared before Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo, Quenji, go into the void storage. Understood. Meow. Krueng. Understood. After sending the 2 into the void storage, press. Before passing out, Sejun quickly pressed for the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Moving to the Black Tower's 99th floor, Sejun moved from the 99th floor of the White Tower to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun seems to be heading back down to the 83rd floor through the waypoint. As Kellyan spoke, watching Sejun disappear at the waypoint. But if Sejun is to return, shouldn't we quickly secure the Black Tower's land deed? How about calling Iona? Should we? Kaiser, Ramtur, and Tyr were pondering how to acquire the land deed. Then, who? Hey? What is this energy? All the dragons turned their heads north. And then, it's Sejun. They flew swiftly towards the waypoint. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Phew. I really made it back. Sejun looked around and sighed in relief when, Moo! Sejun tilde nim, welcome back. The Minotaur King, guarding the waypoint, greeted Sejun. Yeah. Clang. As Sejun responded and opened the void storage to check on Fenrir's condition. It's Chairman Park. Meow. Krueng. Dad. It's Sejun Hyung. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux rushed out and clung to Sejun. And then, King. Hey. Carry me with you. Plop. Fenrir, now lively again after receiving treatment from Arjux, dashed and jumped into Sejun's arms. Plop. Sejun caught Fenrir. Blackie, are you okay now? He examined Fenrir's body all over. King? King, why are you doing this? Stop it! Fenrir got angry at Sejun for thoroughly checking his body. You're okay. Blackie, you've been through a lot, so eat this. After checking Fenrir's body, Sejun gave him a piece of dried sweet potato. From experience, he knew that waking up from unconsciousness often came with hunger. King! It's the yellow and chewy thing. Chomp! 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 As Sejun expected, Fenrir hungrily ate the dried sweet potato. Our Blackie eats well. Eileen, I'm back. Sejun stroked Fenrir while informing Eileen of his return. The tower's administrator says she is glad that you have safely returned. The tower's administrator says she was very worried about you. Thanks for worrying. Eileen, but is this bracelet supposed to only transport to the 99th floor of the tower? Sejun asked, pointing to the dragon's return bracelet. The tower's administrator says it seems like grandfather played a trick with the bracelet. A trick? The tower's administrator. While Eileen was explaining that Kaiser had used relative coordinates instead of absolute coordinates for the return magic. Ha 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 ha. Has our Sejun arrived? Kaiser was the first to fly in and greeted Sejun. However, our Sejun? After almost killing me, and you say that? In front of Kaiser was not the usual gentle Sejun, but a dark transformed Sejun. Seems like Sejun is angry. He has every right to be. If it were me, I'd leave the tower right away. The dragons who followed were whispering behind, watching Sejun and Kaiser with keen interest. I'll fix the bracelet right. No. That's not enough. Kaiser, give me 10,000 of your scales. All right. And what about the dragon blood? We haven't completed the container to hold the dragon blood yet. Kaiser, until the container is ready, you're not speaking with Eileen. What? That's all right. Kaiser answered as if he had no choice. Kaiser, you'll really have to work hard to talk with Eileen again. So, will it take about a fortnight to make it? No way. It'll take at least a month, right? Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tia were chatting happily, looking at Kaiser. It seemed they had no intention of helping. However, you three also need to help. Otherwise, they soon found themselves compelled to help. Though Sejun didn't continue speaking, the three dragons understood perfectly well. If they didn't help, Arjux won't talk to me anymore, right? Sejun won't let me dry anymore, right? Sejun won't sell me any pumpkins, right? The transformed Sejun was truly formidable. As the dragons hurried off to make the container for the dragon blood. He. Vice Chairman Theo, did you see that? Sejun, who had pretended to be angry to deal with the dragons, relaxed his stern face and spoke with a proud attitude. Chairman Park is truly amazing, meow. I admire you, meow, pat. Pat. Theo praised Sejun and began massaging his face. I admire him, but his face has turned ugly, meow. Day 373 in the tower. Sejun safely returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Chapter 330, Breaking Through the Last Trial of the 10th Tower. Korean Awakeners Association Headquarters. Black locusts have appeared in Russia? That can't be. Han Taijun, who had returned from training with Kim Dong-sik on the 44th floor of the tower, was taken aback by his subordinate's report. The black locust is a species evolved from the purple locust. That means the number of locusts has increased. With the presence of sturdy blade green onions and detoxifying green onions, the number of locusts shouldn't have increased. Where did they come from? Yes. That's correct. Suddenly, above Vladivostok, the subordinate explained what had happened and showed a black crow on a tablet. This crow is commanding the black locusts. What's the situation now? Currently, the black locusts are devastating Vladivostok and rapidly moving north. Moving north? What about the defenses? They should have planted sturdy blade green onions and detoxifying green onions to stop the locusts. The thing is, their bodies are tough and they're not affected by poison, so Sejun tilde nim sturdy blade green onions and detoxifying green onions are ineffective against them. Han Taijun muttered thoughtfully upon hearing the report. It seems like they are targeting the Black Tower in Harbin. Currently, China also recognizes the severity of the situation and has placed hunters on standby in Harbin. Understood. You may go now. After sending his subordinate off, Han Taijun picked up his smartphone to make a call. Yes, Taijun tilde nim. Lucilia, it's time for the Earth Defense Force to deploy to Harbin. Understood. Han Taijun ordered Lucilia, the guild master of the Wizard Guild, to mobilize the Earth Defense Force. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 1.65% complete. Over 24 hours, 0.1 magic power has been accumulated. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. Good. Sejun, who had woken up from his sleep, read the message and smiled broadly. And then, Gorarong, Ararong, Kirarong. He enjoyed the lingering sleepiness while listening to the snoring of Theo, Arjux, and Blackie. Wriggle. Wriggle, moving his toes while lying down. He. After fully enjoying the sleepiness. Sejun stretched out loudly and got up from the bed. Meow? Hyung, you're awake, King. So noisy. Thanks to that, 3 of them woke up. Grab. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck and attached him to his leg. Click. King. He picked up Fenrir and put him in his pocket. Swoosh. And held Arjux in his arms before stepping outside. And then, step. Step. He walked around the farm. Gorarong. Ararong. Kirarong. Before long, the 3 of them fell asleep again. While Sejun was walking around the farm, the 5 colored beans are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lend their strength. Your strength stat potential has increased from 1193 to 1194. Sejun's strength potential increased. Was there 5 colored beans here too? Sejun discovered a new 5 colored bin field made by the mushroom ants. Should I have bin noodle soup for lunch? Thinking of beans suddenly made Sejun think of bin noodle soup. Pluck. Pluck. You have harvested 5 colored beans. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 350 experience points. He began to harvest the beans while shelling them. After a while, Krueng, where are you, Dad? Quenji's voice, looking for Sejun who wasn't at home, was heard from afar. Quenji, I'm here. After Sejun announced his location, he hurried home with the harvested beans, soaked them, and prepared breakfast. He kept breakfast simple with pancakes. Hey. He. It's delicious. Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica enjoying pancakes by dipping them in honey or drizzling honey over them. Slurp. Sejun also ate pancakes with coffee. As sugar entered his brain. Right. Sejun remembered something he had forgotten due to being so preoccupied yesterday. Clank. Sejun opened the void storage. Eileen, this is a gift for you. He took out a thick darkness cherry and sent it to Eileen. Kihihi. Pancakes today? Eileen licked her lips seeing the plate of pancakes Sejun had sent, piled high. Kihihi. As expected, everything Sejun cooks is delicious. While Eileen was enjoying the pancakes, dipping them generously in honey, Tower Farmer Park Sejun has sent you a thick darkness cherry. King? A dark red fruit appeared in front of Eileen. What? This is? Eileen checked the cherry's options. NOM. She immediately ate the cherry. Then, you have consumed a thick darkness cherry. A slight power of darkness accumulates in your body. You are the first black dragon to recover the power of darkness. As a special privilege, when consuming something with the power of darkness accumulates twice as much. Messages appeared. At that moment, wriggle. Eileen's shadow flickered briefly, moving without her realizing. Moving shadows was one of the various uses of the power of darkness. Kihihi. It's all thanks to our Sejun. Thanks to the special privilege, the effect of the thick darkness cherry doubled, and Eileen increased her power of darkness. Of course, she saved the cherry seed to give back to Sejun. The tower's administrator says she is touched by your gift. The tower's administrator says thank you very, very much. He. I'm glad Eileen liked it. Sejun, happy with Eileen's thank you, got up and went to the garlic field. He planned to increase his agility with the 6-clove garlic of agility in order to consume the heart of Mordor, the demon king of despair. Upon arriving at the garlic field, Sejun found 1,000 garlics evenly planted at uniform intervals. Good. Swoosh. Swoosh. You have harvested 6-clove garlic of agility, 6 cloves. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 420 experience points. Sejun pulled the garlic stems, harvesting the garlic buried in the ground. And then, swoosh! When Sejun pulled the last garlic, you have obtained 6-clove garlic of mental strength, 6 cloves. Sejun harvested a new type of garlic. You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety within the tower. As a job trait, all stats increase by 10. What? Sejun felt an indescribable aversion as he looked at the 6-clove garlic of mental strength. And then, swoosh! He peeled the spiritual 6-clove garlic and examined a clove. 6-clove garlic of mental strength, a plant that grows inside the tower, producing garlic with 6 cloves. It has the ability to repel evil, but it quickly becomes contaminated by surrounding energies, so it should be consumed as soon as possible. Consuming it increases mental strength by 1. Eating all 6 cloves from the whole garlic increases all stats by 10. It has a strong bitter taste. The taste does not disappear even when cooked. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade, A. So that's why. Sejun said, seeing the explanation that the bitter taste doesn't disappear even when cooked. It seemed to say that only those who can withstand the bitter taste are worthy of increasing their mental strength. Well, there's no need to eat it now. After planting the 6 cloves of spiritual 6-clove garlic in the ground, Sejun peeled 3 cloves of agility garlic and grilled them with butter. He. This is what you call garlic butter. A smile formed naturally due to the fantastic aroma. Ah. I should make garlic butter popcorn too. Sejun took out another pot and heated up exploding stamina corn. A little later. You have consumed a 6-clove garlic of agility. Agility has increased by 1. You have consumed all 6 cloves of garlic from the whole bulb. All stats have increased by 1. Sejun started eating the grilled garlic. And when Sejun finally reached agility 1000, all stats have surpassed 1000. Your class has been elevated. Your potential of all stats has increased by 100. Your resistance against other energies has increased by 10%. New effects appeared as all stats hit 1000. Meow? Pooh hut. Chairman Park's knee energy has gotten stronger, meow. As Sejun's class increased and his knee energy strengthened, Theo vigorously rubbed his face against Sejun's knee. Pooh hut. It's mine, meow. Oh. So, there was something like this. Sejun read the message with interest and finished off the remaining garlic. There was no need to eat them now, but there was no reason to give up the option of increasing all stats by 1 for eating all 6 cloves of a whole bulb. Thus, Sejun finally finished preparing to consume the heart of Mordor, the demon king of despair. Nom. He immediately put the yellow orb into his mouth. Sizzle. The yellow orb vanished like smoke as soon as it was placed in his mouth. Who? Where did it go? Sejun panicked when. You have consumed the heart of Mordor, the demon king of despair. Your magic power has increased by 300. Talent, bringer of despair has awakened. Fortunately, a message appeared confirming it hadn't disappeared. He. Then, let's check out the talent. What kind of talent could it be? Sejun checked the talent with excitement, having high expectations due to its impressive name. Talent, bringer of despair. A talent only those who have eaten the heart of Mordor, the demon king of despair can possess. It brings down despair on enemies, reducing their abilities. The higher your class is compared to the enemies, the greater the effect. If the gap is large, the enemy will self-destruct on their own. You cannot bring down despair on enemies with a higher class. It's ambiguous, Sejun commented after checking the talent. It seemed strong, but also not. Then, Krueng. Dad, Quenji brought some kudzu roots. Quenji returned from the herb garden after breakfast. Hyung. I finished watering the fields. Arjux too had finished watering the field. It was already lunchtime. Eat this while waiting. Sejun gave them garlic butter popcorn and hurriedly boiled the soaked 5-colored beans with peanuts over high heat. The reason for adding peanuts was to enhance the nuttiness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sejun then rolled out the dough for knife-cut noodles he had made while preparing pancakes, folded it several layers thick, and swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cut it into noodles of uniform width. Time to boil the noodles. Sejun put the noodles into boiling water. Arjux, could you finally grind this into a water-like consistency? Sejun handed over the pot with the boiled 5-colored beans and peanuts to Arjux. Yep. Leave it to me, Hyung. Wind cutter. Arjux created dozens of wind cutters, whoosh, and ground the 5-colored beans and peanuts. Chop. Chop. Meanwhile, Sejun prepared toppings of cucumber and cherry tomatoes to go on top of the bean noodle soup. A little later, Sejun Hyung, I'm done. Good job. Sejun cooled the boiled knife-cut noodles in ice water to cool them. Squeeze. And squeezed out the water, and then beautifully arranged them in a bowl. Click, click. He topped it with cucumber, cherry tomatoes, and boiled egg fruit cut in half. And then, pour. Sejun completed the bin noodle soup by pouring the ground bin soup liquid that Arjux made into the bowl. Kids, let's eat. At Sejun's word, Quenji and Arjux began to eat the bin noodle soup according to their preferences. Quenji poured honey into his bin noodle soup. Sprinkle, sprinkle. While Arjux sprinkled salt on his. They're eating well. Sejun watched Quenji and Arjux eat. Slurp. He took a bite of the bin noodle soup without adding anything. He. It's nutty. And when Sejun was about to take out a kimchi container from the void storage to eat with the bin noodle soup, Sejun. I brought the dragon blood here. Kaiser flew over quickly, carrying 9 glass bottles. He had quickly finished making the containers to hold the dragon blood in order to talk with Eileen. However, Sejun's eyes were not pleased to see Kaiser like that. What? You could do it in a day, because he hadn't done it for him until now even though it could be done this quickly. Sejun was about to revert to his angry mood. But then, squish. Squish. Chairman Park, your face looks sour, meow. This time, Theo was not in sync with him. Squeeze, squeeze. Unable to stand Sejun's sour face, Theo hurriedly massaged Sejun's face. Thanks to that, Sejun's immersion in his emotions broke, and he failed to get angry. At that moment, you have broken through the last trial of the 10th tower. As a reward, you have obtained the key to the 10th tower. Along with the message, a golden key appeared in Sejun's hand. Chapter 331, Dragons are good at doing things when they want to. TL, Hangak, 10th tower, 1st floor. Gurgur. A giant silver dragon lay sprawled, snoring in its sleep. Then, Stella Hizron, wake up quickly. The administrator of the 10th tower woke Stella up. Ah. Why are you waking me up? At last, someone has passed the trial of the 10th tower. Really? Stella's face brightened at the words of the 10th tower's administrator. Stella, who had been bored waiting all this time. Finally, they're coming. Stella looked towards the entrance of the 10th tower with sparkling eyes. However, the entrance remained quiet even after a while. Administrator, aren't they coming? When will they arrive? Well, they should be coming soon times. The administrator of the 10th tower dodged Stella's question. A moment later, Gurgur. Stella, tired of waiting, fell asleep again, but the administrator of the 10th tower couldn't bring himself to wake her up. A key? Despite its small size, the key was quite heavy. Click! Sejun was about to examine the key, confirmed that the dragon blood of all 9 dragon tribes is of leader level. Your affinity with the dragon clan is at the highest level. As an additional reward, you have earned the right to ascend to the 2nd floor of the 10th tower. Messages followed. He. Nice. A free pass straight to the 2nd floor. Sejun laughed, reading the message. Moreover, he obtained 2 pieces of good information from the message. One was that if he went to the 10th tower, he would start from the 1st floor. Although it was a perfectly logical thing for Sejun, starting from the 1st floor of the tower was not something he took for granted. The other was, I can also obtain the dragon blood of the other leader-level dragons. That he Cloud obtain the dragon blood of the other 5 dragon clan leaders at any time. It wasn't easy, but after seeing Kaiser and the other dragons make a vessel for the dragon blood in just one day, Sejun was firmly mistaken. Dragons are good at doing things when they want to. Sejun came to a rather rational conclusion. He closely examined the key. Key to the 10th tower. A key that can open the door to the 10th tower. When magic power is infused, a golden guiding line towards the door appears from the key. Only the user of the key can see the guiding line. The farther away from the door, the fainter the guiding line becomes, and the more magic power is infused, the clearer the guiding line becomes. Durability, indestructible. Usage restriction, those who have passed the trial of the 10th tower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, unmeasurable. Infuse it with magic power. As Sejun read the description and infused the key with his magic power, whoom, the key vibrated slightly, and then, nothing happened. What? Is it because the surroundings are too bright that the guideline isn't visible? Sejun covered the key with both hands to block the light and, whoom, looked inside while pouring all his magic power into the key. But, I can't see it. The golden guiding line described was not visible. In this case, there were 2 possibilities. First, the possibility that the door leading to the 10th tower did not exist. Second, it must be because my magic power is too low for the guiding line to be visible. That's it. Sejun naturally thought it was the latter. Based on his past experiences, this seemed more likely. Thus, Sejun inadvertently proved that his magic power stat was low. Eileen, please talk to Kaiser Nim now. Kahava. Thanks. He nonchalantly compensated Kaiser for the dragon blood. These events had been common, so it wasn't much of a shock. Kaiser Nim, please try these. Sejun handed over 100 thick darkness cherries to Kaiser. Hey? What's this? After checking the options of the cherries, Kaiser. Kahava. As expected of our Sejun. Kaiser looked at Sejun as if he adored him to death and, Sejun, take this. He handed over a black bracelet. The design was similar to the dragon's return bracelet. Dragon Horn Summoning Bracelet. The Great Black Dragon, Kaiser Pratani, personally enchanted a piece of his horn to create this. When magic power is infused, it activates a summoning spell that brings a designated target to the summoner's side, regardless of any obstacles. Up to 5 targets can be designated for summoning. Up to 5 people can be summoned per month. Currently designated summoning targets, 0 to 5. Usage restriction, Park Sejun, recognized by Kaiser Pratani. Creator, Kaiser Pratani. Grade, unmeasurable, being able to summon the designated 5 targets. The content was excellent. However, this time it works properly, right? Having been let down once before, Sejun was initially skeptical. Of course. This time it will activate using absolute coordinates, so what happened last time won't happen again. Kahawaha. Enjoy this well. Kaiser, having confidently declared this, flew towards the fountain, holding the cherries preciously, obviously to brag to the other dragons. Once Kaiser had left, click, Sejun wore the dragon horn summoning bracelet on his right hand. And then, tap tap tap, pat pat. While earnestly feeding Theo Churu, he stroked Theo's head with his right hand. The first summoning target has been designated for the dragon horn summoning bracelet. Theo was designated as a summoning target. Next, as he stroked the head of Quenji, who was slurping bean noodles, the second summoning target has been designated for the dragon horn summoning bracelet. He was designated as a summoning target. During the designation of the two as summoning targets, so, fragments of the Apostle of Destruction appeared on Sejun Nim's earth, right? Yeah. So Golden Bat, go and take care of it. Flamey was informing the Golden Bat about the situation on Earth, because if she stepped in, Earth would be destroyed. Pip pip. Leave it to me. The Golden Bat confidently responded. Originally, the Golden Bat could not leave the Handler building. Initially, because its body was weak, it had to teleport whenever it accumulated enough teleportation energy. However, the Golden Bat became stronger by eating Sejun's crops, enabling it to withstand not using teleportation energy. And the Golden Bat saved its teleportation energy for a crucial moment someday. Thanks to this, the Golden Bat had accumulated enough teleportation energy, and now its range and duration of activity had significantly increased. I'll be back then. Okay. When you get to Earth, I'll tell you where to go. Yes. The Golden Bat departed for Earth, sent off by Flamey. 84th floor of the tower. Inside the castle of the Kaiman Kingdom. Thump. Kuek, Croaker, why you? Gavial, the king of the Kaiman Kingdom, looked in disbelief at the one who had stabbed him in the chest. Croaker Kaiman, the first prince of the Kaiman Kingdom, who was to succeed him as king. That's because you are a weak king who lacks the courage to fight dragons. Croaker replied with a sneer to Gavial's question. Kakak. With the power of destruction, even I can fight dragons. Confidence was written all over Croaker's face. What? What have you done? Gavial's eyes widened in alarm for the future of the kingdom as he died. Thump. Croaker reached into the chest of the dead Gavial and pulled out a black orb. King of Kaiman's inner core. Father, I will make good use of this. Gulp. Croaker swallowed the inner core. Then, Rua. A red aura spread around Croaker and was then absorbed back. And Gavial's body, briefly engulfed in red energy, had disappeared as if it had been scattered into the red mist on the outskirts of destruction. As Gavial vanished, thud. Croaker sat on the blood-stained, damp throne. The ministers watched Croaker, frozen in fear. Let's start the meeting. Why is no one speaking? Does someone else need to die? Yo, Your Majesty. The military strength of the 79th floor's Kingdom of Cove, under the protection of the Black Dragon, has significantly increased recently. Your Majesty. The growth of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor, also under the protection of the Black Dragon, is not to be underestimated. The ministers, not understanding why Croaker had suddenly changed, instinctively knew they had to say what Croaker wanted to hear to survive. Therefore, they mentioned the Kingdom of Cove and the Red Ribbon Kingdom, which could provide a justification for fighting dragons without directly confronting them. I see. There are so many threats to our Kaiman Kingdom. Hear me, ministers. We will no longer be under the dominion of dragons. And as a declaration of war to the dragons, we will strike the Kingdom of Cove first. Yes, Your Majesty. The military forces of the Kaiman Kingdom began their march towards the Kingdom of Cove. Seoul, Gangnam. Flap. Flap. Flaminim, where are you? When the Golden Bat arrived on Earth and left the Handler building, looking around. Golden Bat, over here. Flamey called the Golden Bat, shaking her small roots that had emerged from the ground. Flaminim, where should I go? The Golden Bat hurriedly asked, knowing there was a limit to how long it could stay on Earth. Over there. Flamey pointed with her roots towards the Black Tower in Harbin. Okay. See you at the tower then. Swoosh! The Golden Bat flew quickly in the direction Flamey had pointed. Harbin, China. Hunters were fiercely confronting the Black Locusts about 5 kilometers in front of the Black Tower. The Black Locusts had a considerably hard exoskeleton, so while other hunters blocked their advance, wizards, use your fire magic. Power of fire. Fireball. Power of fire. Fire blast. Boom. Boom. It was most effective for the wizards, who needed time to chant their spells, to use fire magic to burn and kill the black locust's organs. When the number of black locusts had reduced to a third due to the wizard's fire magic, flap. Flap. Darkness descended along with the eerie sound of wings flapping. Who? The hunters, startled, looked up at the sky. A vastly greater number of black locusts than before covered the sky in black, flying towards the black tower. And behind the black locusts, a giant black crow was visible. The black locusts they had been fighting were just a small scouting party. Kekak. Hurry and conquer the tower. Following Halfa's command, the black locusts flew towards the black tower. Block them! We must not let them through, the hunters screamed, preparing to block the approaching black locusts, but their bodies were already consumed by fear, the natural instinct of humans faced with immense power. However, double fireball, blaze, they desperately overcame that fear and fiercely fought against the black locusts again. But far more black locusts flew past them towards the black tower than they could block. No, it's over? When the hunters despaired, seeing the black tower being overwhelmed by more than half with black locusts, pip pip who? With a clear voice, flutter. Flutter. The bodies of the black locusts covering the black tower exploded. It was the golden bat sonic attack. And then, pip pip. I'll protect Sejun tilde Nim's earth. Pip pip storm fist. Flap. Flap. The golden bat flapped its wings furiously towards the black locusts flying towards the black tower. Then, whoosh, a powerful storm was created, grinding the black locusts to dust. Thus, the golden bat annihilated the black locusts. One pip slash. Suddenly, the golden bat appeared behind Halfa's. A line cutting through the air from where the golden bat was to where Halfa's had been was drawn. How can this be? An entity capable of diminishing me here. The fragment of Halfa's, cut by the golden bat's wings, denied the unbelievable reality as it vanished. Pip pip. Finally, I used pip pip who, pip pip storm fist, one pip slash, the golden bat said with a proud expression. But the names of the golden bat's technique sounded familiar. Pip pip who was inspired by Quenji's crew Eng, Fu, and pip pip storm fist and one pip slash were modeled after Theo's meow meow storm fist and one meow slash. The golden bat had always been envious of the techniques used by Theo and Quenji. Thus, it had created its techniques by imitating them, but since they were plagiarized techniques, they couldn't be used in the tower, and it had been waiting for an opportunity. However, this was Earth. Even if it imitated them, there was no risk of getting caught. Clink. Pip pip. I protected Sejun tilde Nim's Earth. The golden bat, picking up black coins and wearing a proud expression, returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Chapter 332, but aren't you being very disrespectful for someone asking for a favor? TL, Hangak, late at night on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Waiting for it to get dark, Sejun ate an elixir-grade cherry tomato and raised his magic power stat to the potential limit of 2,412. All right. The lights are out too. He completely darkened the surroundings and infused magic power into the golden key. However, no light emanated from the golden key. It was a failure. Meow. Chairman Park, it's late. Let's just sleep, meow. Theo, who had been waiting by his side, yawned and urged Sejun to go to bed. Yeah. I should. Thinking he had done everything possible under the circumstances, he went inside the house without any regrets and fell asleep. A few hours later, inside Sejun's bedroom where he slept, Gorarong, Kurarong, Ararong, Kirarong, the sound of 5 people snoring was heard. Iona had finished her duties at the Wizards Association and had joined them. Then, pip pip. Sejun Nim, I'm back. The golden bat quietly reported its return from Earth and, snap, clinged to Sejun's side, hiding itself. And then, Berarong. The golden bat snored, seemingly tired from its trip to Earth after a long while. Thus, the sound of 6 people snoring in Sejun's bedroom became each other's lullabies. Another peaceful night on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Yet, a massive war was about to start below. 83rd floor of the tower. By the king's command. Kill all enemies blocking the way of the Kaiman Kingdom without leaving a single one alive. 300,000 soldiers of the Kaiman Kingdom invaded the 83rd floor to attack the Kingdom of Cove on the 79th floor. And then, the Kaiman Kingdom's army is coming. Pack your things quickly, let's run away. The residents of the 83rd floor chose to flee rather than fight the invaders. The Kaiman Kingdom's army did not chase and kill as long as they did not block their way, so it was a rather reasonable choice. However, the chestnut hedgehogs did not do that. Queek! Queek! This land belongs to the great black dragon, Park Sejun. We will definitely protect it, because there was a chestnut farm located right in the middle of the path the Kaiman Kingdom's army was passing through. Queek! We will protect it. Queek! Smash them all. Following the words of the chestnut hedgehog's leader, Godori, the other chestnut hedgehogs stretched their cute hands towards the sky in agreement. Queek! Pull out the thorns and stick them in the ground. Queek! Queek! Following Godori's order, the orderly lined-up hedgehogs plucked 2 thorns from the hedgehog in front of them and, Puck! Puck! Stuck them into the ground. The hedgehog's arms were too short to pluck thorns from their own backs. Thus, after planting the thorns, chuck! The hedgehog stepped sideways, Puck! Puck! And once again plucked thorns from the hedgehog in front of them, sticking them into the ground, effectively covering the surrounding area of the chestnut farm with thorns. A little over 10,000 hedgehogs began a desperate resistance against the 300,000 soldiers of the Kaiman Kingdom at the chestnut farm. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 1.8% complete. Over 24 hours, 0.1 magic power has been accumulated. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. Heh, I've grown again today. Sejun woke up and checked the messages. Meow. As usual, he picked up Theo by the scruff of his neck, who was sleeping on his lap, and put him on his lap. Then, Cura wrong. Who? Iona, you were here? Sejun noticed Iona, who had wrapped herself with Theo's tail and was sleeping curled around him. And then, that's right. Seeing Iona reminded him of the grey rock he had acquired after defeating the Mortar, Demon King of Despair. I'll show it to Iona when she wakes up. Inside Iona's body was sealed the Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. Perhaps he could easily obtain the second Demon King's heart. A moment later, the golden sweet potatoes are grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. Strength stats potential rises from 1294 to 1295. As Sejun walked through the farm, absorbing the energy of the crops to increase his potential. Kyut! Iona stretched languidly as she woke up. Iona, you're awake? Kyut. Good morning, did you sleep well? Sejun Tildenim? Iona, feeling great after a good sleep, greeted him cheerfully in the morning. Yeah, I slept well too. Iona, I have something to show you. As Sejun responded to Iona's greeting, clank! He opened the void storage and took out a grey rock split into 2. Then, Kyut? What is this? Iona was surprised to see the grey rock, immediately recognizing what it was used for. It was natural. It was the item she had been searching for a long time to help her sleep well. It was cleanly cut, and it seemed like it could be used again with a little work. Iona, do you know what this is? Kyut. Of course. This is a sealing stone. A sealing stone? Kyut. Yes. A stone that seals magic, a sealing stone. But Sejun Tildenim, where did you get this? Iona asked excitedly. Pooh hut. I'll tell you that, meow. Not missing the chance to show off, Theo proudly explained how they came to possess the sealing stone. Kyut. Theo defeated the Demon King of Despair. That's amazing. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. From beginning to end, it was all Vice Chairman Theo's doing, meow. Flattered by Iona's praise, Theo became even more arrogant. He followed Theo's lead, and it was true that Theo had defeated the Mortar, Demon King of Despair, so it was a fair point. This guy, Sejun quietly smiled as he watched Theo boast to Iona, but the one who took the sealing stone was me, Park Sejun, meow. I was about to take it, but Chairman Park just took it first, meow. Heh. In the end, I'm the one who ended up with the sealing stone, Sejun teasingly provoked Theo. However, Kyut. Theonim, don't get angry. If you hadn't found the place where the Demon King of Despair was, we wouldn't have this sealing stone at all. I think Theonim's role was bigger. Theo had a strong ally, Iona. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. The vice chairman's role was the greatest, meow. Encouraged by Iona's words, Theo's spirits lifted once again. Is there no one on my side? Looking for support, Sejun searched for allies when, Pooh hut. Iona, then let's seal Nightmare here and defeat it, meow. Chairman Park needs to eat 5 Demon King hearts to become stronger, meow. Theo suggested to Iona that they should defeat Nightmare. However, defeat, Iona couldn't readily agree. Meow? Iona, why? Meow? Theo looked at Iona, puzzled. Nightmare only gave her nightmares, so why hesitate? Meow? Coyote. That's, if Nightmare disappears, she won't have a reason to sleep with Theo anymore. Iona couldn't be honest about her feelings. Moreover, for some reason, Nightmare had been getting nicer lately. So, with Nightmare helping in dreams with magical research and such, there wasn't really a need to defeat it. What should I do? As Iona pondered what to do about Nightmare. Human. I am the Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. If you spare me, I will give you my heart. TL, I don't know if I mentioned this previously, but here the name of Nightmare is in English and the title in Korean, which when translated to Korean makes it Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. The urgent voice of the Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares, resounded in Sejun's mind. No way. You've been tormenting Iona by preventing her from sleeping. Sejun naturally refused. Not true. We've become quite close recently. Ask Iona. Ask Iona? But aren't you being very disrespectful for someone asking for a favor? No, it's not. Humanim, please ask Iona. Without a second of hesitation, Nightmare urgently raised his voice at Sejun's words. He really wanted to live. Ehem. Fine. I'll ask her. After showing a bit of arrogance and clearing his throat once, Sejun. Iona, how have things been with Nightmare lately? Asked Iona. Coyote. What? Iona was startled by Sejun's unexpected question. Kayuk. The truth is, Iona honestly shared her situation. So, you're saying that recently Nightmare hasn't been causing you nightmares? Kayuk. Yes. Recently, Nightmare has actually been quite helpful in various ways, Iona cautiously answered, glancing at Theo. Got it. Sejun accepted Iona's answer. Hey. Can you hear me? Sejun called out to Nightmare in his mind. Yes. I can hear you. Nightmare quickly responded. Since you've been helping Iona recently, I'll let you live in exchange for your heart. Thank you, Human Nim. But there's a condition. A condition? Yes. Write a contract that you won't threaten Iona. Of course. I'll write it right away. Good. Now give me your heart. Yes. Just a moment. Following Nightmare's response, Coyote, a yellow energy began to seep out of Iona's body and started forming into a sphere. After a moment, a yellow sphere was completed. Grab. When Sejun picked up the sphere and examined it. Heart of Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. It's almost similar. Like the Mortar, Demon King of Despair's heart, it had the effect of increasing magic power by 300. However, the talent was different, the bringer of nightmares. But I can't eat it now. Eating it wouldn't increase his magic power because he had already raised his magic power to its potential limit yesterday. However, well, I'll just eat it anyway. Gulp. Sejun swallowed the yellow sphere without hesitation. Even though the 300 magic power went to waste, to Sejun, that amount was trivial and could be compensated by eating just 30 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. As Sejun swallowed the heart of the Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. You have consumed the heart of the Nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. Your magic power increases by 300. Your magic power has reached the limit of its potential. No more magic power can be absorbed. Magic power will be discharged. Talent, the bringer of nightmares has been awakened. Right, this was going to happen. As Sejun awkwardly moved with unsteady steps to take care of his business, Dadada. Theo jumped down from Sejun's lap and quickly looked for an empty spot. Paperback. Chairman Park, over here, meow. After digging a hole, Theo called over Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo, thank you. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Theo for digging the hole. Chairman Park, then do your business well, meow. Dadada. Theo cheerfully moved away from Sejun. He could tolerate the smell but not the sound. Transform. Creak. Creak. Sejun infused magic into the guardian wooden shield, creating wooden walls around him and making a makeshift toilet. And the crops planted in this magic-enriched land were said to have a higher yield more than those planted in other lands. While Sejun was discharging the magic power he couldn't digest. Kayuk. Now I can't sleep with Theonim. I should go do some research. Right. I'll help you. Kayuk. Thank you, Nightmare. Iona, feeling disheartened, was about to return to the wizard tower. Then, Iona, aren't you going to sleep, meow? Where are you going, meow? Theo called out to Iona, swaying his tail softly. Coyote? Pooh-hoo-hut. I also sleep better when Iona is on my tail, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Really? Iona was delighted by Theo's words. Pooh hut. Yes, meow, kayut. Then let's sleep quickly, swoosh. At Theo's response, Iona quickly wrapped herself with Theo's tail and closed her eyes. And then, pat. Chairman Park, when are you coming back, meow? You're pooping too much, meow. Theo stroked Iona while waiting for Sejun. At that moment, Theo Tildenim, a war broke out on the 83rd floor of the tower. Theo delivered the news of war to the 99th floor of the tower. Chapter 333, Pooh Hut. I don't know what it is, but I'm taking it, meow. TL, Hangak, Green Dragon's territory. It's suspicious. Brachio Iorg, the leader of the Green Dragons, said this as she watched the Black Dragon, White Dragon, Red Dragon, and Purple Dragon clean the red mist in her territory. The 4 dragon clans came to the Green Dragon's territory to clean the red mist. The Green Dragons were happy they didn't have to do the bothersome task. Kaik! Don't touch that. I saw it first. The dragon who can take it first owns it. Guys, fighting is a waste of time. Let's aim for that side. Seeing the 4 dragon clans competing with each other to eliminate even a bit more of the red mist, Brachio thought, there's something. She couldn't shake off the thought that there was something she didn't know going on here. It can't be that they're after tower coins, is it? The tower coins that emerge from dissipating the red mist. Tower coins are a means of transaction for the residents living inside the tower. However, dragons didn't need tower coins. If they needed something, they just had to ask. Naturally, no tower resident would refuse a dragon's request, so they didn't need tower coins. I need to find out what it is. Brachio got up and approached the dragons cleaning the red mist. What do you mean by war, meow? Pio. 300,000 troops from the Kaiman Kingdom suddenly attacked the 83rd floor of the tower at dawn. The one commanding the Kaiman Kingdom's army is the first prince of the Kaiman Kingdom. In response to Theo's question, Pio explained in detail what it knew, not forgetting a single thing. Thanks to one of the messenger bird exclusive skills, absolute memory. Until just a moment ago, Pio was receiving official messenger bird education on the 79th floor of the tower and had come up to deliver the news of the war. This can't be, meow. That's where Chairman Park's chestnut trees and subordinates are, meow. Quenji. Arjux, gather around, meow. Theo hurriedly called the other second-in-commands. Pio, I'll go check if there's more news then. Pio went back down the tower. And then, that's why I called, meow. Krueng, they can't touch Dad's land. If you did, Quenji will punish them. If they mess with Sejun Hyung's farm on the 83rd floor, I, the great white dragon Arjux, will punish them. When Theo told them that Sejun's farm on the 83rd floor might be in danger, the two grinded their teeth in anger. Hoo. Kids, why are you so serious? Sejun, who had just finished his business feeling good and humming a tune, approached holding Fenrir. King, I almost dug it all up. Fenrir, the sweet potato thief, was caught red-handed by Sejun while digging up sweet potatoes that hadn't even fully grown yet. As Sejun approached like that, let's go, meow, Krueng. Let's go quickly. Let's go. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux exclaimed as they clung to Sejun's body. Go where? I don't have time to play today. There's so much to do. He needed to harvest the detoxifying green onions for Tyr and plant the seeds of the thick darkness cherries. And so on. Sejun recalled his tasks for the day. Then, meow. Chairman Park, now is not the time, meow. There's been a war, meow. Krueng, that's right. We need to protect the chestnut tree farm. Right. Are you going to abandon your subordinates? The three urged Sejun. Who? What are you talking about? A war? Only then did Sejun realize that they weren't just asking him to play around. Chairman Park, let's talk while we head to the waypoint, meow. All right. Toryong. Sejun called for Toryong to move to the waypoint. As they headed towards the waypoint, what? 300,000? That's right, meow. Sejun heard from Theo that 300,000 troops from the Kaiman Kingdom had invaded the 83rd floor of the tower. I wonder if those guys are okay? Sejun checked his newly acquired talent while worrying about the chestnut hedgehogs. He wanted to see if it would be helpful in battle. Talent, Bringer of Nightmares. This is a talent that can only be possessed by those who have eaten the heart of the nightmare, Demon King of Nightmares. It bestows nightmares upon your enemies. The higher your rank compared to your enemy, the more effective it becomes. If the gap is significant, the enemy cannot wake up from the nightmare. You cannot bring nightmares to an enemy of higher rank. According to the description, it was a talent that made the enemy have nightmares. But this won't be helpful. Since enemies don't usually sleep during battle, it couldn't be used. While Sejun was checking his talent, Chairman Park, we've arrived, meow. Theo announced their arrival at the waypoint. Yeah. Go inside. Click. As Sejun opened the void storage, SSSSSH. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux went inside. And then, click. Sejun put Fenrir, which was in his pocket, into the void storage. King? King, where are you going alone again? Take me with you. Fenrir didn't want to be separated from Sejun. Krueng. Blackie, stay still. Quenji was holding on to Fenrir while, click. Sejun closed the door of the void storage. And then, moving to the 83rd floor of the Black Tower. Using the waypoint, he moved to the 83rd floor of the tower. 83rd floor of the tower. Tap. Tap. The 300,000 troops of the Kaiman Kingdom moving towards the road leading to the 82nd floor. At that moment, thunk. The Kaiman Kingdom soldiers at the very front collapsed with a scream. The thorns were coated with the poison of the poisonous bees. There are poisoned thorns on the ground. Watch your step. Yes, the soldiers carefully watched their steps, at the words of the frontline soldiers. However, Queek! Attack! Godori had no intention of letting the soldiers move comfortably. Bounce! Queek! Queek! Following Godori's command, 1,000 hedgehogs that were hiding their bodies in the ground got up and, whoosh! They turned their backs toward the soldiers and fired thorns coated with poison. Dodge! The soldiers hurriedly moved to avoid the thorns. However, thunk! Thunk! Unable to properly dodge because of the thorns on the ground. Thud! Thud! Soldiers who stepped on or were hit by flying thorns fell. In the meantime, Queek! Well done! Return! Queek! Queek! Following Godori's command, the hedgehogs, now bare after shooting all their thorns, quickly returned to the chestnut tree farm, exposing their pink undersides. In the meantime, the second row, stand at the front, and archers, line up in the 3rd to 5th rows. At the commander's order, the soldiers quickly changed their positions, and, advance! The soldiers, now in formation, marched forward again. Queek! Attack! Whoosh! This time, 2,000 hedgehogs rose from both sides of the soldiers, shot their poisoned thorns, and returned to the farm. While the hedgehogs were inflicting damage on the Kaiman Kingdom army, why can't we move forward? Croaker Kaiman, who was slowly following from behind, noticed the soldiers unable to advance. That's in front. What? You mean to say the soldiers are having trouble because of mere hedgehogs? Angered by the commander's report, Croaker's eyes turned red. And then, you have nothing to fear. You will become brave soldiers who can fight dragons. He stretched out his hand towards the soldiers with a mad declaration. Then, from Croaker's hand, the red mist spread out and was absorbed by the soldiers, making their skin harden. Soldiers! Go! Go and show the greatness of our Kaiman Kingdom army. War! At Croaker's command, the soldiers, whose eyes had turned red, shouted and marched toward the chestnut tree farm. Tap! Tap! The Kaiman Kingdom army, now fearless, quickly surrounded the chestnut tree farm completely and entered inside. However, the hedgehogs were nowhere to be seen. Only the flourishing chestnuts were visible. Then, Queek! Attack! Queek! Queek! Following Godori's command, the hedgehogs that had regenerated their thorns shot them at the soldiers. But, ting! Ting! Now the hedgehog's thorns couldn't penetrate the soldier's skin, which had been hardened by Croaker's power. Queek! The hedgehogs panicked. The king says he will personally annihilate those vermin. Drive the hedgehogs into a corner. Yes! Following the commander's orders, the soldiers threatened the hedgehogs and gradually pushed them towards the center of the farm. You have arrived at the 83rd floor of the Black Tower. Moved from the top floor, the 99th floor, to the 83rd floor. You have descended 16 floors. Due to the effect of the title retrogressor, all stats increase by 16. As soon as Sejun arrived on the 83rd floor, click! Chairman Park, let's hurry, meow. Krueng, we'll teach those bad guys a lesson. I'll crush them. The void storage opened, and Theo, Quenji, and Arjux ran out and clung to him. Plop. King. Hey! Take me with you. Fenrir also jumped out of the void storage. Click! And approached Sejun's feet, biting his shoes to make sure he was taken along. Got it. I'll take Blackie too. Toryong. Click! Sejun put Fenrir in his pocket and called Toryong, hurrying towards the chestnut tree farm. How dare you block my way? You have some courage. Croaker spoke as he looked at the hedgehog surrounded by his soldiers. Then, "Queek! You're the one who has the audacity to invade the farm of the great black dragon Park Sejun," Godori retorted without backing down. "What? Are you saying this is the black dragon's farm? Queek! Queek! Yes! We might die, but the great black dragon Park Sejun will avenge us. Queek! Queek!" The hedgehogs eagerly agreed with Godori's words. "But, Kukuk, do you really think you can die as you please?" Croaker scoffed at the hedgehog's words. Croaker had no intention of killing the hedgehogs. Instead, he planned to use his power to make the hedgehogs his subordinates and force them to fight against dragons. Could there be anything more crushing to the dragon's proud pride than their own subordinates attacking them? "Kukuk, you are now my subordinates." As Croaker was about to release the red mist from his hand. "Hey! Get your hands off my guys!" Sejun shouted at Croaker from atop Toriong's head. And then, swish! "Quenji, are you ready, meow?" as Theo asked while drawing out his dragon claws. "Krueng, ready." Quenji energetically nodded. "Then, let's go, meow. Meow meow. Meow meow, Krueng, fu." Theo and Quenji combined their powers to unleash the Meow Meow Fist and Krueng, fu, creating the combined attack, Meow Krueng, Storm Fist. Quagwang! An enormous whirlwind filled with magic blades that seemed to cut through anything engulfed the Kaiman Kingdom army. But, how trivial! Croaker stepped forward and nonchalantly blocked the combined attack with his right hand enveloped in the red mist. No, more accurately, the red mist devoured it. The attack was absorbed by the red mist. Who? Meow? Krueng! Sejun, Theo, and Quenji were taken aback, having never experienced such a thing before. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll handle this." "Hyung, release the seal." Arjux, feeling smug, spoke up. He. "It's my turn to step in." "All right." Park Sejun, release the seal on Arjux Mamebs. Just as Sejun began to release Arjux's seal. "What is this?" Fenrir poked his head out of Sejun's pocket, feeling a familiar energy suddenly. And then, "King? Why does that bastard have my core?" Fenrir was startled upon seeing Croaker. Though the energy was weak, it was definitely his core that he felt inside Croaker's body. In the meantime, seal release. "Leave it to me, Hyung, Quoo." With the seal released, Arjux confidently fired his breath at Croaker. However, Croaker, though struggling, managed to block Arjux's breath. Then, "King, core, come to me." Fenrir, on the verge of fainting from Arjux's energy, hurriedly called out to its core. Thanks to Theo's energy drain, it was fainting rather than dying. Zook! Thus, a small black orb flew out of Croaker's body towards Fenrir, heeding its master's call. But, grab! Meow? "What is this, meow?" Theo, defending around Sejun with an iron wall, caught the orb with his front paw. And then, "Pooh-hoo-hut. I don't know what it is, but I'm taking it, meow." He put it into his bag. While Theo was taking the piece of Fenrir's core. "Quagwang! Guard Arjux Mameb has killed the king of Kaiman Kingdom, Croaker Kaiman. You have obtained 2.5 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience Guard Arjux Mameb earned. Arjux Mameb is your slave. You gain an additional 1.25 million experience points, which is 25% of the experience Arjux Mameb earned." With the core gone and unable to withstand the breath attack anymore, Croaker was completely obliterated by Arjux's breath without a trace. Chapter 334, Bring back a hefty compensation. TL, Hanguk, kneel, all of you, boom. As Arjux's magic-filled shout echoed, the soldiers of the Kaiman Kingdom found themselves kneeling involuntarily. And then, "I greet the great white dragon." Terrified, one of the soldiers prostrated himself before Arjux, paying his respects. "I greet the great white dragon." Other soldiers hurried to pay their respects as well. It was like a collapsing domino effect. Once the 300,000 soldiers of the Kaiman Kingdom were subdued. He. "Sejun Hyung, you saw my power, right?" Arjux looked at Sejun with pride. "Yeah. I saw it well." "Seal." Sejun nodded and sealed Arjux. Arjux, Hyung is tired. Sejun, having hit all stats at 1000 and his resistance to other energies increased by 10%, was less tired than before, but it was still hard. He. "Now I'm the second in command, right?" Arjux, now small again, boasted to Theo and Quenji. However, Pooh-hoo-hut. "That's not possible, meow. If I, Vice Chairman Theo, had used my secret technique, it would have been my victory, meow. Krueng. That's right. Quenji also didn't use his hidden technique, Quenji's destruction fist. Since they hadn't used their full power, neither recognized Arjux as the second in command. Eek! I'm the second in command. No, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am the second in command, meow. Krueng. Quenji is the second in command. As the three were about to argue about who was the second in command, kids, go and heal the hedgehogs. Sejun asked them to treat the hedgehogs. Then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Hedgehogs come to me, Vice Chairman Theo, who has the best medical skills, meow. Theo called over the hedgehogs from Sejun's knees and healed them with a healing spell. Krueng. 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 No. Quenji has the best medical skills. Quenji will give a good massage with physical magic power. Quenji moved around among the hedgehogs, healing those that were having difficulty moving with physical magic power massages. And then, snort. Consider it an honor that I am treating you. Recovery. Arjux treated the critically injured hedgehogs. The three of them, who had been growling at each other until a moment ago, now worked together so well in treating the hedgehogs according to their condition. A short while later, grr, grr, the sound of the hedgehog snoring en masse filled the chestnut tree farm. Having been relieved of their pain through treatment, they fell asleep all at once due to the fatigue that had accumulated. Meanwhile, Theo and Quenji started collecting signatures on a contract. Pooh-hoo-hut. We got a lot of slaves, meow. Krueng. Stamp it. They began to collect stamps from the Kaiman Kingdom soldiers who had been prostrating until then. Then, meow, chuck. Theo silently extended his front paw to one of the soldiers. Who? What? The perplexed soldier. Pooh-hoo-hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, know you have something. Hand it over quickly, meow. Theo grinned ominously at the soldier. Then, sigh, shuck. The soldier, resigned, pulled out a black orb from his belongings. Snatch. Theo snatched the orb from the soldier's hand and ran excitedly to Sejun. Chairman Park, here I come, meow. And then, chack. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I've got something good, meow. Theo handed the black orb to Sejun. King of Kaiman's inner core. Ooh? This is? It was the inner core that had fallen from Croker upon his death. The soldier had secretly picked it up when it flew towards him. Meanwhile, plop. Now, rub my belly, meow. Theo lay on Sejun's knees. Stroke. Stroke. Sejun silently stroked Theo's belly while examining the inner core. King of Kaiman's inner core. This is the inner core that the kings of Kaiman Kingdom have kept through generations. The magical power of the previous kings has been accumulating in the inner core, containing about 2,500 years worth of practice. Upon consumption, you gain a total of 1,000 bonus stats. If consumed by beings with magic power less than 2,500, the inner core will absorb all stats from them instead. Upon consumption, your level increases by 5. Usage restriction, LV 100 or above, all stats 2,500 or above. Grade? Wow! There's something beyond level 100. Sejun realized that there was a level beyond 100 as he read the usage restriction. But this is impressive, Sejun remarked as he fiddled with the inner core. Despite the incredibly high usage conditions, the effects of 1,000 bonus stats and 5 levels made it all seem reasonable. Moreover, it had 3 stars, which were known to be stronger than SSS grade. It meant it was an incredible item. Vice Chairman Theo, good job. Stroke. Stroke. Sejun praised Theo as he diligently stroked Theo's belly. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's it, meow. Work harder, meow. Theo enjoyed Sejun's touch. Right, meow. I also picked this up earlier, meow. Theo pulled out Fenrir's core that he had put in his bag earlier. S-core fragment. Is this an unappraised item? Chuck. Sejun grabbed the thumbnail-sized core fragment to send it to Eileen for appraisal. Then, you have acquired a fragment of the door leading to the 10th tower. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Swish. And a fist-sized brown wooden piece separated from the core fragment. It was a piece of the door leading to the 10th tower that Fenrir had torn off and eaten in the past. Who? What? Was there no door to the 10th tower? Sejun was baffled as he examined the brown piece. A fragment of the door leading to the 10th tower. It is one of the fragments of the door leading to the 10th tower. Currently, the door is broken into 5 pieces, making it impossible to create a path to the 10th tower. Usage restriction, the one who holds the key to the 10th tower. Grade, unmeasurable. The door broke into 5 pieces? So, then that means I have to find for more pieces? This made Sejun's journey to the 10th tower significantly more troublesome. At that moment, King, my core. Hey! That's mine. Fenrir, the culprit who made things troublesome for Sejun, woke up and claimed ownership of the core, chomp, and bit the core in Sejun's hand. However, Blackie, no, meow, whack. Theo hit Fenrir on the back of the neck to make him spit out the core. Chuck. Good job. Sejun caught the core that Fenrir spat out. And, Blackie, you wanted to eat this, huh? Understood. Shove. Sejun put a black bead into Fenrir's mouth. It was royal jelly that the poisonous queen bee had upgraded in effect and bitterness. King, this isn't my core. Fenrir ate the black royal jelly and passed out from the intense bitterness. It might have been karma. Tap. Blackie, sleep well. Sejun put the unconscious Fenrir in his pocket. Eileen, please appraise this. And asked Eileen for appraisal. The tower's administrator tells you to entrust it to her. Thus, Fenrir's core fragment was handed over to Eileen's care. White Dragon's territory. Thud. A giant green dragon landed. It was Brachio. She had come to see Kellyan, the one she was closest to among the 4 dragon tribes. Brachio, what brings you here? Kellyan asked Brachio. Kellyan, I came to ask you something. Ask me? What about? Yes. Recently, the activities of the white, black, red, and purple dragons have been lively. Do you know why? Who? Why, you ask? It's just to reduce the power of destruction a bit, Kellyan answered, slightly avoiding Brachio's persistent gaze. Really? Brachio asked again. Yes, Kellyan tried to sound nonchalant, but it was clear he was lying. Then, can you swear on your name? No. You don't just swear on your name whenever. Then, in exchange for swearing on your name, I'll grant you 2 favors. I don't want to, as I thought, you're hiding something. I told you I'm not. A whom? I should go to sleep now. A clear invitation to leave. There's something. Brachio, suspicious of Kellyan's departing figure, went to find Ram-Tur, his next closest friend. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, we got all the stamps. Meow. Krueng. Dad, all done. After playing on Sejun's lap by himself, Theo, when caught by Quenji, went back to stamping and has now returned after finishing stamping the rest with Quenji. Thanks to the hedgehogs that woke up in the meantime, it didn't take too long. By the way, Arjax was harvesting chestnuts under Sejun's orders. Good work. Godori, these guys are yours to command now. Sejun handed over the 300,000 soldiers of the Kaiman kingdom to Godori. Queet! Thank you. Queet! Queet! Godori and the hedgehogs felt honored by Sejun's words. But what about the Kaiman kingdom? As Sejun pondered over what to do with the Kaiman kingdom on the 84th floor of the tower. Kite! Who? Where is this? Iona, who had been sleeping soundly on Theo's tail without knowing anything, stretched lazily and asked after waking up. The surroundings had completely changed while she was asleep. Pooh Hut. Iona, did you sleep well, meow? This is the 83rd floor of the tower, as Theo explained how they ended up here to Iona. Kiu. Those bad guys. If I hadn't been asleep, I would have dropped a meteor on them. But since the enemy has already surrendered, Iona spoke with a tone of regret after hearing the story. Pooh Hut. Don't be disappointed, Iona. Bad guys will appear again, meow. Kayut. Yes, as the two were talking, guys, let's go back. Sejun got ready to return. Although the 83rd floor suffered a lot of damage, with a sturdy 300,000 slaves, it would be quickly repaired. On top of that, he planned to send Theo to the 84th floor to receive war reparations from the Kaiman kingdom, so there were sufficient funds. Thus, without realizing it himself, Theo was set to go to the Kaiman kingdom on the 84th floor. Vice Chairman Theo, have a good trip. Meow? Where am I going, meow? Yeah. Go to the 84th floor and bring back a hefty compensation. Meow. Understood, meow. Leave it to me, meow. Initially reluctant, Theo confidently answered. Pooh Hut. This is my specialty, meow. Chairman Park, I'll be off then, meow. Kayut. I'll go too, okay. Have a safe trip. With Sejun's farewell, Theo, with Iona on his tail, cheerfully headed towards the 84th floor. And then, Toryong. Sejun called for Toryong and headed towards the waypoint. A moment later, moving to the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun returned to the 99th floor of the tower. Black Tower's administrator area. First seat of Apostle of Destruction, Fenrir's core fragment. This is a fragment of Fenrir's core, the first seat among the Apostles of Destruction. It contains 0.01% of his total power. If the power of destruction within is not removed, you will be consumed by it. Why is Fenrir's core here? Eileen wondered aloud after the appraisal of the core was completed. However, that concern was brief. But in this state, our Sejun can't use it, right? She began to ponder if there was a way for Sejun to use the core. And then, all right. First, let's try to remove the power of destruction inside. She started to infuse magic power into the core fragment to eliminate the power of destruction within. As some of the power of destruction was removed from the core, clatter. Suddenly, tower coins piled up around the core. It worked on the same principle as eliminating the red mist. Who? These are tower coins. Kahihihi. Sejun, just wait a bit. I'll bring you a lot of money, Wuong. Eileen began to use her magic power in earnest to annihilate the destruction in Fenrir's core fragment. Clatter! And tower coins began to pile up in the Black Tower's administrator area. Chapter 335, Why am I wagging my tail? TL, Hangak, you have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun arrived at the 99th floor. Moo! Welcome, Sejun Nim. Yeah, after greeting the Minotaur King, he headed to the farm. While moving to the farm, night has fallen. Title, The One Who Restored the Night is activated. All stats increase by 20% during the night. The sky darkened and night fell. I should eat something simple for dinner. Clank! Due to the late hour, Sejun opened void storage to take out some gararetiox, intending to eat something simple and quick. He planned to grill the gararetiox. Krueng! It's gararetiox! Hyung! Are we eating gararetiox? Quenji and Arjux got excited seeing the gararetiox. Yeah. Just wait a moment, Sejun replied, placing a grill over the fire. Tap! Tap! And started grilling the gararetiox on it. While the gararetiox were grilling, glug! Glug! Sejun poured honey into a sauce bowls to dip the gararetiox in. He prepared 2 types of honey, regular and kudzu, so they could dip in their preferred one. And then, flip! Flip! He flipped the gararetiox occasionally to prevent them from burning, grilling them to a golden brown on both sides. After a while, it's done. Sejun served the well-grilled gararetiox on plates for Quenji and Arjux. Krueng! Delicious! Sejun Hyung, you're the best! The two started to enjoy the grilled gararetiox, dipped in honey. Sejun also picked up a grilled garetiox and dipped it into the kudzu honey before taking a bite. Crunch! The crispy outside of the garetiox, grilled to perfection, broke with a delightful sound, revealing the soft garetiox hidden inside. Hee. Delicious! The sticky garetiox mixed with the kudzu honey pleased Sejun's palate. After eating dinner, Krueng! Dad, good night. Quenji went to sleep. Arjux, take Blackie and go to sleep first. Sejun, having more things to do, sent the tired Arjux to bed with Fenrir. Okay. Hyung, I'll go to sleep first. Arjux, carrying the passed-out Fenrir, headed home. Thud. Thud. While Sejun moved to an empty plot of land to plant the seeds of the thick darkness cherry, he thought it might be better to plant them at night, given their dark attribute. Poke. After digging with his dagger, he planted the cherry seeds. You have planted the seeds of the thick darkness cherry in a land filled with magic power. Your job experience increases slightly. You have planted thick darkness cherry during the night, due to which the growth speed of the thick darkness cherry will double for 1 week. Due to the land filled with magic power, all effects of magic seed sowing LV8 increase by 50%. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing skill LV8 increases slightly. The messages that appeared confirmed Sejun's guess that it was better to plant the cherries at night. But what does it mean by land filled with magic power? Sejun initially puzzled, then realized what it meant. The place where he had just planted the cherries was the same land he had used in the morning. He. It became fertilizer. Sejun, satisfied that his output was beneficial for farming, continued to plant cherries and then went to sleep. In the Black Tower's administrator area, phew. It's tiring. Eileen was exhausted from removing the power of destruction from the Fenrir's core fragment. Munch. Munch. She recovered her magic power by eating the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes given by Sejun. At that moment, how did Brachio find out? I don't know. But don't worry, I hid it well. What did you hide well? Brachio just came looking for me. I sent her away saying I was going to sleep. I should do the same if she comes to me. Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr entered the administrator area, chatting. It was to inform Eileen about Brachio, who might come looking for her. As they were walking and talking, swish. Who? What's this? Are these all tower coins? There's so many. The 4 dragons excitedly noticed the tower coins they stumbled upon. Why are these here? Who cares about that? Should we just pick them up? Sneakily, with greedy eyes, the 4 dragons reached for the tower coins scattered on the ground. However, those belong to Sejun. If you take them, you'll be banished from the Black Tower, Eileen sternly warned them, giving a glaring look. And then, collect! Swish! She quickly collected the tower coins on the ground into her own storage. TSK. The 4 dragons watched the disappearing tower coins with regret. A moment later. So, this is Fenrir's core fragment? Yes. It contains the power of destruction. And removing it produces tower coins. The dragons, having learned from Eileen where the tower coins came from, stared intently at the fragment of Fenrir's core she was holding. The thought of informing about Brachio had completely vanished from their minds. If we just have that. Tower coins. Ha ha ha. Ooh ha wah ha. Fa ha ha. Da wah ha. Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr were counting their chickens before they hatched, celebrating before the person who's supposed to give them the chicken has even thought about it. Granddaughter, we will help you remove the power of destruction. Yes. Destruction is our enemy, after all. Whom? But in return for our labor. How about 9 to 1? The dragons volunteered to help remove the power of destruction, eyeing the tower coins and naturally assuming they deserved the larger share. However, no, Eileen firmly refused the group of villains tempted by Sejun's tower coins. 5 to 5. If you don't like it, I'll do it alone. Instead, she made a new proposal. Tyr, who initially suggested a 9 to 1 split, tried to negotiate. Chuck. But Kaiser, Kellyan, and Ramtur, who had already accepted Eileen's proposal, started working on Fenrir's core fragment. And then, swish! Oh. They are coming out! We could easily make 500 million a day. If it's 5 to 5, that's 250 million each. They began extracting tower coins by removing the power of destruction. Traitors. Click! Tyr quickly joined in, placing his hand on Fenrir's core fragment to remove the power of destruction. On the 84th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh Hut. We've arrived, meow. Theo arrived in front of the grand gate of the Kaiman Kingdom. Bang! Pooh Hut. Hand over the money, meow. He boldly entered, pushing open the gates with his front paws. Then, PPIG. Soldiers gathered at the sound of the horn, surrounding the gate. Who are you? Do you know where this place is that you dare to invade? The soldiers surrounded Theo, shouting at him. Pooh Hut. If you ask who I am, I should answer. Theo was excited to introduce himself. However, who allowed such a lowly cat into the noble Kaiman Kingdom's royal castle? A giant crocodile appeared, interrupting Theo's introduction. It was Princess Kelly Kaiman, who could be considered the current heir to the throne of the Kaiman Kingdom in Croker's absence. And then, Kiyu. Did you just call Theonim a lowly cat? Hellfire. Those were Kelly Kaiman's last words. Kwong. Hellfire melted Kelly Kaiman and the Kaiman Kingdom's castle behind her. Who? Kiyu. It's the Wizard of Destruction. It's the 3rd stage of Kiyu. Run away. The soldiers, realizing Iona's identity, started to flee. However, Pooh Hut. Where do you think you're going, meow? Stamp this first, meow. Theo wasn't just going to watch them run away. Press. He pulled out a contract and collected the soldiers' stamps. Pooh Hut. I gained 100 more slaves, meow. Kayut. Great job, Theo Nim. Pooh Hut. I know, meow. Theo felt proud as he looked at the contract stamped by the soldiers. Then, meow? But why do you all look like that, meow? Theo belatedly noticed the soldiers' conditions. They looked as though they hadn't eaten in days, all skin and bones. That's because Croker had taken all the food for the war, leaving the soldiers and residents of the Kaiman Kingdom starving. Then eat this, meow. Theo took out grilled fish from his bundle and handed it to the soldiers. Pooh Hut. You need to be healthy to work well, meow. THA. Thank you, we'll eat well. Unaware of Theo's intentions, the soldiers were moved by his generosity and devoured the grilled fish eagerly. While the soldiers were eating, now let's collect the compensation, meow. Kayut. Yes, Theo and Iona headed towards the ruins of the Kaiman Kingdom's castle. Iona hadn't obliterated the castle without any thought. She knew that a magically protected treasure vault lay underground, so she destroyed the castle without hesitation. Pooh Hut. I feel a pull from below, meow. Of course, Theo felt it too. Snap! Theo unsheathed his dragon claws. Leap! He jumped into the sky. Meow meow. Meow meow, and unleashed a storm of meow meow storm fist towards the ground. Boom! And thus, the entrance to the treasure vault was revealed. Pooh-hoo hut. Let's go, meow, coyote coyote coyote. Yes, Theo and Iona entered the treasure vault with excited expressions. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 1.95% complete. Over 24 hours, 0.1 magic power has been accumulated. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. Alright. As it became light around him, Sejun woke up and sprang to his feet. Then he hurried outside and, swish! You have harvested 3,219 grains of golden rice. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the shelf life of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 225,330 experience points. He began to cut the rice he had been eyeing since yesterday. This morning is all about rice. Swish! Swish! As Sejun was harvesting the rice, King! My core! Fenrir woke up from his sleep, calling for his own core. King? Hey! Where are you? Thud! Thud! Fenrir went outside to find Sejun, who had his core. And then, King! King! I found you! Give back my core! Thud! Thud! Fenrir, having spotted Sejun cutting rice, ran towards him, wagging his tail vigorously. However, flinch! What's this? Why am I wagging my tail? He was soon puzzled by his own behavior. He should be furious for not getting his core back, but seeing that guy made him feel too good. This isn't right. I am the noble wolf Fenrir. Snap! Fenrir, having gathered his composure, held his head high and walked towards Sejun with dignity. Then, Blackie, you're awake? As Sejun turned towards Fenrir, gulp! Fenrir, upon seeing Sejun's face, reflexively started salivating. And then, wag wag wag. His tail started wagging vigorously again. King! King! Let's eat first. Hey! Give me food, snap! Deciding to deal with the call later, Fenrir quickly sat in front of Sejun's feet. Harbin, China, yes! You've all been waiting for a long time. The statue of the golden bat, the divine beast that protected our Black Tower, will arrive soon, as the announcer spoke in the square in front of the Black Tower. Whoa! The crowd cheered. The people of Harbin considered the golden bat a divine beast for saving the Black Tower, and decided to express their gratitude by erecting a statue. And not just any statue, but one made entirely of pure gold. Shortly after, vroom! 3 golden statues, shaped like the golden bat, arrived on huge trucks. And then, click, click! Journalists began to take photos of the 3 statues to send to newspapers around the world. The golden bat using Pip Pip Hoo, the golden bat using Pip Pip Storm Fist, the golden bat using 1 Pip Slash. The names of the techniques used by the golden bat were vividly inscribed on the statues. It would have been a shock to the golden bat if it knew. If this news reached the tower through hunters, it might be dragged by Theo and Quenji to have a serious conversation. However, wow! They made the statues look exactly the same. There was already someone who knew. Flamey peeked out her small roots around the Black Tower in Harbin, admiring the statue of the golden bat. Chapter 336, Chairman Park, help me, meow. TL, Hangak, chomp. 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 Our Blackie, you eat well. Want one more? As Sejun took out another dried sweet potato slice while watching Fenrir eating enjoyingly. King, give me that one too. Fenrir, putting down the dried sweet potato slice he was eating, now eyed Sejun's dried sweet potato slice. He thought since he had already licked his own, nobody else would eat it. However, Krueng, what's this? A dried sweet potato. Nom. Quenji, who woke up from sleep and was hungry, quickly picked up the dried sweet potato slice that had fallen on the floor and ate it. And, kikihik. King. Hee. Now I have 2 yellow and chewy ones. Having received the dried sweet potato slice from Sejun, Fenrir turned around only to find Quenji eating his own. King. How dare you steal the yellow and chewy thing belonging to me, Fenrir, the first seat apostle of destruction and the god-hunting wolf. Fenrir was furious. King. King. Hey. He ate mine. Punish him. Fenrir appealed to Sejun, expressing its grievance. Quenji ate Blackie's? Then you can just eat a new dried sweet potato slice. Quenji, have one more. Ku hey hey hey. Kikihik. By giving Quenji and Fenrir one dried sweet potato slice each, Sejun neatly resolved the situation. While Sejun was giving dried sweet potatoes to Quenji and Fenrir, quack, quack, crunch, crunch, the mushroom ants began to mill the rice that Sejun had harvested. Thanks, guys. Tap. Tap. You have harvested shiitake mushrooms. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting elvethate has increased very slightly. You gained 1 experience point. Sejun expressed his gratitude while picking mushrooms off the backs of the mushroom ants. A little later, hum. Sejun hummed through his nose, carrying the milled rice and mushrooms to the cooking area. Today's menu was mushroom nutritious rice 1. He planned to add a fried egg and side dishes as accompaniments. In addition to mushrooms, he added ginkgo nuts and chestnuts to the nutritious rice. After Sejun put the rice on soy sauce, with kyanyang chili peppers and crushed garlic, he began making the sauce. Just then, tap. Hyung, what's for breakfast today? Rubbing his still sleepy eyes, Arjux flew over and clung to Sejun's shoulder. Mushroom nutritious rice. Wanna taste this? Sejun responded, dipping his pinky finger into the sauce and putting it into Arjux's mouth. Smack. Hyung. It's delicious. Really? The rice is almost done. Just wait a bit, okay? A rollerong. Still drowsy, Arjux fell asleep hanging on Sejun's shoulder. Pat. Pat. Sejun patted Arjux's back as he waited for the rice to finish. Meanwhile, Krueng. Krueng. Blackie, sit. If you listen well, I'll give you this. Quenji was trying to make Blackie sit in exchange for a dried sweet potato, aiming to make him his subordinate. However, I, Fenrir, am a noble wolf. Once I decide on someone who feeds me, I don't change easily. Fenrir firmly closed its eyes to maintain its loyalty to Sejun. Not looking. Krueng. This is something Blackie likes, why aren't you doing it? While Fenrir was refusing the dried sweet potato that Quenji was waving, everyone, let's eat, Sejun called them. Krueng. Krueng. Got it. Blackie is coming too. Responding to Sejun's call, Quenji hurriedly picked Blackie and rushed to the cooking area. And, you mix in this seasoning sauce to eat. Krueng. Krueng. Got it. Thank you for the food. Yes. Hyung. Thank you for the food. Yes, Sejun Tildanim, thank you for the food. Having heard Sejun's explanation, Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica started to mix the sauce into their mushroom nutritious rice and began eating. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. He. It's really tasty. There are also chestnuts in it. Sejun Hyung is a genius. Wow. Sejun Tildanim, it's really delicious. Endless praises poured in. He. Praise me more. Sejun pretended not to listen, but he was pleased inwardly. At that moment, your soul feels fulfilled with the praises poured upon you. Mental strength has increased by 1. Along with the message, his mental strength increased. Who? It's not just farming that can increase it. As Sejun took in this newly learned fact, Blackie, let's eat too. He scooped some nutritious rice in Fenrir's bowl, who had been waiting in front of his bowl for a while. Then, King. Just now, another kid offered me food and begged me to eat it, but I refused. You should know you're lucky to be chosen by me. Fenrir told Sejun about what happened just before and, slurp, touched the rice with its tongue. Fenrir's eyes widened simultaneously. It's so delicious. Chomp. 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 Fenrir, enthralled by the taste of the mushroom nutritious rice, began to furiously eat with his nose buried in the bowl. And, he. Blackie, you should know you're lucky, because only I, Park Sejun, can make food this good. He. Sejun looked down at Fenrir with a contented expression. Then, ku hey. Krueng. He. Quenji will eat one more bowl. He. I want one more bowl too. Who? Sejun spotted the two approaching to scoop more rice. My rice. Sejun hurriedly began to scoop his own rice from the pot. 84th floor, treasure vault of the Kaiman Kingdom. The inside was pitch dark. Due to forcibly entering through the ceiling of the treasure vault instead of the entrance, the magic that should have been activated was not triggered. Iona, make it bright. Meow. Kayut. Yes. Just a moment. At Theo's request, Iona examined the surrounding magic circle and forcibly activated it. The magic circle activated, and the treasure vault lit up, and splendidly shining golden statues welcomed Theo and Iona. However, meow meow meow, Theo ignored the welcoming gold and walked deeper into the treasure vault, drawn by a powerful attraction he felt inside. Creak! As he opened the door at the end of the room filled with gold statues, this time a room with various items appeared. This isn't it, meow. There was an attraction, but it wasn't the powerful pull that had drawn him. Theo passed through the second room as well. Creak! Thus, Theo opened the door that led to the third room. In the center of the third room, there was a massive altar, and in the middle of the altar stood a giant humanoid crocodile statue. Pooh-hoo hut! There it is, meow. Theo's eye sparkled seeing a green gem embedded in the statue's chest. I'll take that to Chairman Park, meow. Theo Nim, be careful, Iona shouted at Theo. She felt an ominous aura emanating from the statue. At that moment, Kugoom, the statue began to move. No, it crumbled apart. And from the statue flowed a sinister and dark aura. The dark energy roamed around Theo and Iona and then entered Iona's body. However, who are you? There was already a resident inside. Nightmare, the demon king of nightmares, residing within Iona's mind, expelled the dark energy. The dark energy, driven out of Iona's body. Theo Nim, get away! While Iona was shouting, the dark energy entered Theo's body. Theo Nim dash. Iona, something's wrong with my body, me. Thud. Theo lost consciousness. All my followers are dead. As the Kaiman royal family, who had been giving him power, died out, the crocodile god Kaiman was fading away. At that moment, he saw two figures entering his sanctuary. Coo. It seems the heavens have not abandoned me, the god of crocodiles, Kaiman. Kaiman sneered bitterly as he looked at them. So, he hurriedly gathered the energy contained in the statue and examined the bodies of the two. Both of them had bodies that could handle his power. Especially feeling the immense magical power contained in the body of the white hamster. I choose you. Kaiman decided to possess Iona's body right away. However, there was already a being with a will so powerful that even a god like him could not contend. I need to survive, so I have no choice. Thus, expelled from Iona's body, Kaiman entered the next best option, the body of the cat nearby. Phew. That was close. Kaiman breathed a sigh of relief having entered a body before dissipating and severed the connection between Theo's mind and body. Cook. Now, I just need to eradicate the spirit occupying this body. The crocodile god Kaiman laughed heartily as he looked down at Theo, who appeared very small. This was Theo's mental world. Kaiman was the race god of crocodiles, and Theo was just a mere cat. The disparity was evident in their sizes. Meow. There's a mountain of grilled fish, meow. A pond of churu, meow. Theo, unaware of the situation, was distracted by all the grilled fish and churu around him. Since it was Theo's mental world, it was filled with everything Theo loved. At that moment, grab. Meow. Kaiman grabbed Theo by the scruff and brought him face to face. Meow. Let go of me, meow. What are you, meow? Theo struggled and shouted at Kaiman. Cook. I am Kaiman, the god of crocodiles. I will make good use of your body. How dare you attack Theo Park, the deadly dragon-clawed golden cat? I'll teach you a lesson, meow. Snap. Theo unsheathed his dragon claws, whoosh, and swung his front paw fiercely. It was a one meow slash. However, ting! Theo's attack did not inflict any damage on Kaiman. No matter how strong the dragon claws were in reality, in the mental world, they were only as strong as Theo's mental power. Meow meow. Meow meow. Theo didn't give up and attacked Kaiman again with his meow meow storm fist, but it caused no harm to Kaiman. Cook. Now, disappear. As Kaiman opened his mouth to swallow Theo. Chairman Park, help me, meow. Theo suddenly called for Sejun. Cook. What nonsense are you saying? This is your mental world. No one can help you here. Kaiman mocked Theo. It's not true, meow. Chairman Park is so great that he can do anything, meow. Theo boldly shouted back at Kaiman. To Theo, a devout follower of Sejun's knees, Sejun was always an omnipotent being. Chairman Park always helps when I call him, meow. It was a response without logic or common sense. At that moment, thump. A huge shadow covered Kaiman. It was the shadow of Sejun, so large that it almost filled Theo's mental world. Pooh-hoo hut. I wish Chairman Park's knees were this big, meow. Normally, Theo wished in his heart for Sejun's knees to grow larger, and thus a giant Sejun was born within Theo's mental world. How can there be something so gigantic in the mental world? Kaiman was bewildered as he looked up at the giant looking down on him. It was strange. No matter how weak the mind, it couldn't be as small as Theo's. But now he understood. Crazy. To trust someone else more than himself? To such an absolute degree, Kaiman couldn't comprehend, but to Theo, a devout follower of Sejun's knees, it was perfectly natural. While Kaiman was bewildered, Pooh-hoo-hut. I knew Chairman Park would come to save me, meow. Giant Chairman Park, teach him a lesson, meow. Bang! With Theo's cry, the giant Sejun stepped on Kaiman. And then, rumble! As if nothing had happened, Sejun created a new mountain of grilled fish and a pond of churu. It was safe to say that Sejun was recreating Theo's mental world. Pooh-hoo-hut. The knees of giant Chairman Park, meow. Excited Theo climbed the legs of the giant Sejun when, meow. Where did the knees of the giant Chairman Park go, meow? Theo, reconnected to his body, regained his senses and searched for the knees of the giant Sejun. And then, on the 99th floor of the tower. Hum. You have harvested a stamina corn. You have annihilated the spirit of Kaiman, the race god of crocodiles. You gained 100 million experience points. You have achieved the feat of annihilating a race god. As a reward for the achievement, you have obtained the title, Godslayer. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Sejun, who was humming and harvesting corn, that he had annihilated Kaiman. Who? I did? Chapter 337, Hey, did I unknowingly do something incredible? TL, Hangak, at the 99th floor of the Blue Tower. Thud, greetings to the great blue dragon. A doll cloaked in a blue robe kneeled on one knee in front of a giant ice sculpture in the shape of a dragon, paying respects. Then, Zelga, what's the situation? The voice of Kinasta, the leader of the Blue Dragons, emanated from the ice sculpture. The tower up to the 62nd floor is submerged in water, and signs of an ice age are apparent from the 20th floor. That's serious. Kin's voice deepened in response to the Blue Tower farmer, Zelga's report. While the Red Tower was accumulating the Red Dragon's fire energy, causing drought and desertification, the Blue Tower was accumulating the Blue Dragon's water energy, leading to heavy rains and ice age. How many elixir of fire are left? About 1 million. Not enough. At best, that will last about a year. I apologize. The production of elixir of fire has decreased as the land for cultivating fire blossom, the most crucial ingredient, has reduced. Elixir of fire, which Zelga produced through alchemy, played a role in creating intense heat that temporarily weakened the surrounding water energy when used. However, the duration of the heat was short, and its range was limited, only slightly delaying the approach of heavy rains and ice age. As the two continued their conversation, understood. Try a little harder for now. Yes, I will take my leave. The conversation ended without any significant outcomes. Me have a godslayer? Sejun was unable to comprehend how he could have possibly slain a god. Was there a god in this corn named Kaiman? Sejun briefly inspected the corn he had just harvested but soon concluded, nah, that can't be it. Then, is it Vice Chairman Theo again? When inexplicable events occurred, it usually involved Theo, so Sejun attributed it to Theo's doing. Crunch crunch. You have harvested stamina corn. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. Due to the cold energy imbued in the sickle of freshness, the expiration date of the harvested crops has increased by 5 days. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun continued harvesting corn. Moments later, I harvested quite a lot. Sejun felt pleased looking at the corn he had harvested. Your soul feels fulfilled. Your mental strength has increased by 1. Along with the message, his mental strength increased. Alright, time to harvest some cherry tomatoes. Sejun then proceeded to harvest cherry tomatoes. And once the harvesting was complete, phew, that feels rewarding. Your soul feels fulfilled. Your mental strength has increased by 1. His mental strength increased again. Once the harvesting of both corn and cherry tomatoes was finished, Hyung. I caught a tuna. Thud. Arjux laid a gigantic tuna in front of Sejun with a proud expression. I caught such a big tuna, so praise me. Arjux, well done. Pat. Pat. Sejun stroked Arjux's head in praise. Hyung. Make something delicious with this. Alright, let's have tuna sashimi today. Okay. Hyung. Sejun began to prepare the tuna sashimi. Theo likes tuna too. I wonder when he'll show up. Sejun set aside some of Theo's favorite parts while waiting for him. 84th floor. Meow. Theo, regaining consciousness, lay sprawled on the floor with a gloomy expression. Kaiut. Theo Nim, what's wrong? Iona called out to him, worried. She was sure that the ominous energy had been extinguished, but Theo's condition was unusual. Iona, I had a dream, meow. Was it a nightmare? Iona, thinking it must have been a nightmare since Theo had been struggling against an enemy trying to escape. No, meow. It was a happy dream, meow. Coyote? Then why are you sad? Because it's a dream that can't come true, meow. I woke up before I could hug the giant Chairman Park's knees, meow. Theo considered the incident in his mind realm as a dream. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Stop talking nonsense and let's hurry back. Sejun Nim is waiting for us. That's right, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, still have the real Chairman Park, meow. Enlightened by Iona's words, Theo chuckled. Now that he thought about it, all he needed to do was to make Chairman Park grow huge, meow. This is all thanks to the inspiration I got from Iona, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Really? Foo-hoo hut. Yes, meow. Thus, Theo started the gigantification project for Sejun. Chairman Park is great, so he can be enlarged, meow. Foo-hoo hut. First, I'll take this, meow. Grab. The fully motivated Theo picked up the green gem from the statue of the crocodile god, Kaiman. Iona, collect the items from the first room, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes. Following Theo's instructions, Iona gathered the golden statues from the first room. Foo-hoo hut. Wait for me, Chairman Park, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am bringing good stuff, meow. Theo also packed items from the second room into his bundle. Foo-hoo hut. Done, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. I'm done too. Thus, Theo and Iona completely cleared out the treasury. Foo-hoo hut. Let's go quickly, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes, Theo and Iona headed to the 99th floor of the tower. And the Kaiman Kingdom, which lost its racial god, royalty, capital, and treasures, quietly vanished from the 84th floor of the Black Tower. Brachio Nim, I apologize. Tier Nim is currently asleep. Tier 2? Understood. After visiting the white and red towers, Brachio dropped by the purple tower. There's definitely something suspicious. Unable to shake her suspicion that something was off, Brachio. I'll have to visit the Black Tower as a last resort. Brachio flew to the Black Tower, not giving up. This time, she planned to meet Eileen, the administrator of the Black Tower, instead of Kaiser. She thought it would be easier to deal with the younger Eileen. And so, upon arriving at the Black Tower's administrator area, Brachio was greeted by Eileen. Grandma Brachio, hello. Are you here to trade? Eileen received her warmly. Kikiki. Our Sejun's customer base has grown. Trade? Yes. If you want to trade with our Sejun, first, the contract and Eileen explained the detailed method for trading with Sejun to Brachio. These guys. Were they buying Samyangju and black beans among themselves? Thanks to that, Brachio understood why the other dragons were so diligent in cleaning the red mist. But what is this? I feel the power of destruction here. Ah, that's... When Eileen started explaining about the fragment of Fenrir's core, I see. So we just need to split the drop tower coins 50 to 50, right? Yes. All the grandpas did that too. Understood. As Brachio was about to infuse magic into Fenrir's core fragment. Kahava. Shall we make some money? Who? Brachio? Why are you here? Don't tell me. Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr entered the administrator area and found Brachio with her hand on Fenrir's core piece. Ho ho ho. These traitors. Brachio laughed as she looked at them, then became serious. An? Wung. Brachio infused magic into Fenrir's core fragment, instantly annihilating the destruction contained within. For the original form of Brachio, it was an all-too-easy task. Clatter. No. Hey. That's not fair. My tower coins. This is cheating. The four dragons despaired as tower coins poured into the administrator area. Slurp. While Sejun was enjoying his coffee time after lunch, the tower's administrator says that the power of destruction within Fenrir's core fragment has been completely annihilated. Eileen returned the item she had appraised. Really? Thanks. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Eileen and checked the options of the black orb that appeared in his hand. Purified Fenrir's core fragment. Although the name changed as the power of destruction was removed, the color of the orb remained the same. Purified Fenrir's core fragment. This is a fragment Fenrir's core, the god-hunting wolf and first seat among apostle of destruction. This fragment contains 0.01% of the complete core's power. With the power of destruction completely removed, the power contained within the core has significantly diminished. Upon consumption, all stats increase by 1000. If there are other fragments of Fenrir's core nearby, they will be attracted to each other. Usage restriction, all stats must be over 5000. Grade, unmeasurable. Despite the reduced power, it still increases all stats by 1000. Wow, it's great, but it's too great that I can't use it. The usage restriction requires all stats to be over 5000, which was too high a condition for Sejun. As Sejun was feeling disappointed, a quest has been generated. 10th Tower Quest, use the purified Fenrir's core fragment to find other fragments of Fenrir's core and secure the other 4 pieces of the gate that leads to the 10th tower to restore the gate. Reward, all stats 300, 1 job combat skill. A quest message appeared. The reward was an increase in all stats by 300 and another chance to gain a job combat skill. But, where do I start looking? Sejun said, holding the black orb in his hand. No attraction was felt from Fenrir's core fragment, perhaps because there were no other core fragments nearby. Do I just have to wander around? As Sejun pondered how to complete the 10th Tower Quest. Do you wish to support Tower Farmer Park Sejun in completing the 10th Tower Quest? An alarm appeared in the crystal orb managing the Black Tower's administrator area. Kikiki? Of course. If not me, who else will support our Sejun? Eileen readily agreed. For the completion of the 10th Tower Quest, the use of the destruction detector is temporarily transferred to Black Tower Administrator Eileen Pratani. You have acquired the usage rights to the destruction detector. Along with the message, a new function was added to the crystal orb. Kikiki. Sejun, just wait a little, I'll find everything for you. Eileen hurriedly started using the crystal orb to locate the power of destruction. Anne? Black Tower's Administrator Eileen Pratani accepts to support you in the 10th Tower's quest. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Ooh? Eileen? Thanks to this, Sejun also learned that Eileen was participating in the quest. The Tower's Administrator is pleased to join you in the quest. The Tower's Administrator confidently says she will find all other locations of Fenrir's cores for you. Okay. Thanks. With Eileen's help, Sejun didn't have to wander through all the floors. Eileen, is there any snack you want to eat? He decided to support Eileen with snacks. The Tower's Administrator says she would like to eat the pancakes you make. Got it. Just a moment. Sejun went to the kitchen to fetch flour and butter and started making pancake batter. Sizzle. He began cooking the pancakes. At that moment, stealthily, Vice Chairman Theo, you're here? Sejun greeted Theo without even turning around as Theo approached him from behind. Meow. That's no fun, meow. Slap. Theo grumbled as he clung to Sejun's leg. And then, swoosh. Swoosh. He vigorously rubbed his face against Sejun's knee. Foo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park's knee, I missed you, meow. Right. Vice Chairman Theo, did something happen when you went down there? Suddenly, there was a message saying that I killed a god named Kaiman. Foo-hoo-hut. That's because, meow. Chairman Park saved me in my dream, meow. Theo still believed that his encounter with Kaiman and the gigantic Sejun was a dream. He excitedly explained to Sejun what had happened in his mind realm. So it happened. Hey, did I unknowingly do something great? Foo-hoo-hut. Yes, meow. Chairman Park is amazing, meow. The two readily accepted the absurd idea that dreams and reality could be connected. Chairman Park, will you save me again next time, meow? Of course. Just trust me. No matter where, I'll save Vice Chairman Theo. Foo-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Vice Chairman Theo trusts only Chairman Park, meow. Theo's faith in Sejun grew even stronger. Vice Chairman Theo, are you hungry? Eat this. I made it today. Sejun spooned out some churu made from the tuna he had set aside and brought it to Theo's mouth. Foo-hoo-hut. Thanks, meow. Chomp. 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 Indeed, the churu made by Chairman Park is the best, meow. Theo became an even more devout follower as he ate the churu Sejun had prepared. Chapter 338, Dragon Youngling, you're happy simply because I'm playing with you. TL, Hangak, Black Tower's Administrator Area. Kihihi. The pancakes Sejun gave me are delicious. Wait a bit, Sejun, I will find them all for you. Eileen enjoyed the pancakes while using the destruction detector to search for the powers of destruction in the Black Tower. After Brachio left, the dragons who had been seriously discussing in a corner approached. And, my granddaughter, don't you think it's cheating for Brachio to have come in her true form? Kaiser spoke up as their representative. Right. Who doesn't have a true form? Exactly. We should be fair. Therefore, we, the Four Dragons Council, proposed the expulsion of Brachio. Behind them, supporting the notion were Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tia. The four, usually bickering among themselves, united under the name for the Dragons Council to call for the expulsion of Brachio. They were seriously talking in the corner and ended up creating a name. Thus, under the guise of fairness, these dragons aimed to remove Brachio from the competition. However, I refuse. For Eileen, it was an absurd request. Grandma Brachio is also our Sejun's customer. As expected, my granddaughter. You're stubborn just like me. Kaiser was pleased as he looked at Eileen, who, despite the words of the four clan leaders, didn't falter and spoke her mind. Hey! Kaiser, is this the time to be pleased? Should we also come in our true forms? That would attract too much attention. Right. That would be too dangerous. If the leaders of four dragon clans gathered, it would not only attract the attention of other dragon clans, but also potentially that of destruction itself. How about we talk to our Sejun about it? Let's do that. If our Sejun talks to Eileen, she will understand. Right. Speaking of which, it's about time we bought some Yangju from Sejun. I also need to get a detoxifying green onion from our Sejun. The four dragons hurried off to find Sejun. After making pancakes for Eileen, tilde hum tilde hum tilde hum. Tilde meow tilde meow tilde meow. Shoop. Shoop. You have harvested a sturdy carrot. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun, with Theo hanging on his leg, harvested the sturdy carrots. I want to get closer to Sejun Hyung too. Arjux looked enviously at the two, feeling a strong bond between them. At that moment, thud. Thud. Kiki hit. King. Hee hee. This carrot is so hard, it's perfect for scratching my teeth. Arjux saw Fenrir, chewing on one of the sturdy carrots Sejun had harvested, and running away with it. Ah. If I play with Blackie, Sejun Hyung will like it, right? Thinking it would help him get closer to his Hyung, Arjux found a way to bond with Sejun. Snap. Arjux picked up a stick to play with Fenrir. Blackie, fetch, and threw it to Fenrir. However, crunch. Crunch. Busy grinding his teeth on the sturdy carrot, Fenrir ignored him. Blackie, I said fetch that, when Arjux pointed to the stick and told him again. King? King. Humph. You, a dragon, want to play with me? No way. Fenrir scoffed at him and continued chewing on the carrot. Eek. Blackie, fetch it. No matter what Arjux said, Fenrir just kept grinding his teeth. Seeing his plan to get closer to Sejun failing. Ooh. I wanted to be closer with Sejun Hyung. Arjux whimpered. King? King. King. So, you really want to play that badly? Can't be helped then. I'll play with you. Thud. Thud. Misinterpreting Arjux's crying as a desire to play with him badly, Fenrir finally picked up the stick and brought it over. Ee-hee-hee. It's fun because I play with you, right? Here. Blackie, fetch. King. Dragon youngling, you're happy simply because I'm playing with you. Thus, Arjux and Fenrir thought they were playing with each other and had a great time. Playing with Blackie isn't too bad. Playing with this dragon kid isn't bad either. Unintentionally, the two became friends. In the meantime, hee. I've harvested quite a lot. Sejun felt proud as he looked at the sturdy carrots he had harvested. Your soul feels fulfilled. Your mental strength increases by 1. His mental strength had increased. Now I need to harvest potatoes. As Sejun went to the potato field, which was his next target, and started harvesting potatoes. What has our Sejun been up to? Kaiser and the other dragons came looking for Sejun. I'm harvesting potatoes. But what brings you here? Whom? We. Kaiser started speaking on behalf of the group in response to Sejun's question. So, you're saying to ban Green Dragon Brachio from entering the Black Tower? Exactly. I don't like that idea. It's good for me if there's even one more person to buy my crops. When Sejun refused, whom? Then we will sell to the other dragons for you. Right. We'll sell to the other dragons for you. The dragons offered an alternative, trying to persuade Sejun. Of course, they intended to take a commission in the process. However, that's not possible. Sejun refused. It was too obvious what the dragons intended to do with his crops. At that moment, Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. Only I, Vice Chairman Theo, the right hand of Chairman Park, can sell Chairman Park's goods. meow. Theo supported Sejun's stance and stepped forward. And then, Theo, you? That's right, meow. It's going to be an auction, meow. Theo declared that he would open an auction house to sell Sejun's crops to the 9 dragon tribes. Wow! Sejun's imagination soared at Theo's words. Theo, in front of the 9 dragon tribes, selling his crops. Just the thought made his heart swell with pride. An auction? Then it's going to cost a lot of money? We need to make the kids work harder. Don't we have anything to sell? The dragons hurried back to the fountain to come up with a plan to gather tower coins. Meanwhile, the name of the auction house was decided. Dragon Market. The cheesy name, Dragon Market, was obviously coined by Sejun's cheesy naming sense. He he he. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh hut. I know, meow. Pleased with Sejun's praise, Theo laid down belly up. Pet me here, meow. Swoosh. Swoosh. But Theo, what do we do now? While petting Theo's belly, Sejun asked him about the plans for Dragon Market. However, meow? Of course, I, Vice Chairman Theo, don't know, meow. But it will all go well, meow. Theo looked at Sejun as if asking why he was asking him that, clearly having no plan. Ah, right. He was always like this. Sejun chided himself for expecting too much from Theo and pondered how to manage Dragon Market. First, where should the location be? As Sejun was contemplating, Hyung. You're opening an auction house? I'll help too. Arjux, having tired Blackie out with fetch, now flew over while holding him as he slept. It would be great if Arjux helps. Yes. I'll help a lot. At that moment, da. Krueng. Quenji will help too. Quenji, who had returned from the herb garden, also shouted. Thus, with Quenji and Arjux joining as staff for the Dragon Market, the tower's administrator says she has detected the power of destruction. Eileen found the power of destruction. The tower's administrator says the power of destruction is detected on the 49th floor of the tower. 49th floor? It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Then let's go down there now. Sejun, already troubled by the Dragon Market, went down the tower to clear his mind. A little while later, you have arrived at the 49th floor of the Black Tower. You moved from the top floor, 99th, to the 49th floor. You have descended 50 floors. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats increase by 50. Sejun arrived at the 49th floor. Hello, Sejun tilde nim. Horned Mole Dooku, the boss mole of the 49th floor who was guarding the waypoint, greeted Sejun. Yes. Sejun greeted Dooku back and then, snap. He took out the purified fragment of Fenrir's core. However, there was no reaction at all. What's going on? Is it because we're too far away? Toryong. Sejun called Toryong while holding the fragment of Fenrir's core and started wandering around the 49th floor. Wow, these have grown well, Sejun remarked as he looked at the vast field of sturdy blade green onions, seemingly endless. These were the ones he had planted before. In between the rows of green onions, moles were busily harvesting them. A short while later, as they passed the green onion field, Sejun's eyes caught sight of persimmon trees with ripe persimmons. Wow! Let's pick some persimmons. You have harvested a persimmon. Your job experience has increased very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 1 experience point. Naturally, Sejun went to the farm to start harvesting the perfectly ripe persimmons. How could he pass by such well-ripened fruits? Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Tasty. He. Sweet. As Sejun and his companions were excitedly picking and eating the persimmons. Ki hit. King. He. I found my core. Thud. Thud. While Sejun was distracted harvesting persimmons, Fenrir, who had woken up from a nap, grabbed his core in his mouth and ran off. Sejun had placed the core fragment together with Fenrir. And then, NOM. Fenrir, having reached a secluded spot, swallowed his core. However, you do not meet the usage restrictions to consume this. King? Why can't I swallow it if it's my core? As the aura of destruction was removed, Fenrir's core fragment did not recognize its owner. King? Hey! It's me! Your owner. While Fenrir was trying to swallow the core, Ting. King? The core he was chewing slipped and bounced out of his mouth, rolling. and started rolling down the sloped ground. King! No! Thud! Thud! Fenrir hurriedly chased after the rolling core fragment. Tasty! Who? Where did our Blackie go? Sejun, while eating the persimmons, belatedly realized that Fenrir, who should have been sleeping in his pocket, was gone. And so was Fenrir's core fragment. Did Blackie take it with him? Quenji, please find Blackie. Krueng. Okay. Sniff. Sniff. Following Sejun's request, Quenji used his nose to sniff out and track Fenrir's scent. As Sejun was searching for Fenrir, King! Stop right there! Fenrir was eagerly chasing after the core fragment. At that moment, Kugung! This is Lord Fenrir's energy. Violet, the 11th seat of the Apostles of Destruction and the Amethyst Giant, hidden underground, sensed the power of Fenrir's core fragment and rose up. King! 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 Violet, nice to see you. It's me, the Fenrir, the noble wolf. Fenrir barked happily upon seeing Violet. However, what is this creature? Violet did not recognize Fenrir. And then, cuckoo cuckoo. But is this Lord Fenrir's core? Violet shifted focus from Fenrir to the core fragment containing Fenrir's power, eyeing it with greed. If I just eat this? As Violet was about to absorb Fenrir's core fragment. King! It's mine! Fenrir quickly grabbed the core fragment in his mouth and started running. However, thud! Thud! His short legs couldn't carry him fast enough, he hardly made it as far as Violet's feet. You little! Hand it over? Violet extended her fist towards Fenrir. There was no need to regulate its strength since the core couldn't be broken. At that moment, stop! Along with Sejun's shout, meow meow! Meow meow! Krueng! Quenji less new technique, Quenji destroyer punch. Giga Thunder, Theo, Quenji, and Ajax unleashed their attacks on Violet. Clink! With that, Violet dropped purple coins and vanished. And then, Blackie, why did you wander off alone? And you would have been in big trouble if you ate that. King! My core! In the end, Fenrir had his core fragment taken away by Sejun again. Fenrir was indeed the master of team kills, accidentally causing more harm to allies than enemies. Chapter 339, Phew, I survived. TL, Hangak, the tower's administrator says that the power of destruction she discovered has been extinguished. The tower's administrator says that it seems the other apostle of destruction are also detectable with the destruction detector. The tower's administrator apologizes for being unable to help. It's okay. These things happen. If it weren't for Eileen, we wouldn't have even gotten this far. Sejun comforted Eileen, who felt sorry, and they returned to the 99th floor of the tower. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Toryong. Yes, master. Sejun called Toryong to return to the farm. Kugugung. On their way back to the farm riding Toryong, Gorarong, Krueng, Ararong, Kirarong, Pat. Pat. Eileen, do you think she arrived by now? Sejun, petting the sleeping Theo, Quenji, Ajax, and Blackie in turns, asked Eileen. The tower's administrator says that Grandma Brachio should have arrived at the Green Tower by now. He. Good. At Eileen's response, Sejun smirked mischievously. The tower's administrator also smiles, saying she's also looking forward to the revenge. Eileen smiled ominously alongside Sejun, the two scheming something together. A few hours earlier, when Brachio arrived at the administrative area of the Black Tower, Eileen asked Sejun if they should make a deal with Brachio. It was because Brachio had once tried to kidnap Sejun using a land deed as a trap. He. Treat her well, and at the end give her elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. Park Sejun, am a man with a big heart, as if I return what I receive, doubled. I'll take my revenge on the kidnapping with kidnapping. The tower's administrator says she understands. Eileen, who immediately grasped Sejun's intention, kindly explained how they would conduct the trade, which eased Brachio's wariness. And then, Grandma Brachio, this is a gift. Please try planting these. Eileen handed over 100 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes to Brachio. Ho ho ho. Thank you, dear. Unaware that they were actually bombs, Brachio took the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes back to the Green Tower. The moment she plants those tomatoes, something unimaginable will happen. He. As Sejun eagerly awaited the fruition of his sweet revenge. Master, we have arrived. Toryong announced their arrival at the farm. Yeah, thanks. Guys, wake up. It's time to eat. Sejun, holding Theo, Quenji, Ajax, and Blackie, headed to the kitchen. Thump thump. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, take care of your face. Meow. It's almost rotting. Meow. Theo kneaded Sejun's face and, Krueng, Quench's massage will make Dad stronger. He. Hyung, I'll give you a massage too. Quenji and Arjux took turns massaging Sejun's shoulders. Kirarong. Fenrir was still asleep, exhausted from running hard earlier. Receiving massages from the three, Sejun reached the kitchen. Wait for a bit. Sejun hurriedly took out a pot and some corn to start cooking. Chiik. First, he melted butter in the heated pot, then added the steamed corn cob, stirred it to ensure the butter soaked in thoroughly. Sprinkle. For a perfect mix of salty and sweet, he sprinkled a little salt. Poke. Finally, he skewered the buttery, salted corn. You have achieved the achievement of making sweet salty corn butter skewers for the first time in the tower. The recipe for salty sweet corn butter skewers has been registered under Cooking LV at 8. Your proficiency of Cooking LV 8 has slightly increased. Your proficiency of Cooking LV 8 has filled, advancing to Cooking LV 9. With the effect of Cooking LV 9, you can now enhance the effects of cooking ingredients. From now on, the effects of ingredients used in cooking will increase by 5%. Tonight's dinner menu is complete. Oh. The effects of the cooking ingredients have increased by 5%. Sejun read the message and was pleased. If it works as described, a 1 would increase to 1.05. It's not a huge difference, but it's significant when you eat 3 meals a day. Thus, Sejun was able to make slightly more effective dishes. Poke. For Theo, he skewered a few pieces of fish on some of the skewers. A moment later, guys, let's eat. When Sejun placed a plate piled with corn on the table. Krueng, thank you for the meal. He. Hyung, thank you for the food. Quenji and Arjux started eating, holding one corn on their both hands. Poohoo hut. The grilled fish, filled with Chairman Park's devotion is delicious meow. Theo also enjoyed the grilled fish sitting on Sejun's lap. Shall I try some too? Chak. Sejun picked up a corn skewer and bit into it. Whoosh. First, the rich scent of butter enveloping the corn kernels filled his mouth. As he chewed the corn kernels, the sweetness and saltiness melded seamlessly with the butter and corn, creating a unified flavor. After dinner. He. It should be about time for that message to appear. He waited for the message indicating that his revenge had been successful. However, yawn. Even though he waited, the message did not appear. Sejun had underestimated the dragon's laziness. Meow. Chairman Park, let's sleep meow. Should we? In the end, Sejun, tired of waiting, took the whining Theo to the bedroom. Ararong. Kirarong. Arjux and Fenrir were comfortably sprawled out in a big shape in the middle of the bed. Chak. Sejun lifted them up, settled in the middle, and placed Arjux and Blackie on his left and right and Kerr. Soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell asleep. 99th floor of the Green Tower. Hum. Whisk. Ophelia hummed a little tune while randomly throwing corn seeds onto the ground. And then, grow. She used the tower farmer skill, infusing magic power into the soil. Then, Buddock. The corn seeds rapidly took root on their own and grew quickly. A little later, good. Now it's time to harvest. Ophelia began to harvest the fully grown corn, and the harvesting was done in an instant. Great! I've reached harvesting level 7. Ahoom! As expected, I, Ophelia, am the best tower farmer. Ophelia looked proud as she viewed the harvested corn. However, if Sejun had seen it, he would have shaken his head disapprovingly, because although she planted 1,000 corn seeds, she only harvested a mere 50 ears of corn. If it had been Sejun's field, planting 1,000 corn seeds would have yielded at least 20,000 ears of corn. While Ophelia was proud of her 50 ears of corn. Ophelia, come up here for a moment. Yes, Grandma, Brachio called Ophelia. All right. During sleep, 10% of your life force was stored. The life orb is 2.1% complete. Over 24 hours, 0.1 magic power has been accumulated. Your magic power has increased by 0.1. He. When Sejun woke up and saw the message, he was smiling. The tower's administrator says that she have detected the power of destruction on floors 57 and 62 of the tower. Eileen, who had been waiting for Sejun to wake up, informed him of the locations of the power of destruction she had found. Floors 57 and 62, coincidentally, both were floors without land deeds. Then there were only two options. Either find a land deed for Sejun to go, or have someone take a piece of Fenrir's core and go down to check. Gorarang. As he thought this, Sejun gazed thoughtfully at Theo sleeping on his lap. You're it. Good luck, Vice Chairman Theo. After feeding him breakfast, Sejun decided to send Theo down. I should pack something nice for him. He decided to pack a lunch for Theo, who would be suffering in his stead. After preparing Theo's favorite grilled fish and homemade tuna churu, Sejun finally chopped the fish meat, added eggs, and shaped it into balls with his hands. He then steamed them. They were fish balls. A little later, as the fishy smell filled the surroundings, meow. I smell something delicious, meow. Theo woke up, stretching. Vice Chairman Theo, are you awake? Pooh-hoo-hut. Yes, meow. Did Chairman Park sleep well, meow? No. I couldn't sleep well because I was worried. Sejun lied to make it easier to send Theo down willingly. However, meow? Really, meow. For someone who didn't sleep, Chairman Park's face isn't very rotten, meow. Theo was oddly sharp about weird things. Vice Chairman Theo, you can tell that? Pooh-hoo-hut. Yes, meow. Right now, Chairman Park's face is just rotten enough to be able to look at, meow. What does just rotten enough to be able to look at even mean? Sejun pondered Theo's incomprehensible aesthetic standards when, Krueng. It smells delicious. Quenji entered the kitchen. Quenji, did you sleep well? Krueng. Did Daddy also sleep well? Yeah. Now, go bring Arjux and Blackie since it's time to eat. Krueng. Understood. Dadada. At Sejun's command, Quenji hurried to the bedroom, Ararong, Kirarong, and came back carrying Arjux and Blackie on his shoulder. He really just brought them as told. Chak. Chak. Quenji placed them in their respective spots and, plop, sat down in his own place looking at Sejun, ready to eat. All right. Let's eat. While Sejun was putting food on the table. Ooh, King? Arjux and Fenrir woke up to the smell of food. Oh. It's breakfast, King. It's food. Naturally, both were thrilled to see food right in front of them as soon as they opened their eyes. After everyone ate breakfast, here, Vice Chairman Theo, take this. Sejun handed a lunchbox to Theo as he spoke. Chairman Park, what is this, meow? Theo asked as he took it. It's a lunchbox. You need to go to floors 57 and 62 of the tower. As Sejun was explaining what Theo needed to do. Piang. Uncle, I'm here. Black Rabbit arrived with an enormous number of rabbits. Thanks to the messenger bird Pio, who properly conveyed Sejun's instructions to send rabbits to be tenant farmers at the Red Ribbon Kingdom to the 99th floor of the tower. Piek. Pip. The rabbits surrounded Sejun, each eager to become his tenant farmer first. All right, everyone, line up in 2 rows. Chak. You have designated the 5012th tenant farmer. Chak. You have designated the 5013th tenant farmer. Sejun placed his hands on the heads of the rabbits, designating them as tenant farmers. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, this lunchbox is delicious, meow. Theo ate his lunchbox while watching Sejun work. You have designated the 8272nd tenant farmer. You have designated the 8273rd tenant farmer. As Sejun busily designated the rabbits as tenant farmers, it has been confirmed that Ophelia Iorg, the tower farmer of the Green Tower, planted the elixir, cherry tomatoes imbued with powerful magic power without permission. Finally, the message Sejun had been waiting for appeared. According to the tower's laws, a tower farmer who plants a crop with exclusive cultivation rights without permission must work under the holder of those rights for 100 years. According to the tower's laws, Ophelia Iorg, the tower farmer of the Green Tower, will now work under Sejun Park, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, for the next 100 years. He. Revenge successful. Now I'll kidnap you, Ophelia. As Sejun was delighted and about to summon the enslaved Ophelia. According to job traits, you borrow 0.2% of Ophelia Iorg stats from the Green Tower. You have gained strength 340, stamina 400, agility 240, magic power 300. A message appeared indicating that his stats had increased due to his job trait. And, what? Sejun hurriedly stopped the summoning. The stats had increased too significantly. This meant that Ophelia's stats were incredibly high. And it meant that summoning her could mean death for him. Phew. I survived. Sejun, having survived yet another day, let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 340, Why Do I Feel Chilly? TL, Hangak, Green Tower, 99th floor. Ophelia, after meeting Brachio, returned. Humming to herself, she looked at the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power held in her hand. Eileen, what was she thinking giving these seeds to Grandma? Ophelia muttered incomprehensibly while examining the options of the cherry tomatoes. If you have such good crops, you should grow them yourself. Why give them away to others? And then, ho hee hee. Eileen, thank you. The great tower farmer, Ophelia Iorg, will grow these well and eat them. Swoosh! She laughed as she threw all the cherry tomatoes on the ground and said, grow. She channeled magic power into the ground and used a skill. Then, crack! The cherry tomato seeds rapidly took root in the ground. At that moment, you have planted the crops of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, who has exclusive cultivation rights, without permission. According to the tower's laws, Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower will now be a slave of Park Sejun, the tower's farmer from the Black Tower, for the next 100 years. A message appeared. What? The great green dragon, me a slave. Ophelia became enraged upon seeing the message. Who dares to enslave me? But there was more to come. You have unlawfully planted 30,000 seeds of Park Sejun's exclusive crops without permission. The nature of your crime is very severe. Your slavery period is extended by an additional 200 years. Wah! Grandma! Shocked by the message, Ophelia went to find Brachio while crying. Sejun was relieved that he didn't summon Ophelia and survived. Plop! King! Hey! Give me something to eat. Fenrir demanded a snack as he sat in front of Sejun. Hee hee hee. Blackie, you just survived thanks to me. Sejun said arrogantly to Fenrir. It wasn't because he was about to die that he didn't summon Ophelia, but all for Blackie. Sejun tried to claim a mental victory like that. King? King, what are you saying? Just give me the food. Fenrir ignored Sejun's words and barked for food immediately. Then, Ophelia Iorg, the tower farmer of the Green Tower. The nature of the crime is very severe. Slavery period is extended by an additional 200 years. A new message appeared in front of Sejun. Hee hee hee. Should have planted them in moderation. Oh, so there was something like this too. What a pity. I should have given her more. Sejun thought with a sly grin. Here, Blackie, eat a lot. Sejun, in a good mood, pulled out 2 dried sweet potato slices from his pocket and gave them to Fenrir. King! 2 yellow and chewy ones. Chomp! 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 Our Blackie, you eat so well, Sejun said while watching Fenrir, who pressed 1 dried sweet potato slice under his belly so no one could take it away, and held the other with his 2 front paws, eating it diligently. So cute! Just as Sejun was about to designate the remaining rabbits as tenant farmers with a satisfied expression while watching Fenrir. What's this? Sejun felt a burning gaze directed at him. Piek! Pip! The rabbits lined up in 2 rows were drooling while looking at Sejun. We want to eat too. Vice Chairman Theo, help me out. Pooh hut. Okay, meow. At Sejun's call, Theo hurriedly packed his lunchbox in his bundle and ran over. And then, you have designated the 10,441st tenant farmer. You have designated the 10,442nd tenant farmer. As Sejun continued designating tenant farmers, Pooh hut. Here it is, meow. Theo, sitting on Sejun's lap, handed out dried sweet potato slices to each of the rabbits that had become tenant farmers. Shortly after, you have designated the 15,112th tenant farmer. Done. Sejun finished designating tenant farmers for the rabbits brought by Black Rabbit. Pooh hut. No rush, meow. There's still plenty of dried sweet potato slices left, meow. However, Theo's task of distributing the dried sweet potatoes was not yet finished. This was because there were still rabbits who had become tenant farmers but had not received their sweet potatoes and were lined up. King? King, if I line up here, can I eat the yellow and chewy things? I want to eat too. Fenrir tried to line up behind the rabbits to receive dried sweet potato slices, but, Pip! Pip! He was pushed out of line by the hips of the other rabbits in line. King, that's my spot. Fenrir tried to push his head back among the rabbits, but he couldn't push them away with his strength. King, I can't believe I'm losing to these guys. Pushed away by the rabbits, Fenrir felt his pride hurt and dejectedly went back to Sejun. King, punish them. Hey! How can you feel wronged when you were the one being greedy? Come here. Sejun picked up the whining Fenrir and put him in his pocket, along with the core fragment that Fenrir likes. King! King! My core! I'm going to eat it this time. While Fenrir was busily wrestling with the core fragment in Sejun's pocket, you can remotely issue a simple command once a day to Ophelia Iorg, the tower farmer of the distant Green Tower. Should I make our slave work? Since she can't be summoned, Sejun thought to command her remotely, just like he did with Arjux. Currently available tasks you can assign to Ophelia Iorg, the Tower Farmer of the Green Tower. Harvest and offer elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful and mighty magic power, 0.205 pieces. Powerful and mighty? The name of the cherry tomatoes had changed. What changed? I wonder. Although the number of cherry tomatoes needed to be harvested was too small, he thought they would continue to grow over time. He. Slave, get to work. Eager to receive the cherry tomatoes, Sejun quickly issued the task to Ophelia. But Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower refuses the command. It seemed typical for dragons not to follow orders immediately. You can punish Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower, who refused the command. Water baptism, fire baptism, stone baptism, tickling. Which punishment should I choose? Since water, fire, and stone won't have much impact, should I pick tickling like I did with Arjux? Sejun pondered which punishment to inflict on Ophelia. Just then, Sejun Hyung, sister Ophelia really hates heat. Arjux, who was harvesting potatoes nearby, flew over and gave some useful information. Really? She hates heat? Then let's go with the fire baptism. Sejun decided to punish Ophelia with a fire baptism. Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower is given a fire baptism for refusing the command. A moment later, Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower has harvested one elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful and mighty magic power. Following Arjux's advice, as soon as the fire baptism was applied to the heat-hating Ophelia, she started working. Ophelia Iorg of the Green Tower offers one elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful and mighty magic power to Park Sejun of the Black Tower. One elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful and mighty magic power is stored in the temporary storage of the Green Tower. The harvested crop was offered to Sejun. To transport less than 100 kilograms of crops from the Green Tower to the Black Tower, 8 million tower coins are needed for transport costs. Would you like to proceed? The following message appeared. Ooh? 8 million tower coins? Not 1 million? Sejun double-checked the amount to make sure he hadn't read it wrong. But it was indeed 8 million tower coins. Why is the transport cost so expensive? Hyung, maybe it's because the Green Tower is far away. Far away? Arjux cleared up Sejun's confusion. Yes. The Green Tower is almost on the opposite side of the Black Tower, clockwise. According to Arjux's explanation, the towers are arranged clockwise from the Black Tower as follows: Red Tower, Golden Tower, Purple Tower, Green Tower, Blue Tower, Brown Tower, Silver Tower, and White Tower. So that's how it is. Thus, Sejun learned about the layout of the 9 towers. In the meantime, Ophelia Iorg, the Tower Farmer of the Green Tower, has completed the command. 205 elixir, cherry tomatoes imbued with powerful and mighty magic power are stored in the temporary storage of the Green Tower. Ophelia had finished harvesting. That was quick. Compared to Arjux's working speed, it was incredibly fast. Transport. Sejun, curious about the elixir, cherry tomatoes imbued with powerful and mighty magic power, spent 8 million tower coins to transport the 205 cherry tomatoes from the temporary storage. He grumbled about the cost, but it wasn't a significant amount for Sejun. Whoosh! 205 elixir, cherry tomatoes imbued with powerful and mighty magic power have arrived. Thus, 205 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes were placed in front of Sejun. What? Why do they look like this? Sejun picked up a cherry tomato and frowned at its mushy texture as he checked its options. Elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful and mighty magic power. These are mutant cherry tomatoes that absorb the strong magic power of the blue moon alone at the highest point in the tower. Grown by a naive farmer who doesn't even know that farming, its taste is inferior to the original. Consumption permanently increases magic power by 50. It grew by absorbing powerful magic power. It cannot grow in places without strong magic power. Grower, Ophelia Iorg, the Green Tower's Tower Farmer. Shelf life, 100 years. Grade, A. R. That's right, it was her. Sejun recalled the tasteless carrots he had received as a prize at the carrot harvesting contest during the past harvest festival. It turned out that the grower's name was Ophelia at that time. Sejun tasted the cherry tomato to see how flavorless it was. It's really bland. Who would eat this? Sejun pondered as he looked at the mushy white cherry tomatoes in front of him. Although the cherry tomatoes that Sejun usually enjoyed could increase magic power by 50, these tasteless ones were unlikely to be popular since all the animals had already tasted Sejun's cherry tomatoes. At that moment, that could work. Sejun remembered the pickled cherry tomatoes he had tried at a restaurant before. He started by making a cross-shaped cut at the ends of the cherry tomatoes and began to boil them. After boiling, he He peeled the separated skins and soaked the cherry tomatoes in honey water. You have achieved the feat of making the first cherry tomato honey pickles in the tower. The recipe for cherry tomato honey pickles has been registered under Cooking LV9. Your proficiency of Cooking LV9 has increased slightly. Thus, the dish was completed. Thanks to the preparation, the effectiveness of the ingredients increased by 5%. I need to let it ferment for a day. Sejun placed the bowl containing the cherry tomato honey pickles in the kitchen and got up when Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I've done everything you asked. Meow. Smack. Theo clung to Sejun's leg as he spoke. What about Black Rabbit? He said he was busy and went down with a rabbit right away. Meow. Is that so? Right. Meow. Black Rabbit said to give these to Chairman Park. Meow. Theo handed Sejun 3 land deeds received from Black Rabbit. They were for the 73rd, 62nd, and 57th floors of the Black Tower. Ah, I should go too. Thus, Sejun lost the pretext to send Theo alone to find Fenrir's core fragment and, guys, gather around, called Quenji and Arjux along with Theo and Blackie, and put into the void storage. Clank! And closed the door. Eileen, I'll be back. The tower's administrator wishes you a safe journey. Okay, the summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 57th floor farm has been activated. Sejun greeted Eileen and vanished from the 99th floor of the Black Tower with the land deed. While Sejun was headed to the 57th floor, Park Sejun, you dare touch my granddaughter, an enraged Brachio was fiercely flying towards the Black Tower. Black Tower, 57th floor. You have arrived at the 57th floor of the Black Tower. Due to the effect of the title, Retrogressor, all stats increase by 42. And my stats have increased, but why do I feel so chilly? Upon reaching the 57th floor, Sejun started to feel the effects of getting closer to Brachio. You are getting closer to a great being who is truly enraged at you. The intensity of the anger directed at you is steadily increasing. It was not just a feeling, but a reality. This seems to be going a bit too far. Thud. Exposed to Brachio's fury, Sejun fainted. Today, Sejun, the sunfish of the Black Tower, has fainted again. Chairman Park, Krueng, Dad has fainted. Hyung. I'll heal you. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux hurriedly opened the void storage and came out to heal Sejun. Chapter 341, I was just trying to scare him? Hey. Wait for it, Sejun. I'll find it again. Once Sejun acquired the land deeds for the 57th and 62nd floors of the tower from the Black Rabbit, Eileen hurriedly began using the destruction detector to search for other powers of destruction. It was tough, but, hey. To be on the same team as Sejun. The thought of completing quests with Sejun made Eileen happy. While Eileen was busily searching for the power of destruction inside the Black Tower, Wuong, the crystal orb vibrated. Then, the aura of the Green Dragon Brachio Iorg has infiltrated the Black Tower. The aura of Green Dragon Brachio Iorg is focusing towards Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Tower Farmer Park Sejun has sustained critical injuries due to exposure to the aura of Green Dragon Brachio Iorg. Red alarms appeared. What? My Sejun has critical injuries. Eileen hurriedly used the crystal orb to find Sejun on the 57th floor, where Theo, Quenji, and Arjux were fervently massaging the unconscious Sejun. What do I do about our Sejun? The situation was dire. At that moment, as the Green Dragon Brachio Iorg gets closer to the Black Tower, the aura targeting Tower Farmer Park Sejun intensifies. If you do not block the approach of Green Dragon Brachio Iorg quickly, Tower Farmer Park Sejun could die. A new red alarm appeared. After checking the alarm, Eileen realized what she had to do first. She must stop Grandma Brachio from coming this way. Grandpas, help! Our Sejun has fainted. She quickly called Kaiser and the other 3 dragons for help. Then, Brachio, you dare touch our Sejun. Touching our Sejun. Has this old hag gone crazy? Guys, let's hurry. I'm already on my way. Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr's bodies took off from their respective towers. On the outskirts of destruction, Lord Halfers, following the Green Dragon, the leaders of the Black, White, Red, and Purple Dragons are all heading towards us. What? At Hydra's report as he watched over the 9 towers with his 9 heads, Halfers fell into thought. Could this be a preemptive strike? The leaders of the dragon tribes, who would not move unless attacked first, seemed to be attacking based on their trust in the black fruit. Kekak. If they only trust the power of that black fruit, then this time it's your defeat. Hydra, take Violet and Leviathan and eliminate the dragons. Yes. Leave it to me. Following Halfer's orders, Hydra confidently responded and took Violet and Leviathan towards the dragons. Black Tower, 57th floor. Chairman Park, wake up, meow. Krueng, Dad, wake up. Hyung, wake up. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux desperately treated Sejun, calling out to him. However, as Brachio approached closer, Sejun's condition worsened. Chairman Park, hang in there, meow. Krueng, Dad, hang in there. Sejun, Hyung, the three exhausted all their efforts to treat Sejun, but as Brachio flew rapidly towards the Black Tower, Sejun's condition deteriorated even further. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux were frantic in treating Sejun's body when, King, hey! Wake up! You have to feed me. You can't die. Realizing the gravity of Sejun's condition, Fenrir made a bold decision. King, eat this! He forcefully placed the fragment of his core into Sejun's mouth. Naturally, Sejun, whose stats did not exceed 5,000, could not swallow the core fragment. However, squeeze! Please swallow it. Fenrir pressed the core into Sejun's mouth with his paw, filled with desperate hope. Swoosh! Thanks to that, Fenrir's core fragment smoothly slid down Sejun's throat. Gulp! Thus, Sejun forcibly swallowed Fenrir's core fragment. King, it's done! My core, make sure to save him. Wuong! Reacting to Fenrir's desperate wish, his core fragment began to melt and absorb into Sejun's body. Brachio, stop! Yes! Calm down! Ramtur and Tyr, who were near the Green Tower, arrived first and blocked Brachio's way. Calm down. Do I look like I can calm down right now? My Ophelia has become a slave, Brachio shouted back in an agitated voice at their words. Slave is just a term. It does not mean much. Anyway, our Sejun is too weak to even stand before Ophelia. Yes. For now, withdraw the anger directed at Sejun and let's resolve this through dialogue. Otherwise, our Sejun will die. Kaiser and Kellyan, who arrived in the meantime, also tried to calm down the agitated Brachio. What? Die? What are you talking about? Brachio asked in a bewildered voice at Kellyan's words. I was just trying to scare him. Even though she was angry, she never intended to kill the tower farmer who could cultivate the black beans needed to fight the Apostle of Destruction. What? You were trying to scare our Sejun. Our Sejun is incredibly weak. Our Sejun is already dead, isn't he? Don't say such unlucky things. He probably just fainted. Since Brachio has withdrawn her energy, it should be fine. Yes. It should be. Brachio didn't know that Sejun was so weak that the dragons would be anxious about the small amount of aura she sent to scare him. How weak is this guy Sejun that they are reacting like this? While Brachio was dumbfounded by Sejun's weakness, smoky, red mist surrounded them. And then, it's been a while. Oh dragons! The red mist transformed into 3 apostles of destruction. Apostle of destruction of the 10th seat, the 9-headed serpent, Hydra. Apostle of destruction of the 11th seat, the amethyst giant, Violet. Apostle of destruction of the 12th seat, the serpent that summons tsunamis, Leviathan. Seal release. As soon as they appeared, they released all the seals they could. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Go. Suddenly, their powers amplified 8-fold after releasing the 4th seal. The power of those with the 4th seal released was comparable to when the dragons ate the black beans. But, the power of Kaiser, Kellyan, Ramtur, and Tyr, who simultaneously swallowed 5 types of beans including the black beans, far exceeded their levels. Before leaving the tower to stop Brachio, just in case, take these. Eileen handed each one of them a transcendence black bean that Sejun had left behind. But make sure to pay me later. Of course, it wasn't for free. You have consumed a transcendence black bean, too. The dragons, having eaten the 2 enhanced transcendence black beans, had their powers amplified not 12 times, but 16 times. Who? Kwong. The 4 dragons easily disposed of the 3 apostles of destruction and, clang, collect, collect. They hurriedly collected tower coins. And, Brachio, we'll continue the rest of the talk later. Coo! They started blasting breaths at the surrounding red mists. They needed to destroy as much of the destructive power as possible during the 4 minutes when their power was enhanced and, clang, to collect many tower coins to cover the cost of the black beans they used. Watching the 4 of them collecting tower coins, coo! Brachio also subtly joined in collecting tower coins. As Sejun struggled to open his eyes, Chairman Park, Krueng, Dad, Hyung, Theo, Quenji, and Arjux hugged Sejun as they called out to him. And, King, hey! I saved you. so make sure to serve more delicious meals from now on, Fenrir boasted, looking at Sejun. But, thanks, guys. Sejun expressed his gratitude to everyone except Fenrir. It was natural for him to think so, as Theo, Quenji, and Arjux were usually the ones to treat him when he fainted. King! Hey! I told you I saved you! Thump! Thump! Fenrir, feeling wronged, stamped his front paws on the ground to strongly appeal to Sejun, but, King! It hurts! He only hurt his own paws. While Fenrir was feeling aggrieved. But what does this mean? You have forcibly consumed a purified fragment of Fenrir's core. The purified fragment of Fenrir's core is healing your body. Your body has returned to normal. During the healing process, 22% of the purified Fenrir's core fragment was lost. The remaining purified piece of Fenrir's core in your body is now linked to the tower's system. The detection range for finding other fragment of Fenrir's core has increased. The detection range for finding the Apostle of Destruction's power has increased. Sejun, reading the message, realized that he had survived because he swallowed Fenrir's core fragment. And, who fed me Fenrir's core fragment? He asked the three he was holding. However, it wasn't me, meow. I was healing Chairman Park's rotten face, meow. Krueng. Quenji was massaging Dad's belly. Theo and Quenji answered, shaking their heads. Then was it Arjux? No. I was massaging your leg. Really? Then who saved me? Sejun wondered. King. He saw Fenrir, who was busily licking his sore paw. Was it Blackie? It was indeed because of Blackie that Sejun had been carrying around Fenrir's core fragment all along. Arjux, please heal Blackie. Since his paw seemed hurt, Sejun asked Arjux to heal it. Okay. Hyung. Recovery. Arjux used a healing spell on Fenrir. King. King. Hey. I saved you, so treat me well from now on. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive. Fenrir leaned against Sejun's leg and barked, wagging his tail vigorously. He. Did our Blackie have a hard time? King. King. While Sejun was having a healing time, hugging the whining Fenrir, Theo, Quenji, and Arjux, a quest has occurred. Quest, the plum trees are rotting due to the power of corruption. Eliminate the source of the power of corruption and heal the plum trees. Reward, recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed. A land deed quest appeared. So this was a plum tree farm, huh? Sejun said, looking at the withered tree. But the source of the corrupt power? Where do I find that? Sejun looked around suspiciously to see if there was anything unusual. However, there were only withered plum trees around. Then, a message about detecting the power of the Apostle of Destruction appeared. Ooh? An Apostle of Destruction? And a demon of corruption? It definitely seemed to be the source of the corrupt power. Toryong. Sejun called Toryong and moved northwest. And, Kakak. I will corrupt you too. He encountered a demon with a grotesque face and a pair of black wings. Arjux, burn it. Okay. Hyung. Hellfire. At Sejun's command, Arjux incinerated Delia. Guard Arjux Mamib has defeated Apostle of Destruction of the 8th seat, the demon of corruption, Delia. You've gained 10 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Arjux Mamib. Arjux Mamib is your slave. You gain an additional 5 million experience points, which is 25% of the experience points earned by Arjux Mamib. You have leveled up. You have acquired one bonus stat. Your strength has increased by 10. Thanks to that, Sejun leveled up to level 79. And, King? Why was that idiot just standing there, foolishly getting herself killed? Once again, it was Fenrir, the master of team kills, who had unknowingly contributed to the team kill. Chapter 342. Why aren't they making me work? 99th floor of the Green Tower. How dare you enslave me? Coo! Enraged, Ophelia turned the 99th floor of the tower into a wasteland with her breath. Ophelia vented her anger by continuously unleashing her breath. A little while later, but the tower farmer from the Black Tower must have been surprised to see the crops I grew, right? As her anger subsided a bit, Ophelia spoke with a confident expression. It was surprising indeed. Surprisingly tasteless. As a tower farmer, Ophelia took great pride in her farming skills. Whom? You know now that I'm the superior tower farmer, right? Ophelia, thinking she had surpassed Sejun, crunched on a carrot she had grown herself. Though tasteless, the carrot increased her magic power by 1. After eating about 10 such tasteless carrots, why aren't they making me work? I can do it well. Ophelia spoke with a slightly anxious voice. Could it be that my crops were subpar? No. It's because the crops I grew are too splendid and overwhelming. Ophelia was deep in thought. She was the type to exhaust herself with her worries. 57th floor of the Black Tower. Hyung. Here's a coin. Ajax handed Sejun a rusted coin he found after defeating the Apostle of Destruction, the demon of corruption, Delia. Then, you have acquired a coin containing the power of the Apostle of Destruction, the demon of corruption, Delia. The purified core fragment of Fenrir absorbs the power of the demon of corruption, Delia contained in the coin. Skill, fermentation LV1 acquired. A notification appeared. Being an core of Apostle of Destruction 2, it could absorb powers. Ooh? Fermentation? Sejun acquired the fermentation skill. Skill, fermentation LV1. Slightly speeds up the fermentation process needed for food. Slightly deepens the flavor of fermented food. Wow! Sejun cheered as he checked the skill. It was a great skill for cooking. He wanted to hunt more demon of corruption. Does it work with other coins too? Sejun tried holding other Apostle of Destruction coins. However, there was no reaction from the other coins. What's this? As Sejun pondered, the lifespan of 5 plum trees has ended. A notification about the death of plum trees appeared. Although he had defeated the demon of corruption Delia, the corrupt power she had spread remained. Let's go back, everyone. Sejun quickly led his companions back to the plum tree farm. Healing team, deploy. As they arrived at the farm, Sejun called out, Poohoo heart, understood, meow, pip pip. Yes. Theo and a golden bat began to heal the plum trees. Pip pip. Nobody knows my secret tilde, TL, everyone on Earth knows and Flamey too. The golden bat sang from the sky. Chairman Park, move faster, meow. Theo clung to Sejun's leg, urging him on. Okay, click. Farmer's warm touch LV7 is activated. The plum trees are slightly healed while touched. As Sejun approached to heal the plum trees, thump. Thump. Theo also used a healing spell on the trees with his front paws. While Sejun, Theo, and the golden bat spent hours healing the plum trees, Kairarong. Fenrir was sleeping in Sejun's pocket and, Krueng. Krueng. Hello. This is my dad. Say hello. This is my Hyung. Quenji and Ajax were recruiting monsters to work on the plum tree farm. They were turtles that walked upright with long limbs. Hello. Yeah, the two introduced the turtles to Sejun. Krueng. From now on, you guys will protect this place. Yeah. If you don't guard it well, it won't be fun at all. The turtles were instructed on how to manage the farm. Hee. My kids are doing well. A little later, the remaining 295 plum trees on the farm have been treated. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you are recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the plum tree farm on the 57th floor of the Black Tower. The land deed skill, Farm Information LVMAX is activated. When Sejun's land deed quest was completed, Chairman Park, I've got all the stamps, meow. Theo returned with the turtle's stamps on the employment contract. They agreed on a wage of 3 fish and 5 tower coins per day. Then I'm counting on you. Yes. Don't worry. We will manage it with all our might. Thanks to the high wages, the turtles were very enthusiastic. Upon entrusting the plum tree farm to the turtles and arriving at the waypoint, welcome, a giant turtle, already subdued by Quenji and Ajax, greeted Sejun and his companions in a tightly disciplined manner. Black Tower 57th floor boss, Shield Master Toto. Despite his name, Shield Master, he had no shield and his shell was cracked in several places. It seemed he had been broken in a scuffle with the two. Use this at least. Feeling somewhat guilty, Sejun handed over a dragon warrior helmet. Click! And placed his hand on a red crystal to register the waypoint. And then, SHRRK. He unfolded the land deed and moved to the 62nd floor. As Sejun disappeared, click! Toto put on the dragon warrior helmet given by Sejun. Black Tower 57th floor boss, Helmet Master Toto. His name changed. Well, we'll be going now. See you in a bit. Take care. As the effects of the Transcendence Black Beans ended, Kaiser, Kellyan, and Ramtur hurried back to their territories. Brachio, let's go. Yeah, Tyr and Brachio, heading in a different direction, moved together. A little later, so Sejun. Ooh? It's already the Purple Tower? Brachio, take care. Yeah. You too. Tyr, who had been busily chattering alone, noticed the Purple Tower and said goodbye to Brachio and returned to his own territory. And so Brachio was left alone. So, this Sejun guy healed the poison of the purple dragons with crops, found the power of darkness for the black dragons and the power of light for the white dragons, and even solved the drought of the Red Tower? She pondered over the accomplishments of Sejun that Tyr had mentioned. Is this even possible? For a mere tower farmer? But there was no reason for Tyr to lie about something so easily disprovable. So, Sejun really did all that. Maybe he could also solve our problem at the Green Tower. A glimmer of hope appeared on Brachio's face. There was one issue with the Green Tower that other dragons did not know about. The crop's growth was excessively good. At first glance, it seemed like a benefit, but the crops planted in the Green Tower only focused on growing, which was why the state and yield of Ophelia's crops were terrible. Of course, Ophelia's farming skills were also to blame. But what should I do? She had planned to simply intimidate him and cancel the slave contract with Ophelia, but she ended up endangering his life in her haste. I need to go inside the Black Tower and apologize. Brachio hurried into the Green Tower to start making a statue. A statue was needed to enter the Black Tower. She planned to offer Sejun a generous reward and seek his help. However, to enter the Black Tower, she first needed to obtain permission from the enraged final boss, Eileen. And there were a series of mid-bosses in line. Theo, the devout follower of Sejun's knees who only lives for the moment. The daddy's fool, Quenji. Sejun's fanboy, Arjux. And Fenrir, who adored his meal-providing butler. Brachio was really tired after mistakenly giving just one scare. You have arrived at the 62nd floor of the Black Tower. Due to the effect of the title, Retrogressor, all stats increase by 37. Sejun arrived on the 62nd floor of the Black Tower. Who? Isn't this Mugwort? Sejun noticed the Mugwort under his feet. The 62nd floor was a Mugwort farm. Mugwort with rice cakes are really tasty. As Sejun thought about Mugwort rice cakes, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the Mugwort farm on the 62nd floor of the Black Tower. The land deed skill, Farm Information LVMAX is activated. A message appeared indicating he had become the owner of the land. He was easily recognized as the owner of the land deed since there were no particular issues with the farm. This easily. Oh. Then thank you very much. Pluck. Sejun laughed as he harvested the mugwort. Then, you have harvested tenacious mugwort. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting elevate has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Messages appeared. Tenacious mugwort? He. Is this an item? Sejun checked the properties of the mugwort with a hopeful expression. Tenacious mugwort, a plant that naturally grows inside the tower and boasts a tenacious vitality. It absorbs all sorts of things from the soil, so its properties can greatly change depending on the soil. The land's condition is ordinary, so the effects are not outstanding. If you consume tenacious mugwort for the first time, it awakens the talent, tenacity. If you have the talent, tenacity, consuming tenacious mugwort will enhance this talent. It has a strong bitter taste. Shelf life, 120 days. Grade, C. Oh. It even awakens a talent? I have to harvest it then. Sejun had no intention of eating it raw. He crouched down and started picking the mugwort. Just then, clang, the door to the void storage opened. Chairman Park, what are you doing? Meow? Krueng. Why is Dad picking something tasteless? Hyung, what's this? Theo, Quenji, and Arjux came out and clung to Sejun. And then, plop. He. It's all mine. Fenrir proudly emerged from the void storage with 3 dried sweet potatoes in his mouth. Krueng. These are good for Dad. Dad should eat them all. Right. It would be better if Hyung eats them. While helping to pick the mugwort, Quenji and Arjux spoke as if making a vow to Sejun. The two were laying groundwork in advance to give Sejun what they didn't want to eat themselves. He. They'll regret this later. As Sejun laughed, thinking about the future regret of the two, a fragment of Fenrir's core has been detected 20 kilometers to the east. A message appeared before Sejun. A fragment of Fenrir's core has been detected 17.5 kilometers to the east. A fragment of Fenrir's core has been detected 12.5 kilometers to the east. Following messages appeared. Like Sejun had detected other fragments of Fenrir's core, the other party had also detected the fragment of Fenrir's core inside Sejun. A fragment of Fenrir's core has been detected 6.5 kilometers to the east. The distance was getting closer. He. To dare come at me so fearlessly. How audacious. Sejun arrogantly spoke to the approaching foe. Guys, handle it. Tap. Theo, Quenji, and Arjux formed a wall in front of him. A fragment of Fenrir's core has been detected 2 kilometers to the east. The distance had narrowed further. It's Uran, meow. Theo spotted Uran, not an enemy but rather eagerly running towards them with a fragment of Fenrir's core. Uran was also looking for other fragments of Fenrir's core. Theo Nim, hello, Poohoo Hut. Hello, meow. But it'd be even nicer if you give that to us, meow. Theo looked at the fragment of Fenrir's core that Euron was holding and said, "What? But I got this at a high price?" In response to Theo's words, Euron hid the fragment of Fenrir's core in his arms. Normally, he would have handed it over to Theo without hesitation, but the fragment of Fenrir's core had stirred Euron's greed. Slowly, a faint red aura began to emanate from the fragment of Fenrir's core, enveloping Euron's body, and a red glow started swirling in Euron's eyes. Pooh-hoo-hut. Hand it over, meow. Theo confidently extended a paw towards Euron and demanded again. Then, a darker red aura enveloped Euron from the fragment of Fenrir's core. However, okay. Despite the support of the red aura, Euron obediently handed the fragment of Fenrir's core to Theo. Euron, whose nature was that of a pushover, couldn't win against the street-smart Theo. Chapter 343, Now, I'm not a bully, am I? King. That's mine. That's my core. Boing. Boing. Fenrir eagerly jumped towards the fragment of his core held in Theo's front paws. However, meow? Blackie, you can't have this, meow. This belongs to Chairman Park, meow. Theo, with no intention of giving it up, chuckled. I'll give this to Chairman Park and get praised, meow. But that's mine. Euron's frustrated voice from behind was so small it could barely be heard. King, I'm tired. As Fenrir got tired after a few jumps and sprawled on the floor. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, here it is, meow. Theo, with a did I do well, meow, look, handed the fragment of Fenrir's core to Sejun. Yes, you did well, pat. Pat. Sejun petted Theo's head as he took the core fragment the size of a walnut. However, there was no reaction like before. It's not here. It was a core fragment that did not contain a piece of the gate leading to the 10th tower. Sejun looked at the core fragment in his hand with a disappointed expression. First seat of Apostle of Destruction, Fenrir's core fragment. This is a fragment of Fenrir's core, the first seat among the Apostles of Destruction. It contains 1% of the total power. If the power of destruction within is not removed, you will be consumed by it. There was no need to get it appraised separately, as Sejun had already obtained a fragment of Fenrir's core before or because he was carrying it on his person. However, purification seemed necessary. What? There is 1% power in this. Sejun was shocked by the power contained in the core fragment. Croker had managed to block Arjux's breath with just 0.01% of Fenrir's power. But if it's 1%, it was really fortunate that it was Euron. Until just now, Sejun had felt sympathy for Euron being exploited daily by Theo, but now he felt relieved. But Euron, how did you get this? Sejun became curious about how Euron managed to find Fenrir's core fragment on the 62nd floor of the tower. Just, on my way to the 75th floor, I heard a whisper calling me. A whisper? Yes. It's still calling me. It's telling me to kill the dragon together. What? Dare to kill a dragon? Arjux was infuriated by Euron's words. Ah, it's not me, it's this thing. Euron timidly pointed at Fenrir's core fragment, avoiding Arjux's glare. Then, hee, all right, swoosh. Euron, as if mesmerized, quickly reached out his paw towards the core fragment in Sejun's hand, intent on snatching Fenrir's core fragment. However, pooh-hoo-hut. Not a chance, meow, slap. Iron Wall Defense Theo blocked Euron's thick paw with his right front paw. How dare you target our Chairman Park's item, meow. And, Euron, get a hold of yourself, meow, slap. With a slap of his left front paw, Theo brought Euron back to his senses. Ooh? What did I just do? Awakened by Theo's slap, Euron realized his actions and was flustered. I'm sorry. At least take this. Euron rummaged through his pouch and pulled out a purse. It's okay. It can happen. Sejun accepted the money pouch with a look of forgiveness. I forgive you completely. After securing the money pouch, click. Sejun showed the fragment of Fenrir's core to Euron again. Hee, swoosh, slap. Slap. Ah. I did it again. Another pouch came in. Vice Chairman Theo, nice. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park is pretty good too, meow. In this way, Sejun and Theo received 20 money pouches from Euron. Ooh. I don't want to be hit anymore. Thanks to that, Euron no longer succumbed to the temptation of Fenrir's core fragment. Indeed, there's no business in front of beatings. But do you guys also hear the whisper? Sejun pressed his ear to Fenrir's core fragment and looked at Theo, Quenji, and Arjux, asking, I don't hear anything, do you? I don't hear it, meow. Krueng. Quenji don't hear it either. I don't hear it. For some reason, only Euron could hear the whisper coming from Fenrir's core fragment. What is it? It was understandable for Arjuk since he is a dragon, but Theo and Quenji should have heard it too. Especially since he was weaker than Euron, he should have heard something. But there was nothing. Is it only audible to those who are mentally weak? That seemed plausible. I am mentally strong, after all. I don't think so. What? Never mind. At Sejun's retort, Euron quickly shut his mouth. Then, King! King! Hey! That's mine. Didn't I give you one already? Fenrir, having regained his strength, barked while hopping towards the core fragment in Sejun's hand. And, could it be? Blackie, did you hear the whisper from here too? Sejun misunderstood that Fenrir had heard the whisper from the core fragment. This could be dangerous for Blackie. Eileen, please purify this. He quickly sent the core fragment to Eileen. The tower's administrator says to leave it to her. The tower's administrator says she will purify it thoroughly. Thanks. After finishing his talk with Eileen, King, my core. As the core fragment disappeared, Fenrir, with his ears and tail drooping, turned his back on Sejun. He. Our Blackie looks totally defeated. Cute. Come on, Blackie, let's eat something tasty. Sejun, with a pleased smile, took out 2 dried sweet potatoes to cheer up Fenrir. However, King, I won't eat. Fenrir, perhaps heartbroken, immediately turned his head away even from the dried sweet potatoes he usually loved. Even this? Sejun then took out 2 more dried sweet potatoes. King, for chewy, yellow ones. Fenrir, who had never eaten 4 dried sweet potatoes at once, hesitated for a moment but then turned his head away. A noble wolf has its pride. He couldn't be swayed by just that. He. Can you also refuse this? Chuck. Sejun started peeling a banana. King? What's that? Why does it smell so good? Drawn by the unusual sweet scent different from the dried sweet potatoes, Fenrir not only turned his head but his entire body around. Wag, his tail wagging vigorously as he drooled. King, hurry up and peel it. Give it to me quickly. Okay, here. As Sejun hurriedly fed the eager Fenrir a banana. Chomp. Fenrir began to eat earnestly. And then, Starry, Quenji and Arjux were staring at Sejun with heated gazes. It was a silent signal that they also wanted bananas. All right, here. Let's eat this and then continue. Thus began an unexpected snack time. I also. Pooh hut. If you want a banana, you need to pay up. Meow. Theo, in his usual sly manner, watched Euron asking for a banana and tried to get more money from him. Yes. I will pay. Euron, after already being fleeced of 20 money bags, yet again took out more money. I'll just give this one for free. Sejun gave a bunch of bananas to Euron for free. He. I am quite generous, feeling satisfied with himself. Now, I'm not a bully, am I? Sejun was late in trying to clean up his image. Black Tower's administrator area. He. Let's purify this quickly and return it to our Sejun. Grandpas, gather up quickly. Eileen, full of enthusiasm, called out to Kaiser, Kellyan, Ram-Tur, and Tyr. Due to her own power being insufficient to purify even 1% of the destructive power contained in Fenrir's core fragment. A moment later, Kahaha. My granddaughter. Did you call Grandpa? Kaiser and other dragons from the Dragon Council gathered. And then, who? What's that? It's bigger than the last one. Oh. Are we going to make a ton of money? Dwahava. What shall we buy from Sejun this time? They got excited at the sight of the walnut-sized fragment of Fenrir's core that Eileen was holding, thinking about the money they could make. However, Grandpas, first you need to pay me back for the black beans you used last time. They had debts to repay. Whom? How much is it? Minus 100 billion tower coins. What? That's too expensive. The dragons were taken aback by Eileen's response. The black beans had improved from 12 to 16 times their effectiveness, a 33.33% increase, while the price had jumped 300% from 25 billion to 100 billion tower coins, which was indeed shocking. Kihihi. Sejun said that performance and price aren't necessarily proportional. Whom? If our Sejun says so. Here it is. The dragons handed over the money they had to Eileen. Kihihi. Thank you. After receiving the money, Eileen began to explain to the 4 dragons. Since it will take too long to purify this, so take turns using your main bodies to purify it. All right. Know that it won't be fun if you guys cheat. If anyone is caught cheating, they're out. Why not just swear or oath it in our name? We also need to decide the order. Following Eileen's suggestion, the dragons wrote a contract and decided who would purify Fenrir's core fragment first. The agreed order was Kaiser, Tyr, Ram-Tur, and Kellyan. Kahaha. Then I'm first. The black dragon statue swallowed Fenrir's core fragment. Pluck. You have harvested tenacious mugwort. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. After snack time, Sejun diligently harvested mugwort again. Krueng. Your hands smell like mugwort. It kind of smells nice the more you smell it, doesn't it? Why me? Quenji, Arjux, and Uran also helped with harvesting mugwort. Shall we sleep here tonight? Sejun swallowed a fragment of meat while looking at the darkening sky. You have consumed Eileen's healthier meatball piece. You must eat all the pieces to get the effect. 150 pieces left. I've been eating 20 pieces a day earnestly. There were still 150 pieces left. However, thanks to him diligently eating the meat pieces, his vitality skill had reached level 7. Krueng. It's campfire time. Ehehe. A campfire. At the mention of sleeping outside, Quenji and Arjux quickly went into the void storage to bring out green onion leaves, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. And then, Sejun, Theo, Quenji, Arjux, Uran. The five began to wrap sweet potatoes and potatoes with green onion leaves together. A short while later, crackle, crackle, chew, chew. The sounds of burning wood and chewing filled the mugwort farm. After finishing the quiet dinner like that, Pooh Hut. That was delicious, meow. Chairman Park's fish grilling skills are getting better, meow, meow meow meow. Theo, who had eaten his fill of Sejun's grilled fish, lay sprawled on Sejun's lap. And, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It was a delicious dinner. Hee hee hee. I always get to eat delicious things when I'm with Sejun. Hyung, Quenji and Arjux snuggled against Sejun's side, rubbing their bellies. Plop. King. King. My stomach hurts. Rub my belly. Lastly, Fenrir, having overeaten, lay in front of Sejun with his bloated belly sticking out, asking for help. Sigh. I told you to eat moderately. He knew it from the moment Fenrir ran off with a whole sweet potato earlier that this would happen. Swish. Sejun carefully picked up Fenrir, pat, pat, and petted Fenrir's belly. Meanwhile, Gorarong, Krueng, Ararong, Kiranrong, all four of them fell asleep using Sejun's body as a pillow. I should sleep too. Sejun looked around to lie down. But, why does he sleep like that? HNNGH. HNNGH. Sejun spotted Uran lying curled up on the ground by himself. Despite being a wealthy legendary merchant, why does he look so pitiful? Swish. Sejun covered Uran with green onion leaves and laid down himself. Day 378 in the tower. Today also was another uneventful day. Clatter. Clatter. Or did something happen? Suddenly, a skeleton appeared. Clatter. The king of farming, who had come up from the 4th floor to meet Sejun, bowed his head and greeted Sejun. Chapter 344. He's my only servant. 4th floor of the Black Tower. O goddess of abundance, Leah, today too, I diligently made and sold holy water and holy oil. As usual, the king of farmers prayed to the goddess of abundance, Leah, and gained strength. Then, my child, it is time. After a long time, Leah responded to the king of farmers' prayers. Time? Yes. Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, has passed the 10th tower's trial. Go and help Park Sejun. Yes, Goddess Leah. The king of farmers energetically responded to Leah's command. Goddess Leah, but what exactly should I help with? For now, take the money you've earned, holy water, and holy oil with you. Everything else will be resolved once you meet Park Sejun. Yes. Following Leah's command, the king of farmers ascended the tower, and after 5 days, he finally met Sejun. But, monster, to Sejun, it was just a skeleton, indistinguishable in the dark whether it was a black skeleton. Meow? Who is it? Meow? Krueng. Dad, Quenji will protect you. Hyung. I'll protect you, King. King. I'll protect this guy. Bring it on. With the appearance of the monster, Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Blackie blocked the way in front of Sejun. And, Chairman Park, I'll take care of it, meow, as Theo was preparing to attack the king of farmers, wagging his tail. Clatter. Clatter. The king of farmers started to take something out. 10 billion tower coins. Grape wine? Grape seed oil. What? It was unclear why he was taking them out. I'll buy all the grapeseed oil. Now I can make fried dishes. Sejun, who wanted the grapeseed oil, shouted. At that moment, all of this is yours, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. The king of farmers I shone golden as a dignified voice flowed out. The goddess of abundance, Leah, had descended into the body of the king of farmers. Who are you? And why are you giving me these? As the atmosphere and voice of the opposite party suddenly changed, Sejun cautiously collected the grapeseed oil and asked. I'll take it since they're giving it to me anyway. I am the goddess of abundance, Leah. Park Sejun, I have come to help you. Meanwhile, Leah responded and drew up her energy. Then, the elixir shop of the goddess of abundance, Leah, will open temporarily for 10 minutes. Harvest elixir 1 drop, 100 billion tower coins, up to 10 drops can be purchased. A message appeared before Sejun. It will only be open for 10 minutes. But Goddess Leah, you said you would help me. Why is the price higher? He clearly bought the harvest elixir for 70 billion tower coins per drop before, but now it was 100 billion tower coins per drop. Is this really helping? That's a rip-off. Ho ho ho. Isn't it about helping each other? It's more expensive because this is an unofficial route. Unofficial route? Is this guy a scammer impersonating a goddess? Or a wandering merchant? Thinking about it, it was strange. Why would a god descend into a skeleton? Oh. What is that look in your eyes? It's very disrespectful. There are circumstances. Leah snapped back at Sejun's skeptical look. Then prove that you're a god, Kem. All right. But if I prove I am a god, you must purchase all my elixirs. Okay. Eileen, how much money do I have? Having a lot of harvest elixir can't be bad. Sejun accepted Leah's offer and asked Eileen. The tower's administrator says you have about 700 billion tower coins. 700 billion plus my own money should be enough. Send that to me. The tower's administrator says okay. Thump. A heavy pouch of money dropped in front of Sejun. Now prove you are a god. If you are real, I'll buy all the elixirs. Very well. Then take out the golden box of abundance you have. Okay. After Sejun took out some black beans from the golden box of abundance and handed it over to Leah. Snap. It's done. Check it. Leah briefly held the golden box of abundance with both hands and then handed it back to Sejun. It doesn't look like she did anything. Sejun, with a doubtful look, checked the golden box of abundance he received back from Leah. Golden box of abundance. This box contains the powers of Leah, the ancient goddess of abundance. Though most of the divine powers had faded over time, the goddess of abundance, Leah, has breathed her own power back into it, restoring its divine powers. If you place a grain or fruit inside and wait a day, it will increase to 5. Usage restriction, Tower Farmer Park Sejun, recognized by the goddess of abundance, Leah. Creator, goddess of abundance, Leah. Grade, SS. Whoa, the golden box of abundance had transformed into a relic through Leah's hands. Squeak. Hee hee hee. Sejun tightly hugged the golden box of abundance that had become a relic. Now if I produce for more black beans each day, he could sell more black beans to the dragons and earn more money. While Sejun was excited about making money. Hee hee hee. Since it was originally my relic, so turning it back into one is nothing to me. Leah, satisfied with Sejun's happy expression, said with a conceited voice. However, the power of the goddess of abundance, Leah, has diminished. 2 minutes remaining for the elixir shop's operation. It doesn't seem like it was nothing, right? Ahoom. Park Sejun, hurry up and make the transaction. Leah hurried Sejun. Then, poo-hoo-hut. Goddess Leah, aren't you going to give a last-minute sale discount? Meow. Theo, catching the opponent's weak spot, tried to beat down the price ruthlessly. Hee hee hee. Our vice-chairman Theo has learned well from someone. But he's too impatient. That's the charm of Theo, who lives only for the moment. You, Vice-Chairman Theo, stay still. Meow? Sejun quickly cut off Leah's words as she was about to vent her anger and hid Theo behind his leg. Purchased 10 drops of the harvest elixir. Paid 1 trillion tower coins to the goddess of abundance, Leah. He purchased the elixirs. If you decided to buy, then buying coolly is the way to build trust between parties. Ahoom. Thank you. I promised, didn't I? Park Sejun. One of the fragments leading to the 10th tower is on the 80th floor of the Black Tower. See you next time. With those words, Leah left the body of the King of Farmers, and, clatter, the King of Farmers' body collapsed to the floor. There's a piece leading to the 10th tower on the 80th floor. Sejun repeated Leah's words when, snore. Snore. Despite the quite noisy situation, Yuren, who had never woken up once, was seen sleeping peacefully. Isn't that a bit irksome? Swoosh! Sejun slightly lowered the green onion leaves he had covered over Yuren and then said, Guys, let's also get some sleep quickly. Sejun fell asleep along with his companions. He. It's warm. With Theo on his legs, Quenji and Arjux by his sides, and Blackie on his belly, it was a warm night without needing a blanket due to their body heat. Black Tower's administrator area. What is Sejun doing? Eileen, who could only watch through the crystal orb, did not see the goddess of abundance, Leah. She could only see Sejun facing a skeleton. Then, one of the Black Tower's growth conditions has been met. An alarm appeared. Kuh? As Eileen hurried to check the conditions of the Black Tower. Black Tower growth conditions, 5/8. Tower Farmer, A achieved. Create more than 10 new varieties, exceeded, 20/10. Cultivate more than 330 million square meter of farmland, unachieved. Grow a world tree, achieved, Podori. Acquire more than 10,000 world's energy pieces, unachieved. Own more than 5 relics, achieved. Achieve 3 great achievements, unachieved. Increase the number of Black Tower entrances to 120, unachieved. Owning more than 5 relics had changed to achieved. Who? When did it get 5 relics? Kihihi. As expected of our Sejun, Eileen, stimulated by Sejun's achievements, decided to work a bit harder. And, nominative NOM. She increased her strength by eating elixir-class cherry tomatoes and thick darkness cherries. I have to get stronger if I'm going to protect our Sejun. Wriggle. As if responding to Eileen's resolve, her shadow grew slightly larger. The next morning. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 2.3% complete. 0.1 magic power has accumulated over 24 hours. Your magic power increases by 0.1. He. It's increased. Sejun smiled as he read the messages that appeared before him. Originally, the completion rate of the life orb increased by 0.15% each day, but today it had increased by 0.2% thanks to Ophelia boosting his stats. Sejun woke up in a good mood and, got up from his spot, stretching. Meow, Krueng, Keying, Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Blackie also energetically stretched along with Sejun. Guys, just wait a bit. I'll make something delicious. And stay a bit away today because it's dangerous. Gurgle gurgle. Sejun said as he poured grapeseed oil into the pan. Whoosh. He heated the oil and, hum tilde, made the batter for frying. He. I'll fry everything. Today was a day for frying. He planned to fry everything edible like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots. Is it morning already? Yuren woke up too, lured by the smell of the oil. While Sejun was preparing breakfast. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'll go pick the mugwort. Meow. Krueng. Dad, I'll help with the work. Me too, I'll help too. Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Yuren picked mugwort while King, sleepy, Fenrir dozed off, waiting for breakfast to be ready. A little later. Crunch. Meow. What's this? Meow. Even the bones are delicious. Meow. Krueng. What is this? It crushes deliciously. This texture is new. As expected, Sejun Hyung is a culinary genius. Amazing. I'd pay more for food like this. Praises continued from Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Yuren who tasted the fried dishes. He. Everything becomes delicious when fried. Sejun responded with a pleased expression when your soul is fulfilled with overflowing praise. Mental strength increases by 1. His mental strength increased along with the message. Let's feed our Blackie too. Sejun also gave thinly sliced sweet potato fries to Blackie. And, crunch. King? What? Why is this so delicious? Fenrir was excited after taking a bite of the sweet potato fries. He was so delighted that it made him angry. How did he not know about this delicious thing before? Definitely made the right choice saving this guy. He's my only servant. Crunch. Convinced he had done well to give his core to Sejun, Fenrir enjoyed the sweet potato fries contentedly. Now I should eat too. Watching everyone enjoy their meal, Sejun dipped a piece of fried squid into soy sauce mixed with chili powder before put it in his mouth. Crunch. The crispy sound accompanied the breaking of the batter and the chewy squid inside. The crunchiness and chewiness mingled with the oiliness in his mouth, and the soy sauce provided just the right amount of saltiness while the chili powder removed the greasiness of the fry. Q. This is it. Well done, Park Sejun. Sejun admired his own cooking as he began to eat the fried squid. Crunch. Crunch. Other than the sound of the crunching, nothing else could be heard during today's quiet morning breakfast. Clatter. Meanwhile, the king of farmers, who had lost consciousness, opened his eyes. Why am I lying here? The king of farmers was puzzled. He clearly remembered meeting Sejun yesterday, but his memories after that were blank. Then, my child. You may return now. He heard the voice of Leah. Yes, Goddess Leah. Clatter. I will take my leave now. Thus, the king of farmers prepared to say goodbye to Sejun and leave. However, where are you going? You should stay and help us pick mugwort. Sejun caught hold of the king of farmers. He couldn't let go of free labor just like that. Chapter 345, It was you. Seed Shop Headquarters. Leah Tildenim, welcome back. Did you have a good trip? The god of spring breeze, Melin, and other gods asked Leah, the goddess of abundance. Their bodies were so translucent that the blurry background behind them was visible. They were disappearing, losing their divine power. Indeed. Yes. Look at this. Leah responded boastfully in a very different tone than when she spoke to Sejun, to Melin's question. Leah showed a fist-sized orb of light. It was divine power worth 500 billion tower coins. The other half, i.e. 500 billion tower coins, were lost in the process of bringing it. As she told Sejun, it was a loss they had to bear since it was not an official trading route. Wow, as expected of Leah Tildenim. He. Here. Eat up. Leah tore off a piece as small as a thumbnail from the divine power and handed it to the gods. Leah Tildenim, thank you. If it weren't for Leah Tildenim, we would have already perished. The gods expressed their gratitude to Leah as they ate the divine power she provided. Their divinity restored, their bodies became clearer and more defined after consuming the divine power. We must all help each other to survive. You guys should also find believers, then you can trade with Sejun. Yes. I hope so. Then we won't have to be wary of those guys anymore, right? Let's show the pride of us non-combat gods, while Leah boldly exclaimed, "Fa ha ha ha." Pride? What did I just hear? Thud. Thud. A god so huge that he was incomparable to them laughed at their conversation as he passed by. HMPH. Just you watch. Non-combat gods will become the mainstream soon. Park Sejun, fighting. Park Sejun, fighting. Leah and the other non-combat gods cheered for Sejun. Pluck. You have harvested a tenacious mugwort. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 45 experience points. Sejun, along with Theo, Quenji, Arjux, Uran, and the king of farming, diligently harvested mugwort. At that moment, King, hey! Look! I can also pluck well. Fenrir plucked mugwort with his mouth and brought it to Sejun. Oh. Is Blackie also helping with farming? Chuck. At Sejun's question, Fenrir sat down. King, since I helped, give me food. He had an ulterior motive. Chomp. 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 Thus, Sejun gave Fenrir some dried sweet potatoes and, all right. Now we're halfway done. Let's keep up the pace. He encouraged his companions as they continued harvesting mugwort. Pooh-hoo-hut. But what's the name of this skeleton slave, meow? Theo approached the king of farming and inquired about his name. Clatter. I am called the king of farming. Pooh-hoo-hut. What kind of name is king of farming, meow? You should at least be something like our chairman Park, a tower farmer. Theo mocked the name of the king of farming and after writing king of farming in the second column of the contract and, swoosh, he brought the contract in front of the king of farming hand as he tried to harvest mugwort. Press. Clatter. And got king of farming stamp. Heh. You king of farming? I'm the tower farmer one. Sejun, looking at the king of farming, pointed his thumb down and boasted. He really said it annoyingly. Clatter. I'm also good at farming. Provoked by Sejun's taunt, the king of farming couldn't hold back and retorted. Pooh-hoo-hut. You dare challenge our chairman Park with farming, meow? Chairman Park, show him what you've got, meow. He. All right. I'll show you why I'm the tower farmer. Thus began a battle of pride between the two serious farmers. Then it's a contest to see who can harvest more mugwort. With Sejun's shout, the harvesting competition began. Sejun Hyung, you got this. With Sejun's prestige as a tower farmer on the line, Arjux enthusiastically cheered him on in the competition. A moment later. He. King of Farming, you still have a long way to go before you can challenge me. The result was Sejun's victory. While skill matters, in terms of physical ability, the King of Farming from the 4th floor of the tower couldn't beat Sejun. However, clatter! I may not be good at harvesting, but I excel at planting grapes. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, the King of Farming is challenging you to a grape planting contest. Meow. Feeling unfairly dismissed by Sejun's mockery, the King of Farming requested a rematch. Oh yeah? Then shall we compete in planting grapes? Clatter. Yes, let's do it. All right. Land moving. Sejun, planning to dominate from the start, scattered 50,000 grape seeds and struck the ground with Mila's hoe. Then, Kugugum. You have planted 50,000 vitality-infused fragrant grape seeds in soil imbued with magic power. Your job experience has greatly increased. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV state has greatly increased. You have created a 661,200 square meter vineyard. You have earned 400,000 experience points. A vineyard of 661,200 square meter was created in an instant. He. King of Farming, did you see that? The skills of a tower farmer. As Sejun looked confidently at the King of Farming. Plop. The King of Farming had only managed to plant a single grape seed. Then, whoom. When he used a skill on the spot where he planted the seed, crackle. The grape began to grow rapidly. Who? Isn't this the effect of a harvest elixir? No, the growth rate was much faster than that. Crackle. The grape seed quickly grew into a tree and bore fruit. And, clatter. The King of Farming, sticking out his ribs as much as possible, struck a victor's pose and handed Sejun a bunch of grapes. Fragrant seedless grapes. Seedless grape? Where have I seen this before? Ah, Podori. Seeing the seedless grape reminded him of Podori. Could the taste be? Pop. He plucked a grape and touched the tip of it with his tongue. As expected, it was bitter. King of Farming, you know about Podori, right? Clatter? Clatter. Podori? Of course I know, since I planted it. In response to Sejun's question, the King of Farming nodded his head, confessing that he was the culprit himself. Gotcha, you scoundrel. King of Farming, it was you. You made our Podori seedless. King of Farming, you've made 2 mistakes. Clatter? Me? The first is making our Podori seedless, and the second is making the grapes taste so bad. Why did you do that? Quickly apologize to the grapes. Krueng. Right. Why did you do that? They really tasted bad. The farm contest was soon forgotten, and it turned into an inquisition of the King of Farming by Sejun and Quenji, outraged by the bitter grapes. King? Why did you make him angry? Skeleton, it was definitely your fault. 2. Fenrir also eagerly sided with Sejun. A moment later, clatter, leaving the King of Farming, whose spirit was completely crushed by the 2 scolding. Crunch. Sejun and his companions enjoyed a delicious lunch of fried dishes. The menu was fish and chips. Since fish and chips were basically fried fish with fried potatoes, so it was no different from breakfast. If there was a difference, it was the tartar sauce. In the morning Sejun was in a rush to eat fried food, so they simply dipped them in soy sauce, but lunch was the chance for Sejun to show off his culinary skills. So he mixed grapeseed oil, egg fruit yolk, rice vinegar, among other ingredients, to make mayonnaise. Then he added onions, carrots, and green onions along with other ingredients to create tartar sauce. After that meal, this would taste good fried too, wouldn't it? Sejun coated the mugwort in frying batter and dipped it into boiling oil. Sizzle. The sound of the batter frying in the hot oil sounded appetizing. It's done. As the color turned golden brown, Sejun took out the mugwort. Then, you have achieved the feat of making the first ever crispy mugwort fries in the tower. The recipe for crispy mugwort fries has been registered under Cooking LV9. Your proficiency in Cooking LV9 has slightly increased. Due to the effects of Cooking LV9, the efficacy of tenacious mugwort as a cooking ingredient has increased by 5%. A message of achievement appeared. Nice. Sejun put the crispy mugwort fries in his mouth, feeling good as he looked at the message. Crunch. As the fries crumbled, the aroma of mugwort spread throughout his mouth and crunch. With every chew, the pleasant texture made eating them more enjoyable. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the heating, the bitterness was not strong. Gulp. You have consumed crispy mugwort fries. Talent, strong tenacity has been awakened. Sejun swallowed the mugwort, awakening a new talent. Ooh? Strong tenacity? Originally it was just tenacity, but thanks to the 5% increase in the ingredients effect from cooking, stronger was added in front. Let's see. Sejun checked his newly acquired talent. Talent, strong tenacity. It is a talent that makes it hard to die due to a strong tenacity for life. Each time you overcome a near-death experience, your vitality slightly increases. Vitality 10%. Wow! Vitality 10%. Excited, Sejun hurriedly coated more mugwort in batter and sizzle. Started frying and eating it. He had to eat a lot to enhance his talent. High vitality means not being treated like a sunfish. You have consumed crispy mugwort fries. Due to cooking LV9, the effect of the ingredient tenacious mugwort is increased by 5%. Talent, strong tenacity is slightly enhanced. Thus, Sejun ate the mugwort fries so fervently that it nearly scalded his palate. However, vitality 10.0001%. The vitality increased only slightly. As expected, it's not easy. The world did not generously pour blessings on Sejun. Let's get back to work. Realizing that the world wasn't that easy, Sejun went back to harvesting mugwort. 2 hours later. Phew. Done. Sejun looked at the towering stack of mugwort and said with a satisfied voice. Your soul feels fulfilled. Mental strength increases by 1. Mental strength increase simultaneously. Indeed, labor does not betray. He. Good. Guys, let's head back. Sejun prepared to return with a smile. Pooh hut. Let's go home, meow, swish. At Sejun's words, Theo quickly clung to Sejun's leg. However, Vice Chairman Theo, take the King of Farming to the 4th floor of the tower. Theo had a task to do. The King of Farming came from the 4th floor and had come up to the 62nd floor. He had been lucky coming up, but there was no guarantee he'd be lucky going down as well. That's why he told Theo to take the King of Farming back. Additionally, Theo was instructed to check if the vineyards on the 4th floor were all right. Pooh hut. Vice Chairman Theo will check thoroughly and return quickly, meow. King of Farming, let's go, meow. When Theo and the King of Farming were about to leave quickly, Theo Tildenim, I'll also. Uran also called out to follow Theo for a safe return. Pooh hut. Okay, meow. Uran, follow along, meow. On the way, I must buy what I want with Uran's money, meow. For Theo, who considered Uran as his wallet, naturally welcomed it. Chairman Park, I'll be off, meow. All right. Take care, Krueng. Big brother, see you later. See you later, King. Bring back something tasty when you return. With everyone's farewell, Theo left with the King of Farming and Uran. Let's go to Toryong. Sejun called Toryong and moved toward the red light created by the waypoint's red crystal. And, Krueng, move out of the way. Clear the path, King. King, move aside. This noble wolf, Lord Fenrir, commands it. Quenji, Arjux, and Fenrir intimidated the boss monster guarding the waypoint. Please pass through. The boss monster stepped aside to let them through. Krueng, Dad, use waypoint now. Hyung. It's safe now, King. From now on, just follow behind me, yeah. Thanks. Black Tower 62nd floor waypoint has been saved. Thanks to this, Sejun easily saved the waypoint. Guys, go in. Moving to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Together with his companions, Sejun returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Green Tower's administrative area. All right. It's time to go. Brachio took the completed green dragon statue and flew to the Black Tower. Now, if I just go into the Black Tower and appease Sejun's anger. Brachio thought only of calming Sejun's anger. However, it was a very naive thought. Grandma Brachio, who tried to kill our Sejun, is now banned from entering the Black Tower. The final boss of the Black Tower, Eileen, did not open the door. Brachio, what's the matter? Eileen won't open the door. So, Brachio went to find Kaiser. Kaiser, how can I appease Eileen's anger? She asked Kaiser for a way to calm Eileen's anger. For that, you need to ask Sejun, but what should I do? Brachio had no way to enter the Black Tower. Chapter 346, is Theo Tildenim short on money? On the way to take the King of Farming to the 4th floor of the tower. Meow? Again, meow? A crossroads appeared before Theo. It was already the 5th crossroad. By the way, they encountered 10 teams of highway robbers along the way. All because of Uran's misfortune. It would have been only Uran, it would have been a stroke of luck for them to make a fortune. Pooh hut. Stamp it, meow. Beside him was the golden cat, Theo Park, and their luck turned into the misfortune of stamping a slave contract. Pooh hut. How could this be, meow? Urin, you are really unlucky, meow, as Theo spoke to Urin. He. Theo tilde nim, shall I give you some money? Urin, the cause of this predicament, noticed Theo's mood and took out a money pouch. Of course, meow. Hand over the money, meow. Theo, who never refuses money offered, put the money pouch taken out by Urin into his own bundle. Pooh hut. This way, meow. He confidently headed towards the left path. And then, thump. As Theo, Urin, and the king of farming passed by, the snake's mouth inevitably closed. A little later, slash. The snake's body was split into 6 parts. It had been struck by Theo's one meow slash. Pooh hut. Chairman Park will be pleased, meow. After Theo picked up the falling white coins, he set out on the road again. As expected of Theo tilde nim, clatter. Clatter. Urin and the king of farming followed Theo leisurely, as if they were on a tour. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Toryong. Sejun, having reached the 99th floor of the tower, rode on Toryong towards the farm. And then, drip. 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 As soon as he returned to the farm, he dropped a drop of harvest elixir on the thick darkness cherry, sunflower to the power of 1, and flame bean. The cherry and sunflower needed it to help the black and white dragons quickly find the power of darkness and light. The flame bean was difficult to germinate, so he wanted to grow it properly. The 3 crops absorbed the harvest elixir. And then, SSSRK, the cherry and sunflower grew rapidly. However, the flame bean didn't move at all. No, rather, its leaves turned yellow and began to wither. What's going on? Was the elixir too strong? Swoosh! Swoosh! As the condition of the flame bean worsened, Sejun stroked its leaves for treatment. However, Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 has been activated. The growth speed of the flame bean, bearing the breath of the red dragon, slightly increases while being touched. No message about healing appeared, only that the growth speed had increased. Flame bean bearing the breath of the red dragon? Its name had become too long due to the energy from Ramtur. So, let's not be sick and grow well, little beanie squared. Sejun created a nickname and continued to stroke the dying yellow leaves of flame bean. At that moment, pluck! A leaf that Sejun was stroking fell from the stem. Beanie! Startled, Sejun hurriedly tried to reattach the fallen leaf, but once fallen, the leaf would not reattach. I'm sorry times. Swoosh! Swoosh! As Sejun stroked Beanie's stem apologetically. He. Master just gave you a name. From now on, your name is Beanie. Beanie, let's hang in there a bit longer. Below the ground, Flamey cautiously infused Beanie with vitality, aiding its growth. Unaware of this, Sejun diligently stroked Beanie's stem. At that moment, whoosh! Beanie's body started to burn. Whoosh! No! Before Sejun could do anything, the fire-burning Beanie grew ferociously and quickly turned Beanie into ash. Sejun was left speechless in shock. Just then, Kong dash! From the spot where Beanie was planted, a bean sprout-like red plant suddenly grew rapidly with a strange outcry. Kong? Sejun looked at the strangely grown plant with suspicion. Who are you? Whoosh! Kong! Whoosh! Kong! Whoosh! Kong! The red bean sprout repeated the action of creating fire and then shouting Kong, in response to Sejun's gaze. There was a hole at the tip of the bean sprout, through which it made the sound. After the red bean sprout repeated the same action dozens of times. Whoosh! Fire! Kong dash! Kong? Sejun figured out what the plant was trying to say. TLC.3 at the end. Could you be Beanie, Kong? This time, instead of making fire, it responded affirmatively to Sejun's words. The red bean sprout was Beanie, a flame bean that had grown by absorbing the harvest elixir given by Sejun and the vitality provided by Flamey. So, you were listening to everything I said, Kong? As Sejun was conversing with Beanie. He. Beanie's wish has come true. Flamey was cheering for Beanie from afar, who wanted to introduce itself directly to Sejun, smiled contentedly. Podori, spread your roots further. Yes. While punishing Podori that bullied the flame bean. Beanie, is it okay if I touch you? Kong. I'm going to touch you, so don't make fire. Got it? Boom. Swoosh. Swoosh. Although Sejun had considerable resistance to fire due to his talent as a friend of fire, the timid Sejun checked several times and then stroked Beanie's head. Then, Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 has been activated. While being touched, the growth speed of flame bean, Beanie, bearing the breath of the red dragon, slightly increases. The message appeared. Beanie had now officially been included in its name. Let's get along well from now on, Beanie. Kong. As Sejun spent time getting acquainted while stroking the head of Beanie. Achoo Kong. Suddenly, Beanie sneezed, spitting out a bunch of red beans. And then, you have harvested 100 flame beans. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV8 proficiency has slightly increased. You have gained 7,000 experience points. Harvest messages appeared. Ooh? Flame beans? Sejun, puzzled, picked up one of the flame beans to examine it. Beanie's flame beans. These are flame beans produced by the flame bean, Beanie, grown in the Black Tower after absorbing sufficient nutrients. They can only sprout when they absorb fire energy in a place with strong fire energy. When they absorb a certain level of surrounding fire energy, they stop growing and spread flame beans around. Flame beans can also be used as a weapon in danger. When consumed, flame-related talents are greatly enhanced. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, none. Grade, A. Eating this will enhance my fire talent. Soon, I'll shoot flame breath too. He. Sejun collected the flame beans that Flamey had spat out, imagining something the other red dragons might laugh at if they heard. Good. Picked up all 100, just as Sejun had finished collecting the flame beans. Sejun, do you not have any more pears to dry? Ramter came looking for Sejun. The pears of strength and stamina Sejun provided caused rain in the Red Tower for the first time in 1,000 years, increasing the water supply. The desertified area disappeared, driving the cactus from the 53rd floor of the tower to the 45th floor. However, as the pears to dry disappeared, desertification progressed rapidly, and the cactus quickly advanced to the 49th floor of the tower. I don't have any. I'd like to give them to you quickly, but it takes time for pears to grow. Using the elixir of harvest, Sejun could quickly grow a pear tree and harvest a few dozen pears, but that number was insufficient for any significant use. But do I have to submerge the tree once the pears have all grown? Originally, the pears of strength and stamina were created because they were submerged in water. Maybe I should try submerging just one tree? While Sejun was thinking of ways to produce pears of strength and stamina. I see. Ramter replied with a disappointed voice and was about to leave. If you're in a hurry, would you like to take these instead? Seeing Ramter like this, Sejun felt sympathetic and handed over half of the flame beans he was holding. These are the same as the beans that absorbed my energy before, right? Ramter recognized the flame beans. Yes. They absorb fire energy, so try planting them. Okay. As expected of our Sejun. Thank you. I don't know yet, its effect is. Ha. Our Sejun has harvested a new crop. Before Sejun could finish speaking, Ramter took the flame beans and flew to the fountain. Pooh-hoo-hut. We finally arrived, meow. After encountering 20 more teams of robbers and 3 additional crossroads, Theo finally reached the 4th floor of the tower. Uran's misfortune was tremendous. Of course, for Theo, it had been a very profitable time. He had obtained white coins, collected 500 signatures on slave contracts, and received a hefty amount of money from Uran. Thus, they arrived at the Great Farm. King of Farming, what's this line for, meow? Theo asked as he looked at 2 long lines facing towards the Great Farm. Clatter. Clatter. One line is for people who want to work. The other line is for people who want to buy the grape wine I made. The King of Farming particularly emphasized the grape wine I made. It was an attempt to restore his pride, shattered after losing the farming contest to Sejun. Pooh-hoo-hut. There are so many suckers, meow. Theo ignored this and ran excitedly towards the grape farm. It's cat-wandering merchant, Vice Chairman Theo. Hunters queuing up to work at the grape farm stirred at the sight of Theo. Boss! It's Vice Chairman Theo over there. The same was true for the agents dispatched by the government to buy grape wine. Theo's recent absence made the hunters think there must be some significant event happening. Then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Humans, Vice Chairman Theo, have arrived, meow. Theo stopped where the hunters could see him well. Step. I will start the auction, meow. He climbed atop 3 stacked boxes and shouted loudly. Pooh-hoo-hut. I can't just pass by when there are this many suckers, meow. Thus began the impromptu crop auction. Pooh-hoo-hut. The first crop is this, meow. I will sell 1,000 in batches of 10, meow. The crop Theo confidently presented was a common sweet potato. What the? I was expecting something since Vice Chairman Theo came personally. The hunters were disappointed seeing the sweet potatoes in Theo's front paws. It was expected. Other cat employees were already periodically selling Sejun's crops on the 41st floor of the tower. Although the power sweet potato was rare, it wasn't shockingly special. Foolish humans, look at the name properly, meow. When Theo got angry at them, the hunters approached Theo and looked at the sweet potatoes. Night, sweet potato? They finally realized it was a different kind of sweet potato. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. First, look at the options, meow. The hunters inspected the options of the night sweet potato. Night sweet potato. A sweet potato grown within the tower, it has absorbed sufficient nutrients and is delicious. It only grows at night. Consumption allows for sound sleep, and while sleeping, one of the stats, strength, stamina, agility, or magic power, randomly increases by 3. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. Weight. Just by eating and sleeping, any of the stats increase by 3 randomly. The hunters were astonished by the options of the night sweet potato. Recently, a bottle of universal elixir that raises all stats by 5 appeared at an auction and sold for 1,000 tower coins. However, unlike the universal elixir, which can only be consumed once per person, the night sweet potato had no such restrictions. If one could eat a night sweet potato every night and sleep well. 15,000 tower coins, 18,000 tower coins, 20,000 tower coins. The auction quickly heated up. 50,000 tower coins. Sold, meow. 10 night sweet potatoes were sold for 50,000 tower coins. Pooh hut. The next auction starts right away, meow. Theo started the next auction with an excited voice. And then, is Theo Tildenim short on money? Why does he work so hard to earn money like that? Legendary merchant Uran watched Theo with an expression that couldn't comprehend his actions. Chapter 347, Harvesting Watermelons. 99th floor of the Blue Tower. Kin Tildenim, there's a huge problem. What's all the fuss about? Zelga. Well, the tower is now submerged in water up to the 70th floor, and signs of an ice age are appearing on the 30th floor. What? Kin was shocked by Zelga's words. Originally, the situation was such that up to the 62nd floor was submerged, and signs of an ice age were visible on the 20th floor. It was impossible for the situation to worsen this much in just a few days. What's the cause? Have you figured out the cause? It's not certain, but there were reports a few days ago of seeing fragments of Leviathan, the summoner of tsunamis, and Sasha, the queen of screams and ice. What? How dare the apostle of destruction enter my tower? Zelga's report infuriated Kin, but there was nothing Kin could do. The moment Kin or the Blue Dragon enter the tower to fight the apostles of destruction, the situation in the Blue Tower, which is exposed to strong water energy, will only worsen. For now, use up all the elixirs of fire you have to prevent the 71st floor from being submerged in water. Yes, great Blue Dragon. The only option left was to defend the remaining floors. Pluck. Pluck. You have harvested thick darkness cherries. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. As Sejun was humming and harvesting the thick darkness cherries grown with the harvest elixir, Kaiser watched Sejun with a pleased expression. And then, Sejun, oh my. My grandson is doing well. Next to him, Arjux, following Sejun's lead, hummed a tune while harvesting sunflower seeds, and Kellyan was there cheering him on. A moment later, Kaiser Tildenim, here you go, Kahava. Sejun, thank you. Take this. Kaiser, delighted, handed a pouch of coins to Sejun after getting 1,000 thick darkness cherries. Grandpa, here, uhawaha. All right. Kellyan looked fondly at his grandson as he received 1,000 sunflower seeds from Arjux. Then, Grandpa, hurry. Arjux, looking at Kellyan, courteously held out his small, adorable hands. Uhawaha. Look at my mind. Here it is. Kellyan hurriedly took out a money pouch and handed it to Arjux. Hyung. Here's the money. Arjux immediately scurried over to Sejun, handing him the money pouch received from Kellyan. And just like that, Sejun was a black hole sucking in all the tower coins. However, good. With 200 billion tower coins, I can buy 2 drops of the harvest elixir. He was just a poor tower farmer struggling with the cost of elixirs. Eileen, here. Sejun handed over 100 cherries left over from what he gave to Kaiser. The tower's administrator says thank you. The tower's administrator says she will enjoy it. Yes. Enjoy your meal, while talking with Eileen. Hyung. I will also enjoy the sunflower seeds. Arjux, holding about 100 sunflower seeds in his hand, said to Sejun. Yes. Arjux, you enjoy your meal too? Yep. Hyung, crunch. Arjux responded and then began eating the sunflower seeds. A soft but warm light flowed from Arjux's body. He's good at peeling them. Arjux, who had previously eaten sunflower seeds during a past harvest, expertly peeled the shells of the sunflower seeds and ate the contents deliciously. By the way, Arjux was the first among the white dragons to eat the sunflower seeds, and as the first one to consuming something with the power of light, he gained the privilege of getting double the effect. With the cherry and sunflower seed harvest completed, what should I do with the rest? Sejun walked around the farm looking for a place to use the remaining 2 drops of the harvest elixir. Okay. 1 drop goes here. Drip. He dropped a drop of harvest elixir on a sprout of sundred red pepper. Consuming sundred red pepper after exposing it to sufficient light randomly increases 5 stats. Moreover, sundred red pepper is essential for making delicious gochujang. TL red chili paste. A lot of sundred red pepper was needed to make tasty gochujang. After using 1 drop of harvest elixir on the sundred red pepper, Sejun pondered as he looked at 2 crops. One was a blueberry tree that had grown up to 10 centimeters above Sejun's knee. The other was a watermelon still the size of a fist. Swoosh! Swoosh! As Sejun stroked the blueberry tree and watermelon vine with his hands, Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 is activated. The growth rate of the blueberry tree accelerates slightly during the touch. Farmer's Warm Touch LV7 is activated. This watermelon has already fully grown. It cannot grow any further. Messages appeared. There's the answer. Sejun then used a drop of harvest elixir on the blueberry tree. Crackle! The blueberry tree grew rapidly. Sejun confirmed the blueberry tree was growing well and then, thump! You have harvested a watermelon that couldn't absorb enough water. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. He examined the harvested watermelon. Watermelon that couldn't absorb enough water. A watermelon grown inside the black tower that absorbed enough nutrients to be tasty, but didn't grow large due to a lack of water. Most of the watermelon is occupied by seeds, so there isn't much that can be eaten. Eating it has no effect as it did not grow properly. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. Thunk. Squish. As he stabbed and split the watermelon with his dagger. Wow. It's all seeds. The inside was overwhelmingly full of black seeds compared to the red flesh. The number of seeds remained the same, but the size of the watermelon was smaller. Arjux, let's harvest the watermelons. Okay. Hyung. Sejun called Arjux, who had finished eating all the sunflower seeds, to harvest the watermelons together. Although the size was disappointing, it had already fully grown, so there was no way to make it grow larger. Thus, Sejun and Arjux harvested the watermelon. Then, your slave, Tower Farmer Arjux Mamid from the White Tower, has harvested a new variety of watermelon known as the shriveled drought-inducing watermelon. A message appeared in front of Sejun, indicating that Arjux had harvested a new variety. And then, Hyung. I harvested something strange. A slave's achievement is your achievement. You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats increase by 10 each. You have achieved the feat of creating 21 new varieties in the tower. As a reward for the tower farmer's achievement, the prestige of the Black Tower rises. As the prestige surpasses a certain level, the number of entrances to the Black Tower increases by 1. The number of entrances to the Black Tower increases from 106 to 107, with a 107th entrance being created in the safest location. The exclamation from Arjux and the subsequent messages appeared. Arjux, nice. Arjux, what do you want to eat for dinner tonight? Pancakes. Arjux's eyes sparkled as he shouted at Sejun's question. Okay, then tonight it's a 10-layer pancake, 10 tiers. Wow, Arjux cheered at Sejun's words. A 10-layer pancake. That sounds amazing. That's how Sejun promised Arjux a 10-layer pancake. Let's see. Sejun examined the watermelon harvested by Arjux. From the name, it seemed like there was barely anything left but the rind. Shriveled drought-inducing watermelon. A mutated watermelon grown inside the Black Tower that couldn't absorb much water and evolved grinding its teeth, vowing to absorb plenty of water in its next life without worrying about others. Planting this watermelon causes a severe drought around it. Most of the watermelon is occupied by seeds, so there isn't much that can be eaten. Eating it has no effect as it did not grow properly. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. It causes a drought? There's nowhere to plant this, right? As soon as Sejun saw the name, he thought it would be difficult to plant this watermelon. Where would one plant a watermelon that causes a drought? While Sejun was lost in thought, Hyung, I've harvested all the watermelons. Let's eat the pancakes quickly. Driven by the desire to eat a 10-layer pancake, Arjux had harvested all the remaining watermelons. Okay, just wait a bit. Sejun stopped pondering and went to the kitchen to make the batter and start cooking the pancakes. 4th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh hut. The night sweet potatoes are all sold out, meow. Theo exclaimed after selling all the night sweet potatoes. What? Already? Vice Chairman Theo, don't you have anything else? The hunters asked, filled with disappointment. Pooh hut. That's all for now, meow. See you next time, meow. With the auction over, the hunters lined up again at the vineyard. Clatter. Clatter. Then I will go back to growing grapes. Thank you for bringing me here. The king of farming also returned to the vineyard. Pooh hut. Let's go back now, meow. Theo was about to climb the tower again with Uren when. Theo tilde nim, do you have any debts? Uren, who had been munching on boiled potatoes that Sejun had packed, approached Theo and asked. Considering the amount of money he had given to Theo during their descent from the tower, it was quite a large sum. Yet, Uren couldn't understand why Theo, who was working hard to earn money, was doing so. Pooh hut. Uren is a fool, meow. What? After snickering at Uren, Chairman Park said the more money you have, the better, meow. In that sense, hand over more money, meow. Theo boldly stretched out his front paw. What? Hurry up and hand it over, meow. Uren was taken aback by Theo's bold demand. Yes. Just a moment. Without any money on him, Uren quickly picked up a stone from the ground and, quick. Using his talent, Midas's touch, the stone began to turn into gold. Uren, next is this, meow. Theo brought a giant rock to Uren. Pooh hut. It's the giant gold that Chairman Park likes, meow. Okay, let's eat. Sejun stacked 10 pancakes on each plate and placed one in front of everyone. Then, Ku hey. Krueng. Krueng. He. 1. 2. Quenchi began counting the pancakes from the bottom layer. A he. Veronica, I asked Sejun Hyung to make this. That's impressive. Arjux tilde nim, you are amazing. Arjux boasted to Veronica that it was his idea for Sejun to make the 10-layer pancakes. And then, ki he. King. He. I've been treating him well lately, so he's paying attention to me. Fenrir was pleased, looking at the mini 10-layer pancakes made by cutting the pancakes into small pieces. In the meantime, Krueng. 10. There are 10 pancakes here. Quenchi finished counting the stacked pancakes. Thud. Now, let's eat. Sejun placed a jar filled with kudzu honey in the middle. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad, thank you for the food. A he. Hyung, thank you for the food. Sejun nim, thank you for the food. Everyone started eating the pancakes in their own style. Eileen, here. Sejun passed pancakes to Eileen and then, Nom. Took a bite of a pancake himself. The bread, moistened with honey, melted smoothly in his mouth, spreading the buttery aroma all around his mouth. Just when his mouth was nearly overwhelmed with sweetness and richness. Slurp. A sip of bitter coffee completed the perfect combination. Q. Even though I made it myself, it tastes great. Sejun was enjoying his dinner immersed in emotion. Thud. King. Hey. Rub my belly for me. After conquering 3 layers of the 10-layer pancakes and giving up, Fenrir struggled to walk up to Sejun and lay down. Our Blackie, you ate a lot today. Sejun rubbed the protruding belly of Fenrir to help him burp. Burp. After about 10 minutes, Fenrir burped comfortably. Thanks to that, what he ate was digested, and his body grew 1.5 times larger. He. King. King? He. Look at me. I've gotten stronger, haven't I? Fenrir, thrilled by his increased strength, joyously hopped around for about 5 minutes and, Krueng, then collapsed on the floor and fell asleep. Fenrir was still quite weak. Let's also go to bed early today. Sejun picked up Fenrir, who was sleeping on the floor, and headed home. And then, the next day, Fenrir was in for a big shock. Chapter 348, The Dragon Market VIP is leaving. Blue Tower Administrative Area. Sigh. There's no way around it. Kinasta, the great leader of the Blue Dragons, sighed heavily. No matter how much he thought about it, there was no way to suppress the water energy of the Blue Tower. especially not with the interference of the Apostle of Destruction. Is that the only option? Having made up his mind, Kin flapped his massive wings and soared towards the territory of the red dragons. A short while later, Ramtur, give me a few essences of fire. Upon arriving at the red dragon's territory, Kin asked Ramtur for the essences of fire. Essences of fire? What are you planning to use them for? I'm thinking of using them at the Blue Tower. Kin planned to detonate the essences of fire to suppress the water energy of the Blue Tower. What? Are you insane? Ramtur was shocked by Kin's words. Water energy and fire energy are antithetical. If the two energies collide, it could devastate the area around them. If they were lucky, it might just be one floor, but in the worst case, multiple floors could be obliterated. It would leave floors completely vacant. I know it's a crazy method, but it's necessary to save the rest. But what is that? Kin noticed the flame beans that Ramtur was holding. Ah. This? What should I do? Ramtur was conflicted. Originally, the Four Dragon Council had a rule not to disclose information about the crops grown by Sejun to other dragons. But with the upcoming launch of the dragon market, it would eventually become known to all dragons. Moreover, Sejun had made a promise while preparing the dragon market. Those who promote the dragon market will receive mileage points that can be used at the dragon market. Ramtur, who had no interest in the mileage points until the dragon market opened, intended to maintain this state. But there's no need to deliberately refuse the coming mileage points. Ramtur decided to receive dragon market mileage points for once and Kin, this is something that sold at the dragon market. He began promoting the dragon market to Kin, which sells crops with various effects. Dragon market? There's a place that sells such crops? Ramtur, tell me where the dragon market is. I want to go too. Kin was excited to find crops that could help the Blue Tower. However, the dragon market existed only in the minds of Sejun and Theo. It didn't exist yet. No. The dragon market only sells crops to authorized members, so Ramtur, in haste, claimed it was a membership-only market. His chin lifted, and his voice carried an air of arrogance. He became smug for no reason. Is that so? Kin was greatly disappointed by Ramtur's response. But I'll look to see if there are any crops at the dragon market that could help the Blue Tower. Really? Ramtur, thank you. Ha 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 ha. Just trust me. Prepare some tower coins. The dragon market trades with tower coins. Got it. I'll go get them right away. Kin hurried off to gather tower coins and flew back to the Blue Tower. Growling. A room. Kirarong. Sejun's bedroom was filled with the sound of snoring. Then, King. It's cold. Fenrir woke up in the early morning chill. With droopy eyes, he groped with his front paws, looking for a warm place to move to. The place he found was Sejun's pocket. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Hee. I'll sleep in his pocket. Fenrir chuckled mischievously as he tried to enter Sejun's pocket but, King? Who? Why won't it fit? Before, he would have easily fit, but today, he could only get his head and one paw in, it was too tight. Fenrir had grown, making it impossible for him to fit in the pocket anymore. But, King, I can fit. Because I am the noble wolf, Fenrir. Unable to accept reality, Fenrir kept trying to push himself into Sejun's pocket. Rip. As a result, the pocket tore. King? My home. What should I do? Sejun's pocket was his home. The disappearance of that home was a huge shock to Fenrir, and following the shock, he realized he had made a huge mistake. King? He might hate me for breaking home. I better hide. In a hurry to find a hiding place, Fenrir crawled inside Sejun's shirt. He wanted to hide, but didn't want to be away from Sejun. Hee. It's warm. Kirarong. Hidden inside Sejun's shirt, Fenrir succumbed to the coziness and dozed off. Yoren, where do we go now? Meow. Once they left the 4th floor of the tower, Theo asked Yoren about their destination. To the 75th floor. There, right now. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Follow me, meow. Theo cut off Yoren's words and took the lead. I'll quickly return to Chairman Park, meow. Theo Tildenim, let's go together. Yoren hurriedly scurried after Theo. On their way to the 75th floor, Theo encountered fragments of Jormungandr 7 times due to Uran's misfortune, earning a huge amount of white coins, and encountered 25 teams of highway robbers, making 1,000 slaves. Poohoo hut. It's nice to travel with Uran. Theo was happy with the results he could never have achieved alone. Me too, Poohoo hut. That's right, meow. Know that it's an honor to travel with Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Yes. It's certainly an honor, Poohoo hut. Since it's an honor, give me some gold, meow. Yes. Following Theo's command, Uran picked up a stone and transformed it into gold to give to Theo. For Uran, traveling with Theo was a way to spend much less money. When Uran roamed alone, the money stolen by highway robbers due to threats to his life was several times more than what Theo took from him. Thus, Theo turned Uran's misfortune into his own fortune, taking 6 hours to reach the 75th floor, a journey that should have taken only 1 hour. Poohoo hut. We've arrived, meow. Theo Tildenim, please take me with you next time too, Poohoo hut. All right, meow. Have lots of money ready, meow. Hee hee hee. Of course. Theo Tildenim, take this. Uran transformed another stone into gold and handed it over. Poohoo hut. Thanks, meow. Theo bid farewell to Uran and quickly moved towards the 99th floor. Ooh, what hurt so much? Sejun, who opened his eyes to the pain of his side being ripped off, hurriedly touched his side. Then, he felt something mushy inside his clothes. A monster. As Sejun lifted his clothes, he saw Fenrir squirming and sleeping inside, with clear and small bite marks on his side. SSSK. When Fenrir's mouth was compared to the bite marks on the side, they matched exactly. Fenrir had bitten Sejun's side in his sleep. Fortunately, Fenrir's biting force was weak. His teeth were dragon teeth. If he had made a mistake, his side would have been ripped off and he would have almost died. Damn it, Blackie, how dare he hurt me? Sunfish Sejun's pride was bruised by the fact that he felt threatened for his life by a super sunfish. So, Sejun began to tickle Fenrir. Ki-hee-hee-hit. Ki-hee-hee-hit. Fenrir, who woke up from his sleep laughing uncontrollably at Sejun's tickling. King! King! Keep going! It's fun. Forgetting what he had done at dawn and how he had hidden in Sejun's clothes, he played excitedly. Then, who? Why is this torn? Sejun discovered his pocket, which was ripped and fluttering. King! That's right, I need to hide. Fenrir hurriedly ran away. However, thud-thud. With his thudding steps, he couldn't run far and ended up signaling to Sejun, I'm the culprit. Grab. Culprit arrested. King? Why did I get caught when I ran so fast? Fenrir couldn't understand why he was caught. When Sejun faced Fenrir and they locked eyes. King? Why are you looking at me? Fenrir, with a guilty conscience, turned his head to avoid Sejun's gaze. Where do you think you're looking? Sejun also turned his head to meet Fenrir's eyes again. King? Stop looking at me. The struggle continued between Fenrir trying to avoid eye contact and Sejun trying to make eye contact. King? King? I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. Finally, Fenrir admitted his fault. Good. Since you're showing a remorseful attitude, I'll forgive you. Sejun set Fenrir down and took out a needle and thread to mend the torn pocket. King? Hey! Make it a bit bigger. I can't fit in there anymore. Having regained his confidence, Fenrir demanded that Sejun make the pocket larger. Blackie, wait. Let me finish this, and then we'll play. Of course, Sejun couldn't understand Fenrir's words and repaired the pocket as it was. As a result of this miscommunication, rip, Fenrir tried to put his head into Sejun's pocket and tore it again. King? King? Hey! Why didn't you make it bigger? Why didn't you make it bigger? Why? This time, Fenrir was actually angry, feeling justified as he had mentioned it but Sejun hadn't listened. Ah. You wanted to get into the pocket? Realizing what Fenrir wanted, Sejun took out some unused clothes, cut them up, and sewed a sling bag large enough for Fenrir. Here. Get in. When Sejun opened the entrance to the sling bag, plop, Fenrir quickly jumped in. King! King! I like this. You did well, Fenrir praised Sejun. The bag was more spacious than the pocket and more comfortable to lie in. As Sejun stepped outside with Fenrir in the sling bag, has our Sejun awakened? Ramtur came looking for Sejun. Yes. Hello, Ramtur Tildenim. Right. This time, Right. I've got something to say. I was speaking to Kin, the leader of the Blue Dragons. Ramtur spoke in a quiet voice so other dragons couldn't hear, telling Sejun he had promised to look for crops for the blue tower at the dragon market. Ramtur tilde nim, thank you. I was worried about not having a place to plant watermelons, but there's a place that's troubled because of too much water. Sejun inwardly cheered and expressed his gratitude to Ramtur. Whom? It's nothing, but Sejun, what about the mileage? Oh. Of course, I'll provide it. I'll give you 10 billion mileage. Just so you know, 1 mileage equals 1 tower coin. Oh. So, I've got 10 billion tower coins. Ramtur grinned widely at Sejun's words. Yes. And with 10 billion mileage, you can buy a 30-day trial VIP membership at the Dragon Market. Dragon Market VIP membership. What is that? Sounds very impressive. As a Dragon Market VIP member, you get a higher status than regular members, which gives you the right to purchase crops before others. Sejun explained the benefits of being a Dragon Market VIP. Higher status than other dragons? I'll buy it. The 30-day trial membership for Dragon Market VIP membership. Enticed by the idea of having a higher status than other dragons, Ramtur became the first dragon to become a Dragon Market VIP member. He. Money saved. Sejun effortlessly recouped the 10 billion mileage. Here's the contract. Sejun handed Ramtur a contract that had to be adhered to in exchange for receiving watermelon seeds from Kin. Got it. I'll convey this to Kin. Ha. The Dragon Market VIP is leaving. Ramtur flew off quickly to brag to other dragons. As Ramtur left, Arjux, harvest the sundred red peppers. Okay. Hyung. Leave it to me. After asking Arjux to harvest the sundred red peppers grown with the harvest elixir from yesterday, Sejun went to harvest blueberries. Upon reaching the spot with 10 blueberry trees, Sejun stood in front of a blueberry tree that had absorbed the harvest elixir and grown taller than the others. Then, pluck. As he picked a blueberry, you have harvested a magical blueberry. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Messages appeared. Magical blueberry. Grown inside the Black Tower, this blueberry is tasty as it has fully absorbed nutrients. Consuming it increases your magic power by 1 for 10 minutes. The effects can stack up to 10 times within an hour. If the power of the blue moon is sufficiently absorbed, a special effect will be added. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. Like magical cherry tomatoes and magical peanuts, this crop increases magic power by 1 for 10 minutes. The difference is that it gains a special effect if it absorbs the power of the blue moon. This is the first time I've seen something like this. With the blue moon rising in 12 days, Sejun decided to check what additional effects would occur when that time comes and started harvesting the blueberries when Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Theo flew towards Sejun's face. Chapter 349, Hair. There's someone scared of me. Theo came flying. I can't dodge this anyway. Sejun knew that with his abilities, he couldn't avoid Theo. Even if he tried to dodge, he would just hear a poohoo-huts as Theo would mock him once, then change direction mid-air and eventually cling to his face. So, swoosh! Just before Theo clung to his face. Now! He quickly turned his head, deciding to offer the back of his head instead of his face. But, poohoo-hut! With an ominous chuckle, Sejun felt Theo's body heat all over his face. It was warm. You are here? Sejun grabbed Theo by the nape as he said this. Still, thanks to Theo's talent, strong fur, he didn't get any hair in his mouth. 2. I see. So they doesn't come off completely after all. Poohoo-hut. That's right, meow. As Chairman Park ordered, I safely escorted the King of Farming to the 4th floor of the tower, meow. That's good. Well done, I know, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. That's right. Sejun's playful mood slightly rose seeing Theo's arrogant attitude, but, since he worked hard to go up to the 4th floor, thinking of Theo's hard work, he held it in. Vice Chairman Theo, take a break for a bit. Okay, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo clung to Sejun's knees and vigorously rubbed his face against them. Poohoo-hut. Did you miss me, not being on Chairman Park's lap, meow? And then, plop. You have harvested magical blueberries. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun started harvesting blueberries. 30 minutes later. Done. Sejun finished harvesting the blueberries. There were only 1,000 blueberries, so it didn't take long. Then, hyung! I'm done too. Arjux flew to Sejun with his arms full of sundred red peppers. Arjux, good job. Sejun praised Arjux and patted his head. Ahihi. Yeah, as Sejun was petting Arjux, Chairman Park, I did well too, meow. Theo grabbed Sejun's hand that was petting Arjux's head and lifted it above his own head. Eek! What are you doing, Pooh Hut? I worked harder than Arjux, meow. Although Arjux glared angrily, Theo confidently spoke his mind. Hey, Arjux is a dragon. Swish! Sejun quickly stroked Arjux's head with his other hand and comforted Arjux. At that moment, King! Hey! Get that hand off! I said that hand is mine. Fenrir barked angrily, disliking that Sejun was petting someone else. But, our Blackie, are you hungry? Here, Sejun, unable to understand Fenrir's words, quietly slipped a dried sweet potato into Fenrir's mouth. Chomp! 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 Fenrir quickly quieted down. This time, he decided to let it go generously. It's absolutely not because of the dried sweet potato. Soon after, Gorarong, Arollarong, Killarong, the three of them fell asleep on Sejun's lap, shoulder, and chest. With his hands free, snap, Sejun picked a sundred red pepper and took a bite. He was curious about the taste. Phew! It's spicy but tasty. It wasn't a painful spiciness but a deliciously spicy one. An addictive spiciness. It would really taste great if made into gochujang. After swallowing all the sundred red pepper, you have consumed a sundred red pepper. If you get enough light, one of your stats will randomly increase by 5. A message appeared that the stats would increase if enough light was absorbed. That will be easy. He. You have obtained 201 sundred red pepper seeds. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. Sejun hummed a tune and sat in a sunny spot, beginning to harvest the seed of the sundred red peppers. Arjux harvested 300 sundred red peppers. Of these, 50 were set aside for cooking, and the remaining 250 were seeded. When Sejun had seeded about 200 sundred red peppers, due to the effect of seed harvesting LV8, the number of seeds obtained has increased fourfold. You have obtained 800 sundred red pepper seeds. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in seed harvesting LV8 has slightly increased. The effect of the seed harvesting skill, which has a low chance to produce 2 to 5 times the seeds, was triggered, increasing the number of seeds obtained. 4 times? He. Sejun smiled contentedly at the message. Your soul feels fulfilled. Mental strength has increased by 1. Thanks to this, his mental strength also increased. Once the sundred red pepper seeding was completed, SSSRK, you have planted sundred red peppers in soil imbued with magic power. Your job experience have slightly increased. Due to sundred red peppers listening to the sound of the farmer's footsteps, their growth speed had doubled for 24 hours with the effect of magic seed sowing LV8. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV8, the chances of obtaining a new variety increases 5-fold. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV8 has slightly increased. Sejun immediately began planting 50,000 sundred red pepper seeds. 99th floor of the Red Tower. Udon, plant these flame beans in areas heavily affected by desertification. Yes. Ramta tilde nim. Udon responded without a hint of doubt to Ramta's command. Planting beans in land that has become desert? The old Udon would have doubted it a little, even if it was the words of the great red dragon. However, Udon, while drying a pair of strength and stamina, came to believe that Ramta's words could never be wrong. Hurry along now. Yes, Ramta tilde nim, I will go and plant the flame beans. Like that, Udon went down to the 48th floor of the tower, an area with severe desertification, to plant the flame beans. You guys, hunt the nearby cactuses. Yes, he had his subordinates hunt the nearby cactuses, and, thud, Udon dug the soil, put in the flame beans, and covered the soil again. Then, you have planted Beanie's flame beans. You have planted crops in an area with a lot of fire energy. The environment is very compatible with Beanie's flame beans. The growth speed of Beanie's flame beans increases. Your job experience have greatly increased. Your tower farmer grade has increased from D to C. You have become a tower farmer, C. As your job grade increases, job traits are enhanced. Your proficiency in seed sowing LV3 has greatly increased. Your proficiency in seed sowing LV3 has filled, and the level has increased. Messages appeared. Wow! Udon was astonished by the messages. All this time, due to the high fiery conditions, only about 1 in 1,000 crops Udon planted would properly take root. Thus, Udon could not grow as a tower farmer. But now, his stagnant job grade and the level of his seed sowing skill had instantly increased. Shortly after, having planted all 50 flame beans and his seed sowing skill leveling up twice more, Udon, my seed sowing skill reached level 5. It gained the effect of reducing the probability of pest damage. You guys! You dare to covet Ramtur-Nim's flame bin field. Today, feeling unusually light, Udon swung a massive battle axe at the cactus approaching the flame bin field. To be exact, it was Sejun's flame bin field, but Udon didn't know the details of the contract. It's almost done now. Sejun looked at the few remaining sundered red pepper seeds and planted them. Then, you have planted sundered red peppers in soil imbued with magic power. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV8 has slightly increased. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing LV8 has filled, and the level has increased. Messages appeared. Magic seed sowing skill became the first among Sejun's job skills to reach level 9. Among all the skills, it was second only to the cooking skill. What's changed? Sejun, hoping something had changed, checked the magic seed sowing skill. Job skill, magic seed sowing LV9. The probability of seeds germinating when planted is greatly increased. The probability of suffering damage from pests is greatly reduced. If magic power is infused into the soil and seeds are planted, the growth speed of the seeds is doubled for 24 hours. If the seeds are personally planted by hand, the probability of obtaining a new variety increases 5-fold. This does not apply to tenant farmers. The energy of the tower farmer who planted the seeds remains in the crops, scaring monsters and preventing them from approaching. Scare monsters? It's kind of vague. It seemed like a decent effect, but it was vague. No. It was vague because it was him. Would monsters really be scared of my energy? Then, no. Heh. There is someone scared of me. One being came to Sejun's mind. There was the weakest one on the 99th floor of the tower who would be scared even of his energy. Thud. Sejun excitedly dug the ground to plant sundered red peppers. Good. And took out Fenrir, who was squirming and sleeping in his sling bag. King? Is it time to eat? Fenrir, blissfully unaware, stretched and asked as he woke up. Sorry. I'll feed you after checking this. Sejun apologized to Fenrir in advance and set him down next to the sundered red pepper he had just planted. Then, paperback. Fenrir dug with his front paws and gulped down the seeds of the sundered red pepper that Sejun had just planted. Ooh? Instead of being scared, he eats them. Sejun was so surprised. So, he didn't even think to question whether dogs could eat peppers. Kihi hit tilde. Thump. Thump. Fenrir, having eaten the sundered red pepper seeds, joyfully ran around the field. Kihi hit tilde king. Hihi tilde it's my core energy. As Sejun's energy seeped into the sundered red pepper seeds, some of Fenrir's core energy that was in Sejun's body also seeped in together. That's why he wasn't scared. However, my energy is only this much. Unaware of this, Sejun felt frustrated that his energy couldn't even scare Fenrir, and he planted more sundered red peppers. And, Kihi hit tilde, paperback. Fenrir energetically followed Sejun, digging up and eating the sundered red pepper seeds filled with Sejun's energy. King. I've eaten too much. I'm sleepy. Of course, the frail Fenrir, after eating 5 sundered red pepper seeds, collapsed and fell asleep in the field. Why is he sleeping here? Sejun, having finished planting all the sundered red pepper seeds, picked up Fenrir, who was sprawled on the dirt, dusted off the dirt from his fur, and put him back into the sling bag. Red Tower Administrative Area. Ramtur had instructed Udon to plant flame beans. Returning to the administrative area, Ramtur waited for Kin to come back with tower coins. Poo-ha-ha-ha-ha. The others are probably busy going around other towers trying to become VIPs at the Dragon Market, right? But why isn't Kin coming? Just as Ramtur was starting to feel bored. Ramtur, I've brought the tower coins. Kin appeared. Good. First, take a look at this. Ramtur showed Kin the contract written by Sejun. Shortly after, Ramtur? Are there really such watermelons? Kin, reading the contract, asked with an incredulous expression. The options for watermelons that absorb water and cause severe droughts. Since deception isn't possible in a contract. If the contract was as written, removing the water from the blue tower was only a matter of time. Yeah. Here. Oh. It's real. Excited, Kin looked at the seeds Ramtur showed him. First, finish reading the contract. Okay. At Ramta's words, Kin finished reading the rest of the contract. In exchange for planting the watermelons, the price set was 100,000 tower coins per seed for the water-absorbing watermelon seeds and 10 million tower coins per seed for the drought-inducing watermelon seeds. Although the contract stipulated that all harvested watermelons must be returned to the dragon market, from Kin's perspective, as long as it could remove the water, there was no significant loss. All right. Let's make the contract. Kin stamped the contract with his seal. You won't regret this. Here, 20,000 water-absorbing watermelon seeds and 100 drought-inducing watermelon seeds. That's a total of 3 billion tower coins. Here it is. Kin handed over 3 billion tower coins to Ramta and received the watermelon seeds. He hurried back to the blue tower to test the effects of the watermelon seeds. Zelga, plant these seeds on the 70th floor of the tower. He gave the watermelon seeds to Zelga, the tower farmer of the blue tower, to plant. Following Kin's instructions, Zelga arrived on the 70th floor. Will planting these change anything? On the 70th floor of the blue tower, Zelga grumbled while looking at the gloomy sky that never stopped raining and the vast lake that had swallowed the land. But since Kin told me to plant them, with no land to plant in, Zelga simply dropped a watermelon seed into the water. Then, you have planted a drought-inducing watermelon seed. The drought-inducing watermelon seed absorbs water without regard for others. Messages appeared. And in an instant, the surrounding sea disappeared. Chapter 350, Do you also want to seek asylum? Zelga witnessed the scene of the sea disappearing in an instant. Oh my goodness! He was speechless for a moment before he finally managed to utter a word. And he looked over the ground, which had been the sea until now. He saw mountains and plains that had been submerged in water, and at his feet, there was a yellow watermelon with black stripes that had swallowed the sea. 10 watermelons, each 3 meters in size. Although they were much larger than ordinary watermelons, they were too small considering the amount of water that had made up the sea. The shriveled drought-inducing watermelons had stopped absorbing water, having fully grown. It was really fortunate. Otherwise, as their name suggested, a great drought would have hit the 70th floor of the blue tower. Click! Zelga descended from the sky and stood in front of the watermelons. Let's harvest them first. Pop! When Zelga cut the stem of a watermelon, you have harvested a plump drought-inducing watermelon. Your job experience have slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV07 has slightly increased. You have gained 70 experience points. The harvesting message appeared. Plump? To think it swallowed the whole sea and only became plump. Zelga was puzzled and checked the watermelon's options. Plump drought-inducing watermelon. This is a mutated watermelon that has evolved in the black tower grown inside blue tower, unable to absorb much water. It vowed to evolve by gritting its teeth so that in its next life, it will absorb lots of water without caring about others. Planting this watermelon causes a severe drought in the surrounding area. It has absorbed a lot of water and is very satisfied. When eaten plump, its effects increase by 100%. Consuming it increases all stats by 20. Consuming it has a low chance of awakening and enhancing water-related talents. Consuming it prevents you from getting thirsty for 2 months. Grower, Blue Tower's Tower Farmer Zelga. Shelf life, 150 days. Grade, day. Consuming it increases all stats by 20 and has a low chance of awakening and enhancing water-related talents. Not bad, but all that water absorbed, and this is it? And why would I need the effect of not being thirsty for 2 months? Zelga was dismayed by the rather trivial options. Should I try to enhance its medicinal effects with alchemy? Thus, he decided to use his specialty, alchemy. Thud. Zelga took out a compressor to extract the essence of the watermelon. Then, crunch. The watermelon, its rind and flesh, was crushed and sucked into the compressor. And, you have stolen 1 drought-inducing watermelon. According to the terms of the contract, a penalty of 10 billion tower coins is charged to Kin Asta. A message about the breach of contract appeared. He had breached the terms that required all harvested watermelons to be returned to the dragon market. What? A penalty? For a single watermelon? How petty! Angered by the message, Zelga remarked. Since it's come to this, I might as well plant a whole bunch of them. Now having become a watermelon thief, Zelga. Tuck. Thinking there was no big difference between stealing 1 or 2 watermelons, he stole another and extracted its seeds. Since he had paid the penalty, the stolen watermelons were his. Naturally, he believed the seeds from his watermelon were also his. At that moment, as he went down to the 69th floor and planted the seed of the drought-inducing watermelon, you have planted a seed of drought-inducing watermelon. The drought-inducing watermelon seed absorbs water without regard for others. You have unlawfully planted a crop of the Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun without permission. According to the tower's laws, Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga will become a slave of the Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun for the next 100 years. As the sea disappeared, so did Zelga's freedom. What? I'm a slave to the Black Tower's tower farmer. Panic-stricken by the message, Zelga was called out by Kin. Zelga, what have you done? Come up here right now. Kin, enraged by the 20 billion tower coin debt and the slave message, summoned Zelga. Ah, this is nice. Sejun, having finished planting the 100 red peppers, lay on the stone platform basking in the sun. Around Sejun, Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Fenrir were also lying down, lazily basking in the sunlight. Then, you have received enough light. Your strength increases by 5 due to the effect of the 100 red pepper. He he he. I'm happy. Sejun smiled contentedly as he read the message. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'm happy too, meow. Theo, who had been dozing off on Sejun's lap in the warm sun, said with a face full of happiness. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji is happy too. But Quenji would be even more happier with some snacks. Really? Then should we make our Quenji even happier? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Yes, please. Hey. Hyung. I think I'd be happy with some snacks too. Arjux quickly shouted out, worried that only Quenji would receive snacks. He he he. All right. Let's have some snacks, Arjux. Clank. Sejun opened his void storage and took out various snacks. In addition to the official snacks of the 99th floor of the Black Tower, such as dried sweet potatoes, there were also dried persimmons, crispy dried banana chips, and chewy garetiok. And so, snack time began. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Dad, Quenji is so happy. Hey hee hee. Hyung. I'm so happy too. Ki hee hee. King. King? Hee hee. For snacks. What's the occasion today? Quenji, Arjux, and Fenrir ate the snacks with happy expressions. They're eating well. As Sejun watched the three of them with a satisfied expression, your soul feels fulfilled with overflowing happiness. Mental strength increases by 1. His mental strength increased as well. Tap. Tap. Chairman Park, give me some snacks too, meow. All right, I was wondering why you were staying still. Sejun scooped some churu with a spoon and brought it in front of Theo. Slurp. 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 Theo licked the churu deliciously. Pooh hut. I'm happy, meow. As expected from Chairman Park, meow. Your soul feels fulfilled with infinite trust towards you. Mental strength increases by 1. Oh, mental strength has increased again. Yes, I'm happy too. At that moment, Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga has stolen 1 drought-inducing watermelon. A message appeared, stating that a watermelon had been stolen. Steal? I specifically set a high penalty to keep it from being taken. According to the contract, 10 billion tower coins have been received from Kin Asta as a penalty. Thud. It seems that Zelga from the Blue Tower thought Sejun's happiness was lacking and gave him money. Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga has stolen 1 drought-inducing watermelon. According to the contract, 10 billion tower coins have been received from Kin Asta as a penalty. Twice at that. He he he. Thank you. Sejun happily picked up the tower coins that had fallen to the ground. But, it has been confirmed that the Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga has planted a drought-inducing watermelon without permission. As if to say that he shouldn't be so happy too soon, an even bigger gift came. According to the laws of the tower, a tower farmer who has planted a crop with exclusive cultivation rights without permission must work under the holder of those rights for 100 years. According to the laws of the tower, the Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun will now have the Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga as his slave for the next 100 years. The Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga became Sejun's 4th tower farmer slave. No. I could stop being happy now? He he he. Laughter of happiness burst forth naturally. According to the job trait, you borrow 0.2% of the Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga's stats. Your strength increases by 11, stamina by 16, agility by 6, and magic power by 14. Thanks to that, his stats also increased. Zelga is quite weak, huh? Sejun spoke in a slightly disappointed tone upon seeing the modest increase in stats. Of course, Zelga was definitely stronger than him, but this level wouldn't even make Sejun faint if he stood in front. Should we see his face? Guys, gather around. Before summoning Zelga, Sejun called Theo, Quenji, Arjux, and Veronica to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. And then, summoned slave number 4. Sejun summoned Zelga. Summoning Blue Tower's tower farmer Zelga. The message appeared, but even after 10 seconds and 20 seconds passed, Zelga didn't show up. It was because of the distance between the Black Tower and the Blue Tower. After another 30 seconds passed, Kintildanim, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Zelga was summoned in a state of prostrating himself before the great blue dragon, Kin, begging for forgiveness. Poor guy. I should treat him well. But where is that fishy smell coming from? Sejun was looking for the source of the smell. Pat, do you also want to seek asylum? Veronica, feeling a sense of camaraderie, patted Zelga on the back and suggested asylum. The Black Dragon's territory. Kahawa. It's done. Kaiser, who had been focusing all his attention on eliminating the destruction inside Fenrir's core, opened his eyes. Since he had to remove exactly 0.25% of Fenrir's 1% power contained in the core, he had no room to spare to move the statue and had to concentrate. Kaiser, who had removed precisely 0.25% of the power of destruction. Swoosh! He swept up the tower coins that had fallen on the floor after removing the power of destruction. Good. Exactly 250 billion tower coins. Kaiser smiled, satisfied with his precise calculation. Then, I'm envious. Brachio, who had been watching from the side and not leaving, spoke enviously. Hey! Brachio, I told you to go back already. Kaiser yelled at Brachio, who had been lingering around for days despite being told to leave. So just hurry up and tell Sejun about me. No way. Then Eileen would be mad at me. Do it. No. While Kaiser and Brachio were bickering. What? Dragon Market VIP. What is that? Kaiser, who had been handing over Fenrir's core to Tyr, the next in line, heard the new news. And then, the great black dragon, lower ranked than Ramtur? Unacceptable. Brachio, just wait, I'll talk to Sejun for you. Upon the shocking news, Kaiser changed his mind. Even if he got a little scolded by Eileen, he decided to promote the dragon market to Brachio and make himself a VIP. Of course, first, he would have to calm Sejun's anger towards Brachio. Kaiser moved the black dragon statue and hurriedly went to find Sejun. Meanwhile, Chrysella, I'll give you a chance to trade with the dragon market. Artemis, is there a problem with the tower? There's this thing called dragon market. They have various crops. Following Ramtur, Kellyan and Tyr were visiting the Silver Tower and the Gold Tower to promote the dragon market and become the next VIPs of the dragon market. Oh. This is really delicious. Zelga took off his hood and ate the potato that Sejun gave him as a gesture of comfort. And then, so it was him. Sejun could finally identify the source of the fishy smell. The figure of Zelga, with his hood removed, was that of a merman, a fish with arms and legs. Eat a lot. Yes. At Sejun's words, Zelga began to eat the potatoes vigorously. Pooh-hoo-hut. Zelga, eat a lot. Meow. Yes. Thank you. Normally indifferent to others eating, Theo, for some reason, recommended the food with a pleased expression. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Theo wagged his tail and his eye sparkled as he watched Zelga eating deliciously. It was very suspicious. It looks like he's going to cause trouble. Sejun looked at Theo uneasily. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, can't we make grilled fish out of that guy? Meow? Theo approached Sejun and whispered quietly so Zelga couldn't hear. I knew it. No. Got it. Meow. Theo quickly gave up at Sejun's firm response. That's right. Chairman Park, take this. Meow. Suddenly, he pulled out money from his bundle. Money received from urine and items obtained from the Kaiman Kingdom poured out. He. I'm happy. Sejun smiled as he looked at the wealth Theo had poured out. Today was a day overflowing with happiness. Just then, Sejun, Kaiser flew in to deliver another piece of happiness to Sejun.